I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks *. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 252. Scarab 25.1 inches. This is exactly what I was talking about. She's a dangerous influence. She's a 16-year-old girl with strong opinions, Wilkins, Armstrong answered. Nothing more. She holds onto those opinions in her core worldview, and vulnerable people get caught up in her momentum. Cult leaders will do the same thing, only it's purposeful in their case. Get people tired, get people worn out, scared and hungry, and then give them someone with presence to give them support. You're saying she's an accidental cult leader? She's in a position where it's very easy to sway others. A lot of the parahumans out there fit the criteria I'm talking about, Armstrong said. He glanced at Glenn, who looked distinctly unhappy. So, apparently, does our staff. I think you're off target, I said. You're talking about Foyle, I get it, and Perrion, and now the Chicago wards and Glenn. But all of the decisions they made were when I wasn't anywhere near them. Unless you're implying I have some sort of mind control. No, Armstrong told me. He didn't fit his name, he looked more like my dad than anyone, though he had a peculiarly prominent jaw and a forehead that made it look like he was perpetually glaring. It doesn't matter if they're near you. The message and the idea stays with them even after they leave your presence. Tecton just wanted someone to call the shots, to replace Raymondser, I said. He was defending me, but it wasn't helping. We saw the video, Director Wilkins said. We know what he said. I think it's best if you stop talking. I bit my lip and turned my eyes to the table. Well, Glenn said, what's done is done. Can I suggest that perhaps, because it's been a long day, we should retire? All of us will still be here in the morning. It sounds like a good idea, Armstrong said. One or two heads around the table nodded. We're going to handle this tonight, Wilkins said. While the girl's so tired she could fall asleep sitting up, Glenn observed. Or is it that you want to resolve this while Chevalier is in the hospital? Chevalier doesn't matter, Wilkins said. This is PRT business. I agree. His input would be appreciated, if he was in a state to give it, but it's ultimately not his decision, the Washington director said. He reminded me of Piggott, but he wasn't fat. Heavy, but not fat like she'd been. It was more the way he held himself, his tone and approach. His graying hair was cropped close, and he had a combination of paler skin and dark circles under his eyes that made me think of a corpse. Director West, we lose nothing by waiting, Glenn said, calm, unflappable. I'd seen that confidence before, in people who'd had nothing to lose. I'd had that confidence before. We lose time. If we're going to respond to the press and the public, we need to act sooner than later. My concern, a woman said, drawing out the thought, is that her actions go against the spirit of the PRT and the groups under the PRT's umbrella. Conspiring with a known terrorist, betraying the truce, even, for a subtle advantage in dealing with that terrorist, returning to her old team against all terms of her probation, rejecting orders, and taking reckless risks with PRT personnel, getting too injured. A long-standing goal of the PRT has been to reassure the public, and this only paints heroes as something dangerous. I already didn't like her. I wasn't even sure what city she was from. That doesn't even include the fact that this leak shows Capes going all out. When the joy at the victory wears off, people are going to look at the footage and wonder if they're in danger, West said. We won, I thought. We beat him, and you're quibbling over details. Why were they doing this? Why were they so intent on railroading me? Screwing me over? These guys, or some of them, were the old guard. Defenders of the status quo. Tag would have fit into this little cadre. Maybe that was part of the reason. Birdcage. The word hung in the air. I snapped to attention, fully awake in an instant. I had to take a second to look at the faces of the people around the table before I realized who'd said it. Armstrong, the man who'd been my advocate an instant ago. A little extreme, West said. The next few fights are going to be crucial. Every time the Endbringers come, there are major losses. We lose good capes. Others step in, but they don't have the experience or the organization, so we lose more. New Delhi was very nearly the culmination of that. We won New Delhi. We lost. Cyan won, Armstrong responded. Participation will be up for the next fight. Let's use that. We bolster the numbers further, by tapping the birdcage. There are powerful capes in there, and some are cooperative. Oh, they aren't talking about me. And if they start wreaking havoc afterward, or turn on us, We can be select about it. Dragons willing to give us a searchable database of all of the conversation and behavior records within the birdcage. I raised my head at that. Dragons alive, she got in contact with us a short while ago. I nodded. I felt a little dazed, confused. Too much in a short time. I was reaching the point where I wasn't sure I'd be able to take it all in. It's not worth it, West said. A moderate risk for a chance to save hundreds, thousands, even millions of lives, Armstrong said. How many lives do we lose because of the monsters we set free? West retorted. Those criminals were put there for a reason. At first, Armstrong said. But the rationale for indefinite detention has been getting weaker, and the number of capes going in has been increasing. It's not going to happen, Armstrong, West cut him off. Armstrong deflated a little, settling back in his chair. The media is already reaching out to us to ask for interviews with Weaver, one of the other directors said. They love her or hate her, but this won't die down anytime soon. Primacy effect, West said, frowning. That video is going to be the first thing people will think about when they think about people in the field during an Endbringer attack. So we drown it, the woman from before said. Release the footage we held back, footage with a more favorable effect on us. Weaver gets lost in the shuffle, and we quietly address the unbecoming conduct. We won, you bastards. I clenched my fists beneath the table. Address how? It's a violation of her probationary membership. She's off the team for the time being, if not permanently. She fulfills the remainder of her sentence, then remains in our custody as a consult. I noticed that my bugs were acting of their own volition, treating this as a crisis scenario. They were massing, and they were winding silk threads around the PRT uniforms that guarded the room, around the containment foam sprayers and guns that they held. I'd missed the Undersiders, hated that I wasn't there with them as they said goodbye to Regent. Part of the reason I'd become a hero had been to reconnect with my dad, but the gap seemed too wide. I'd killed, and he'd seen me kill. He was afraid of me. It would be easy to disable the PRT uniforms, attack the directors and simply make my way to Brockton Bay. I could patch things up with Gru, help Rachel, ensure that Imp didn't go to a dark place. But it wouldn't get me anywhere. He wanted to play hardball. I'd play hard in return. I turned my attention to my swarm for a moment. I think you're underestimating how badly the public would react if Weaver was punished, Glenn said. We're facing a lose-lose situation, Mr. Chambers, Chief Director West said. We cut our losses, take a hit in PR, but we can continue operating as we need to. So long as it's quiet, she goes to prison and doesn't go out on another big excursion, I don't think anyone's about to make a big deal of it. Make a big deal of it. I turned the words around in my head. Manipulating the media, manipulating the local capes. Damn, I'd had high hopes for Chevalier's new protectorate, but it didn't seem to extend to the PRT. We can deflect, the woman from before said. Raise another issue, change the focus of the public. Not so easy, Glenn said. It's been done too often in the past. They're watching for it, even anticipating it. But the majority won't be, she responded. She turned to Director West. The alert, educated minority will complain, but they won't achieve anything meaningful. They never do. I'm inclined to agree, Director West said. It's not pretty, but it'll suffice. Why? I asked. You can't deny I helped. I didn't deliver a serious blow, but I helped to coordinate. I had ideas, I used them. There's other smart capes out there, a man said. He didn't give me the impression of a PRT director. Another staff member. I did a lot of good, and you're railroading me. Is it because you're losing control of things and I make an easy target? Because you're afraid of me. Because you're consistently unpredictable, unreliable. We set rules and you break them, West told me. Rules don't generally apply during an Endbringer attack, I said. The only thing that matters is taking the motherfucker down. We did. I'm inclined to agree, Armstrong said. This is going a step too far. She did well. A few heads nodded around the table, but they didn't have the majority, and they didn't have the clout that Chief Director West did. Glenn had spoken of a 50-50 split in the reactions, and he was more or less on target. But the power held by the people who were standing up for me was nothing compared to the clout the others had. This is beyond the Endbringer attack. It's overall conduct, the woman at the far end of the table said. When? Can you name incidents? Beyond the Endbringer attack, I challenged her. Spiders in the less traveled areas of the prison, West told me. Spiders in the prison, shit. I felt myself deflate a little, but I managed to keep my face straight. If there are any, they're eggs that recently hatched. And the costume, a weave of silk cloth hidden out of sight. Damn, that predated my discussion with the warden, I lied. I got rid of the spiders, moved on. You could have reported it. That an abandoned time-killing project was stuck in behind some pipes. Why? Because this happens. There's no reason to believe you. I clenched my fists. You're dangerous, Taylor Hebert. Unpredictable. You're deceptive, clever enough to come up with tricks, but not clever enough to stick to the straight and narrow from the beginning. Armstrong said it himself. You're good at manipulating people. Manipulating people, I thought. Not as good as I wanted to be. Armstrong spoke up. You're twisting my words, West. I said she was well situated for interacting with vulnerable people, and stalwart enough in her own worldview that others can get swept up in her flow. Regardless, Ms. Hebert was right about one thing. It's late. It's been an emotionally exhausting day. Physically exhausting too, I said, not taking my eyes off the chief director. You know, running around, fighting behemoth while you guys sit in your... Glenn shifted one leg under the table, pressing it against mine. A nudge, not overt. I stopped. My power crackled at the edge of my attention. My bugs were moving again, without any direct instructions from me. I reined them in, and then distributed them through the building. Was there someone I could contact? Something I could communicate to the right person, to change what was happening here? West ignored my comment, turning his attention to Glenn. Mr. Chambers, you're relieved of duty. You likely knew this already. I understand, Glenn said. We'll discuss on our own whether we need to press charges. Press charges. Bastards. Okay, Glenn said. West met my eyes. Taylor Hebert, you violated the terms of your probation. You'll return to Gardiner tonight, and you'll carry out the rest of your sentence. Your test run with the ward's teams is over. Offer rescinded. Provided you do not talk to the media, we stop there. We'll talk to you when you turn 18, to see about plans for the future. This is a mistake, Glenn said. Chevalier had a number of plans, and you're unraveling them. Naturally, Mr. Chambers, we're aware of the thrust of those plans. Recruiting villains. A darker, edgier protectorate. Provided he keeps to the rules, we're willing to let that be. But with the administration, the underlying framework that makes his teams possible, we have to maintain a balance, keep the public and the president happy. He won't have our assistance. He won't have our assistance, I thought. I heard the words, and my bugs spoke them. Every bug, within the building, repeated him, verbatim. The good, the bad, the details that damned me. It wasn't a question of finding the right person, or saying the right thing. It was everyone, saying everything. In that manner, my bugs repeated it to staff members, to the Chicago wards, and to the protectorate members who'd accompanied their directors here. It was too late for reporters to be around, but I didn't deny the possibility. Tens of thousands of bugs speaking words at a sound barely above a whisper, louder in places where more people congregated. Dispatch and Exalt were the first to make their way to our floor. They entered the room without knocking. I met Dispatch's eyes, not the rescuer I'd hoped for. We'd worked together, but he'd disliked me from the outset. Dispatch? West asked. Dispatch didn't reply right away. He glared, and it wasn't at me. It was at the director. We've been listening, Exalt said. Listening. You've been bugged, Dispatch said. Only the bugs are the ones outside. They've been talking, reciting. I could see Chief Director West's eyes narrow as he looked at me. He would be replaying the conversation in his head, trying to figure out if he had said anything damning. No guarantee she's telling the truth, West said. Provided he keeps to the rules, we're willing to let that be, Dispatch said. Spiders in the back areas of the prison. Yes, Director Armstrong said. That's accurate. I can't speak to particulars or the little details, though. I repeated everything verbatim, I confirmed. The goings-on of this meeting are confidential, Director West said. Nobody told me that, I answered. It doesn't matter. I violated my probation anyways, apparently. Anything goes against Endbringers, Tecton said, from the hallway. He'd just arrived with Grace and Annex beside him. We wouldn't have done half as well if it wasn't for her. Tell that to Kismet, one of West's flunkies commented. Or Particulate, you don't really want her on your team. Not when she's going to stab you in the back for a better margin of victory. I do, Tecton said. All of us do. We watched the video together. We talked about it. Kismet made a mistake. As far as Particulate, we looked him up. He's reckless, dangerous. Not the best way she could have handled it, but it worked. West didn't take his eyes off me. Even if we ignored everything else, this kind of behavior, it's exactly what Chevalier wanted, I said. My eyes dropped to the table. I didn't meet his gaze, didn't try to engage the visitors. Open, honest, exposing the rot at the center. You're saying you're not rotten, the woman at the end of the table said, almost mocking. Maybe I am, I told her. I'm not all good, not all bad. I'm just getting by. Doing what I can, not holding back against enemies who don't deserve it. And under Chevalier's system, Glenn's system, I guess I'm revealing all of that stuff we usually keep hidden, and it's up to others to make the call whether they can roll with it or not. Up to the public, my potential teammates. Honestly, Tecton said, if you're going to lock her up after all this, you can consider me done. You're going to undermine Chevalier, when what he's doing worked. I'm gone. Here and there were murmurs of agreement. There was a very long pause. Weaver, Director West said. I met his eyes again. I could see the hate. You'll make your way to Chicago at the end of the week, and provided everything goes well, you will be a member of the team. If you're wise, you won't take interviews, and you won't take any action that draws attention to you. I drew in a deep breath, then nodded. You'll wear a tracking device at all times, and any time you leave the defined area within the Chicago headquarters, you'll have an escort, a long-standing member of the team in your company at all times. Okay, I said, see to it that you follow these rules. You've got the backing of the heroes here, maybe you've got the public's favor, but we will remove you if you give us an excuse. I understand, I said, suddenly very weary. Beside me, Glenn stood from his chair. I took his cue. The PRT uniforms stepped out of the doorway, where they'd been barring the small crowd access. We made our exit, joining the wards and PRT staff members. Weaver, the chief director called out. I turned around. You didn't make any allies in this room today. I think you were my enemies before we even met, I said. You'd never have given me the chance to be your ally. You're wrong. I shrugged, then turned to walk away. Tecton gave me a nod as I approached. Thank you, I said. Not a problem, he said. You kept us alive, I figure we owe you one. I don't think you owe me much, but I'm not complaining, I said. We should go. We were in the middle of something. See you soon, I hope. Yeah, I answered. When they'd broken away, it was Glenn and I, together. That was foolish, Glenn commented. They wouldn't have given us any slack. Nothing we could have said or done would have changed the outcome, unless we attacked from a different angle. There's a habit some people have, Glenn said, where they divide people into enemies and allies. It's in your records, as a matter of fact, your propensity to define people as enemies and act without mercy, while being gentle and kind to your friends. The chief director is another person who is very similar. Pairings you two together, you could have been great allies or great enemies, but there's not much middle ground. It's a shame you have a powerful enemy, now. I still don't see how we would have been friends. I don't think you would have been. But humiliating an enemy is a dangerous thing. Doing it again would be terminal. You'll need to be clever about your approach from here on out, so you aren't threatening them to the same degree. I'm too tired to strategize anymore, Glenn. Think. What's motivating the directors? First thought that comes to your mind. Fear of, he asked, without a heartbeat of hesitation. Me. He shook his head. More specific. If they don't act now, what happens in the long run? They can't control me. People would recognize it, that the PRT didn't have the ability to control all of its heroes. Some would act on it. It would be devastating, damaging on a fundamental level. Isn't that what you wanted? I asked. You're Harbinger. It is. Can you guess what I'm going to suggest, now? You want me to make a move. Powerful enough to shake them, break the status quo, not powerful or blatant enough to break my probation or give them an excuse to drop the book on me. You'll be with the wards by the week's end, if someone doesn't trip you up. Do you think you can manage it? A big success, maybe, I said. The moment you drop out of the public eye, you become vulnerable. You've got a reprieve, but when you do act, you're going to need to act big. And you can't stop once that's happened. Once you act, you'll be giving them an opening, and you have to keep moving after that. Understand? Yeah, keep the ramifications and the scale of your actions in mind at all times. Use that strategic brain of yours. Above all, be patient. Now hearing case 2724, Weaver. I stood. I'm here. For the matter of committee record, would you affirm that your full name and identity are a matter of public record, and that the committee is free to use it? I will. Will you state your name for the record? Taylor Hebert. Your date of birth? June 19, 1995. You are a minor. Yes. Will you testify that you were not coerced into this arrangement? I'm here of my own free will. You were not offered any bribes or incentives that are not already a matter of record. To the best of my knowledge, it's all been above board. As a minor, we ask that you have a guardian or respected professional to help guide you through the process, and to help verify what you're testifying. Before I could speak, I heard someone's chair scraping against the floor somewhere behind me. Standing up, her father. I felt my heart leap. I hadn't seen him when I'd peeked through the crowd behind me, but I hadn't been using my bugs either. No use disturbing anyone. I kept my eyes fixed in front of me. Would you please approach? I could hear him walk, but didn't turn to look. Fuck. I was still hurt, still angry, even in the moment I was filled with relief. He came to stand next to me, and my hand found his. I squeezed, hard, and he squeezed back. He was here now, at least. Not while I was in prison, not when I'd started my forays into the wards. But he was here now. Your name, Danny Hebert. State again for the committee record, your relation to her. I'm her father. You're aware of her standing in regards to the law. I am, and you've read the documents detailing her probationary status within the wards. Document 2724A. I have. You've read the statement and accompanying paperwork provided by Taylor Hebert, aka Weaver, document 2724B. I have. Do you hereby attest that all statements disclosed in the latter document are the truth, to the best of your knowledge? Yes. I watched as the committee members paged through the documents in front of them. My heart was pounding, and it wasn't just my dad's impromptu arrival. This was it, the moment my future hinged on. I'd made enemies in the upper echelons of the PRT. The question was whether they'd pull a maneuver, do something sneaky to undermine me or screw up the case to leave me stranded without any place to go but jail. I believe each of us have reviewed the files. The man at the center of the table finally spoke, looking to the others for confirmation. Case 2724 has met the requirements for probationary admittance to the wards. She is to follow the stipulations as outlined in document 2724A. Failure to comply will result in a return to medium security detention for a span of 1.5 years or until such a time as she turns 18, whichever is longer. Further, failing to meet the terms for probation will result in a forfeiture of any earnings or rights granted her by the PRT, which will be held in trust until such a time as she reaches the age of majority. Do you understand these terms? Yes, I answered. Yes, my dad said. With that, you are now a probationary member of the wards, until such a time as you turn 18 or violate the terms of your probationary membership. Congratulations, Taylor Hebert. There were cheers from the sidelines. Tecton and his group were among them. Next case, the committee members said. My dad and I retreated into the aisle. We made eye contact for what felt like the first time in an age. Thank you for coming. I wasn't necessary. You wouldn't be here if you didn't have someone else lined up. It matters, Dad, more than you know. Thank you. Is this fixable? Us. I frowned. What? He asked. He opened the door so we could step out of the committee room and into the hallways of the PRT office. I've kind of come to hate that word. Fix. I said. You don't think. I don't. I interrupted him. We can't fix. Us. Society can't be fixed. It's impossible. He frowned. I don't think it is. Things change. Destroy them, rebuild them, you're just causing change. Can't we? Isn't it okay if we don't try to go back to the way things were? You don't want to be a family? He asked. I do. But, we tried to go back, after the city started to rebuild. It didn't feel right. It was nice, but we were playing roles, and there was more stuff unsaid than said. Lies, unasked questions. Kind of unhappy at the root of it, you know. I know. We found an empty bench and sat down. I could see the Chicago wards stepping out into the hallway, but they kept their distance. Revel made her way out the door a few seconds later, and started talking to them as a group, at the opposite end of the hall. You're so far away, he said. Doing things I can't even imagine, facing serious danger, even on a more mundane level, the way you're going to be living at the headquarters. It's a 14-hour drive. Can't we visit, though? I asked. Send emails every day, video chat. We can. I'll come see you at the headquarters before I leave for home, see how you're getting by. Maybe, if you need me to, I can pick up some essentials. Things you wouldn't want to ask them for, or things they wouldn't know your preferences on. I wondered momentarily if my dad even know what my preferences were, nowadays. I didn't voice those thoughts. At the same time, I meant what I said as I told him, that sounds amazing. Yes, please. He smiled, but the expression faltered as he glanced a little to one side. I think your team wants to talk to you. I nodded. Talk to you in a bit. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow, I replied, standing from the bench. The wards had turned to face me. When I approached Revel and Tecton and the others, I cast a glance back. My dad was still sitting on the bench. It wasn't perfect, but it was a step forward. It had to count for something. This space was for vehicles, but Stardust graduated 3 years ago, died a year after joining the Protectorate. We've been using it for storing paperwork, and your moving in was a good excuse to get some things sorted out. Your workshop. I nodded, doing my best to maintain eye contact. Campanile was about 8 feet tall. I'd been given a complete physical and fitness test right off the bat, and I was 5 feet and 9 inches tall. The height difference put my eye level just a couple of feet above Campanile's hip level. He wore a skin-tight suit, and there was little left to the imagination. I thought I might have seen a ridge or a vein. In that split second I'd glanced down to make sure my eyes weren't fooling me. If I were more well-adjusted, I would have been embarrassed, even offended. Instead, I almost wanted to laugh. Neither would have done well in terms of first impressions. Focus on your bugs, I told myself. Look interested. Talk to Tecton before you grab anything from the build room. That's where we keep all the panels, portable walls and furniture for customizing our spaces. Tools and everything would be down there too, but it's easiest to let Tecton keep it all in his workshop. He's our only tinker, and it's not any harder to ask him for something than it is to go all the way to the basement. Got it. You're distributing this stuff to other groups, right? The silk, after I'm done outfitting my team, and you guys, our Protectorate. I'll give Campanile thicker fabric below the waist, maybe, I thought. Well, there's a budget, so negotiate with Tecton on that front. We all use the account, but the rest of us usually just dip into it to replace broken pads or lenses, stuff like that. Tecton pays for materials, which is usually enough to empty the budget, but he makes and maintains knickknacks and tools that he rents out to other groups. Earns a bit of money to make up for taking an unfair share. Got it. I can do the same. Selling the silk, yeah, might be easier, since your stuff can be mass-produced. I stared out at the workshop, glad for the excuse to look away. Did he know how tightly the costume was clinging to him below the waist? It's good, I commented on the workshop. Better than the one in my old lair. Your bedroom isn't with the others at the hub, since there's not a lot of privacy there, and people are always coming and going. It's more a place to kick back and nap if you've had a long patrol, keep some books and magazines, maybe some games. You do have a nook, though. I nodded. Maintain eye contact. You're just down the hall. Here. I checked out the bedroom. It was better than my cell, but plain. The fact that I could come and go when I pleased was a plus, even if I was confined to the building when I didn't have an escort. I can buy stuff to make it my own, right? Yeah, but you should know that they've got cleaners to do the PRT-supplied laundry, sheets, pillows, towels, the generic skin-tight suits. You'll have to do your own laundry, and that includes any sheets you buy or whatever. Got it, I said. I very nearly glanced down to make sure the protrusion in his skin-tight outfit was still there, stopped myself. Even in my peripheral vision, it stood out. Seriously, that thing's as long as my forearm. Computers here. PRT issue laptop. Take some time, remove the crap. If you don't know how, or if you're not sure what's dead weight on the system, ask Tecton. Username is your codename, password to start with is your birthday. Month, day, year, followed by your middle name. Once you type that in, it'll set everything up automatically and prompt you for a new password. Okay, you've got a small bathroom just down here. He pointed down a short hallway. No shower, sorry. There's one in the main area, not a lot of privacy, but you'll figure out the patrol schedules, and figure out when you can go shower without a chance of being bothered, if you're shy. Shy, I very nearly cracked a smile at that. He was the one who should be bashful, but he just radiated confidence, instead. I'll manage. Let's see, there's the phone and earpiece, they'll get that to you soon. Identification, the same. Can you think of anything you need? A few million Darwin's bark spiders, I said. I could do with even just 100, but it'd mean a slow start. He didn't even flinch. We can probably arrange it. Black widows would work too. Easier to find, but not nearly as good. Maybe just need an escort so I can go out for walks. We could arrange that. I'm going out in an hour, meeting some kids at the hospital. If you don't mind the detour, we could swing by a park or something. I tried not to imagine him in the pediatrics wing of a hospital. You'd need to change, or wrap something around your waist. I didn't voice my thoughts. The hub is right down here, bottom of the stairs. Command center, nook/temporary bedrooms, spare costumes, televisions and everything else. Tecton, Wanton and Annex were at the bottom of the stairs. Grace, Golem and Cuff were sitting at the computer bank against the one wall, but they were watching. Grace had a wicked smile on her face. I realized why. The bastards. They were pulling the same trick Campanile had, stuffing something in the front of their costumes. Tecton, for his part, wore a mechanical suit, so he'd simply bulked out the crotch portion of his armor with additional armor plating. Obvious, not even trying to hide what they were doing. Wanton gave me a cheeky smile as I made eye contact with him. For my part, I managed to keep my expression straight. Over the course of seconds, Annex seemed to get more and more uncomfortable. I made eye contact and maintained it as he squirmed. She's not reacting, and I'm feeling really dumb, he said. Ah, Annex, come on, Wanton groaned. She would have cracked up. Grace was laughing, now. Cuff, by contrast, wasn't moving her eyes from the computer screen. She was probably the ideal target for this kind of prank. Don't sue me for sexual harassment, Annex told me. I smiled a little. I'm not going to sue. I've been around people who did worse. It seemed funnier when we were talking about it before, Tecton said. It's kind of awkward, right now. It is funny, I said, smiling. You guys did get me. I was so busy trying not to stare at Campanile that I barely heard what he was saying about the tour. There were a few chuckles. I was thinking it was a bad idea, Golem said, with your background, that you might not like being picked on. They gave me one, but I thought it was a bad idea to test you. It was a terrible idea, Tecton said. Juvenile. But sometimes you need a cheap laugh. They're embarrassing themselves worse than they're embarrassing me, I told Golem. I'm okay with it. I'm glad to have an initiation into the group. Could have been far worse. Alright guys, joke's over, Tecton said. He unclasped and removed the metal codpiece from his armor. She's right, we're just embarrassing ourselves now. Get rid of the damn things. And I don't want to see them lying around anywhere. I could keep it this way, Wanton joked. No you couldn't, Tecton said. You'll forget about it, switch to your other form without absorbing it and wind up bashing someone unconscious with a foot-long silicon club. I glanced over my shoulder at Campanile, and saw him standing by the trash can, no longer endowed. He didn't look quite so ludicrous now. Freakishly tall, yes, not freakishly long, so to speak. Sorry, he said. I shrugged. I figure I've got blackmail material now. Just need to get my hands on the security camera footage. He smiled and shook his head. Welcome, be good. I don't think these guys are setting the bar that high on the good scale, I told him. He clapped one hand on my shoulder, then turned around to go up the stairs, leaving. Annex had fled, but Wanton was taking his time in leaving, with Tecton giving him the occasional push to get him to walk faster. Over by the computer bank, Grace and Golem were wrestling with something. Do it, I heard her. No way, Golem responded, do it. Just a little. She said something else I didn't make out. It didn't go much further before Golem gave in. Wanton doubled over mid-stride, falling to the ground. Once he realized what had happened, he started thrashing in his effort to get the offending object out of his pants. I had to avert my gaze before he inadvertently flashed me. Geez, guys, Tecton groaned, too far. Golem rushed over, apologizing, while Wanton cursed at him, throwing the lump of plastic at his teammate. Grace had fallen out of her chair laughing, and Cuff had done the opposite, putting her unburned arm on the desk and burying her face in the crook of it. In the midst of the chaos, I made my way over to the computer bank and leaned over the keyboard, typing in the username and password I'd been given. The desktop was up and running in heartbeats. Access to nice computers was apparently a perk of being a hero. I dug around for the files on the local powers, and began studying. I tried, anyways. Grace's continued laughter was so infectious and unashamed I couldn't help but join in. My new home, for better or worse. Chapter 253. Scarab 25.2 inches. Sorry, he didn't finish the sentence. I could sense him slowing, using the bugs I'd planted on his costume. I stopped and waited for him. It's fine, Theo, you're doing me a favor. Doesn't feel like it, he said. He bent down, hands on his knees. I waited for him to get his breath. I might throw up, he added. I backed away a step. Just getting the chance to run, it's cool. Not many others are willing to meet me at 7 to run, much less 6 weeks in a row. Grace is athletic, but she got sick of it fast. He mumbled something I couldn't make out. What? I'm not athletic. You're getting better. We just got a whole 2 blocks. That's not bad. About as good as I was when I started. Not fair to you, make you suffer for how much I suck. It's fine. It's nice to get outside. Kind of a pain to have to get someone to come with if I want to go outside for no particular reason. If I don't get the exercise here, I can use the treadmill back at the headquarters. Don't feel obligated, if you're not enjoying this. I don't. It's good. I want to get fit. Well, in that case, don't worry about it. We're both benefiting, I said. He made it another few steps before he was hunched over again, still breathing hard. I felt a pang of sympathy, suppressing a smile at the same time. Come on, we'll walk 1 block, then try running another, walk the rest of the way. He was still panting for breath as he obliged. I found myself missing Brockton Bay. It wasn't the most beautiful city, or the most active, or the most anything. There were already things going on around the portal, but it wasn't a city with a lot going for it, and it hadn't been even before the intense series of events had laid waste to the shoreline, set a water-filled crater in the northwest corner of the downtown area and left an entire swath of the city so fucked up with random, horrifically dangerous effects that it had to be walled off. Maybe I wouldn't have felt the same way if I hadn't grown up there, but I liked the balance in Brockton Bay. The way there was everything I could want, as far as malls, shopping centers, theaters. It was a big enough city. Yet there was just as much room to wake up early in the day, when others weren't out, and have Brockton Bay to myself. Chicago wasn't like that. It was busy, and it was busy in a way that got in my way. People were already up if I got up at 6 in the morning to go run. Some were still up from the previous night, having spent the entire evening at clubs or whatever else. Everything was taken to an extreme, it seemed, in drama, opinions and ideas. It made it a little harder to sympathize with Chicago's equivalents to the people I'd been helping in Brockton Bay. A little harder to sympathize with anyone, really. I was feeling cramped. I wasn't a social person at my core, and being here, like this, never allowed to be out and on my own, it rankled. I like time on my own, with the internet or a good book, even a bad book, to get my mind settled down, my thoughts in order. It wasn't that I didn't like people, that I didn't like company, but too much was too much, and I had no elbow room here. Whether they knew it or not, the PRT directors had found a fitting way to punish me. Hopefully it wouldn't go any further than this. I'd done as they asked. I was staying under the radar, and though I didn't plan to stay there, I didn't think they had any reason to make my life more difficult. I had my suspicions that my phone and computer were tapped, so I was careful about what I browsed and how I communicated. With luck, they would forget about me until I was active again. With more luck, I wouldn't have to worry about them much longer. The director from Toronto, the guy the first hadn't been able to place, had already quit. Wilkins and West were still active, but the woman at the end of the table was under scrutiny. There was stuff going on behind the scenes, and speculation was rampant on the Parahuman's online site. Satyrical's name had come up. As far as could tell, the Vegas Capes had gone rogue, and they were apparently targeting the more corrupt elements of the PRT. I wasn't 100% sure how to feel about that, but I wasn't complaining if someone was taking down my enemies for me, especially if it was in a more or less safe, legitimate way. Hey, Theo said. I turned to look at him. When you were dealing with the Slaughterhouse 9 back in Brockton Bay, you fought Jack Slash, right? Yeah, kind of. He doesn't really fight, unless he's got his people around him and the fight's unfair. Mostly, I was chasing him around, trying not to get killed in the process. He frowned. Worried, I asked. You'll have help. So will he, Theo pointed out. True. I'm not good at this. Everything Kaiser was, I'm not. That's not a bad thing. He was an asshole. You aren't. Theo managed a weak smile. It was hard to identify just how he would react in regards to things. Backed against a wall, faced with a serious threat, he showed courage. I'd seen him on patrol, and for all his worries, he did follow through. He had against Behemoth, in what was almost his first time out in costume. Talking about his family, though, I couldn't pin down just what he'd say or do. The feeble smile, was that genuine? Had I hurt him, left him in a position where he wanted to defend his family but couldn't because of what they were. I don't fit the typical Cape mold, Theo said. I resisted the urge to tell him I didn't either, but I didn't. I remembered a tidbit of advice I'd heard Tecton giving, and listened instead. You're feeling nervous. Anyone would. The running, I don't feel the difference, he said. Slow gains, but they're there. The training helps, he said. The training feels concrete, like I'm getting significantly better. You want to train when we get back? I don't have long before I have to patrol. A short one, sure, come on, run one more block, throw up if you have to, then we walk back. He made a sound partway between a gurgle and a groan, but he followed me as I took off. Running at first, then walking, we took a different route coming back than we'd taken on our way out. The trees by the lake were aflame with autumnal colors, and I could see a handful of college students and older folk gathered, enjoying the serenity of the lake, the perfect temperature. Tranquil, that was something I could get behind. I would have loved to sit by the lake, given the opportunity. The trouble was, I never got the chance. I was leashed to other people's schedules, my excursions had to be in another person's company, and nobody had really seemed keen on the idea of going out solely to go and sit at the lakeside. As penance went, it was pretty light, but the overall effect of this restriction was wearing on me in a way that the jail cell hadn't. We reached the PRT headquarters, one of two in Chicago. It was squat, broad, and not terribly pretty, but it sported a statue on the roof that had been paid for by an old member, Stardust. Once inside, we made our way up to the top floor, where the wards, rooms in the hub, as the others called it. It was a label that made me think of prison, and that, in turn, pushed me to think of it more as a common area or a lounge. Gym? I asked. Yeah, Theo said, let me get my stuff on. I'll meet you there. I tapped into the supply of bugs that were stored in my workshop, withdrawing an assortment of flies, beetles and cockroaches, depositing the ones that I'd collected during the run. It wasn't many, but I didn't need much. Enough for 3 or 4 swarm clones. I stopped by the kitchen to collect some silverware, then made my way down one floor to where the gym was. Golem arrived a minute after I got there, decked out in his costume. It had changed from its first iteration, complete with a layer of spider silk and heavy armor over top of it. He wore a mask with a neutral, almost solemn face, and fan-like decorations at his waist and shoulders, the spaces stretching between the slats painted white, a darker metal composing the frame and edges. The image consultant was having fits, no doubt, but the first and most important goal was for Golem to be effective. We were getting there. Image would come later. Hey, Kirk greeted us, stepping out as Golem arrived. He wore a t-shirt and yoga pants, and was glistening with sweat. His head was shaved, and his skin was a striking jet black. You guys sparring? Training? I said. Not sparring, really. Can I watch? I looked at Golem. Are you okay with it? I'm the one embarrassing myself, you mean? I think you're past the point where you're embarrassing yourself, I said. You can watch if you want, Annex. Wouldn't mind helping clean up, Golem said. I can't promise it'll be anything special. Not a prob, Kirk responded. Kind of curious to see where you're at. We made our way inside. The area was divided, with workout machines taking up one half, and an open area for sparring and dance and whatever else on the other half. Floor panels, varying in the depth and degree of padding offered, were neatly stacked in one corner. We moved to the open area, but we didn't set up any padding for the floor. My bugs flowed through vents and from the hallway outside, and they filled the room, covering every surface. The bugs congealed into a human figure, and Golem took action. His fingertips ran along the white fans at his waist, then he jabbed one hand inside. A hand of concrete lunged out of the floor to dissipate the swarm. A little slow, but not bad. Another part of the swarm congealed into a rough decoy, and Golem clutched it in a fist of concrete. Faster this time. The bugs seeped out through the gaps in the fingers as the hand retreated into the floor's surface. Each panel of the fan was a different material. Concrete, steel, granite, wood. Common materials were in easy reach. Less common ones were a gesture away. 2 at once, this time. 2 figures to strike. Golem caught one with his right hand, but I moved the other as he reached for it with his left. He wasn't quick enough to catch it, and the angle was poor. I drew a butter knife from the pocket of my shorts, raised it above my head. Golem was watching for it. He dug his fingertips into the top side of one panel, his thumb into the underside. Identical digits sprouted from the knife, forming half of a fist that had closed around the edge. The knife became a club, one with no cutting edge. I threw the weapon aside and turned my attention towards creating more decoys. I feinted, now, misleading him about where my clones were moving. He struggled but managed to deliver the hits. Dragonflies and faster insects formed a more mobile body, and I avoided the strikes, right up until he started creating hands that sprouted forth from limbs that were already sticking out of the ground, branching barriers to limit movement. I tried to simulate the general effect of the obstacles, and Golem took the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow, crushing another swarm decoy. Hit them harder now, I said. Running, I tried to raise expectations for myself. Here, I did much the same for Golem. The movements became more violent. A hand cupped around one swarm and then pulled it against the ground, melding back into the surface. Bugs were squished against the spatial distortion field, and my swarm's numbers were severely reduced. Another was squashed against the wall, but the surfaces were different materials, and the hand couldn't simply sink back in. This time, there was an audible thud, eliciting a heavy rattling from the exercise machines on the other side of the gym. I drew my swarm together into a rough shape, not a person, but something larger, a touch bigger than Crawler, smaller than Echidna, bipedal. He hit it, and I reformed it. Hit it harder, I said. He hit it again, drawing two hands together as if he were squeezing it. There was no substance to the monster's body, though. I judged that he wasn't doing enough damage and simply reformed it. The monster advanced on him. I stepped a little closer, raising my voice. Come on, Theo, hit harder. Golem dropped a foot as one leg slipped into the concrete floor. A facsimile of his boot rose out of the floor, complete with cleats. The speed and force of it would have been enough to lift one of Rachel's dogs, so I obliged by moving the body of the swarm monster, raising it. As the foot continued to rise, Golem's leg disappearing up to the knee in the floor, he pushed one hand into the fan, causing a limb to drop from the ceiling right above the rising spiked platform that was Golem's boot. My creation was sandwiched between the two, and the collision had enough of an impact to make Kirk and I stumble. I had to turn my head to keep the dust from getting in my eyes. As that, Golem started. Before he finished the sentence, I had a second butter knife drawn, the tip pressed to his throat. Keep your eye on the threats, I said. Not very fair, Kirk commented. Playing dirty. No, Golem said. His voice wavered, which was odd, considering I wasn't doing anything that was actually threatening. Something else had shaken him. Had he taken the lesson to heart? Eyes good. That's the kind of lesson I need to know. It's why I'm training. Jack's going to throw some scary motherfuckers at you, I said. But he'll be looking for an opening. Always watch your back. Don't forget to watch your friends' backs too. You probably won't die if you do, but you might wish you were dead, when you see what Jack and his gang do to them. Golem withdrew his arm from the panel, but his leg was harder to free from the ground. By the time he was standing straight, the leg that stuck out of the floor had become more or less permanent. In another area, fingertips stuck out of the floor. There were also the branching trees of hands that had formed barriers. Without us even asking, Kirk stepped forward, his body liquefying as he flowed into the surface, smoothing it all out as though we'd never been there. When he was done, he emerged to survey his work. Thank you, I said. Interesting to watch, figuring out ways to apply his power. Pretty much, tricks for his repertoire, building some familiarity with using his abilities, attacking to recognize threats and attack without hesitation when needed. You really buy that Jack's going to wake up from some cryogenic sleep just to fight some kid who didn't even have powers when they last met? Yeah, I said, believe it or not, with what I know of Jack, it makes perfect sense. Huh, you're on board, right? I asked. With the plan. Kirk nodded. Seems a little crazy, but doesn't hurt, given the stakes. End of the world, Golem said. End of the world, I agreed. We'll get as many on board as we can. Either we avert it, or we soften the blow. Assuming we can figure out what it is, Golem said. Yeah, I said. You said you had patrol soon. 8:20. Then school after that. I'll see you this afternoon. Yeah, I answered. I made my way to the common area and took the first unoccupied spot at the computer. Grace was there, but she wore a school uniform, and had homework spread around her. Don't say a word, she told me, clearly annoyed. Wasn't going to, I responded. I logged in, and was greeted by the customized desktop. CD, Endbringer 3 hours 21 minutes and 45 seconds, 90 CD. End of World 593. 19 hours 27 minutes and 50 seconds. The first counted upward, the other counted down. 3 days had passed since the estimated arrival of either the Simurgh or Leviathan. Behemoth had been early, but whatever factor pushed that to occur wasn't at play here. It made sense that they wouldn't maintain the schedule they had been. Since the Simurgh had arrived, roughly 3.5 months had passed between each attack. These coming days and weeks would speak volumes. Were the Endbringers going to alter their tactics? Would the schedule continue at its accelerated pace, with Behemoth appearing in 7 to 10 months? Something else altogether. My eyes fell on the second clock. The countdown. 593. 19 hours 25 minutes and 23 seconds, no joke. I asked, the second the elevator doors were open. Cuff was waiting on the other side. She's here, Cuff said. Not here, but she's showed up. I was in full costume, my flight pack on, an insulated box from my bugs tucked under one arm, my phone in hand. I was chilled to the core of my body, my lenses fogging up from the adjustment from outdoor temperature to indoor temperature. I didn't need to ask who. I knew well enough. It was a question that had been lurking on everyone's minds. Which one, where? I pulled off my mask as I followed her to the common area, and reached out to accept the glasses my bugs were already fetching to me, putting them on. The same images played on each of the screens. The Simurgh, her silhouette barely visible in the midst of the clouds. What city? I asked. Not a city, Tecton said. Sure enough, the camera angle changed. Water. Coastal. No. Too much water. Ocean. She was attacking the ocean. It clicked when I saw the text at the bottom of the screen for one news report. BA-178 under siege. Of all of the sensitive locations in the world, the Simurgh had chosen a passenger airplane. Are we? I started to ask. Can't, Tecton said. No solid ground, and none of us fly. I fly, I said, but I could already guess the follow-up answer. Vehicles and tinker equipment aren't going to cut it. Too easy for her to interfere with, Tecton said. Order came down from the top. Natural flyers only, Wanton added. We're too late to join in. Anyways, Grace said, I can't imagine this'll be a long, drawn-out, knockdown fight. We got almost no warning. It's like she dropped straight down from where she was and picked a fight with the closest target. I thought of Armstrong's insistence that we capitalize on our victory, mass in numbers to allow for another decisive victory, instead of showing up in smaller groups, with inevitable attrition. All this waiting, all of the restlessness, watching the countdown clock tick well beyond the estimated date, and we couldn't even fight. I wasn't sure how to feel about that. I watched on the screen as Legend, Alexandria and Eidolon engaged the Simurgh. She avoided the worst of their attacks, primarily through the only cover available, the airplane. Half of the screens were showing the same video footage, though they were different channels, different organizations. The other half were showing information. The flight route, the people in the plane. If anything here was special, the only one who knew would be the Simurgh. My teammates didn't talk much as we watched the fight progress. In one instant, it seemed, the dynamic changed. The heroes began trying to attack the plane, and the Simurgh started trying to defend it. For 11 minutes, she managed, using her telekinesis to move the craft, her wings and body to block it from being damaged. A fire started on the body of the ship as Eidolon tore into the Simurgh with a reality-warping power of some kind, complete with lightning, fire, distorted light, and ice. The Simurgh cast the craft aside in the following instant, letting it flip, burn and tumble before hitting the water and virtually disintegrating. That done, the Simurgh ascended, rising into the clouds. A few capes tried to follow, but Cyan wasn't among them. How long was the fight? I asked. Not long enough for Cyan to show, was all Wanton said. 40 minutes, Tecton asked. About 40 minutes. I'd spent more than half that time hurrying back to headquarters, hoping I wasn't missing my ride. Now this. It was a farce. Now we wait, Grace said, and if we're lucky, we find out what she just did. That was it. It was almost a letdown, more than a relief. I couldn't say she'd been softballing us, because it was the Simurgh. For all I knew, this was the most devastating attack yet. We wouldn't know until later on. Virtually no casualties, the planeload of people accepted. Nobody was reporting anything about heroes dying, but it had been clear enough from the footage that this hadn't been a serious loss. Barely 40 capes had been out there, and I hadn't seen any die. Yet I felt irrationally upset, if anything. I turned and walked away. I let the strap of the incubation box slip from my shoulder to the crook of my elbow, caught it with my hand, and then transferred it over to the arms of my flight pack. It meant I didn't have to stop or bend down to set the incubation box at the base of the stairs. I didn't go up to my room or my workshop, though. I made my way downstairs, instead. I was grateful to see that Mrs. Yamada hadn't left yet. Her things were packed, but she'd settled into the office, and was reading a small book. A television was on in the corner, muted, showing what was happening with the Simurgh. "Taylor, do you have a minute?" "Of course." She stood and crossed the room to close the door. I hadn't realized I'd left it open. "It was about the best we could hope for, going by what we know now," I said, "and I feel worse about it than I did about New Delhi." "You've been preparing for this, anticipating it, for some time. Mentally, you were preparing yourself for more losses, steeling yourself. That takes a lot out of you, and you were robbed of a chance to do something." My phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen. My dad. I sent him a message letting him know I was fine. "Sorry," I said, putting the phone away. It was my dad. "Don't be sorry. It's a good sign if you're reaching out to your dad, or vice versa." "It's bad manners," I said. "But okay, back to what we were saying before. I'm almost feeling disarmed." Disarmed. Good word. I've been sort of enjoying the peace, the fact that the Protectorate are dealing with the meanest bastards around, the folk, the royals, the condemned. But I was telling myself it came down to the Endbringer fight. That I'd participate, I'd wake up, fight. "Isn't it better if you don't have to?" "No," I said. I stared down at my gloved hands. "No, not at all. You came from a bad place, and, like we've talked about, you reinvented yourself. Maybe a lot of your identity is rooted in your concept of yourself as a warrior." "Maybe," I said, "but whether it's true or not, it doesn't change how I feel. I expect a lot of people around the world feel the same way." "It's very possible she calculated things to achieve this effect." I nodded. "What do you think would be a best-case scenario, Taylor? If everything went the way you were hoping it would, deep down inside, what would happen?" "New Delhi would happen," I said. "Except without the severe losses. We'd lose people, some place would get damaged, but we'd kill another Endbringer." "Is that realistic, do you think?" "No," I said, "I know it isn't realistic. We went decades without killing one, and it's stupid to imagine we could kill two in a row. What's a more reasonable expectation? That she'd show up, and we'd fight, and we'd drive her off without too many casualties." "In either of these scenarios, do you envision yourself playing a role? Maybe as big a role as you played in New Delhi?" Sort of." She didn't seize on anything there, nor did she ask a follow-up question. I took the opportunity to reflect on it. "Yeah," I eventually said. "Maybe not as big a role. Again, that's unrealistic, but I want to help. If the Simurgh wanted to deliver a hit to morale, this would be a way to do it, Mrs. Yamada said. After New Delhi, a lot of capes were hoping to make a difference, to be heroes. Her choice of venue, the short battle, the narrow focus, it denied everyone the chance. "Not just you. I need to be stronger," I said. "I'm supposed to be one of the people that's around for this prophesied end of the world. Except I'm not getting chances here. Can you talk to your superiors?" "To Revel, I've hinted at it, that I could stand to sidekick around on patrols. Nobody's taken the deal, not with me. They took Golem, but the adult capes like him, because he's polite to a fault, works his ass off, and his power is good. I'm good, but I wind up being a partner more than a sidekick." "You've been training with Golem. Yeah, you're due some of the credit for his forward strides, I'm sure." "I'm not." I started, then I made myself stop. Too much emotion in my voice. "Calmer," I said, "I'm not looking for reassurance, or for compliments. I'm just..." I struggled for a way to end the sentence. "Let's use the, I feel because, line. Frame your emotions better." I drew in a deep breath, then sighed. "I feel spooked, because something's coming and it's going to be ugly, and I'm not prepared. I feel less prepared with every day where nothing happens. I imagine your teammates feel spooked too. You've mentioned what they're going through. Golem is likely going to be baited out by Jack Slash at some point in the future. Cuff has limited dexterity with her right hand, to the point that she's having to relearn to write and type. I'm not discussing anything confidential, to be clear, only what you've mentioned to me in our previous sessions." I nodded. "Golem has your support, I know. They all do, in some respect. In terms of what Cuff is going through, I know your team is dividing the workload in helping her with paperwork. That says a lot, supporting each other. It sounds trite, but I think there's a truth in it. You have legitimate fears about what comes down the road. But keep in mind that you're not alone in this. Maybe you've hit a ceiling for the time being, in your own growth and development. But you can still progress, if you're helping your teammates, assisting them in conquering their demons and improving their abilities. Yeah, I said, it doesn't feel like enough. It may not be, but it's constructive. Perhaps you'll feel less disarmed if you focus on the tools and, so to speak, the weapons at your disposal. Maybe, I answered her. But I hate feeling helpless. Part of the reason you feel that way is because you're waiting for opportunities to come to you. You waited for the Endbringer, so you could flex your talents in unimaginably high-stress environments. It's good, I think, that you waited, that you had a moment to breathe. I think you should strive to retain that peace, because it may help you enter a better headspace. It was similar advice to the parting words Glenn had left me with, but they opposed on one front. Mrs. Yamada would have been happier in general if I maintained this indefinitely. Glenn would be wanting to see me acting. It was time to act, whatever Mrs. Yamada said. Thank you, I said. You feel a little better. Not really, I admitted. I'm not even sure I understand all my feelings. But I feel like I've got more of a plan, now. I appreciate it, it's what I'm here for. Or at least, I'm here for 1 more hour, and then I fly back to Boston. I'll be around next Friday, after I finish another circuit. Cool, I said. I'm glad you were here today. I am too, she answered. When I stood from my chair, she did too. She stepped forward and gave me a hug. I wasn't sure how normal that was, but I'd remarked once on how few hugs I got, and how some hugs I'd given or received in the past had been meaningful moments for me, and she'd asked if I wanted one from her. Somewhere along the line, tea had become something of a habit, as we ended our sessions. I gave her a little smile as we parted. I made my way back to the common area, and seated myself at the computer. The others were still following what was happening on the larger monitors. The defending heroes had frozen the plane's half-submerged wreckage and they were preparing quarantine measures. Whatever the reason for this particular attack, I doubted it would be clear anytime soon. Instead, I seated myself at the computer, and logged myself in. The timers ticked away. Once I'd updated the timer for the recent attack, it read, Seat D, Endbringer 149, 22 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Seat D, End of World 579, 7 hours 14 minutes and 53 seconds. Inching down steadily. Mrs. Yamada had been right, I mused, as I found the files on the local kingpins and warlords. I was doing myself a disservice by waiting for opportunity to come to me. If I was going to do as Glenn had suggested, and make a calculated play, I needed to act, rather than hope for another chance like we'd had in New Delhi. Looking at the others, I wondered if it was best to manipulate them or get them on board. Manipulation was almost kinder, because it absolved them of guilt. Simply making sure we were in the right place at the right time, luring a local power into a fight, with a plan already in mind, no. Chevalier's protectorate, ups and downs aside, was more about honesty. I wanted to tap into Skitter's strengths, her ruthlessness, but I also wanted to be a hero. That was at the core of what I had achieved in New Delhi. Tecton, I called out, as my eyes fell on a portrait of a supervillain with a mask of an upside-down face. An established power, located at the city's edge for nearly 10 years. Too established, I didn't want to set another ABB fiasco in motion. There were advantages to being open. The ability to ask questions, get feedback. What is it? He asked. There's something I want to talk to you about. Chapter 254. Scarab 25.3. Wind stirred the snow that had piled up at the rooftop's edge. As it entered the space over the Chicago street, city lights caught the flurry and made it almost luminescent, whirling clouds in intense, intricate patterns. I was, in other words, bored beyond comprehension. Stakeouts. Not nearly as interesting as they were in the movies. Not even as interesting as they were in the TV shows where nothing happened and the cops complained about how dull things were. No, this was a special kind of boring, where I was told to limit how much I moved, because of the 0.5% chance that the targets in the building on the other side of the street might look out a window, and the ensuing 1 in 8,000 chance that they might actually be able to see me perched on the rooftop, surrounded by snow in my dark gray and white costume. A boring, even, where I wasn't allowed to read or listen to music. Weaver, the voice came through my earbud. Talk to me, please. Grace complied. Police chief and the mayor are talking to Revel and the director. Thought you'd want an update. You could give me minute-by-minute updates on golf and I'd love you forever. Hyperbole. That's not like you. It's been a while, I muttered. I shifted position to bring my feet up onto my bug box. The case was insulated, but there was some heat loss, so it included a heater that turned on periodically to maintain a consistent internal temperature. At the same time, I was wearing a PRT issue winter weather costume beneath a double thick silk weaver costume, complete with a hood, shawl and something of a skirt. It took time for my fingers and toes to get cold, so things more or less evened out with the heater. Well, this is your 5-minute check-in. Again, I could hear the noise of a show or something on in the background. Thank you, Grace. Situation unchanged. Target's grabbing a late dinner. There's 7 others working under him. Nothing special in their chatter. There's plainclothes capes in there, but they're not using names. You're sure they're capes? He warned them when they stepped inside that he'd act the second they used powers, so, yeah. Gotcha. I'll be in touch in another 5 min. These 5-minute check-ins make it so much worse, I groused. It's like, if it weren't for those, I could let time slip by, but no. I get measured reminders of how long I've been here. This was your idea. Dumb idea, I commented. You were the one who wanted to do the stakeout, even, she reminded me. Kind of thought I'd get to read, I said. That, and it had been a way to finally get some time to myself. We had run it by the director, and I'd known right off the bat that he was itching to shut me down. Orders from above, no doubt. A way to get credit with the guys upstairs. Still, I'd explained how my bugs would let me track the target's movements. Our boss had okayed the job, with certain restrictions. The surveillance had to be airtight, with the check-ins, a mandate that any breaks had to fall between check-ins, and the restrictions on entertaining myself or drawing attention. At the same time, he'd said with a smile, the PRT rulebook said a ward couldn't be forced to undertake or carry out a mission. If I wanted to walk away, I could. If I got too cold I had to. He wanted me to quit. To exercise a measure of control over me, so he'd have something to leverage against me at a later date. 6 hours in, I'd left for 3 bathroom breaks, each between 4.5 and 5 minutes in duration, and had relocated 3 times, as our target went out to lunch and then returned to check on the business. Wanton and Annex had both come to keep me company, until the director had found something else for them to do. Then Revel had come on shift, and I had an ally who wasn't just ready to go to bat for me, but able to. She was working reduced hours after her head injury, deferring more tasks to Shuffle, but she was still the boss. She'd read the logs from the check-ins, called me to verify facts on the drugs and guns I'd noted moving through the apartment, and then reached out to the director. That had been 2 hours ago. Somewhere in the midst of her battle with the director, she'd reached out to the police chief and mayor. She would be trying to sell them on our plan. Or, it was easily possible, they were sold and they were trying to get the ducks in a row and favors pulled to make our plan a reality. And with all the excitement that was no doubt happening over there, I was sitting here, a little cold, wishing I'd saved a little something from the lunch I'd packed into my plastic Alexandria lunchbox. The lunchbox was a memento, really, an impulse I'd justified in the moment by telling me it fit with my general camouflage, that it was ironic. I hadn't counted on how long I'd be left to stare at it, while my bugs tracked the target going about his day. It made for a long time spent ruminating on past events, debating just how the bureaucrats could sabotage me, intentionally or otherwise. For several dangerous minutes, I'd seriously considered going back to the Undersiders if this mission got derailed. I'd stopped myself before I got too far into that line of thinking, knowing it was a trap that would lead to me compromising, giving up in a way. Playing into the director's hands. No, I wouldn't go back. I missed them. Scarcely an hour went by where I didn't wonder how they were getting by, but I wasn't allowed to contact them. I wanted to know how Imp had changed in response to Regent's passing, if Gru was getting enough support, or if Rachel was managing in the cold on the other side of the Brockton Bay portal. Was Tattletale using her power too much, still? How was Sierra managing as a corporate magnate and front man for a villainous organization? Hell, how was the boardwalk getting on? They were questions I couldn't ask or answer without raising red flags with the people who were watching me for the slightest excuse. I'd cheated and sent letters, written by my bugs, delivered to a mailbox while I was hundreds of feet away, and I'd received fan letters with coded messages from Tattletale. It wasn't enough, didn't have the details I craved. 5-minute check-in, Grace said, interrupting my train of thought. Situation unchanged, I replied. Stuff's happening over here. Revel is right beside me. She'll fill you in. I perked up a little at that. Weaver. Revel here. I've talked it over with everyone that matters and too many people that don't, and they're saying it's okay. Tecton and the rest of the wards, minus Grace and Wanton, will be mobilizing shortly. We're good to go, shortly. PRT trucks are already en route and will be standing by, when they're not actively transporting your teammates. Campanile, Brazier, Shuffle and Gauss will be a short distance away, but they won't engage unless this goes belly up. This is your show, you and the wards. Quite a few people hoping you guys can pull this off. A handful hoping you fail. Like the directors. Got it. Do me a favor and fill me in on everyone else's status and locations until they're within 1,200 feet of me. Coordination is going to be key here. Grace will handle it, not 100% necessary, but it would keep me sane. I suspected the remaining minutes of waiting would be as bad as the first 3 hours had been. We're controlling traffic, Grace said. I could hear others speaking in the background. Flow through the area should slow and eventually stop. Good to know, I said. My eyes roved over the face of the building opposite me, while my bugs tracked our quarry. Where do you want your team? Revel asked. My team, keep them in the vehicles, I answered. I'll let them know where to set up when things are underway. I stood up from my perch, making sure that our target and his employees weren't watching out the windows before I stretched. I was alternately cool and toasty warm, where different body parts had been closer to the vent, and my costume layers thicker. Not cold, though, not so much that I'd be affected. Snow slid off the top of my hood as I bent down, lifting the insulated box with my bugs inside and setting it on the roof's edge. It was essentially a thermos, but as lightweight as the materials were in the case and the heating system, the bugs I'd packed inside made it heavy. I worried it would be an issue in my plan. With roughly 8 hours by myself to think, I'd considered various ways this could go. Tactics our enemies could employ, things that could trip us up, ways our supervisors could derail the plan, but this 40-pound box was something that rested entirely on my shoulders. We're close to the perimeter, Tecton reported, his voice buzzing in my ear. I pressed a finger to my earbud. I'm going to get us started. Sound off from all corners, please. Roger from HQ, Grace said. Roger from the field team, Tecton said. Just reached perimeter. Sending Annex and Cuff your way. Golem and I will be working. I stepped over to the rooftop's edge. The streets had gone quiet. The unsteady evening traffic that had a way of continuing in the dead of night had stopped, leaving the area more or less isolated. I'd spent the better part of the day organizing bugs in the surrounding buildings, and I now moved them into position. Swarms formed into large X marks on major exits, elevators and stairwells. In higher traffic spots where people were more likely to move, I drew out words with the swarm. Cape fight in progress. I suspected this was a not insignificant part of how Revel had managed to get the police chief and mayor on board with the plan, despite any protests or manipulations from the director. The chance of bystanders getting caught up in this was minimal. As minimal as it was possible to get in the midst of a larger city, anyways. I activated my flight pack and crossed the street, simultaneously making my way down to the ground. Not so hard, with the extra weight that made up my burden. The doorway that led into the lobby of the apartment building required a keycard or a number punched into a resident's phone upstairs. Not so difficult, after a day's surveillance. My bugs were already prepared to knock a phone off the hook in an older woman's apartment, a moment after I'd found her name on the board and dialed the number. Much as I'd done in Tag's office, I had my bugs punch the buttons. The door buzzed. I walked backwards into it, carrying the insulated box, then dropped the box in the base of the lobby, opening the little door. The bugs flowed out of the box and disappeared into the air vents. Slowly, they made their way up to the apartment of a local supervillain. A black market storehouse first, an apartment second, really. The only reason it seemed he slept here was convenience. The old adage of not shitting where one ate fell apart when 90% of the day was spent eating. I knew how easy it was to fall into that trap. I thought of the boardwalk and felt a trace of nostalgia. The apartment was one of many detours in an extended distribution chain that saw guns and drugs making their way to the folk, one of the rare criminal organizations that predated capes and still functioned in more or less the same fashion today. Topsy and his underlings were guarantors, middlemen who made it possible for diehard enemies to do business. If a fight erupted, he and his minions would deal with the situation quickly, promptly and efficiently. It was a simple job, and it was one he'd done for nearly a decade. In the process, he'd apparently grown exceedingly rich, and he had recently started to become more ambitious. Campanile and Shuffle had interfered with a deal, and Topsy had hired some mercenaries to seek out retaliation. If the escalation of the situation wasn't bad enough, the mercenaries had crossed lines, and Topsy had been relocated to the hero's shit list as a consequence. He was an acceptable target. The only thing that would make Campanile and Shuffle happier than us fucking up and giving them an excuse to step in would be a perfectly executed operation and a humiliating loss for Topsy. I'd do my best to oblige on that front. Finding the way through the building's ventilation system was a question of mapping the system. Once I knew the way, the bugs abandoned the map and made their way into the apartment. I could have gone on the offensive right away, but this wasn't a conventional attack. Every step of this had to be considered, measured, and plotted. Minutes passed as I followed Topsy's movements through the apartment. One by one, I collected his underlings' phones, as they put them down. A girl in the group said she needed to make a call, couldn't find her phone, and borrowed one from someone else. The second she put it down and turned her back, cockroaches swept it into the space between the table and the wall, and then proceeded to nudge it well out of reach, beneath furniture. Topsy's phone was the only one left, and he wouldn't put it down long enough for me to claim it. I focused on the front hall instead, bugs collecting around jackets, boots and the winterized costume pieces, complete with warm coverings. I could sense Annex and Cuff through the bugs that were warm and safe in the folds of their costumes. They trudged through the 2 inches of snow that had accumulated on the plowed sidewalks. Cuff seemed oddly more comfortable compared to Annex, who clutched his cloak around his shoulders. Annex, Cuff, I'm half a block up and to your right, I said, one finger on my earpiece. Look for me in the lobby. Got it, Annex reported. Back to the preparations. The goal here wasn't to defeat Topsy, but to break him. Part of the goal, anyways. Silk lines, tangled zippers and bound laces. Gloves, both the ones for costumes and the ones for regular winter wear, were knotted with more silk, or they became home to wasps, cockroaches and millipedes. Bugs too large or too small to be crushed found their way into boots. Cockroaches bit and chewed at the finer straps that held the inner lining of jackets against the exterior. The bugs I'd laced with capsaicin were relatively few in number due to the fact that it would kill the bugs next to them in the box, but I didn't need a lot of the stuff. I transferred some to scarves and balaclavas by rubbing their bodies against the fabrics. Annex knocked on the glass door, then melded into it and passed through before I could approach to open the door. He rubbed at his upper arms as he opened the door for Cuff. You okay? I asked. Annex only nodded. There. I snapped my head up to look in the direction of the upstairs apartment, as though I could see through the walls. Topsy had put his phone down on the kitchen counter to grab a beer, setting the thing to speaker mode while he looked for a bottle opener. Bugs from the front hallway of the apartment flowed into the kitchen and swept the phone into the half-full sink. Topsy didn't notice right away. Creepy when you do that, Cuff said. Zoning out. I've disabled their communications, I said. Let's go. I moved the empty box to a corner of the lobby, hidden in plain sight, then led the way out of the building, with Cuff and Tecton following me into the adjacent alleyway. Topsy was swearing as he nearly dropped his beer in his haste to rush to the sink and push his sleeves up to dig for the smartphone in the mess of dishes and scummy water. I could taste how much old food was in the water. It wasn't a sense that translated well, but I could detect a thin, strong scent permeating the kitchen, one a select few of my bugs were attracted to. Tecton, Grace, I said, Annex and Cuff are here, we're standing aside while I engage. I'm not forcing this. Longer it takes them to catch on, the better the psychological effect. Roger you, Grace answered. It was all about thinking a step ahead. I sent bugs into the room with the money and drugs and set them to destroying the plastic bags and eating through the paper bands of money. Wasps and other hostile bugs nestled in the gun cases and around handles. I didn't have many bugs to spare, so I used the others from the building that I hadn't deployed to make warning signs for the residents. All in all, I managed about 5 or 6 minutes of quiet, steady destruction before one of the underlings walked in and saw what was happening. I rewarded him by flying 2 capsaicin-laced insects into his eyes. They're sounding the alarm, I said. The thug was hollering, and Topsy was shouting something about calling for the reinforcements, directing some swear words at the fact that nobody apparently had a working phone on hand. That swearing swiftly became a stream of curses aimed at that fucking bug bitch. Annex, inside, I said. Good, Annex said, because I just stepped outside, and now I'm going back in. It's a pain to move through walls this cold. Sucks the heat out of me. Warm up inside, I said. Take your time, but try to move upstairs. Keep your head poked out so you can hear me. I'll let you know what route they take. Right, he said, reaching into the wall. Fuck, that's cold. Then he was gone. My swarm continued to plague Topsy and his people. I slowly escalated the intensity of the attack, until Topsy gave the order to retreat. Get what you can and get the fuck out, Topsy ordered. Yeah, you too. I'm paying you, aren't I? Go find the bitch. Not so cheery for a guy with a playful name like Topsy. Then again, I'd caught him at the end of his work day. By contrast, I'd woken up, donned my costume and started my stakeout. 8 hours, starting at 4, watching and following as Topsy and his men conducted their business. He was more tired than I was, and he was both a little drunk and a little high. It meant he was a little more likely to freak out when their outdoor clothing turned out to be festooned with stinging, biting insects, falling to pieces or too entangled in silk to use. Bitch. That bitch. The girl in the group cussed. They knew who I was, apparently. Fame had its disadvantages. Get downstairs, carry everything. I'll bring the rest. We'll take the trucks, Topsy said. I smiled a little. Cuff, garage entrance. Spike strip. On it, she said, disappearing out the front door. Once the majority of his underlings were out of the apartment, Topsy leveraged his power, reorienting gravity to shift the boxes and piles of stuff. They hit the wall, slid down the hallway, and finally tumbled through the open front door of the apartment in a heap. With money bands cut and bags chewed open, much of the merchandise in Topsy's stock was scattered to the wind. My bugs could sense the clouds of powder filling the air. Evidence, if nothing else. He wasn't screaming, now, which I found odd. Now that his underlings had gone ahead, he'd settled into a grim and quiet attitude. He turned to the sole remaining underling. Anything, too far to see, the man said. Keep looking as we head down. Topsy was tricky. Part of the reason for the surveillance had been to identify the other parahumans in his group. He hired mercenaries, paying well, and there was no sure way to tell who he had with him, short of seeing them in costume. Trouble was, his people were defaulting to heavier clothing over their costumes, due to the cold weather. Identities were doubly hard to discern, and Topsy wasn't one to blab over the phone about who was working for him. Annex, I said, touching my earpiece, they're heading for the stairwell. Do what you can, but let them keep moving forward. Got it. I sent bugs ahead of the group to check the way. Annex flowed up the stairs to intercept them. Some steps became slopes instead, others had the supports removed, so the stairs collapsed underfoot. Each of Topsy's underlings fell at some point, their burdens thrown from their arms or crushed beneath them. An unlucky or clumsy few fell more than once. Annex, I said, no use. He was inside the stair's surface. An unfortunate side effect of his power was the fact that his senses were limited while he was inside an object. He was blind, deaf, and his ability to feel was limited by the material he occupied. He could sense heat as much as the object could hold heat, could sense vibrations as much as the material could receive them. Annex, I tried again. I'm here. Back off. They're catching up to you, and Topsy's on his way down with an avalanche of stuff. Right, I could see Cuff returning. She saw my hand at my ear and didn't speak, giving me a thumbs up instead. Annex spoke, his voice low, okay. I'll take a detour, fix the damage I did to the stairs, then rendezvous. Very calm, assured. It wasn't even something we'd plotted out beforehand, but there was no urgency here, no panic or distress. Not on our end, anyways. Topsy's crew reached the first floor of the basement, which included the parking garage. Topsy followed right after with the piles of goods, abused by their rough tumble down a dozen flights of stairs. The packages of powder virtually floated in the air, with Topsy batting them in the direction of his people. Everything with red tape as highest priority, Topsy said. Load it into the trucks first. We can take a loss on the rest, pay the fucks back and claim intervention of Bug Bitch. 2 trips, the man I took to be Topsy's lieutenant said. Bug Girl can see what her bugs see. She'll be on our heels. I'm not even 15 paces away, I thought. I'd worried they would exit at the ground floor, but it was safe. I made my way inside to grab my insulated box. Heavy. The lieutenant continued, Moksho, open the garage doors. Get some cold air in here. I'm already freezing, the girl of the group said. We left our jackets up there. Don't fucking care. Bit of cold will deal with these bugs faster than it hurts us. Move. Mock obeyed, while the others loaded up the trucks. Be advised, I reported, my hand to my ear, they're attempting retreat in vehicles. Original plan may hit a snag. Topsy's got a newbie supervillain working for him. Moksho. If I'm remembering right, she's a master/shaker 6. Roger, Tecton said. Hold on, Grace said. Moksho touched the garage door, and the mechanisms shifted to life. Cold air flooded into the garage. I was forced to pull my bugs back, drawing them into the stairwell and through the vents to the box I held. Only the bugs nestled in the villain's clothing remained. I could barely hear as the lieutenant spoke to Moksho. See. Bosses are advising we try plan as detailed, Grace said. If it fails, orders are to abort. And there was our first bit of interference. The director didn't want us to succeed. Topsy wasn't a likable guy, was dangerous in his own way, even, but he was a known quantity. Manageable. Fuck that, I thought. I didn't sit in the snow for 8 hours, bored to tears, to have this mission end at the first excuse. I didn't say it aloud. I focused on what our targets were doing. The trucks had apparently been loaded up, because the villains were gathering into 3 vehicles. They peeled out with a squeal both I and my bugs could hear. No less than 10 seconds later, they ran over the chain that Cuff had laid in the snow just past the garage door. She'd reshaped it so spikes jutted out, I knew. I could hear the tires pop, and pieced together the scene from the movements of the people and boxes within the trucks. The second truck had made it halfway across the spike strip, losing its front tires, but the collision of the third truck ramming it from behind drove its rear wheels over the strip. 2 of 3 trucks disabled. I stayed where I was, letting the last of my bugs finish gathering in the insulated box, then carried it outside to Cuff. Spike chain worked, I commented, my voice a murmur. Cuff pumped a fist. I touched my earpiece. 2 cars disabled and a third trapped behind. They watch, Topsy said, as he climbed out of the truck. Not a statement, a name. I felt my heart sink a touch. Of all the motherfucking people he could have hired, what? His lieutenant asked. They've got to be close. Take a second, look for them. Moksho, get us moving. It didn't take Watch 2 seconds to turn and face the alley where Cuff and I were hiding. It's Watch, I whispered, they're on to us. Go. Cuff nodded and reached for her left ear. I seized her wrist to stop her. She gave me a funny look. Mission's a bust. Mission is on, I hissed the words. Go. I lifted the box, as Watch and Topsy made their way up the snow-covered ramp to us, underlings following them. An adjustment of gravity removed the issues the slope posed. Watch was saying something I couldn't make out over the rush of wind. Something about our location. We didn't have long. Watch was a package deal like Grace or Circus. A lot of powers, flexible. His specific powers weren't on record, but it was fairly well known that he was capable of short bursts of intense, short-ranged clairvoyance. He could see people's biology, ignore the issues of light, darkness or intervening objects, and he had a limited super speed coupled with what had been dubbed phantom hands. The ability to reach through people like Shadow Stalker might, targeting particular aspects of people's body to shred arteries or tear through nerves with his fingers and fingernails. He was a monster who left his victims dead if they were lucky, quadriplegic if they weren't. Maybe that was ableist, but I didn't fancy being left to rely on the care of others for the rest of my natural life, suffering what was, by all accounts, an indescribably painful case of phantom limb. It said a lot about Topsy and the direction he was taking his enterprise, that he'd hire this bastard. I nearly dropped the box, slick as it was with the snow that had melted while it sat in the lobby. Cuff helped me catch it. A moment's delay, but enough time for Topsy, Watch and the others to crest the top of the ramp that led from the basement level to the street. As we ducked behind cover, taking our steps into the alley, the snow that had accumulated on the ground began to fall in reverse, in thick, wet clumps. I felt the same kind of lift that accompanied a use of my flight pack, and both Cuff and I were lifted off the ground as well. The weightlessness ceased, and we fell. Only we fell up. My flight pack kicked to life, and the wings unfolded so I could use the propulsion. I reached for Cuff with one free hand, nearly grabbing one of her braids, but found her wrist instead, felt her hand clasp my wrist in return. Snow and ice pummeled us as it broke free of the sidewalk and flew skyward. It also, I noted, helped to obscure us. Some gunshots sounded, though we were safe around the corner. With the flight pack, I managed to steer us towards the fire escape, throwing the box down or up and seizing a handhold. I found a grip and started to swing Cuff towards the railing when gravity shifted again. Cuff jerked, and I found myself half folded over the railing, trying to keep her from falling through the open mouth of the alley and into Topsy and Watch's sights. Her legs dangled towards the street we'd just left, and I couldn't muster the upper body strength to lift her. Worse, her grip was too tenuous for her to risk letting go to climb up my arms and shoulders and reach safety. Her right arm still wasn't as strong as it should be. The arms of my flight pack reached out to try and grip Cuff, but the angles of our bodies didn't offer anything substantial to grab. Her braids? No, nothing on her costume either. The chain looped around her back. Yes, chain. I gasped the word in the moment her gauntlet slid from my grip. The insectal arm at the side of my flight suit snagged the chain and passed it to my hand in a sudden, jerky motion. She caught the lower half of the loop and jolted to a stop, her lower body dangling out in sight of Topsy and his men. They opened fire, and Cuff shrieked in alarm. Not quite so calm, leisurely and confident, now. Damn it. Still, we managed to reel her in, her climbing, me hauling the chain in, inch by agonizing inch. The men with the guns rounded the corner, still shooting, as they kept out of the way of Topsy's power. I had to duck low to take some cover behind the insulated metal box and the metal slats of the fire escape. More bullets ricocheted off of Cuff's armor. She found the railing, and I gripped her armor to help pull her over. Getting reports of shots fired, Grace said. Bosses are worried. Fuck the bosses. All good, I responded, injecting calm into my voice. We weren't in danger. They're ticked and shooting indiscriminately. Roger, Grace said. Be safe. Not in danger. Cuff practically snarled the question at me. It was out of character for her, but that was excusable considering she'd just been shot at. You're bulletproof. I'm bulletproof, even. Between the new Darwin's bark spider silk costumes, and your armor, you were safe. As if punctuating my statement, a gun went off below, making the railing sing with the impact. Annex, I said, communicating using the earpiece. I can sense your location. Climb 2 stories and give me an exit on the north face of the building. Which way is north? Your left. Gotcha. The way you worded that, Cuff said. You're not coming with, I told her. Gravity shifted again. Our backs slammed against the side of the building, the two of us grunting in unison. My metal box scraped against the metal of the fire escape to land beside me. We were now more or less lying down on the building's face. Watch and Topsy's men were making their way along the side of the building, walking on it. I pulled off my flight pack and handed it to Cuff. I don't know how to fly this, she said. I'll fly it, I told her. I noted the hole Annex was making. Go over the top of the building to the roof. Fall. It'll take you out of range of Topsy's power, you'll be returned to a normal orientation. Drop again, off the other side of the building, sneak around and stop Moksho. If she gets the group moving, we won't be able to intercept and carry out the plan. We're supposed to report if we run into trouble, cancel the mission. This is a lot of trouble. Trust me, I told her. Please, go fast, before Watch catches up. She nodded, and I gave her a boost with the flight pack to move her along as I dropped into Annex's hole. I made it 10 feet into the hallway before getting out of range of Topsy's power and skidding to a halt on the carpeted floor. Cuff sprinted for the ledge that was the rooftop. She fell only 3 or so feet before gravity reasserted itself, driving her into the snow and gravel. I noted Mach, but I couldn't see much of what she was doing. Her power, though, put her in the same general category as Rachel. She empowered minions. They even fit into the same general weight class as Rachel's dogs. The difference, though, was that they were inanimate. Loose, telekinetically animated servants, typically with the size, clout and general strategy of a grown rhino. Charge things, hit them hard, repeat. I had no doubt she'd be working on the truck. Maybe multiple trucks. Bugs were still inside the vehicles, and I could sense things shifting and lurching as she reconfigured it into a more or less mobile form. Watch was suffering with both the winter weather and his lack of proper footwear. He was fast, but the terrain was slowing him. Ice and snow had been thrown against the side of the building by Topsy's power, and every other step threatened to send Watch tumbling. His super speed wouldn't help him much when he had to plot his movements like this, but it still made him incredibly dangerous if he did get one of us in reach. He crested the top of the building as Cuff reached the other side of the roof and jumped down. Propulsion and anti-gravity together weren't enough to slow her fall. A miscalculation. She was too heavy, with her armor. I promised myself I'd owe her one and slowed her the only way I could. I used the flight pack to push her against the side of the building, using friction and drag to slow the fall. She hit the alley on the far side of the building at a speed that was probably too fast to be comfortable, not so fast she was gravely hurt. I used the propulsion in the flight pack's wings to help speed her along as she stumbled, jogged, then sprinted towards the front of the apartment building. Cuff rounded the corner just as wuxia led her quadruped truck minion outside. I folded the wings in just as she made contact. Cuff could use her short-range metalokinesis to manipulate her armor, effectively granting herself increased strength. She could, it seemed, also use it to impact the metal she was hitting. She wasn't moving that fast, but everything my limited senses could tell me suggested she delivered a hit like a freight train striking a car that had stalled on the tracks. No, fuck damn, wuxia shouted. Cuff threw out a chain with an audible clatter, then caught the end, moving like she was winding it around the villain. She reconsidered as Topsy and his minions reacted to the noise of the collision and came after her. She was nearly at the far end of the street when Topsy used his power. He reoriented gravity, and she veered to one side, striking the wall beside the alleyway rather than disappearing inside. The tilt continued, and she turned away, moving with the tilt. He leveraged his power further, only this time, it was his namesake topsy-turvy, up as down, variant. It was his most offensive power, the ability to hurl large numbers of people or objects into the city's skyline, then revoke his power to let them fall. Cuff, to her credit, was ready. I could sense her catching a hold of the building's face, using the cover of the rising snow around her to climb up and disappear into the alley. Status, Weaver, Grace's voice came over the channel. All kosher, I replied, managing to sound calm. I walked to the far end of the hall and turned a corner, until I stood by a window with a view of the villains. Waiting to see which way they go, so sit tight, Golem and Tecton. Fuck, Topsy was saying, as he approached the wreckage. wuxia was using her power to animate the chain and help herself out of it. What the hell was that? wuxia asked. Wards. It's a trap, Watch said. He'd made his way back down the side of the building, where Topsy's power had oriented gravity at a right angle. He was calm as he spoke. They shut down this area, and they're making cal strikes to disable us. Even the fact that show here doesn't have and I'm wearing sneakers instead of boots, they wanted that. They want us unprepared, angry, even cold. I'm paying you to get me out of this kind of situation, Topsy said. Do your job. How do we handle this? They want us pissed enough to fight, Watch said. Don't. Also, yeah, Bug bitch tagged us. Here. He reached for wuxia, and she slapped his hand away. He caught her wrist, simultaneously capturing her arm and blocking the path of the cockroach I'd hidden in between her sweatshirt and her jacket. He plucked it out. Ew. With a systematic, accurate and patient series of movements, Watch began catching and killing every single one of my bugs. Slowly but surely, I was being rendered blind and deaf. It would make tracking a great deal harder. Cuff, I communicated over the earbud, let me have the flight pack. Dutifully, she unhitched the harness and let me pilot the thing back in my general direction. Annex and I made our way outdoors, back to the fire escape, as Watch killed the last bugs. Ew, wuxia moaned, with each bug that was revealed. Think we should fight? Topsy asked. Kids. Money, my representative, could fight, Watch said. Their plan. Let me kill these last few, then over the ensuing 4 or 5 seconds, he killed the bugs I'd planted on him despite my best effort to retreat them to inconvenient and inaccessible areas. My flight pack returned to me, and I strapped it on, before flying to the roof for a better vantage point. Going to be hard to track, I reported. I could see them running. Watch killed my tracking bugs. They're heading north, along Addison, roughly 400 feet away from my location. It was Revel's voice, not Grace's, that came over the channel. Watch, with Topsy and wuxia and 5 underlings with guns and no apparent powers. They're on foot, trucks are disabled. Can I get a Roger? Roger, Tecton said, moving to intercept with Golem. Belay that, Revel cut in. I'm not throwing my wards to the wolves like this. Abort. Protectorate moves in. You let them face Behemoth, I said. Different story. We're safe, I said, taking flight to keep my eyes on the villains. There, more danger if you derail the plan. They won't even see us. Watch sees everything, Revel answered. Everything within range of conventional eyesight, from every angle. Revel, I said, we won't get close to him. Promise. I've been on the team for 6 months, I've shown you guys I can play nice, play safe, avoid making trouble. But you guys brought me on board to be the shot caller in the field, with Tecton as the leader. Let me do what I'm supposed to do and call the shots. It'll be a win for the good guys, I promise. There was a long pause. I'm up against Revel and the director. Now, my advocate had switched stances. I took flight again to maintain a good distance. I wasn't sure, but I thought maybe Watch had briefly turned my way. He knew I was following, but he didn't seem to mind. He had a plan, maybe more than one. They wasted no time in putting it into action. Topsy used his power over a wide area, reversing gravity's effect. Snow began to fly in the air, and was soon joined by a pair of cars. They reached the top of Topsy's effect, caught between the two gravities, and began to rotate aimlessly in the weightless middle ground between normal gravity and the area Topsy had altered. Then he shifted gravity's direction again. An attack, such as it was. The snow and cars fell in my direction. Were flung, for lack of a better term. I flew for cover, ungainly as I raised the insulated box as a shield, snow and ice slamming into the buildings around me, pinging off of the metal. I managed to duck out of sight. The cars, for their part, were only thrown into the street a block away. It wasn't an attack he'd aimed, but a scattershot approach, meant to scare, to allow the possibility that he'd get lucky. And it had given them the chance to try and slip away. A few minutes, while I recouped and tried to get my sights on them in the midst of the stirring snow and limited visibility. Okay, Revel said, only because we can't move the Protectorate heroes there fast enough. You are not to engage. Roger, I reported, my relief mixed with a frustration that the go-ahead had come so late. Their attempt to occupy me and break away might have worked, if it weren't for Golem and Tecton. The villains had come to a complete stop as they reached the barrier. A row of asphalt and concrete hands, the gaps filled by Tecton's power. The wall was as tall as the buildings on either side of it, spanning the breadth of the street. Topsy began to use his power, moving snow at the far left of the wall, no doubt intending to scale the structure, move over the wall. Watch stopped him. They turned to run instead, moving parallel with the wall. Watch, I guessed, had seen Tecton, Golem, and the two PRT trucks on the other side of the wall, ready to spray the villains with containment foam. By the time Topsy and his crew reached the next street over, the PRT van had pulled to a stop. Golem was outside the vehicle, creating another barrier. The implication was clear: every escape route would be cut off. This was a battle of attrition, a patient fight, with civilians kept out of reach. We'd let them get tired, frustrated, cold, and we'd break their spirits. The goal here wasn't just to win. It was to win so irrevocably that we took the fight out of them altogether, left them without any hope that they could win the next time. Topsy hit Golem and the truck with flipped gravity. Both moved, but neither lifted off the ground. Even before he started raising the wall, Golem would have used his power to hold his feet against the ground, to grab the truck's axle. Tecton would be waiting inside, ready to leap out and break the hands if necessary. The villains could have continued. In their shoes, I might have. It made sense, to force Tecton and Golem to stop and start until an opening presented itself. Except they were cold, tired, and being countered at every turn was starting to take a psychological toll. They might have split up, scattered, but they didn't. Again, they suspected a counterplan. Which we did have. Golem and Tecton could have tripped up the most problematic combatants while the rest of us picked off the weakest members one by one. I didn't have bugs, but I could fly, and I had coiled lassos of silk cord that I could use in a pinch, along with a taser that I could use if I wanted to end things sooner than later. A good attack from above, I could manage. If they went inside, I could unload the bugs I had in my insulated box. They had a different plan in mind. They reversed direction and headed straight for a restaurant with a sign showing a gold dragon against a red background. Grace, I said, Wei Shu Wu, does typing it into the computer turn up anything? A cover business for a group with affiliations to the folk, Revel volunteered. We safe to harass them, or, number. They have people with powers, and that's beyond the scope of this manhunt. Can you find the number at the building? A restaurant, Wei Shu Wu. Weaver, Revel said, her tone a warning. Please, I said, as the villains disappeared inside. Revel only sighed. A moment later, the phone rang, and I could hear a voice. Wei Shu Wu dining. Would you like delivery? We can also arrange reservations if needed. We would, if it's no trouble, I said, hoping I was connected. 8 criminals just entered your restaurant on Addison. They're cold, bedraggled, a little desperate. It's an ugly situation, and I'm sorry for the trouble that's found its way to your doorstep. I'm not sure I understand. Playing dumb, it was trouble they started, I said. They crossed lines, and now that we're coming after them, they've come running to your place for shelter. We can hardly offer anyone shelter. I know, I said. But call your boss, if you need to. Let them know that the heroes aren't going to start a fight, but the villains inside the building need to leave and get taken into custody. If this goes any further, we're not going to press you, but it's going to draw attention. People will wonder why the bad guys are hiding there. Weaver, it was a man's voice this time, over the comms. You don't have the authority to make promises or offers. We can't make them leave, the man from the restaurant said, his voice a whisper. We don't have ability to make threats. Because you're hapless restaurant owners or because your gang doesn't have the clout there to go head to head with Topsy. Don't hang up the phone, I said, use your cell phones, talk to anyone you can think of that might help. Bosses, franchise owners, whoever. Fill them in. Let them know that the guests in your store include men called Topsy and Watch. If they ask who I am, you tell them I'm a superhero called Weaver. From the video, I said. His tone changed, as if he'd shifted mental gears, at that. He sounded vaguely plaintive. You're talking as if my boss is an important man, but, you're just a restaurant employee, I said. I understand. Call whoever. We'll figure this out together. There was a muffled sound, as if he was covering the phone's mouthpiece with his hand. You're talking as if you're on the same side, the man said. The director, I was pretty sure. Weaver, Revel chimed in, sounding annoyed. Mute me so he doesn't hear. I asked. Already done, Revel said. This isn't the way we should do this. I bit my lip. I wanted to retort, to argue, but I knew there were too many listening ears. This is exactly what we should be doing. They're people, I said. They're bad guys, maybe, but they're all people. Topsy and Watch and Moksha want the same things we do, to be safe, warm, dry and well rested, and we're taking that away from them. And the people who work with this restaurant, they don't want to deal with people like Topsy and Watch. All we have to do to resolve this is make it easier to deal with us than to deal with the other villains. We shouldn't be dealing with them, period, the director said. I started to reply, then I stopped. Topsy, Watch and Moksha had stepped from the building. They just decided to leave, the restaurant employee said. His voice shook a little. I could see the body language of the 3 villains and their henchmen. Topsy kicked the window at the outside of the restaurant, and a crack appeared in it. He shouted something I couldn't make out from my vantage point. I'm sure they did, I thought. But I only said, thank you for cooperating. Thank you for talking me through this, the man said. With that, he hung up. Something had gone on that I hadn't overheard. An exchange of words, a message from the folk. It didn't matter right now. I watched as the villains made their way down the street, then broke into a store to find shelter from the cold. It was over. I could read it in their body language. As much as the director had wanted to wear me down, to have me sit in the cold with nothing to occupy myself with but the 5-minute check-ins, we'd achieved the same thing against the villains, and we'd been successful in doing it. This was only residual stubbornness. My arms were stiff with the weight of my bug box. I was glad to set down on the roof and deploy the bugs, flooding the building and driving the villains out into the elements. They had winter clothing they'd stolen, but it wasn't enough to restore the warmth they'd already lost. By the time they found more shelter, Annex and Cuff had met up with a PRT van and been delivered to the scene. Annex approached from behind, slithering close, and then used his power to open up a closed storefront, allowing cold to pour into the building's interior. This time, when the villains emerged, they did so with arms raised in surrender. We did it, I muttered. Be wary of Watch, Revel said. Containment foam him first, then move him to a truck. Good job, wards. I watched Moksha on the monitors. She was young. Well, young was relative. She was 14 or so, and now that she had her costume with her, she wore a hard mask sporting a stylized smiley face, a headband with screws sticking out like antennae. She'd lost the outdoor clothing and had donned her mask, as if it were a shield between her and us. I glanced over at our superiors. Revel was in a discussion with the director, the mayor and the police chief. Moksha's eyes widened as she saw the bugs filtering into the interrogation room. The tables and chairs had been removed to deny her anything solid enough to use her power on, so she had nothing to hide behind as they began forming into a mass. Ah hell no, she said, as she backed into a corner. No, 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 they gathered into a rough humanoid shape. My shape, a swarm clone. No, she shouted, as if her refusal to accept it could banish the thing from existence. Let's chat, I communicated through the swarm. Off the record, screw you, driving me out into the cold, fucking with us without a fair fight. Go die in a fire. I've been in a lot of fights, I commented, rare to have one that's actually fair. Most are pretty brutally one-sided. Do you not hear me? Screw yourself. The swarm advanced a little, and she shrunk back. Paradigm is changing, Moksho. I want to make that clear, so you know what people are talking about when they offer you deals. People aren't going to be inclined to play nice. Nice. The 3-strike rule, cowboys and Indians, counting coup, you're cracked. The fuck are you talking about? It doesn't matter. Things are shifting. People are relaxing when they shouldn't be, because Behemoth died, and, pat yourself on the back more, why don't you? I saw that video. Everyone did, I thought. I couldn't let her get me off topic. I'm going to tell you what I would have wanted to hear if I found myself in your shoes, at this point in time. Oh, so generous. There's 2 groups of people. There's the people who are preparing for the end of the world, who are on pins and needles waiting to see just what hits us next, how the dynamics going to change. I'm in that group, understand? In my book, in our book, anyone who isn't keeping the peace and isn't helping doesn't deserve any mercy. They're detriments. You're dangerously close to falling into that category. Whatever. In the other group, they're the people who've finally found a glimmer of hope, and they're relaxing, thinking maybe we can take out the remaining endbringers, maybe the world can go back to normal. She snorted. Yeah, exactly, I said. I glanced at the others. The director wasn't participating in the conversation anymore. He was staring at a monitor, but his reaction didn't suggest he was watching me interact with Mach. Either way, I had to wrap it up. But those guys, they aren't on your side either. Once upon a time, they'd be the same people who'd push for people like you to go free. Because maybe you'd help somewhere down the road. Now, they have no reason to give you that slack. You've got no help here, and I think you'll be surprised at how hard they come after you. I didn't do shit. I've barely had my powers a month. You signed up with Topsy. With Watch, this is as much about them as it is about you. Making Topsy uncomfortable, denying him a resource they'd just acquired. Stripping away his conveniences, leaving him wondering if you'll plea out. Fuck that, I'm good. Not saying a word. Probably, I said, but take it from someone who's been there. You don't want to go down this road. The heroes will come after you hard, the villains will never trust you. Honestly, I don't care if you stay a villain or become a hero. But it's not worth it to be a villain and stick with guys like Topsy. The gains aren't worth what it costs you. I turn traitor and walk away, I'm fucked. Join the wards, I suggested. I experienced a momentary flashback to my first night out in costume, talking to Armsmaster. Holy shit, have I become him? Pursuing my agenda, offering the options I know she won't take, steering her towards my self-serving goal. It chilled me, bothered me far, far more than Moksho's snort of derision. Or go be a scumbag, but be a scumbag who helps save the world, I said. She rolled her eyes. As are them, Moksho, I told her. Saving the world or getting in the way. If you're helping, we pull our punches, the charges don't stick, whatever. You get in the way, well, every night can be like tonight was. She scowled. That's all. Fucking rich. You're just pushing me to go join your old team. I'm suggesting that you consider your options. Pay fucking attention to where you're going. I wish I had. That's all. If you want to contact me, that door will be left open. I'll pull strings to make sure of it. I gotcha, she said. Her shoulders slumped a little, as if in defeat. She glanced up at me, and I could see a glimmer of vulnerability in her expression. Weaver, what? Can I ask you something personal? Yes, of course. She opened her mouth, then closed it. She stuck her hands in her pockets, then glanced at the windows, which were partially obscured with half-closed blinds. Finally, she spoke. Would you please go fuck yourself? Upside down and backwards, I sighed, dissipating the swarm. I felt my hair stand on end as the director approached. I'd always felt a little caught off guard by him. He looked more like a classic politician than the generals and soldiers I was used to associating with the PRT, with dimples, styled sandy hair and a tidy suit. His demeanor, body language, everything, it was warm. That warmth didn't reach his eyes. Not when he'd looked at me. Especially not right now. He'd seen the swarm clone in the interrogation room. I knew it. For long seconds, we stared at each other. I'd thought he would say something, but he didn't. Thanks, I said, for playing ball. I didn't. You could have made that harder. Making it harder would have done more harm than good, he said. I've still got 2 teams to run, a specialized police force to organize. Yeah, I said. Mock show. Was she receptive? I shook my head, but I said, maybe. Maybe something will sink in. Teenagers have a way of being bullheaded, the director said. Villains too. Teenaged villains. Well, his eyes didn't move one iota away from me as he said it. It left no question about how he'd compartmentalized me in his head. I suppose you're right, I said. Having Topsy off the streets is going to be a feather in a few caps, I think, he said. It's messy to credit you. I really don't care, I said. I just want to make some steps forward in this mess. Prepare for the worst. He studied me in a very slow, careful way, as though taking everything in. Assessing the target. I could raise an issue with you being in that interrogation room. Maybe, I said. It'd look obvious that you were coming after me. I didn't say anything really problematic. But it's an option. You withheld details. It's kind of crazy out there, in the midst of a fight. You lose track of stuff. I know, he said. I used to be a soldier. That caught me off guard. He didn't look like he'd ever been in a fight, let alone a war. He was so young, too. You haven't been a cape for long, he said. A year, but you've been through a lot. I'd hope you were better about minding those details. A slap in the face, not calling me out on the fib, but turning it against me. He seemed content with that for the moment. He didn't press the offensive. I didn't either. We both got what we wanted tonight, I said. It's a win, isn't it? He didn't reply, glancing at the mayor. The man seemed happy as he talked to Revel and the police chief. Not giddy, but happy. Is this going to let up? I asked. Or are we going to be fighting each other constantly? The director glanced at me. You want this to stop? It's a waste of energy. There can't be compromise. He didn't even have to think about it. He shook his head, briefly pursing his lips. No compromise. I clenched my fist. Damn him. A balance, he said. Maybe a balance. What's the difference? I think, he said, choosing his words carefully, that a compromise would be disastrous. You're not going to be confined. You showed that in the interrogation room in Brockton Bay, when you murdered Director James Tagg in Alexandria. You're not going to be confined by law. I haven't seen a single case where you've followed the rules that were outlined for you. Boundaries don't work, in any sense. If we reached a compromise, worked out some kind of a deal, you'd find a way around it, extending your influence. That's not fair, I said. It's reality. It's a horrible waste of energy, a tragedy, really, but I'm forced to dedicate time to reining you in, controlling you, keeping you in check. If that results in nights like tonight, we have a balance. Hardly a compromise, but we'll manage. I suppose we'll have to, I said. I'd tell you to avoid leaking the fact that you played a major role in tonight's events, but we both know you wouldn't listen, he said. I'd threaten punishment, but you'd do what you wanted and even enjoy it, feeling vindicated. So we'll go another route. If you don't play ball and let us share this narrative the way we need to, I punish the other Chicago wards. Inconvenient shifts, extra volunteer work, more paperwork. I told you, taking credit isn't a concern for me. I've got other priorities. Good, he said. He flashed me a smile. White-capped teeth. Good. Then this is ideal. We may not have a compromise, but a consensus. It'll do. It'll do, I said. Just do me a favor. Try not to murder me like you did the other 3 directors. He winked. It was a jibe, a verbal thrust, delivered with humor and offhandedness, but it struck home, stirred ugly feelings. He turned to rejoin the others. The mayor looked at me, and Revel waved me over. I knew the director wouldn't want me to, so I walked over with confidence, my head held high. 8 hours? The mayor asked, sitting in the cold. Yes, I said. Is that even legal? The director stepped in. It wasn't on the clock. For all intents and purposes, she wanted to take the day off, have some time by herself. We had the tracking device monitored by GPS, so we knew she wasn't going anywhere she shouldn't. Being the workaholic she is, she wanted to get intel while she had her alone time. I didn't argue the point. He wasn't wrong. That was how it was going down in the paperwork. Part of the deal we'd arranged to get this off the ground. The mayor smiled. Well, good to see our most controversial member is doing her part. You should smile more. Can we get a smile out of you? I smiled a little. Better, better. You do bide your time, then make a big splash, don't you, Ms. Weaver? He was managing to sound a little condescending, which was at odds with the events he was alluding to. How did one make me sound so diminutive when making vague reference to the death of an endbringer, to the murder of Alexandria and the takeover of a city? I didn't mention it. I had my pride, but it wasn't something worth fighting over. I wanted to pick my battles, and any moment now, hopefully we'll see more of the same from you in the future, the mayor said. The director started to speak, deflecting, but I cut in. Actually, eyes fell on me. Picking my battles. If the director wanted this to be a war, if he thought I needed to be tempered by an opposing force, then I was game. I glanced at the mayor. Tecton went over it with me. We've got more plans like we had for tonight. If you guys are willing. Willing, I can't imagine why not, the mayor said. He smiled at Director Harthrow, who smiled back. The moment the mayor wasn't looking, the director shot me a glance, a dangerous, warning look. I told you, I thought. My priorities are elsewhere. How soon? The police chief asked. Her stare was hard, judgmental, but there was curiosity in her tone. The sooner the better, I said. Before they catch on about what we're doing and adjust. I think I know where a few possible major players are situated. I've spent the past few months looking for them. I gathered the intel in my spare time, on my morning runs and patrols. Just like Director Harthrow was saying. I'm a bit of a workaholic. Like, 2 weeks, she asked. Give me a day to recuperate, maybe 2 days if the other wards need it, I'd be down for another. We could potentially hit 7 or 8 major targets in the next 2 weeks, if you wanted. Each of them would be major targets, villains who aren't playing along, who are more trouble than they're worth. The director shook his head. I think that may be extreme. The resources expended, funding can be conjured up for a project like this, the mayor said. Imagine the impact. Can we do this with the Protectorate team as well? Switch off with the miners. It's a good idea, Revel commented. Weaver's capable of handling her own in high-pressure situations, but the other team members might not be. They have school, family, other concerns. I agree, I chimed in. Makes sense. We could have the bad guys reeling. We can't set our hopes too high, the director warned. He gave me another dirty look. The mayor chuckled. No, of course not, but the impact, and to do it with so little risk. They barely interacted with the villains, by all accounts. It would be insane to pass up the opportunity. Insane, Revel said, her tone flat. I couldn't read her feelings on this. I hoped I hadn't provoked her as much as I had the director. If you're willing to allow me to suggest some targets, the police chief said, I think I could adjust shifts, ensure we have enough squad members to limit or stop traffic inside potential sites of conflict. It was consent, in the form of a negotiation. The mayor and police chief were interested, Revel was probably on board. The director would be forced to play along. It was done. I was all set to hit the ground running, like Glenn had recommended. Big moves, actions with momentum. Here on out, I'd have to keep moving so they couldn't get me. And hopefully, in the midst of this, we'd be able to organize things for our potential end of the world scenario. Eliminate the obstacles, big and small, train up the rank and file troops. If anyone thought I was cleaning up Chicago, they were wrong. Like the director had said, I'd take as much rain as they gave me, use all of the leverage and momentum I could get my hands on. Topsy was a small fry in the grand scheme of things. A test run. I wanted to hit big targets in other cities. To get as many mock shows into the interrogation rooms as possible, to play the odds and increase the chances that we could get those people on the fence and make sure they were positioned appropriately. The clock was ticking. Chapter 255. Scarab 25.4 Touché, PRT. You got me. Touché. You're attempting to reach Glenn Chambers, co-president of Faceti. For our mutual convenience, please categorize your message. Press 1 to contact my personal assistant, who can get your message to me in text ASAP. Press 2 if you got my number from my business card. Press 4 if you are an employee. Press 5 if this is a personal call. Press 9 if the call is of utmost urgency, to put yourself on the line immediately if I'm on the phone, or set off an alarm if I'm not. I seriously debated pressing 9. I felt like this was a 9. I hit 1 instead. This is James, receiving a call for Mr. Chambers. It's Weaver. I don't know who else to call. I wasn't coherent, which was unusual, considering how I could normally keep myself together in a crisis. Oh, Weaver, he's actually talking to someone about you right now. I got his attention. He'll be with you in a second. I'm not sure I have a second, I said. There was no response. He wasn't on the line. Oh man, Golem said. Oh fuck, quite possibly the only person who was as concerned as I was. Glenn here, you should have called earlier. I didn't get a chance, I said. I would have explained, but time was precious here. I imagine you didn't. Well, there's good news and bad news. You've already run into the bad news. Here's the good. It's my plan they're using. I could believe it. I didn't respond. Their timing is off. I would have done this differently if I were your enemy. It's too much of a gamble as it stands. They planned this, have been setting it up for a while. I expected interference with the missions, being supplanted with the Protectorate squad, not this. I just need to know, there was a fanfare, musical, light and jazzy. By the time it faded, a crowd I couldn't see had started applauding. It's starting, Tecton said. He was a pillar of confidence here. Glenn was talking, but I couldn't hear over Tecton and the crowd. I stepped away, my free hand raised to block out the noise. NDS like the show just started. They have to have leverage against you if they're pulling this. Your probation, they're threatening to declare a breach if I don't play along. Play along. I heard what you did, announcing what the PRT was doing to the entire building. Word got around, in certain channels. Do not do that again. Don't call your bosses out and let people know that you don't want to be here. They'll be ready for it, and you'll hurt worse than they do. Okay, I said. Did they prep you? No. I got off a 6-hour graveyard patrol with Gauss and returned to the base to hear about this. They even put our new Protectorate member on the comms to keep me out of the loop, then fed me just enough information I had to listen without telling me enough. I've never even seen this show, and I barely had time to get my costume brushed off and my hair in order. They tidied it up some here, but Glenn cut me off. Okay, it's not the end of the world, but I don't think this show will help you. These shows almost always result in a ratings dip over time. It boosts your appeal but hits you on respectability. It's only worth it if there's merchandise or media to sell, which there isn't. They're tanking you. Still, this is minor in the grand scheme of things. Being in front of millions of people was minor. It wasn't that I hadn't had appearances before, but most had been without my knowledge. The unveiling of Weaver was a good example of how tongue-tied I was liable to get. What do I do? How do I approach this? I'd tell you to just be yourself, but that's a terrible idea. Be yourself as you normally are with the wards. Be the teenager, the friend. Play up the fact that you're a group, that there's camaraderie. Build a relationship with the audience by sharing things they probably don't know. Nothing sensitive. I wondered if the dildo prank that the wards had initiated me with would qualify as sensitive. More than that, I wondered if I even had enough of a bond with the others, something I could draw on. Be engaging. It's more important to keep the conversation moving than it is to say what you want to say. Wards. A woman called out. All together. Hurry up now. You're on in 2 minutes. Like a kindergarten teacher herding students around. 2 minutes, I said. I should go. Good luck. This is a day the strategist needs to take a vacation, understand? Or delegate a task to it. They're putting you out there because they think you'll either take a hit to your reputation or you'll try to be clever and self-destruct. You stand to lose more than they do, and this isn't live, meaning they can pull anything they don't want on the air. I get it, I said. They aren't just giving me enough rope to hang myself with, they've put me in a rope factory. Exactly. Thank you, Glenn. I joined the others, my heart was pounding with enough force that the thumps rocked my entire body. Tecton was closest to the stage, followed by Grace and Wanton. The core team members, the veterans. Veterans in one sense. Wanton didn't have half the field experience I did, even with our sustained campaign against the local villains, starting to help out in Detroit and trying to deal with that one jerkass in Milwaukee who we hadn't yet managed to pin down. Tecton and Grace were a little more seasoned, but not by a lot. The stage manager was checking the microphones everybody wore. She paused by me, and ensured it was plugged in, and that the connection was unbroken. I was essentially wearing the same costume I had in the winter, but had skipped the extra layer beneath. I suddenly felt intensely conscious of every wrinkle and all of the grit that had gathered up around my ankles and feet as I'd patrolled. The costumes the others wore were immaculate. Wanton had styled his hair to be messy in a good way, and was draped in flowing, dark blue clothing with lighter armor situated across his chest, his waist, his boots and along the length of his arms. I suspected that the cloth afforded him more protection than the thin plates of metal, but it served to mask his artificial arm. Grace's costume was light, in contrast to the dark of Wanton's. Her new costume was white cloth, almost a martial artist's outfit, but designed to offer more coverage. Reinforced pads were situated at every striking point, complete with studs to offer more traction and focused impacts. There wasn't a single hair out of place beneath her combination headband, hairband and mask. She had glossy, wavy locks I was a little jealous of, and a trace of lipstick. I wish I'd considered some makeup. Not that I wore a lot, or that I'd had the time. I had only what they'd given me in the studio, and they hadn't gone overboard, on the assumption that I'd keep my mask on. No, if anything it forced me to keep it on. Heavy eyeshadow to make it easier to see my eyes behind the blue lenses. Cuff seemed to be in the same department as Grace. She'd done herself up, with a more ornate braid to her hair, and had altered her costume a fraction, to allow for more decorative tailoring at the ends of each panel and the nose of her visor. Slivers of skin were visible between some slats of armor at the upper arms and collarbone. Of everyone here, she seemed the most excited. She couldn't sit still, but she was smiling, and it was a genuine expression. That left Annex and Golem. Golem was uncomfortable, and I couldn't blame him. Like me, he had details he'd want to hide. His family, his background, the fact that he was in foster care. His costume, too, was a work in progress. It was a resource for him, and maximizing that resource often set him back in the appearance department. Annex, by contrast, had settled into a look. It was plain, intentionally so. The white cloak was form-fitting, with ribs to keep the fabric straight and close to his body so it was easier and quicker to absorb. Grace, Tecton said, no swearing. Wanton snickered a little. Tecton pitched his voice lower. Golem, you've got to stop calling adults sir while you're in costume. You do it as a civilian, dead giveaway. Hasn't mattered up until now, but this is the test. I probably won't say much, Golem said. I'm so nervous I feel like I need to puke. No puking, Wanton said. No puking is a good idea, I agreed. Weaver, Tecton said. He gave me a look, with only his eyes visible behind his helmet. I don't even know, but I've kind of gone the extra mile for you, and you've done a lot in return, but, the stage manager stooped down a little to talk to us, even though both Tecton and I were both taller than her. Alrighty, guys, you're on in 5, 4, I still owe you one. I'll be good, I told Tecton, just under my breath. 1. The jazzy fanfare played. As if that wasn't cue enough, the stage manager gave us a little prod, literally pushing Tecton forward. It was surprising how small the studio was, both the stage with its slate gray floor and fake cityscape behind it and the studio audience. Tecton led the way to the half-circle of a table with the 3 hosts on the far side. The largest chair closest to the hosts was undoubtedly his, shipped here by the PRT so he could sit down in his armor without crashing to the floor. We sat down. Tecton, Grace, Wanton, me, Annex, Cuff and Golem, in that order. The music died as we took our seats, opposite the 3 hosts. An adult man, African-American by the looks of it, a woman with peroxide blonde hair and a girl who could have been her daughter, a brunette who bordered on overweight, with a winning smile and an overly generous chest. Welcome back to Mornings with O.J. and Coffee, the woman said. School's out for the day and we've got the Chicago wards here for breakfast. Good morning, guys. We voiced our replies. Wanton gave me a look, smiling, and I made myself smile as well. The young girl gave a small wave. So nice to meet you. We had the team here before, but you guys have definitely changed things up since. Campanile was the team leader then. Campanile graduated to the Protectorate a little while ago, Tecton said. He said to say hi. You were there too, weren't you? Coffee, the man, said. In my old costume, Tecton said. Which I'd prefer we didn't talk about. There were chuckles from the hosts at his comment, and the audience echoed them. It was oddly surreal. I intended no offense to Tecton in thinking it, but the comment just wasn't that amusing. The updated costumes look good, Coffee said. We can thank Weaver for that. Any cloth you see is spider silk, Tecton said. Spider silk, wow, this from the blonde woman. Cuff and I sort of missed out on that front, Tecton added. I don't know whether to be amazed or freaked out, the younger woman said. We had a giant Japanese crab on the show just a month ago, I think. Joe had to leave the stage, Coffee said. I think she's a little nervous with Weaver here. That was so embarrassing, the young woman said. I made a mental note of her being, Joe. And you're never going to let me live it down. More laughter. Oh hell, I thought. It was all so fake. Fake responses, fake conversation. The personalities, the way they were over-talking, it was like they'd taken everything that irritated me and condensed it into this, and situated it all in front of countless viewers so I couldn't even respond the way I wanted to. I don't dislike you, Weaver, Joe said. It's bugs I don't like. I'm not nervous. Thank you. Good, I said. Then, in an attempt to recover the clumsy sentence, I added, I'm glad. The blonde, who was, by the process of elimination, said, there's been a fair bit of attention directed at your team. The leaked video thrust you all into the spotlight. Then you dropped off the radar. Recuperating, Tecton said, we're teenagers. We go to school and play video games, and being a cape is only part of it. Except for Weaver, Wanton said. Both Tecton and I shot him a look, and then I remembered that there were eyes on me. There was a reaction from the audience. Light laughter. What do you mean? Joe asked. How could I even explain that I was working towards stopping or mitigating the degree of the world ending, when I wasn't allowed to mention the fact? Or that we were systematically targeting the most problematic villains, when I didn't want anyone to see the show and hear the battle plan outlined for them? Wanton has been poking fun at Weaver about how she doesn't go out or maintain any hobbies, Tecton explained. Which isn't entirely fair. My apologies to Weaver bringing this up, but it's not a secret that she's on house arrest. She's on probation, and so she's limited in what she can do. Coffee seized on the topic. You had a pretty colorful life as a villain, Weaver. We've seen the cell phone video of you in the cafeteria of your high school, opposite Dragon and Defiant. I felt simultaneously glad that the conversation was moving and horrified that I was the subject. I blamed Wanton. Still, I said, Clockblocker too. I wasn't actually attending school, though. It was a couple of unlucky circumstances that put me there, and, yeah. At that point in time, I'd wanted to focus on taking care of my part of the city. That's interesting, isn't it? O asked. You were a criminal overlord. How were you even qualified for that? It wasn't like that, I said. I was more nervous now, half convinced I was damning myself further with every sentence. I'd inevitably come off too harsh and dark for the civilians who were watching, and too soft for any villains who happened to see. Damn it, taking the territory and being a villain were independent things. Related, but different. It was after Leviathan attacked. Food, water, shelter and safety were hard to come by. It was a way to help. If I'd been a solo hero then, I'd have done much the same thing. I'd have been gentler, but yeah, with less money to spend, I thought. I'd avoided mentioning I was an undercover, aspiring hero when I'd started out. That had never worked out for me, and only complicated things. In Alexandria, I think everyone's curious about your thoughts there. You were shocked, in the video, when she made a reappearance. I shook my head. It's not her. I'm not happy, obviously, to see her up there. It's an ugly reminder of what happened. But to have another person fighting Endbringers, I'm okay with that part of it. A long, bumpy road, and it's brought you here, O said. With the Chicago wards, I said, in a vain hope to turn the conversation away from me. She took my cue. New costumes, a new group. Behemoth is defeated, and it looks like the Endbringers might have reverted to the schedule they had pre-2002. An attack every 4 to 5 months. Yes, Tecton said, everything's new. There are a lot of changes going on. Are you excited? Joe asked. Oh man, was I ever starting to dislike her. I'm really excited, Tecton said. The response caught me off guard. Was he lying for the sake of appearances, or was it honest? How could someone be excited when the end of the world was nigh? Did he not believe it was coming? Whatever the answer was, I felt oddly disappointed in him. Cuff shifted in her seat, and metal scraped against the metal of the chair's footrest with a high-pitched noise. She whispered, sorry. O leaned forward. It's fine. Let's hear from some of the others. Wanton, your thoughts. Are the changes good? The changes are good. I give Weaver a hard time, but she really kept us alive. She did, by the looks of what happened in that video, O said. Bringing the conversation back to me. Again. Grace, she asked. Thoughts on your team member? If you told me way back on the first time we met that I'd come to respect her, I'd have been surprised. Joe looked at me. Does that bother you? No. I respected and liked the Chicago wards right off the bat, but I don't blame them if there was any suspicion, I said. Pretty generous. If anything, I was pretty amazed by how they all pulled together in New Delhi. 3 of them were new, 2 hadn't even been in a real fight before, and they went up against Behemoth. Cuff was perched on the edge of her seat, doing her best not to move and make things squeak again. She had the ability to liquefy the metal touching her skin, which would have eliminated the problem, but the act would have ruined the look of it. Part of that stiffness was anticipation, like a child who hadn't done their homework, sitting at their desk and dreading the moment where the teacher called on them. A stark contrast to her excitement earlier. Had the screech knocked her off cloud 9? Cuff, Coffee said, what do you think? We saw the video, and you were pretty scared at the start, there. Terrified. You got injured. We didn't get to hear how. A burn, Cuff said, smiling a little. I recuperated in a few days. A lie, she still hadn't fully recuperated today, 8 months after the fact. She might never. I love to ask this question, Joe said. What's it like, being a superhero? She loved that question. It feels weird to think of myself as a hero, Cuff said. I don't think I'll ever be one of the big heroes. I'm not a cape at heart. Fighting isn't in my personality, and I got powers like this. Cuff is a girly girl, Wanton commented. Her bunk at the ward's headquarters has pink sheets and rainbows. And there's a unicorn picture on the. Cuff leaned around me to mock punch him. I'm not that bad. You're bad, though. Tecton raised a hand to cover Wanton's mouth. I'm thrilled to have her on the team. She hasn't disappointed me yet. Cuff smiled at him. Thank you. I wasn't sure I'd have been able to say the same about Cuff, but my standards might have been higher. She'd always done the job, but there was a reticence to her that wasn't going away. 3 months ago, in our first real conflict outside of fighting Behemoth, she'd needed a push to carry out an offensive. 4 days ago, in Milwaukee, she'd needed that same coaxing. Cuff was competent, she had her strengths, and was stellar in some narrow cases. At the same time, I still worried if a moment's hesitation on her part would get one of us hurt somewhere down the road. She was talking, happy to be in the limelight, stage fright forgotten. I was saying what it's like being a hero. It's overwhelming. It's something that eats into every part of your life even if you want to limit it to 4 hours a day, 4 times a week. If you don't train and exercise then you fall behind. If you don't read the briefings on the bad guys, then you look stupid when you do run into them and have to ask someone. I certainly hope you're not getting into serious fights, Coffee said. Cuff said, stage fright back in full force. She touched on something that would get her a slap on the hand from the PRT, and now she didn't have her footing. I was trying to think of a way to rescue her when Tecton said, fights happen. We're actively trying to avoid direct confrontation, but we patrol and we practice our abilities so we can handle ourselves in the real crisis situations. Many of our members patrol with other capes so they can get experience while having someone to rely on in case of an emergency. All true, but he was omitting the fact that we were actively seeking out indirect confrontation. It was an admirable spot of double speak, simultaneously reinforcing the atmosphere we were hoping to establish. Heroes are safe. Everything is under control. I kind of like those times, Annex said. You get to hang out with the local powerhouses, hear what they have to say, learn from them. I had a brief stay in a few other teams, but the one thing I really like about Chicago is that everyone is okay with me asking questions, and I have a lot. Who's your favorite cape to hang out with? Joe asked. Shuffle. Our powers work well together, if we're careful not to let them interfere. In Golem, I can almost guess. When Campanile appeared in the evening news, he had some promising words to say about the Protectorate's newest member. When we asked him who the most promising new recruit in the wards was, he named you. Ah, Golem said. Yeah, do you think you can live up to that? I hope I can, Golem said. The conversation was faltering. I thought of what Glenn had said, showing some of the bonds between team members. If I had one with anyone, it was with Golem. The running, the shared perspective on the end of the world, the fact that we were both Brockton Bay natives, everything Tecton has been saying about Cuff is true for Golem, I said. If he's getting praise from the heroes, he deserves it. He's a classic hero at heart. A classic hero? Coffee asked. He's like Tecton. Grace and Annex are too, to a lesser degree. He's genuinely good-natured and kind. When everything starts falling apart, he's still there, naturally courageous. I like how I'm omitted from that list, Wanton said. Only person who hasn't been praised so far. I think you're awesome, Joe said, smiling. The audience cooed. Golem's steadfast, I said. He's working out, he's studying hard for both regular school and cape stuff, and with all of that going on, he's still generous enough to help me out with my stuff. Like Tecton said, I'm limited in where I can go and when, and Golem helps with that. The running, primarily, but not wholly that. He'd walked with me to the mall once or twice. I didn't want to share details, though, in case people decided to try to find us while we were out, with Golem not in costume. Do relationships develop in this environment? Oh asked. Anything besides friendship. If you're talking about Weaver and me, then no, Golem said. We're friends. Friends, I asserted. You had a thing going on with Gru, Wanton chimed in. And this is the third time you've turned the conversation awkwardly back to me, I retorted. He gave me a sheepish grin. A tender moment on the battlefield, Oh said. I think a lot of people were surprised. It was a personal moment, I thought. If I harbored any ill will towards Glenn, it was for that. He'd deleted sound or video where it gave up identifying details, like the nature of Cuff's injury. He hadn't erased the scene with the woman in the suit, but the reception hadn't held up that deep underground, so there was no need. He'd also been kind enough to erase the scene where Imp had promised to get revenge on Heartbreaker. The villain hadn't been notified of her plan. But all of the bonding, the closeness, leaving interactions with Rachel open for hundreds of millions of people to speculate on. That was scummy. Necessary on a level, but still scummy. I hadn't replied to his statement. I almost wanted to let the silence linger awkwardly, just to nettle them and drive home that it wasn't their business. Joe didn't give me the chance. You talked about Tecton and Golem as naturally heroic people. What about you? Man, her questions irritated me. Asking questions where they already knew the answer or where the answer was so immaterial, who watched this kind of garbage? Why was I being forced to support it by my presence? I was a villain for 3 months, I said. Maybe I'd like to think I was a little bit heroic as a villain, and I'm a little bit villainous as a hero. But I'm working on that last part. Hold on. You think you were heroic, before you switched sides? Coffee asked. By all accounts, you killed Alexandria and a law enforcement official. You were quoted as talking to schoolchildren about the huge quantities of money you earned from criminal activities. Was he just sitting back, waiting for an opening? Grace stepped up to my defense. She said a little. She fought the Slaughterhouse 9. She helped the people in her district. That actually sounds impressive, Joe said. If that's a little, then I wonder what being a little bit of a villain nowadays is like. She tittered along with the audience's reaction. No response. Coffee asked. They were ganging up on me. I wished I knew who these guys were, what their normal style was, so I could roll with it. I'll let my actions speak for themselves, I said. Tecton was quick to speak, backing me up. I think that's the best way to go about it. It's untreaded ground, in a way, to have a notorious ex-villain on the team. Whatever happens, people are going to wonder where she stands, if I've been corrupted by association, or if this is all some elaborate scheme. But we can work on it. She can keep doing good work, and hopefully a few months or years down the road, I'll still be able to say that Weaver's a good person at heart and she's done a lot for the good of the city and the world, you know. Some people won't be convinced no matter what she does, but time and reliability should let Weaver prove her worth. Makes sense, Oh said. We're rapidly approaching another ad break. I don't suppose we could get any of you to step up to the plate. A demonstration of powers. A neat trick. I almost volunteered, but then decided against it. I didn't want to spend more time in the spotlight. Annex stood from his chair. One of the new members. Excellent, Joe said. We've got a crash test dummy. A beat-up car. I can do something with the car. Maybe we could remodel the exterior. Annex asked. Maybe the audience could name a car. What should we make? Joe hopped out of her seat, arm raised like a kid in class. She was short. I mentally re-evaluated my estimation of her age to put her closer to her late teens than her early 20s. A series of beeps, not even a half-second apart, interrupted all of us. Our phones. I was still drawing my cell from my belt when I saw a commotion backstage. People who'd been standing still were running now, talking into headphones. My cell phone screen was surrounded by a thick yellow border. A text was displayed in the middle. Stand by. Disturbance recorded. Possible Class S threat. The others had identical messages on their screens. There were murmurs among the audience members as someone from backstage stepped up to talk to Coffee and O. It can't be, Cuff said, her voice quiet. We got texts just like this for the incident where we met Weaver, Tecton said. It could be a similar situation. The lighting changed. Tecton stood from his seat, and I joined the others in following suit. A studio employee advanced to the front of the stage. When he spoke, The microphone headset he wore carried the sound. A possible emergency has come up elsewhere in the world. If this blows over in the next few minutes, we'll edit out anything problematic and resume the show. For now, remain calm while we prepare for an emergency broadcast from the news team upstairs. There is no danger here. My phone buzzed. I checked it to see another text. Chicago wards are to remain at current location. Transportation en route. Will deploy to Studio B parking lot for quick pickup. A little more ominous than the studio employee had given us. Panel by panel, the backdrop of the Mornings with O.J. and Coffee set transformed, images flickering to show a composite of a grainy, long-distance shot of a city. It had been taken with a cell phone, and the resolution didn't translate well with the size of the screen. There were tall buildings, neon signs glowing in the late evening. Somewhere in Asia, Japan, Wanton said. The camera was shaking, and the view on the screen reacted in kind. Dust rose in clouds, billowing, until they obscured the camera's view. The audience was reacting. Moans, cries of alarm and despair. They knew what was going on. Please be the Simurgh, Cuff said, her voice small. Grace put an arm around Cuff's shoulders. That may be the first time in history anyone's thought that. She's right, too. Even the Simurgh would be better than this. The timing, the fact that it was happening so soon after Behemoth had died, it was all wrong. Behemoth had come from deep underground. Leviathan had emerged from the ocean. The Simurgh had approached from the far side of the moon and descended to hover just above the tallest building in Lausanne. The fourth, it seemed, was appearing in plain sight. The dust took forever to clear. But for a few mutters here and there, small animal sounds of despair from the audience and studio employees who were watching, the studio had plunged into quiet horror. It stood somewhere between Leviathan and Behemoth in height, if I ballparked by the number of stories in the adjacent buildings. I waited patiently for the view to clear, revealing more details. Clues, as if there was a solution to what we faced here. I pegged him as a he before I saw too much else. He was broad, a Buddha in physique, if more feral. In appearance, he was as black as night, with something white or silver giving definition around the edges of his various features. He didn't wear clothes, but he had features somewhere between leaves and fins, with elaborate designs at the edges, curling away from elbows, his wrist, his fingers and around his legs. It made his fingers and toes into claws, and left dangerous-looking blades elsewhere. His face was a permanent snarl, frozen in place, his teeth silvery white behind the ebon lips. Tendrils like the whiskers of a catfish marked the corners of his mouth. All across the exterior of his body, there were gaps, like the gills of a fish, and that brilliant white or silver glimmered from beneath, a stark contrast to the absolute black that marked the rest of him. It made me think of a tiger. And at the center of it all, quite literally, there was a perfect sphere of that same material, a marble or a crystal ball, his body perched on the upper half and his legs attached to the lower half. Arms extended out to either side, he took a step, almost waddled. He floated as though he were walking on the moon. He's not a fighter, I murmured. No, Tecton agreed. What is he? Grace asked. People were fleeing, still in close proximity to the site, evacuating tall buildings. The Endbringer stopped and extended a hand. His arms weren't long enough to reach around his girth, but his upper body rotated on the sphere that formed his midsection, giving him the freedom of movement needed. The camera shook as he used his power, and an unseen cameraman had to catch it before it fell. A faint glowing line appeared on the ground, a perfect circle. The light gradually intensified, reaching higher, and the space within the circle seemed to darken in equal measure. It moved, the circle roaming, the glowing lines adjusting to scale obstacles and account for higher ground and dips in the terrain. When it intersected a building, the effect became clear. Barely visible with the camera's range, they were nonetheless a blur, moving within the circle's perimeter. They're trapped, Golem said. He's manipulating time in there and they're trapped. Golem was right. How many days were they experiencing in there, with only the food they had on hand? Was water reaching them? There didn't seem to be power. Oh God, Cuff said. Why isn't anyone stopping him? There's no heroes on scene, Tecton said. Japan doesn't have many dedicated heroes anymore. It took 6 or 7 seconds for the blurring of their movements to slow. In another second, it stopped altogether. He left his power where it was. The glass on the building's exterior cracked. Cracks ran along and through the other material, in the street and at the edges of the structure. It leaned, then toppled, and the destruction was contained inside the effect. Wanton spoke, almost hesitant. Doesn't that remind anyone of, yes, Grace said. The barrier, the time manipulation. It's similar to what we did. All in all, the Endbringer was there for a minute. The effect moved on, and it left a ruined husk of a building behind. Though there was no sun shining, the stone and terrain had been sun-bleached, worn by elements, eroded. The Endbringer extended his hands out to either side, and two more glowing circles appeared. Like the first circle had, they flared with light. Like the first, they moved, drifting counterclockwise around him. It was a slow, lazy rotation, slower than a moving car but faster than someone could hope to run. He advanced with floating steps, and the circles maintained a perfect, steady distance away from him and from each other, orbiting him like the shadows cast by three invisible moons. Here and there, people and cars were caught inside. He wasn't a full city block. Down the street before one circle had a crowd trapped within, half filling the base of it, another circle perhaps a quarter of the way full. He moved through a less populated area, and he left trails of skeletons in his wake, in odd fractal patterns that followed the circle's movements. He chose what entered and he chose what left. An attack form that couldn't be defended against, only avoided. Movers will be important, I said. Maybe shakers too, if we can find a way to stop him or his circles from progressing. His threat level depends on how fast and how much he can move those time-stop areas. There was no reply from the others. I glanced at Cuff, and I saw that she was hugging Grace. She was silent, but tears were running down her face. Grace was more resolute, but her eyes were wet. The timing, it was wrong. Strategy, figuring out a battle plan, it was crucial here. The first attacks were often some of the worst for Cape casualties, if not necessarily the overall damage done. Too many lives would be lost in finding out his general capabilities. But it didn't matter. I reached out and took Cuff's hand, holding it. A glance in the other direction showed me Golem. I took his hand too. This was the key thing in this moment. Not the future, what came next. Support, morale and being a team in the now. Silent, we watched as the heroes engaged. Eidolon and Legend joined the Japanese heroes in fighting the unnamed Endbringer, keeping a safe distance. One circle disappeared, and the Endbringer reached out. Defending capes were too slow to escape the perimeter before the effect took hold, a new third circle forming. Eidolon tried hitting the effect with 3 different powers, but it didn't break. No, Cuff whispered. In a minute, the capes were dead. Our phones beeped, and I felt a moment's despair. We'd have to fight this thing. Ship is outside if you want it, Chicago wards. Attendance not mandatory, temp. Codename is Kansu. Cuff said, staring down at the phone. I'm staying. Okay, I said. You're going? She asked. I nodded. She nodded back, swallowed hard, before she turned her eyes back to the screen. In that moment, the Endbringer, Kansu, reversed the direction the circles were drifting, extending the distance they were orbiting around him in the same movement. Capes who'd been trying to time their advance to close the distance to Kansu were caught. 4 trapped and doomed to die a slow death, a 5th caught between a building and the orb's perimeter as the circle continued its rotation. When the circle had left the building behind, there was only a bloody smear where the 5th cape had been. Skeletons for the rest. Now he stood still, weathering attacks with the same durability the other Endbringers had. Damage to his flesh exposed silver, and damage to the belly or other silver parts showed Aben black. The onion-like layers Tattletale had described, plain to see. I tore my eyes from the screen, marching towards the emergency doors. So much was wrong with this. It wasn't fair, it wasn't right. Fucked on so many levels. A woman was sobbing in the hallway as we passed. A group of 20-somethings in dress shirts sprinted down the hallway, carrying bags. The Dragon craft was waiting for us outside, ramp doors open. Odd, to see the sky so bright, when the battlefield was shrouded in night. We stepped inside, entering the center of the craft. I found a seat by a monitor, with a laptop ready and waiting for use, login screen displayed. The monitor was showing the battlefield, roving over the dead, the buildings that had collapsed under the weight of years. Oddly, the cameraman wasn't focusing on Kansu or the defending heroes. A few heroes were fleeing, but most weren't in view. We're ready, Tecton called out. Ship. The craft hadn't taken off. My growing sense of dread was confirmed as the image on the monitors changed. Even with those circles being as devastating as they are, it wasn't enough. There wasn't the same broad scale, the promise of lingering devastation. No, there was something more to Kansu. The monitors showed him in a different city. A caption on the bottom of the screen showed the words, Cape Verde. He'd teleported halfway around the planet. All of the problems with getting to Endbringer fights on time, with mobilizing and dealing with the fact that half of our best teleporters and movers had been slain in past battles, he was capitalizing on that weakness. My phone vibrated to alert me to a new text. I didn't need to read it to guess what it said. I read it anyways. Stand by. No, I whispered to myself. The heroes were engaging, now. Legend and Eidolon had caught up. Khonsu had situated himself near some kind of military installation, and they'd wasted no time in readying for a fight. Missiles and shells exploded around him. The columns of frozen time that rotated around him caught many, and they exploded within the delineated structures. For long minutes, he fought. I watched, my eyes fixed on the screen, to see his behavior, to look for the cue. He waded into and through the arranged military squadrons with their parahuman supplementary forces. He was as tough as Behemoth or Leviathan. No attack delivered more than scratches or nicks. 5 minutes, 6, as he leisurely tore through the forces he'd caught off guard. Eidolon ducked between two of the pillars of altered time and delivered a punch that sent the Endbringer tumbling. The orbiting columns were pulled behind Khonsu as he moved, and Eidolon came only a hair from being caught. Alexandria and other capes joined the attack. Too few. Everyone else retreated. Khonsu didn't pursue. He remained where he was, arms extended out to either side, palms down. Then he disappeared in a massive, tightly contained explosion. Trucks and sections of fence were thrown into the air by the movement. Long seconds passed. Then my phone vibrated. Another text. Cannot deploy until we have a way to pin him down. Stand by until further notice. I struck the laptop that sat in front of me. One hinge holding it in place snapped. I shoved it hard, and it fell to the floor of the craft. Fuck, I shouted. Fuck it. I kicked the fallen laptop, and it went skidding across the floor, down the ramp and into the parking lot. My foot stung with the impacts. The other wards were gathered, sitting or standing around the craft that was taking us nowhere. There was no way to approach if he'd teleport by the time we arrived. We'd never catch up to him. The others were as quiet and still as I'd been violent, haunted, scared. Nobody talked. Nobody volunteered ideas, because we didn't have any. I wasn't sure any of us knew how to fight this one. Nobody in the Chicago wards did. Nobody elsewhere. Speaking, commenting on the situation, it would only remind us of what we were facing. Above all else, I wasn't sure I wanted to think about the detail we hadn't spoken aloud. The thing, above everything else, that made this so fucked up. In the 9 years that we'd been fighting Behemoth, Leviathan and Simurgh, they'd never attacked this close together. Even if we found a way to beat this Khonsu, to mount a defense and stop him from picking us apart, settlement by settlement, darker possibilities loomed. 2 attacks, 2 months apart. Had their schedule changed, would the next attack come in a mere 2 months, or would it be more unpredictable than that? No, I thought, with a dawning horror. No, it was worse than that. The Endbringer's schedule of attack had always depended on the number of Endbringers in the rotation. If they were keeping to their usual rules, it promised a 5th, waiting in the wings. Chapter 256. Scarab 25.53 days. Nearly 3 days and we hadn't managed to kill him. A new target every 30 minutes, give or take. 10 to 20 minutes for the defending forces to get their shit together. The remainder of that time was our capes trying to hurt him. Chipping away at him. Sometimes we made headway. Sometimes he crushed the bulk of the defending forces and then stood still, drawing those rotating columns of altered time to himself. Not covering himself, but allowing the altered time effects to graze the outer edges of his body. He'd heal, regenerating as much as half of the damage we'd done. He hit major cities and small ones. Villages, even, when he needed some elbow room to regenerate. He'd hit a weapons stockpile in Russia, and nuclear weapons had been accelerated in time, the casings wearing down in that odd entropic, eroding effect that accompanied the time accelerations. A nuclear detonation. Heroes were still trying to minimize the damage. He was teleporting less often than he had at first, and there were a number of heroes who were appearing regularly on the scene. Legend, Alexandria, Eidolon, they were stepping up, though they'd started taking breaks, shifts. Legend would skip 1, then participate in the next 2. Alexandria would do 2 on, then 2 off. They were tired, weary. Everyone was. How could you rest when he could appear where you were? 6 or 8 hours of sleep meant he'd be changing location 12 to 16 times, if not more. And at the same time, that fatigue, it made it easier to make mistakes, and he wasn't an opponent that let mistakes slide. Tecton approached me, setting his hands on my shoulders. "What?" I asked. "You need to rest. The others have managed it." "I've napped." "Sleep. You're swaying on your feet." I wanted to protest. My eyes fell on the others, and I could see how affected they were. Scared, tired, helpless. They were arranged around the Chicago headquarters, perpetually in costume, with no idea what to do with themselves. 30 minutes, and then that intense period of tension, waiting, wondering as it took the media or the PRT time to grasp just where he'd gone, to report the information. If we were lucky, we got video footage, and we didn't have to wonder if Kansu had caught any of the big guns. In a way, I'd grown used to being a little different from my peers here. I could be blasé about things that had them freaking out, confident. I could put myself in the bad guy's shoes because I'd been one, once. Except here, I was no different. 3 days in, unable to sleep for more than an hour or two at a time, feeling my heart plummet into my stomach every time Kansu teleported, I was on the same page as the others. "I only ever wanted to do something to help," I said. "I know," Tecton said. "Even at the beginning, even when I was undercover in the Undersiders, I wanted to stop the bad guys. A lot of it was selfish, me wanting to escape, but I still wanted to work for the greater good." "Yeah," Tecton said. He let his gauntlets fall from my shoulders. I turned around to look at him. Our man of iron, his face hidden beneath his helmet. He was standing firm, giving no indication of how affected he was. It let him be strong, or appear to be strong, for our sakes. And then I decided to be a villain full-time, but my motivations were still sort of good, even if I wasn't. I knew the Undersiders needed help. That there was something wrong with a lot of them, something missing in them. And being a part of all of that, it was a way to help Coyle, when I thought his plan was something good. "You're not a bad person, Taylor." "I'm not. Being good or bad was never a thing for me. Not really. It was all about the actions I was taking and why, instead. I became a warlord and I took care of people. I helped seize the city from Coyle and we started implementing changes. Again and again, I've escalated in terms of the kind of power I wield." "Do you think you're more powerful now? With the wards?" He sounded almost surprised. "I think so. Yeah, maybe my hands are tied, I can't be as direct or ruthless as I would otherwise be, but I can reach out to the villains and I can reach out to the heroes, and I can affect a kind of change. I have resources, tools and information I might not otherwise have." "Makes sense," he said, his voice soft. "Taylor, you need to sleep. I can hear it in your voice. Why is it that I get more powerful over time, and yet I feel more and more helpless?" "You ask too much of yourself," Tecton said. "You could have all of the power in the world, and you'd still feel like you should do more. If he hits Brockton Bay, your father and friends will be okay. Hell, our strike squad that we used against Behemoth was made up of Brockton Bay residents, wasn't it? If I have to watch people I care about getting hurt while I'm helpless to do anything, I'll lose it." "It wouldn't be constructive to lose it," Tecton said. "And you're more likely to lose it if you're tired. Go sleep." I didn't reply. Instead, I trudged off to the quarters that had been set aside for me. Roughly pie-shaped, with the door at the tip, it sat at the edge of the hub. I had a bedroom upstairs, more personal, more of a home, but I didn't want to be that far away. I didn't want to lapse into being Taylor Hebert, even in a moment of rest. Better to keep thinking, keep considering options. I lay down on the bed, pulling my mask off. I didn't put my glasses on. My vision was blurry, but it didn't do anything to block out all of the individual little lights, some blinking, that studded the interior of my quarters. Laptops, batteries, alarm clock, the charging station with my spare flight pack inside, the television screen, the slat of light that filtered in beneath the door, so many little points of light. If I hadn't been so tired, I might have blocked the lights. Using bugs wouldn't work, as they'd wander, but a towel at the base of the door, books propped up against various devices, I sighed and draped my arm over my eyes, my nose in the crook of my elbow. I spent a long span of time in the twilight of near sleep, trying not to listen to the murmurs of people's voices in the main hub. Idly, I wondered how much time was passing. Where was Kansu attacking now? A lot of people crossed my mind, too. Enemies, allies, how were they dealing? My dad had fired off emails, asked that I let him know before I joined the fight, and right after I got away safely. For every cogent thought that crossed my mind, 2 or 3 stray thoughts followed. The devastation, Scenes burned into my mind's eye. People caught and left to die of dehydration in Kansu's fields. Somewhere in the midst of that, I managed to drift off, the recollections becoming dreams, or something close enough to feel like it was an immediate transition. My uneasy rest was interrupted by a touch to my shoulder. My eyes opened, and I could see the vague shape of a woman standing over me. Mom. I was awake and alert in an instant, but she was already turning away. Not my mom. Dark-haired, but too short. Both of my parents were taller than her. I only recognized her when I saw the doorway. A rectangle of light, almost glaringly bright, just beside my closet. "Hey," I said, as I hopped up from my bed. She didn't respond. She was already gone, but the doorway remained open. I had to cross the length of my quarters to see the interior. A dark hallway, with only dim lighting cast by tubes recessed into the ceiling. The woman in the suit wasn't on the other side. I accessed the various storage containers for the bugs I was keeping in the workshop upstairs. Beetles navigated the trap that kept them from flying out, then made contact with various touch panels, opening the cages where the various individual species were kept. As a mass, they flowed down the stairs and into the hub. The wards who were at the command center and watching the monitor stood, alarmed, as the mass of bugs made their way across the room to my quarters. "Taylor." It was Tecton speaking, hurrying to the door of my room. The bugs filtered into my quarters through the space where the walls joined, and beneath the door. My swarm entered the hallway. No traps. The woman in the suit was standing off to one side. I stood at the threshold, and glanced down at the tracking device that was strapped to my ankle. What the hell would happen if I stepped through? I supposed I'd find out. I stepped through in the same moment Tecton opened the door. The rectangular portal closed, and I was left staring at a wall. I turned to see the woman in the suit. She was tidy, her hair tied back in a loose ponytail with strands tracing the side of her face, and she held a fedora in one hand. The hat was beaded with moisture. Another excursion she'd made before reaching out to me. I was going to speak, when I noticed another presence. A non-presence. It was a shift of air currents that seemed unprovoked, affecting certain bugs when it should have touched other bugs in front or behind them. The topographical sense I got from the movements of my bugs suggested a woman's form, nude. It wasn't entirely gone when another appeared across the room. The way they moved in sync, not two people. One person, if she could be called a person, a phantom, flowing through the space around me and the woman in the suit. The woman in the suit extended the hand that didn't hold her hat, directing me to a doorway. I glanced at the woman, noting how there wasn't a trace of the anxiety or exhaustion that everyone else seemed to show. My swarm checked the path. There were people I recognized on the other side. I stepped through. The area was dark, but there was ambient light from a series of panels. Large panels, floor to ceiling, 18 by 5 feet, had been erected in a general circle. Two accompanying panels, only 2 or 3 feet wide, were set up on either side of each larger panel, to cast light at a slightly different angle. A bar sat at just below waist height, a semicircle, simultaneously a handrest and a way of indicating a boundary the designated parties weren't to cross. A different person or group of people at each station, lit from behind rather than the front. The light from the other stations barely reached them, which meant their features weren't well illuminated. Distinct silhouettes, with only a few more reflective materials catching the light. I ventured up to the panel closest to the door I'd entered. Tattletale stood there, and I deigned to stand just behind her and to her left. Gru, I saw, was leaning against the panel itself, his arms folded. Tattletale glanced at me and smiled, and I could just barely make out the white of her teeth. "Asked if they'd pick you up," she murmured. "Thank you," I said. "What is this? Isn't it obvious?" she asked. She turned her attention forward, and then she was taking it in. I didn't want to interrupt her, with the amount of information she was doubtlessly gathering. It was obvious, considering the general presence of those who'd gathered, even if I could only recognize a handful. Opposite us, Chevalier's silhouette was unmistakable. His cannon blade was too distinct. Exalt stood to his left, and a cape I didn't recognize stood to the right. I wondered momentarily if it would count against me that I was standing here. It hadn't been by choice, exactly, but it wouldn't look good that I was with the Undersiders. Bugs helped me make out Dragon and Defiant at the station to Chevalier's left. Both wore their power armor, but apparently the presence of firepower wasn't a concern, here. For the most part, that was where my ability to recognize people stopped. To my left, there was a man in power armor with his face bared. The tattoo across his face reflected a dark blue-green in an odd way, as though he stood beneath a blacklight, flecks of light, only the fragments flowed. No, they were traveling a circuit, instead. Faintly blue, the glimmers traveled a circuit that marked the interior of an elaborate, stylized cross, his eyes unlit shadows in the midst of the two horizontal bars. I could make out a station with a woman, black, accompanied by a massive shadow of a monster with an aurochs skull for a head. The woman's head hung, her hair braided or bound into dreads, I couldn't be sure. I moved my bugs closer to check to see if she had any weapons, and her pet shadow reached out to block the swarm. They died so quickly it was almost as though the shadow had killed before it made contact. I decided to leave her alone. Further down, hard to make out due to the angle of the panel that framed them, there was a small crowd. A young girl stood at the forefront, and others were gathered around and behind her. My bugs noted 12 people gathered in front of the panel. Another station had only a woman and a man sitting at a table that had been set out. The man had his hands folded neatly in front of him, and the light from neighboring panels was reflected on the large frame glasses he wore. The woman leaned forward, elbows on the desk, hands clasped in front of her mouth. Dark-skinned, with some kind of pin in her hair. My bugs traced their hips, the area least likely to be unclothed, and I noted the presence of ordinary clothing. A button-up shirt for him, a knee-length skirt and blouse with accompanying lab coat for her. 3 men in robes that bore a striking resemblance to fierces were arranged to our right. One moment longer, the woman in the lab coat said. "Quite all right," a man answered her, from the group of 12. "I'm really quite excited. Been a rather long time since I've had a breath of fresh air." "Hush, Marquis," the girl at the front of that particular group spoke, and her voice was a chorus, a number of people speaking in sync. "I will not have you speaking out of turn. Our hosts have been gracious to invite us, you will not offend them and besmirch my reputation by association. My sincere apologies." "Marquis," I had to search for the name for a moment. Then I stopped. That Marquis. Another panel lit up, and the circle was complete. My bugs found the people gathered in front, allowing me to investigate that crowd, who had silhouettes I couldn't make out in the jumble. A woman with a ponytail and a number of monstrous parahumans behind her, faultline. The woman in the suit arrived in the room, crossing through the darkness at the center with the steady taps of her shoe heels against the hard floor. She joined the man with the glasses and dress shirt and the woman with the lab coat. It clicked for me. Cauldron. I was looking at the people behind Cauldron. I felt a chill, despite myself. "Ms. Alcott declined to join us," the woman in the lab coat said. As did Adelaide, who wanted to be ready to defend his home in case the new Endbringer arrived there. The 3 blasphemies and Jack Slash were unreachable, but we would have far fewer problems if individuals like them could be reached so easily. Except you didn't do anything about Jack when it counted, I thought. We reached out to a number of major powers and sources of information, and you are the ones who responded. As useful as it might be to have the Yangban or elite with us, I'm almost glad that we can have this discussion with only those who are truly committed. Thank you for coming. I go by Dr. Mother, and I am the founder of Cauldron. I could hear a growl from within Faultline's group. They were directly opposite Dr. Mother, as far away as they could have been. Probably sensible, all things considered. Cauldron was to blame for the Case 53s. I suspected they could have handled themselves if anyone in Faultline's group were to attack, but setting a distance between the two groups made sense. "Look," Tattletale said, abruptly, "let's cut past the formality bullshit. I know a lot of you are big on that sort of thing, but we should talk nitty-gritty tactics sooner than later, especially considering the amount of squabbling that's sure to happen." "Agreed," Chevalier said, from across the room. "Mens sturf elke second van elke dag. Babas sturf in die motorscoot en die kinders doetskiet soos Honda. Vru word verkrag en vermoor en nagmaries skjor mons uitmekaar om te fees op hoel binnengoed," the woman with the skull-headed shadow said, her voice quiet and level. I was startled to see that it was a human skull, now. "I gave you the ability to understand and speak English," a man in the group of 12 said. "It wouldn't cost you anything to use it. Exal ni ju tong gebruik ni, vulas," the woman replied, her voice still quiet, though it was flecked with anger, just a bit of an edge. The man sighed. "Well, I could use my power on everyone else here, but somehow I don't think the offer would be accepted." Another person in that group, a woman, spoke. She doesn't believe in using English. Her first statement was, to paraphrase, "People die every day." "Helpful," Tattletale commented. "Enough with the bullshit and posturing. We were brought here for one reason. Well, a lot of reasons, but the main one that ties us all together is that we've got that monster rampaging around and we're not making headway. We whittle him down, he heals. Xian attacks, he teleports, and the golden fool doesn't follow. So let's be honest, let's talk about this and introduce ourselves before we say anything so we're not completely in the dark. Some of us have identities to keep private, the man with the cross on his face said. We can't bullshit around about secrecy and all that. We need to dust off our weapons and the schemes we've been keeping on the back burner and hit that motherfucker. More than half of us have cards we're keeping up our sleeves for a rainy day. Someone needs to bite the bullet and play their card. And then we need to talk about who plays the next card, when number 5 comes around. Because there will be a 5th. Or a 4th, if you count Behemoth or not. Many of us are playing on a scale where a particular play would put us at a critical disadvantage, the man with the cross on his face said. Acting now, at the wrong time, it wouldn't only hurt us, but it would put bigger things at risk. There's doing wrongs for the greater good, and there's doing noble deeds and dooming ourselves in the process. You're hardly so noble, Saint, Defiant said, his voice a growl. I wasn't speaking about me, Saint retorted. Either way, this is why you're here, Dr. Mother said. To negotiate. With luck, you can barter to guarantee your safety in the future, or ask favors of others, in exchange for whatever it costs you to use whatever weapons or resources you're holding back. We can barter, Faultline said. Her voice was hard. Unless you're saying the people who've been creating and hoarding parahumans en masse don't have any cards to play. Unfortunately, Faultline, we cannot. Cauldron, to be specific, cannot. I have provided this forum for discussion. We can help troubleshoot or support plans, or even provide assistance, but our cards must remain in place. There is nothing any of you could offer us that would be worth what it costs to act. Bullshit, I said. I could feel anger stirring. No way I believe that. Even just that portal system you've got, that's enough to change the tide of this fight. Not an option, Dr. Mother said. Because you're afraid, Tattletale said. There's a fear that someone's going to come after you, trace the portal back home. But there's another, bigger fear, isn't there? Yes, Marquis said, from among the group of 12. And I suspect I know what it is. Contessa here has informed me you do, Dr. Mother said, cutting him off. She was gesturing towards the woman in the suit. Let me assure you, it would do more harm than good to reveal the details. Especially here, especially now. Shit on me, Tattletale said. You bastards figured this out. How the hell did a bunch of prisoners in a jail that's dangling inside a mountain get to figure it out before I did? Hands-on experience, Marquis answered. Panacea, Tattletale said. Exactly, Marquis said. Clever girl. Well, I'm not looking to stir waves. I can't disagree with the good doctor, so I'll keep my mouth shut. Back to business. Damn it, Tattletale said, under her breath. Louder, she said, you're sure that this doesn't relate to our Endbringer situation? It doesn't, Dr. Mother said. The Endbringers are a puzzle unto themselves, independent of every other major variable. That reeks of bullshit, Tattletale said. I want to think you're bullshitting or you're absolutely wrong and they're connected to everything, but I'm getting the feeling it's not. It's bullshit because it's true. I think we're on the same page, Tattletale, the doctor said. Can we progress this discussion? One of the robed men asked. We can, the doctor said. Thank you for getting us back on track, Turrenta of the Thanda. Let's open the floor to discussion. Let's start with the possibility that we might draw from the birdcage. Freedom matters little to me, the girl with the eerie voice said. The true end draws nearer. The end of the world, you mean, I said. The end of all things, Queen Administrator, she said. Queen Administrator, what, isn't that the same thing? The end of the world and the end of all things. Or do you mean the end of the universe? It doesn't concern other celestial bodies. It doesn't matter. This ends, one way or another. We and ours will carry on, in some form, whether it happens today or 300 years from now. How reassuring, Tattletale quipped. You won't help. I am safe where I am, whether it beyond the Endbringer's reach here or deep beneath the mountain. I will collect from among the dead, and I will keep them company until the fairy rise from the ruins. Oh, I thought, she's completely out of her mind. There's no way to barter for assistance from within the birdcage then? Dr. Mother asked. Nothing you want, Glaistig Yuane. The girl, Glaistig Yuane, responded, 100,000 corpses, each being one naturally gifted by the fairy. We don't have time to laugh about like this, Turrenta, the apparent spokesman of the Cold Capes said. I am not joking, astrologer. I would like to see their lights dancing in the air. I have seen only glimmers, fragments of the performance. To see it all at once, yes. I heard someone in Faultline's group swearing. Neuter, I suspected. Honestly, I kind of agreed. I clenched my fists, biting back the worst of my anger. I managed to stay calm as I commented, I'm getting a better idea of why things are as screwed up as they are. We've got all of the major players here, and half of you are willing to do nothing while the world burns. All of the major players who were willing to come to the table, Dr. Mother said. Not any better, I thought, but I held my tongue. Dr. Mother had turned to the girl from the birdcage. If you participated in the fight, I can promise there would be a number of dead parahumans there. I fear that would not be enough. It would need to be all together, for the greatest effect, Glaistig Yuan said. We could provide that many over a period of 10 years, if required, but we'd want more assistance than simply this one fight, Dr. Mother said. She stopped as the man with the glasses leaned close. A moment passed, or we could provide that many 27 years from now. I felt a bit of a chill. They were so casually discussing this, as if it were possible. I opened my mouth to cut in, but Glaistig Yuan spoke first. No, I don't think I'll accept. My word is too vital to me, and you seem to want me to war with the abominations. I don't fear my own death, but I would rather be together with the others than be separated until the grand celebration. I won't fight, I would only grant my advice, some power here and there. Dr. Mother sat back in her seat. The ominous silence suggested she was still considering it. 100,000 lives, being mulled over so readily. That's a shame, Dr. Mother said, in the end. If I may, Marquis spoke up, with your permission, Fairy Queen. Granted, Glaistig Yuan said. There are others who wouldn't mind being free again, he said. Myself included. We'd fight that monster if you gave us the chance. All we'd ask is that you let a select few others out, and that you don't create a portal that leads back to the birdcage after the fact. No, Chevalier said, breaking his long silence. No, I'm sorry, some of the strongest parahumans are contained inside that building, Marquis said. Glaistig Yuan is one, but there are others. My daughter is another. Your daughter was a mental wreck the last time anyone outside of the birdcage saw her. There are too many dangerous individuals in there. She, Chevalier said, pointing in the direction of the woman with the shadowy pet with the massive bird skull, has killed thousands of people. That's nothing compared to what some individuals in the birdcage have done. We'd be letting the wolves run free again, in the hopes they deal with the lion. If there is no other way to deal with the lion, and we know the wolves have been caught in our snare once before, Saint said, trailing off. We know they can be dealt with. We're just lacking resources. Opening the doors of the birdcage has to be a last resort. Oh, I don't know, I could stand for it to be the first resort, Marquis said. He turned toward the doctor. I'm staying mum about what my daughter discovered. The details we both know that must not be shared. Surely that's worth some goodwill. It is, the doctor replied. I glanced at Tattletale. Her eyes were moving quickly, hungrily taking in details. Chevalier sighed. Dragon, some backup. I have to say no, Dragon said. The prisoners must stay within the Bowman Parahuman Containment Center. If you intend to rescue them, I'll deploy everything I have to stop you. Neither of us can afford the losses at this juncture. But if we did try, Saint said, and if we did free a handful of deserving individuals, you wouldn't be unhappy, would you? There was a pause, telling. It was enough of a delay for Chevalier to look from Saint to Dragon and give her a curious stare before she spoke. My view on who is deserving is far different from yours, Saint. Those of us standing here. Me, my daughter, Lung, Marquis said. You cannot speak for all of us on that front, a matronly woman spoke. One of my girls was unfairly imprisoned, another is on the verge of losing her mind, in captivity. We all have people we'd see freed, the man who'd spoken about granting the ability to speak English said. Let's say 2 for each of us. 36 in all, Dragon said. 1 in 5 of the people currently in the birdcage, almost. 6 more could potentially use the opportunity to slip out, through stranger powers or other malfeasance. Glancing over the notes my artificial intelligences have made regarding the facility, I can guess who some of the cell block leaders would choose to release. No, I harbor concerns about the birdcage, but this is not the answer to that. It would do more harm than good, Chevalier said. And I say that with full knowledge of what we're up against here, today. The last 3 days. Their opinions don't decide this, Marquis said. If it were solely up to our officers and jailer in the first place, then we'd be free already. You, Cauldron, have the means to send us back or not. It's your authority that matters. Chevalier shifted his grip on his weapon, but he didn't attack. We'll bargain. Marquis is offering assistance, but the PRT has influence. We'll deal with you, Doctor, if it means the birdcage remains sealed. With the ongoing inquisition against Cauldron Capes, perhaps there are one or two you'd want to be ignored. They couldn't be promoted, that's the PRT's jurisdiction, and it would only draw attention to them that I couldn't help them avoid. Still, I could time a transfer, allow someone to slip through the cracks. A few someones, the doctor said. Yes, I'm sorry, Marquis, our clients must come first. You'll be twisting our arms and escorting us through the portal, then. You'll go willingly. This place cannot sustain life. It's a facility in the middle of a wasteland, and your Earth is several universes away. I see, Marquis said. Unavoidable, I take it. And if I were to share the particularly valuable information that you and I both know, that you don't want me to share with others who are present. I can't believe I'm not getting in on this, Tattletale whispered to me. Dr. Mother didn't reply. She remained still, her eyes on Marquis, as the woman in the suit, who she'd called Contessa, leaned in close, whispering. You won't, the doctor said, when Contessa had straightened and stepped back, standing guard behind the doctor's chair. I won't, you won't, Teacher would, hearing that, but Teacher has a secret he doesn't want divulged, and he now knows we know. Marquis turned, his shadow shifting, presumably as he looked at Teacher. He turned back. Ah well, I suppose I'll just say we're here if you need us. If we need you that badly, Chevalier said, then we've already lost. Rest assured, Marquis retorted, I think you're doing a very good job at getting yourselves to that juncture. It's a failure across the board, I said, surprising myself by speaking. All of us, the birdcage prisoners excepted, we're not doing enough. If we don't come up with an answer or get someone to step up to bat and fight, then we're doomed. We've got the end of the world happening in 2013, and we can't even band together for this. Complaining gets us nowhere, Faultline said. Besides, it's not like this is small potatoes. Okay then, I said. Let's talk resources. If you've got parahumans or information, let's hear it. Let's show a measure of trust and have Marquis or Cauldron share the tidbit of information they've gleaned. Let's talk options that don't involve fighting. Tattletale thinks these bastards are designed. Where's the designer? Nowhere we can find, Dr. Mother said. And we have the most powerful clairvoyance we know about, alongside the most powerful precognitive. Does that mean there isn't a designer? Faultline asked. That Tattletale's wrong. Get fucking real, Tattletale retorted. I'm confident on this count. If they can't find the designer, Faultline started. There's other possibilities. Lots of powers confound precogs and clairvoyance. Both at the same time. Be constructive, I cut in. We will assist, Turrenta said. Sifera, Bahu and I, others beneath us in our organization. I cannot speak for my fellow brothers, but I will ask them because we all owe a debt. Our brother died, but Weaver helped to make it not for nothing. Fierce died, I asked, surprised, at the hands of the first, very late. I'm sorry, I said. We owe you, he said. As we owe some of the others. It is your choice how you would use this. You can pay me back by helping, here, I said. You'd be paying us all back. We have the means, he said. But this hurts us, because we rely on our enemies not knowing what we are truly able to do. If this goes much further, I said, it might not matter. This is true, of each of you but Weaver and Chevalier, we will ask a small favor, after. Nothing dangerous or painful to give away. Token gestures, most. Favors make for a good currency, the doctor said. Granted. There were murmurs of assent from others. The woman with the shadow pet didn't respond, but Turrenta didn't press the issue with her either. Dragon glanced at Defiant, but ultimately relented, accepting the terms. The doctor spoke, Mord Nag. We could use your assistance. The woman and her shadow pet with its crocodile skull looked at Dr. Mother. Lot Hull Almel Sturf, Ekes Tevred Om Die World Te Sien Brand En Die Valend Konings Te Spot. Ek en my Osder Sal Loop Op Die is Van Die Verwest Ard. She says no. Let them all die, the woman from the birdcage said. Can I ask who she is? Faultline asked. Tattletale was the one to answer. I think she got a measure of joy out of rubbing the fact that she knew in Faultline's face, Mord Nag. Warlord based in Namibia. As far as the current warlords in the area go, She's had the longest lifespan at about 8 years or so, and she's gotten things to the point where most of the other bastards around there are kowtowing, asking permission to attack this city or occupy that area, to go to the bathroom or unite two groups in an alliance. Die Badkammer. Us, basically, Tattletale said, glancing at me. She turned her head to look at Gru, only on a much bigger scale, and she did it alone. Ek het did rejekri med Ozder, Mord Nag responded. Ni Aline ni, with your pet monster, right? She said she'd be willing to let the world burn, before, the woman from the birdcage said. I don't think you have an ally there. From her attitude, Saint added, I don't even see why she was invited. I'll ask you the same thing I asked the others, the doctor said. What would it take for you to fight, here? Ek kan ni krag spatter sonder om die nag land hulpelus teen hulber te los ni. She can't spend her power, not without, we'll supply what you need to replenish it, the doctor said. No, Dragon spoke. No, you won't. Ek sal ni, it would be appreciated, the man from the birdcage that had granted her the ability to understand English spoke. Reconsider. Don't underestimate our resources. Vyf duzend, lewendig, dit mak ni sak of hul mag head of ni. In fractie van wat jy die gek aangebied het. No, Dragon said, before the translator could speak. Yes, the doctor said, just as readily. I caught the number, I can figure out the rest. You'll get what you need. I can't stand by and watch this, not like this, Chevalier said. How many more will die if we don't act? The doctor said, the Thando will counteract the Endbringer's teleportation ability, at least for a time. Mord Nag gives you much needed clout. Again, at least for a short time. In exchange for 5,000 lives? Dragon asked. A small price to pay. How many have died as we conducted this meeting? JY prod asof ditsak mak. Die contract as Versil. Sal ons gone no, Mord Nag said. What did she just say? Chevalier asked. Mord Nag was already walking away, stepping away from the panel and into the recessed passage beside it, almost completely hidden in shadow. I could only make out the rodent's skull, overlarge and pale in the darkness. The contract is settled, Dragon said. She sees it as inviolable, now. I like her, Marquis commented. Mass murder aside, anyways. Woman of her word, we'll find her, Chevalier said, to the doctor, after the battle is done, before you deliver those people to her. You promised us a favor, in exchange for our not letting Marquis and the other cell block leaders free, the doctor said. I could ask you to leave this be, the doctor said. No, not this, not 5,000 people, fed to that woman's pet. Stop us, then, the doctor replied. Or try, as it may be. That's one Endbringer we should be able to drive away. As Weaver said, we may have to evacuate the planet if this doesn't work. Faultline, your assistance would be invaluable on that front. You've already created 9, I believe. 3 of which were supposed to be secret, Faultline replied. It doesn't matter. We'll pay for several more, at major locations, and we'll arrange your transportation. Faultline stared at the woman. No, doctor, no, not your money, not you. Short-sighted, Saint commented. I think this is pretty big picture. Money talks, and I don't like how this money sounds. She spends 5,000 lives like someone else would spend change. Cauldron made innocent people into monsters. They took everything from them. I can't deal with that in good faith. She turned to Chevalier. We'll give you a discount. Escape routes in major cities across America, leading to the world that the Brockton Bay portal goes to. Fuck that, Tattletale said. I'll talk to my superiors, Chevalier said. Good, Faultline said, that's settled, then. Leaving only the Endbringer that comes next, I said. We won't know what measures need to be taken until it makes an appearance, Defiant spoke. Another meeting, the doctor said. Another day. I could feel my heart skip a beat at that. I wasn't sure I liked what this was becoming. Then again, the nature of this meeting had been suggested from the start, with the shadows concealing identities. Everything the PRT had been fighting to assure people that parahumans weren't doing was happening here, in this room. Scheming, trading lives like currency, and wielding incredible amounts of power, money and influence. But before we get that far, the doctor said, Tattletale. You asked me here for a reason, Tattletale said. Multiple reasons. The first being to give you an opportunity to check something for our mutual benefit. You brought the major players in so I could see if anyone was the designer, the creator of the Endbringers. And, nobody here. The doctor nodded. I suspected. They remain immune to precognition, but the designer wouldn't be, I don't think. It's good to double-check, regardless. Will you be attending if we hold another meeting, Chevalier? The doctor asked. Others, the Thanda, were departing, now. Gru had stepped away from the panel to step close to Tattletale, whispering something. Then Gru walked past me, not even glancing my way, before disappearing into the corridor I'd used to enter. Hurt, confused, I couldn't speak to ask Tattletale why without possibly interrupting Chevalier, as he spoke in a steady, quiet voice. I don't think I have a choice. If I don't come, then I'm left blind to what's occurring behind the scenes. I wouldn't be able to intervene if you tried something like you did with the birdcage. That's true, Dr. Mother said. And I think that's exactly what you wanted, he said. You have that Contessa there, and she sees the road to victory. You schemed this. Yes. Why? Chevalier asked. It's not time for you to know, she said. Fuck that, Tattletale cut in. Most of the other groups were gone. Faultline and her group lingered behind. I think it's damn obvious what you're doing. A new world order, I said. Tattletale nodded in agreement beside me. There were a few curious glances shot our way. I could see the doctor shift position. Exasperation, annoyance. I leaned forward, resting my hands on the railing in front of me. Gru's odd departure only fueled an anger that had been simmering. I had a hell of a lot of time to think, in prison, in my downtime and during stakeouts. There's only one thing that really makes sense, as far as your motivations go. It's not the clues or what you're doing, it's what you weren't doing. Only Legend helped against the Slaughterhouse 9, but he wasn't in the know, from the looks of it. You didn't help Coil, and you didn't help against Coil. You only helped against Echidna when it looked like everything might go down the toilet. But Alexandria steps in when I leave, confronts me after I'd surrendered to the PRT. So I had to ask myself why. I can imagine, Dr. Mother said. We were guinea pigs, I said. For what? So you could be in charge. Not us. Never us, the doctor said. There's a lot you don't understand. Try us, Tattletale said, almost snarling the words. All of this, it's small scale, the doctor said. Important, yes, but it's nothing in the grand scheme of things. I clenched my fists. 5,000 lives, nothing. Talking about 100,000 parahumans to be delivered after 20-some years, nothing. The lies you perpetuated with Alexandria, the schemes, Echidna, the human experimentation, the Case 53s, everyone you watched die just so your experiment with parahumans in charge of Brockton Bay wouldn't be tainted. We'll go down in history as the villains, Dr. Mother said. There wasn't a trace of doubt or hesitation in her voice. But it's worth it if it means saving everyone. You sound so sure, Gregor the Snail spoke, from behind Faultline. He had a heavy accent. European-ish, in the same vein as Mord Nag. Do morals matter, if our alternative is a grim and hopeless end? I would never question your morals, Gregor said. I know you have none. I merely wonder why you are so confident you will succeed in all of this, that you will save the world and you will achieve your new world order and your parahuman leadership. We have a parahuman that sees the path to victory. The alternative to traveling this path, to walking it as it grows cloudier and narrower every day, is to stand by while each and every person on this planet dies a grisly and violent death. You know how the world ends, I said, my eyes widening behind the lenses of my mask. Of course, she answered, standing from her chair. She collected papers and a tablet computer from the table in front of her. She collected it into a neat bundle, and the man with the glasses took it from her, holding it under one arm. Only then did she add, we already saved it once. There were no responses to that. Confusion and disbelief warred with each other as I stared at her silhouette. The others seemed to be in similar straits. You had better hurry if you want transportation to the battlefield, she said. Then, with the man with the glasses and Contessa following, she strode from the dark chamber. Chapter 257. Scarab 25.6 Khonsu allowed himself to be struck by Alexandria, using the impact to float back at a higher speed. The act gave him the positioning he needed to draw his spheres closer to the Jaguar's contingent. A lack of coordination, a simple error, and 10 capes were caught, to be killed in moments. Moments they experienced as weeks, months and years. Some had brought food and water. I almost pitied those capes. Mord Nag appeared, riding her shadow's skull like a surfer might ride a wave, except there wasn't any joy in the act. Her arms remained still at her sides, her head not fully erect, eyes almost looking down, as if she watched the skull with one eye and Khonsu only merited her peripheral vision. She didn't wear armor. Her top was a simple t-shirt with the sleeves removed and bottom half cut off. There was a faded image of a rock band on the front, her bra straps showing through the gaping armholes. Her dress was ankle length, frayed a little at the edges. Her feet were bare, her hair in braids and tied back behind her neck. The skull dipped close to the ground, and the warlord stepped off as though she was getting off an escalator. The shadow's head had taken on the appearance of a serpent's skull, complete with fangs, and the body was a column behind it, stirring around Mord Nag without touching her. It lunged, and fragments flew off Khonsu's shoulder as the shadow made contact, rubbed against him. It was as though the shadow's body were a series of circular saws, a rasp. Khonsu's field made contact with the shadow's body, catching the middle of its body. Mord Nag didn't even flinch as her serpent was trisected, the middle section dragged away. The serpent was winding around Khonsu now, maximizing the surface area that was making contact. Khonsu elected to ignore it, floating forward to put himself in reach of more of the defending capes. Khalifa de Pero used his massive spear to sweep a squadron out of the way before striking the ground, using the impact to throw himself back out of the way. He landed and straightened. He was shirtless, and had no doubt oiled his skin, though dust had collected on it, turning him a gray bronze. He had bracers with fur tufts near the elbows, and a dog mask that covered the upper half of his face, extending a distance forward. The only other affectation he wore that made his outfit resemble a costume was the mount at his waist, too large to be a belt buckle, with a molded dog's face jutting a rather generous handspan in front of him. He smiled, his teeth white and perfect, as the capes he'd batted aside climbed to their feet. Apparently deeming that the circles weren't working in this situation, Khonsu banished all three. Mord Nag's shadow was freed, and rejoined the remainder of the mass. Khonsu's forward advance was momentarily paused by the impact. He created the circles anew, placing them in spots where people at the epicenter couldn't move fast enough to escape. That was the moment I advanced. Weaver, how the fuck did you get to South America? It was Tecton. The director is flipping out. Someone gave me a ride. Chevalier will explain later. You completely dropped off the radar for half an hour. We were convinced someone had come after you to take revenge for the work we've been doing cleaning up. Not revenge. It doesn't matter. I stopped short as a fresh circle appeared. The placement, the timing, legend had been caught. Weaver, legend became a blur within the field. Then, in a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, the entire space filled with a red light. It slowly became white. Khonsu's power apparently affected all of the space above the bubble, reaching into the stratosphere. It was like a pillar of light. Eidolon created a force field, much like the one he'd fashioned to contain Fierce's time bomb, only this one was open on one side, a U-shape with the opening facing Khonsu. Khonsu seemed to notice, because he moved the column. It intersected Eidolon's force field, and Khonsu's power won out. The force field collapsed. This wouldn't be an effect Eidolon could contain. I'm in the middle of something, Tecton. I'm wearing the same camera I had at the last fight, so ask for access to the feed, or get over here. We think we've got a way to pin him in place. Right. Eidolon was shouting something I couldn't make out. Alexandria joined the fray, fighting to keep Khonsu in place, pummeling the Endbringer, dodging the columns that closed in on her. It was impossible to say exactly how he did it, but Eidolon managed to catch the light before it could turn the battlefield into a smoking ruin. It condensed into a ball, swinging around past Eidolon as if he were a planet and it was in orbit, and then flew into Khonsu and Alexandria with a slingshot turn. It wasn't a long, steady stream like the one in New Delhi had been. It was a white bullet sliding out in a heartbeat, cutting past Khonsu, Alexandria and a good mile of landscape, before driving into the ocean at the horizon's edge. Steam billowed out explosively. Eidolon crossed the battlefield in a flash, weaving to the left of one of the 2 remaining columns of altered time, the right of the next, and erected a wall to keep the steam from frying the flesh from our bones. It couldn't have been precognition that let him move that fast. Enhanced reflexes, something else entirely, and he'd been saying his power had been getting weaker. Alexandria had been stripped of much of her costume, but she fought on without a trace of modesty. Legend, too, seemed unfazed, unaffected by however many years he'd spent in Khonsu's trap. And Khonsu, for his part, hadn't suffered nearly as much as Behemoth had. 5 or 6 layers had been stripped away, and what was left was glimmering with a light that danced around the outside of his body. The hue and intensity of it matched the light at the edges of his time fields. It slowly faded. I reached the battlefield proper, but lingered near the back, beyond the reach of the time fields. This wasn't a scenario where I'd be on the offensive. At best, I was a helping hand. My bugs spread out over the area, and I was able to track the movements of the time fields, the combatants. I started drawing out the spools of silk I had on my costume, extending them between me and the various combatants, using the arms on my flight suit to manipulate them and ensure that neither I nor my threads got tangled up. Spider silk extended between me and the various capes around me. These guys were South American. 3 out of 4 would be in league with the various criminal factions and cartels. 1 in 4 were heroes. I couldn't tell the difference between them. The cues and details in their costumes weren't ones I was familiar with. The choices in color, style, attitude and more were too similar. A cultural gap I couldn't wrap my head around, in any event. Things were confused further by the fact that, by many accounts, the villains running or serving within the cartels were the ones sponsored by the government. The heroes, in turn, were rogue agents. Khalifa de Pero, king of dogs, howled and joined the fight, ready to capitalize on the success. In the same instant, I sensed my bugs being eliminated. Not dying, per se, but being eradicated from existence. The ones who'd been following after the column had been caught inside. It hadn't changed direction. It had stopped, in preparation for a change in direction. I didn't even have to look to see Kansu's target. I caught an earring of the king of dogs with my silk, tugged. He stopped, yelping as he looked in my direction. Run! My voice was no doubt lost in the cacophony. I tugged again. He used his spear to move. A second later, the time field veered into the space he'd just occupied. It was moving faster. A third circle appeared, and the movement had accelerated. Sensing that Kansu was about to beat a retreat, the Thanda made their move. A piece of rubble descended from the heavens, striking Kansu with a force that knocked half of the defending capes off their feet, myself included. Another of the Thanda used their power to anchor themselves to the rotating circles. They floated through the air, equidistant to the circle, effectively untouchable, waiting, watching. When they reached a certain point in the rotation, they caught a small hill so it could join them, anchored to them as they were anchored to the circle. It swung into Kansu like a wrecking ball. The falling star, such as it was, had broken through more of the exterior. Not a lot, but some. As the dust cleared, I could see glimmers of light, dancing through the space beneath the injury. It was the moment I realized that the motherfucker was reinforced. He had force fields set between layers, so he couldn't be wiped out in a matter of good hits like Behemoth had been. It was eerily reminiscent of Glory Girl. Still, he was feeling the hurt. Mord Nag's shadow ripped into the site of the injury, widening it, danced back as Kansu swung one arm at the skull, clipping and shattering one antler, and then lunged again, driving itself into another injured area. It caught Kansu off balance, and he landed on his back on the ground. The shadow flowed over him, the skull butting him in the face to knock him down once again as he tried to rise. It simultaneously extended out, reaching across the battlefield to push Mord Nag back out of the way of a swiftly approaching Kansu field. She stumbled a little as she was deposited 100 feet back, but she didn't really react. The shadow had more personality than she did, here. Kansu had apparently had enough, because he extended his hands out to either side, lying with his back to the ground. The Thanda member who was rotating around the Endbringer reached out, and each and every one of the defending capes was swept up in his power, drifting counterclockwise around the Endbringer. My feet lifted off the ground as he rose, and all of us rose with him. The Endbringer teleported, and thanks to the Thanda, we were collectively teleported with it. My bugs, Mord Nag's shadow, and several tinker-made mechanical soldiers were left behind, as we found ourselves on a beach riddled with stones the size of my fist. Silos bigger than most apartment buildings loomed just over the hill. The fight resumed in heartbeats, capes closing the distance to fight the instant the Thanda deposited them on the ground. My phone rang. I felt only alarm for a brief second, my blood running cold. I sighed and struck a key on the keyboard. The window with the video footage of the Kansu fight closed down. I let the phone ring twice more before I made myself check the screen. Tekton. I wouldn't pick up for most others, I thought. Hell, I'd have left the phone off if I didn't fear that there'd be a critical call. I'd seen most of it anyways. I answered the phone. Weaver, where the fuck did you go? I smiled a little to myself. It was an eerie, amusing parallel to what he had said in the video, except he was a little more frayed, a little more weary with me. You know where I'm going, I said. So do the bosses. We haven't even. You're going to screw this up for yourself. Why now? It's fine, Tecton, I said. It's not fine, they don't have to like it. I don't think it matters if they don't. He seemed to be lost for words at that. I didn't push the offensive. I'd been working on that in the therapy sessions, not treating social interactions like fights. Calm, patient, I dragged my finger down the side of the screen. The text scrolled down. Canberra, February 24, 2011, Simmerg Notes, Cyan No Show. Legend Eidolon Victory. Target Consequence. See File Polisher Treatise. See File Lord Walston and File King's Men. Brockton Bay, May 15, 2011, Leviathan Notes, Cyan Victory. Target Consequence. Noel. See File Echidna. No contact made. New Delhi, July 26, 2011, Behemoth Notes, Cyan Victory, Endbringer Kill. Target Consequence. See File Fear Say. Flight BA-178, November 25, 2011, Simmerg Notes, Loss. Plane destroyed, Eidolon Pretender drive off Endbringer. Marks start of guerrilla tactics from Simmerg and Leviathan. Target Consequence. Incognito Chinese Union Imperial Air. See Files. America, CUI Conflict 2012A UK, CUI Conflict 2012A America, CUI Conflict 2012B Yangban Indiscriminate, January 20, 2012, Kansu Notes, First Appearance. Cyan Mord Nag Victory. List of all 163 targets and casualty numbers here. Luderitz, April 2, 2012, Leviathan Notes, Loss. Driven away by Eidolon. Secondary targets Swakopmund, Gamba, Port Gentil and Sulima. Target Consequence. Mord Nag. Guerrilla tactics continue. Losses in notable but not devastating numbers, but his target survives. Manchester, June 5, 2012, Simmerg Notes, Defeat, No Kill. Target Consequence. Still unknown. Tie to Lord Walston. Tecton interrupted my scrolling, finally speaking. I kind of hoped we'd gotten to the point where we were okay, that you'd trust me. I trust you, I said. But, he said, echoing me as he cut me off. Take a second and think about what you say next. Grace asked me to call because, I'd like to think, I'm a pretty calm, laid-back guy. All things considered, anyways. But I'm on the verge of being pissed at you, and saying the wrong thing now will push this from me being angry in terms of something professional to me being pissed because of something personal. Think for a second before you talk, Taylor. You start talking right away and you'll find your way to a really good argument, and I'll concede this argument, this discussion, but it won't get us any closer to a resolution. Right, I said, thinking. I'll be on the line. I mulled over his words. I was anxious on a number of levels. Terrified might be the better word. I stood on a precipice, and the meeting I was running the risk of missing was only part of it. I continued scrolling down as I thought, as if the individual entries could give structure to my thoughts. Rio de Janeiro, August 15, 2012, Leviathan Notes, Guerrilla Strike, Mind Games. Travels from site to strike Cape Town and Perth after faking retreats. Target Consequence. No target apparent. I stopped at the entry that followed. I clicked it, the one for Bucharest. The video box opened up, but it was dark, the camera covered by my hair at the outset. There was only audio. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. It was Grace. Are you hurt? Tecton's voice. Golem is. Shit. The image wobbled as the camera mounted on my mask did, and the me on the camera moved the hair aside, allowing the camera to record the video. The streets were empty, old stately buildings loomed close on all sides, my bugs crawling along the face of each of them. There was a beep. The camera was mounted on the right side of my face, the armband on my left wrist, so the glimpse was fleeting. A yellow screen. Heads up. The me behind the camera called out. For what? It was Annex responding, breathless. Oh shit. It was only a second later that it became clear just why Annex was swearing. The city shifted. Roads narrowed, doors splintered and were virtually spat out of the frames as the door frames themselves narrowed. The image on the camera veered. I'd seen the shift coming, and the bugs on the faces of the buildings let me know that the attack was coming a fraction of a second in advance. As buildings on either side of me lunged closer together by a scale of 5 or 6 feet each, spikes sprung from the elaborate architecture, from gargoyles' mouths at either side of a short flight of stairs, from the sign that bore a store's name, a blade rising from a manhole cover, 10 or 12 spikes, for me alone, each 15 or 20 feet long. They crisscrossed, came from every direction. The camera had gone very still. Then, slowly, it moved again, examining the surroundings. Blades and prongs surrounded me, poised ready to prick and gouge like the thorns of a rosebush, all around me. My fingers rose to the camera's view, wet with blood. I'd only dodged as much as I had by virtue of the ability to sense where the bugs that clung to the blades were moving, and enough luck to be able to move into a space that escaped the various thrusts. The blood had been from a glancing blow, along the underside of my right breast. I traced it now, as I sat in front of the monitor, feeling the spot over where the scar would be. The fucking things were sharp enough to pierce my armor and silk both. I could remember my outrage at that fact, the stupid, silly comment that had run through my mind, that I'd refused to say in fear that this video would somehow leak as well. Can't believe the blade hit such a small target. Everyone okay? I asked, on the screen. I listened to the various replies of confirmation. I followed by relating how the armor I'd made them wasn't sure protection. Then the camera's view shifted as I freed myself of the spikes I'd so narrowly mostly avoided. I took 2 steps forward, and then threw myself to the ground as a figure sprung from the wall, a woman, moving so fast she could barely be glimpsed. The camera veered again as I rolled on the ground, avoiding 2 blades that plunged from the underside of her body to the ground, punching into the earth. She had carried forward, uncaring that I'd dodged, slamming into another wall, and she had left a piece of herself in her wake. Or a piece of what she'd made herself out of, anyways. She'd become the city, and this small fraction of herself had been formed out of the light gray brick that formed the building to my right. She'd left the pillar behind, 3 feet across, barring my path. My head whipped around as I followed her progress. 1 more of the rushing figures appeared a block down, 2 more behind me, simultaneous. A pillar, then a short wall and another pillar, respectively. Heroes, be advised, Dragon's AI's voice came over the armband, the Endbringer Bohu appears to follow a strict pattern. The city is condensed in 24-minute intervals, followed almost immediately by the miniature Endbringers producing barriers, walls, pillars, blocking apertures and more. The next phase, occurring gradually over the next 10 minutes, will produce deadfalls, pitfalls and a smoothing of terrain features. Following that, we should expect more complex mechanical traps to appear, after which point the cycle will start anew. Be advised that she attacks with the spikes as she enters each phase. Disparities in reports suggest that she is fainting in some cases, feigning an inability to do so. Good news, Annex said, over our comm system, she can't affect what I'm affecting. Bad news is I wasn't entirely submerged. I'm bleeding pretty badly. We'll get to you, Grace promised. I shut my eyes for a moment. Empty promise, I thought. There was a distant sound of something massive crumbling. I now knew it was Tecton, tearing through the area. I'd be using bugs to direct him to trapped citizens. I was avoiding the terrain features, he was simply plowing his way through them, doing maximum damage. The image veered as I approached an archway the Endbringer had created. I paused before entering, circumvented it by going over, avoiding the traps I'd noted with my smallest bugs. I could see her. Bohu. She was a tower, spearing into the sky, gaunt and stretched thin to the point where her head was 5 times longer than it was wide. Her body widened as it reached towards the ground, reached into it, extending roots and melding into the landscape. Her narrow eyes were like beacons, cutting through a cloud cover that was virtually racing towards the horizon in the gale force winds. Her hair, in tendrils as thick around as my arm, shifted only slightly, heavy as stone, despite everything. She dwarfed the other Endbringers in scale, 1,300 feet tall, and her body extended into the city. I couldn't even guess at the radius she controlled. Beside her was her sister, Tohu, who would have been almost imperceptible if it weren't for the glow around her. Tohu, with 3 faces. Legend's white and blue mask, Eidolon's glowing shroud, and Kha'Zikli Bey's red helmet, each twisted to be feminine, framed by the long hair that wove and wound together to form her body. It condensed into cords and ribbons, and the ribbons and cords, in turn, condensed into her chest and lower body, 2 torsos made with overlapping versions of the hair stuff, small-breasted, with only 1 pair of legs at the lower half. The colors were extensions of the costumes she was copying, predominantly white here, but with streaks of crimson, green and sky blue highlighting the ridges and edges. Her 4 hands were long-fingered, claw-tipped extremities in shapes that served as mockeries of the people she was mimicking. 2 of Eidolon's hands with the blue-green glow around them were holding a force field up to protect her sister, while a white-gloved one focused on using Legend's lasers to target capes who thought flying up and out of the city was a good idea. Not that it was easy to fly in winds like this. Not the sorts of winds that an aerokinetic like Kazikli Bay could make, capable of slicing someone with air compressed into razor-like ribbons. A hand in a red gauntlet was gesturing, redirecting the wind to blow down, across, and in crosswise currents that formed brief-lived whirlwinds. The me in the video made a small sound as she took the brunt of that cutting wind, hopped down from the arch, entering the city once more. It was just now starting her third phase, the pitfalls and deadfalls, eliminating cover, cleaning up rubble, and slowly, painfully crushing anyone who had been trapped in either of the previous two phases. If crushing wasn't possible, she would apparently settle for suffocation. I closed down the video. There wasn't anything more to hear in the exchange between the wards, and it wasn't a good memory. Another counter to Xian. All too often, he was late to arrive, and once Tohu had chosen three faces and Bohu had claimed the battlefield, well, the fight was more or less over. I could hear, Tecton said. You were watching one of the Endbringer videos. Yeah, I said. Thoughts? We've been through a lot, I said. I owe you a lot. And we owe you in turn. We're a team, Taylor. You have to recognize that. You know that. We've been together far longer than you were. With the Undersiders. I sighed and scrolled down. Bucharest, October 10, 2012, Tohu Bohu Notes, first appearance. Loss. Tohu selects Legend, Eidolon, Kazikli Bay. Target consequence. See file Kazikli Bay. Paris, December 19, 2012, Simmerg Notes, Victory by Xian. Target consequence. See file The Woman in Blue. See file United Capes. Indiscriminate, February 5, 2013, Kansu Notes, Victory by Eidolon, The Guild. List of the 29 targets here. Los Angeles, May 17, 2013, Tohu Bohu Notes, Victory by Eidolon, The Guild. Tohu selects Alexandria, Fierce, Lung. Target consequence, unknown. We'd participated in more than half of those fights. My eyes fell on the clock in the top right-hand corner of the screen. 8:04 a.m., June 19, 2013, listen, Tecton said. I'm not demanding anything here. I just need a straight answer, so I know what to tell the others. If you say you're not going to be here, that's all understand. Except not really, but all, he trailed off. You'll accept it, I said. I'm going to lie and say yes, Tecton answered me. I looked at the list of recent Endbringer fights, flicking my finger on the screen's edge to scroll up, then down. I'll be there at 2, I told him. You will. He almost sounded surprised. We've been through too much, and you're right. I can't throw it all away. I'm glad. See you in a couple of hours, I said. See you, Taylor. Have a happy birthday. Thank you, I said, hanging up. 18, I thought. I stood and stretched, swaying a little as the craft changed course. A two-fingered swipe on the screen showed the craft's course and RETA. Another two-fingered swipe returned me to my desktop. CD, Endbringer 28 hours 18 minutes and 44 seconds, 34 CD, End of the World -16, 21 hours 56 minutes and 50 seconds 16 days late. The only person more freaked out than me was Golem. I'd revised the countdown clock to assume that Jack Slash would appear on the date he'd set with Golem. June 4th was the deadline he'd given, for Theo to find him, to kill him, or the madman would kill 1,000 people in some spectacular fashion, ending with Aster and Theo himself. No appearance, no mass murders. June 12th was the date the Slaughterhouse 9 had left Brockton Bay. The day that was supposed to start the 2-year countdown. It wasn't supposed to be precise, but watching the clock tick with each second beyond the supposed deadline, knowing that something could be happening in a place I wasn't aware of, the mere thought made my heartbeat quicken, an ugly feeling rise in my gut. Dinah had confirmed to the PRT that things were still in motion, that it was imminent, but the idea was swiftly losing traction. I'd heard people joke about it. PRT employees who had likened Dinah to the evangelical preachers who promised an end time, then scrabbled to make up excuses when the date in question passed. My bugs could sense the insects within the city as the craft descended. Sand billowed in dramatic clouds. The dragonfly settled on the beach. It wasn't my ship, but the name was a joke, due to the degree Dragon had been sending me this way and that. Defiant was busy now, so it was mostly her doing the chaperoning, when the Protectorate couldn't oblige. The ramp finished descending, and I stepped down onto the beach, feeling the sand shift beneath the soft soles of my costumed feet. I could have flown or floated, but then I wouldn't have felt like I was truly here. I ascended a set of wooden stairs to rise from the beach to the street proper, joining the scattered residents who lived here. Men and women on their way to work, starting their day, children on their way to school, many in their Immaculata school uniforms. I walked, taking it in. The smells, the feel, even the subtleties in pace and general atmosphere, they were familiar. Comfortable. Not good, but they were things I associated with home. It was an unfamiliar area, but I had studied the satellite maps. I no longer wore my tracking device, but the PRT no doubt knew exactly where I was, for just that reason. If they couldn't monitor the dragonfly's location, they would have found it on my computer. I could see additions in the distance, the white tower that speared into the sky, the blocky, windowless structure that contained the scar. It wasn't visible, but I knew I could make my way to the crater and see how they'd drawn up a border around it, done construction work underground to contain the contents and keep the water from eating away at the city infrastructure. I'd read up some on changes in Brockton Bay, had heard more from my dad in our regular visits. Here, the area was marked with graffiti, always in the same variants, no two pieces alike. Devils, castles, angels, hearts. I suspected the arrangements and combinations meant something. The buildings here were new, quaint, the layout intuitive. And in the midst of it, they'd wedged in space for an addition. It made for a break in the flow of the footpaths. It forced an abrupt turn, a hesitation as you tried to work out the way to your destination. Accord had drawn out the city plans, and the Undersiders had altered it to make room for this. For a marking, it fit, somehow, the way it broke the rhythm, the way it didn't really jibe. The fact, I thought with a slight smile, that it irritated. Two masks, resting against one another, one almost resting inside the other. One laughing, the other not frowning, but the expression blank. They were cast in bronze, set on a broad pedestal, 4 feet high. I approached, my eyes falling on the objects that had been placed on the pedestal. Wedding rings, a weather-beaten gold that didn't match the bronze. 20, 30, I might have obtained an exact count, but I didn't want to dirty it with my bugs. I turned, looking around, and saw how the buildings surrounding the edifice were marked with graffiti. Castles and landscapes with blue sky above. I thought I'd see you first, Regent, I said. A kind of apology, for not coming sooner. For not being there at the funeral, if there was one. The empty eyeholes of the solemn mask stared down at me. I've thought about a lot of things in the time I've been gone. Framing stuff, stepping back to consider just how fucked up it was that I was spending time with you, condoning what you'd done. You took over small-time gang lords, I know. Took over Imp, even. So why did I let it happen? The wind blew my hair across my face. I noticed that there were people staring, looking at me from the other side of the street. Whatever. It didn't matter anymore. Then I think about how you went out, and I think, you know, it doesn't balance out. One selfless deed, after all the shit you did. No, but that's your cross to bear, not mine. I don't believe in an afterlife or anything like that, but, well, I guess that's the mark you left. When we die, all that's left are the memories, the place we take in people's hearts. I reached out to touch one of the wedding rings. It was partially melted into the surface of the edifice. I imagined someone could strike it free with a hammer. Not that I would do that. Sounds so corny when I say that, but it's how I have to frame this, you know. You lived the life you did, with a lot of bad, a little bit of horrific, and some good, and now you're gone, and people will remember different parts of that. And I think that would sound arrogant, except, well, we're pretty similar on that score, aren't we? It's where we sort of had common ground, that I didn't have with any of the others. We've been monstrous. I let my finger trace the edge of the wedding ring. I've hurt people for touching those. The voice sounded just behind me, in my ear. I jumped, despite the promises to myself that I wouldn't. Then again, she wasn't someone you could anticipate. Imp, I said. I turned around to look at her. She'd been attractive in that dangerous too much for her age way before, and to judge by her body alone, she'd grown fully into it. She was statuesque, wearing the same costume I'd given her 2 years ago, when she'd been shorter. A quick glance suggested she'd cut off portions to adjust, wearing high boots and elbow-length gloves to cover the gap, and wore a cowl to cover the gaps in the shoulders and neck. It might have looked terrible, but it fit. Her mask was the same as it had been, gray, noseless, long, disappearing into the folds of the cowl as the fabric sat around the lower half of her face, with only hints of teeth at the sides marking the mouth. The eyes were angled, with black lenses, curved horns arching over her straightened black hair. Tattletale said you'd be back today. I figured she'd know, I said. Was it worth it, leaving? I hesitated. Yes, I hesitated, I thought. I told the others. They're on their way. Okay, I answered. Fast response. No, too fast. I reached out with bugs, and I sensed the crowd, the way they were standing. Here and there were people who shouldn't have been paying attention to the scene. A young girl inside one of the buildings with the graffiti mural on the exterior, holding a baby. A boy was standing a little too far away to see, but he didn't approach to get a better view. There were a small handful of others. I looked at the rings on the memorial. Heartbreakers. He collected them. I uncollected them. I'd heard he died. Imp nodded slowly. Said I would. I told you I'd kill his dad for him. An admission. I felt a kind of disappointment mingled with relief. Not a set of feelings I wanted to explore. I suspected the sense of relief would disappear under any kind of scrutiny. People keep prying them loose, but there's usually someone nearby to keep an eye out and get a photo or description. I track them down and bring the rings back. Once every few months, anyways. Kind of a pain. It's how he would want to be remembered, I think, I said. Yeah, no snark, no humor. I wondered how much of that had been a reflection of her friendship and almost romance with Regent. And you recruited the kids, I said. I used my bugs to track the bystanders, my eyes to note more who fit the criteria. Boys and girls, some narrow in physique, most with black curls, others with that pretty set of features that had marked Regent and Cherish. Some were fit on all counts, others mingled two of the qualities and skipped a third. Heartbreaker's offspring, unmistakably. I recruited some. They needed a place to go, and it's kind of nice, having them around, Imp said. They're good enough at fending for themselves. One or two, you get the feeling they're almost like him. In a good way. I'm glad, I replied. Glad on more counts than I'm willing to say. Then, as I realized that any number of those kids might have taken after their father in the powers department, I was struck by the thought that they might know that they might report that relief I was experiencing back to their de facto leader. If that was the case, they would also report the way I felt ill at ease, just a little creeped out, as I eyed Imp's followers. Imp was eyeing me. I cocked my head a little, the best expression I could give without taking off my mask, hoping it conveyed curiosity. I like you better than her, Imp said. Like me better than who? I wondered. Than Lisa, Rachel. I didn't get a chance to ask. I was distracted as I sensed an approach and turned to look. Bitches here, Imp said, noting the turn of my head and the figure at the end of the street, ignoring traffic as her dogs made their way to us. Rachel, I thought, she's been going to the fights, helping out here when we send for her. I haven't been going to the fights, so I dunno how much you've seen her there. She's been checking in on me, wandering around here with her dogs and scaring the ever-loving shit out of people until I come to say hi, then she leaves for another few weeks. I've probably seen her the most. I've barely seen her at all, I said, even with the Endbringer attacks. The dogs weren't running, and it took me a moment to realize why. There was one dog that was larger than the rest, with half of a bison's skull strapped over the left side of its face, the horn arching out to one side. Armor and bones had been strapped on elsewhere. It didn't seem like something Rachel would have done, dressing up her dog. One of her underlings. It's Angelica, I realized. The dog lumbered forward, moving at a good clip, but certainly not the speed the dogs were capable of when they went all out. Rachel was controlling the speed of the other dogs to allow the wounded animal to keep up. She was riding Bastard, I recognized. It was different from the others, symmetrical, the alterations flowing into each other better. Two other dogs accompanied her. Bentley wasn't among them. The onlooking crowd, Imp's underlings included, sort of hurried on their way as the dogs approached Regent's monument. Rachel hopped down as they reached our side of the street. Rachel was taller, I noted, browned by sun, the jacket I'd given her tied around her waist, a t-shirt and jeans, with calloused feet instead of shoes or boots. Her auburn hair, it seemed, hadn't been cut in the 2 years since I'd seen her. Here and there, hair twisted up and out of the veritable mane of hair, no doubt where tangled bits had been cut away. Only a sliver of her face and one eye were really visible through the hair, a heavy brow, an eye that seemed lighter in contrast to the darkened skin. And damn, I thought, she'd put on muscle. I'd gained some, working out every day, but even with her frame and her natural inclination towards fitness, I suspected she must have been working hard, all day, every day. Maybe not quite what a man might have accomplished, but close. Rachel, I said. I was overly conscious of how we'd parted, of the way I'd left the group and the awkward conversation during the New Delhi fight. Listen, she wrapped me in a hug, her arms folding around me. I was so caught off guard that I didn't know how to respond. I put my arms around her in return. She smelled like wet dog and sweat, and like pine needles and fresh air. It was enough that I knew the new environment had been good to her. They told me to, she said, breaking the hug. They wouldn't be the undersiders, I gathered. Her people, then. You didn't have to, but it was a nice welcome, I said. Didn't know what to say, so they told me to just do. I wasn't sure what to do, so I asked and they told me to hug you if I wanted to hug you and hit you if I wanted to hit you. Yeah, I'm guessing she only just decided, I thought. I'd been gambling by wearing my Weaver costume, but then, I hadn't expected them to converge on me like this. I would have changed before seeing Rachel. It's good, I asked. Over there, they're building, it's annoying to get in and out. But it's good. Tattletale made us bathrooms. We've been building the cabins around them. Bathrooms are good, I responded. She nodded agreement, as if I hadn't just said something awkward and lame. I remember you complaining about the lack in your letter, I added. Yeah, she said, wasn't the easiest thing in the world, to carry on a conversation with her. Others are checkpointing in, Imp said. Just to give you a heads up. Checkpointing, teleporting, kinda, limited. We've only got a second, but you should know in advance that they're married. Who? But Imp didn't respond. Foyle and Parian appeared in a nearby building, the same building the girl with the baby was watching from. 2 others had arrived with them. I wondered, mildly surprised. Then again, it made sense. They approached, holding hands, and a bear managed to form itself from the roll of cloth Parian had bound to her back, without anyone, the stuffed creature included, really breaking stride. They'd barely changed, but for a little more height. Foyle carried the crossbow that the PRT was apparently maintaining for her, and Parian had donned less dark colors, though the hair remained black. The 2 capes with them each wore red gloves as part of their costume. I knew who they were from the stuff on the forums. The Red Hands. The Alliance had gone through, apparently. So, you draw me over to the dark side, and then you flip, Parian commented. I hope it's working out, I said. She shrugged. It isn't not working out. We're fine, Foyle said. I suppose I should thank you. If you hadn't left, I don't think I could have come. You may be the only person to thank me for leaving, I said. Don't be so sure, Imp added. Never mind. Tattletale arrived next. Gru appeared at the location with more red hands as she stepped outside. Where the others had been modest, approaching with a kind of leisure, she almost skipped for the last leg of the approach. She hugged me briefly, then kissed me on the cheeks. The mandibles, really, where the armor framed my jaw. Whatever. Of everyone, I was least surprised at the changes with her. Her hair had been cut shorter, and she wore a mask that covered the entire upper half of her face, coming to a point at the nose. Her shoulders, elbows and knees had small shoulder pads on them, and there was a definition to the horizontal and vertical lines of black that marked her lavender costume. She wore a laser pistol at her hip, which bounced against her leg as she ran. PRT issue. Extremely illegal to own. Jerk. She said, after she'd kissed me on the cheeks, you've barely responded to my fan mail. It's kind of hard to reply to it without drawing attention, I said. You don't know how much I wanted the details on what's going on here. Jerk, she said, but she smiled. But I should warn you, she didn't get a chance to finish before I saw. Gru approached. Of everyone, he was the least changed. Physically, anyways. But the Red Hands walked in formation around him, and one, a young woman, walked in step with him, close enough that their arms touched. They could have held hands and it would have been just as blatant. I'd faced Endbringers, the Slaughterhouse 9, I'd taken down who knew how many bad guys, and I had no idea how to face this. He'd moved on, and I was glad he'd moved on. He maybe needed someone to lean on, to give him emotional support, and maybe she was that. I told myself that. I tried to believe it, but I was jealous and hurt and bewildered and I bit back the emotion, approaching, ready to hug. When he extended a hand for me to shake, I had to fight twice as hard to suppress any reaction to the hurt. I could tell myself that he'd at least done it before I'd raised my arms to hug him, but, yeah. I took his hand and shook it. Then, on impulse, I pulled on it, drawing him forward and down a little, and put my other arm around his shoulders. Half of a hug, half a shake. Happy birthday, he said, after I stepped back. The others echoed him. Welcomes and happy birthdays. He'd remembered, but, that choice of words. I eyed the young woman. She was a rogue, in the dashing villain sense, wearing a mask around the eyes, and old-fashioned clothes with lace around her ample cleavage. Her jacket and slacks were festooned with belts, bearing utility pouches and knives. The glove that wasn't red had a knife attached to each fingertip, a brace around it to keep everything in place. She met my own gaze with one of her own, a narrow, hard look. "Oh, Skit Taylor, meet cousin. Second in command to the Red Hand. Nice to meet you," I said. "They don't really match." "Pleasure's mine," she said. "I'm meeting a legend, after all." Awkwardness followed, and in the midst of that, Imp's statements finally caught up with me. "I like you better than her." "Don't be so sure," Imp had said. "Well, cousin would be happy I'd left." Then, with a realization like a dash of cold water to the face, I remembered. "They're married." "Taylor," Tattletale said, rescuing me before I could say something dumb. She hooked her arm around mine and led me around and away. "Much to talk about. The end of the world," I said. "Endbringers. Finding Jack, or the designer, safe topics, somehow more reassuring than this." "I don't know," she said. "Everyone's playing it safe, keeping things quiet." "What do we do? What was the plan?" she asked. "When you came, I've got 6 hours before I need to be in New York. They're swearing me into the protectorate." "Congratulations," Gru said. He sounded genuine. "I should be saying that to you," I said, glancing at him and cousin. "Oh, thank you," he answered, in his characteristic eerie voice. I couldn't read his tone, and felt a little grateful that at least one of us was spared sounding awkward. 6 hours, Tattletale said. Another rescue. I was going to visit everyone in turn to catch up, visit my mom, then see my dad. "Well, we're all here. We can go somewhere together," Tattletale said. "There are stories to tell, I'm sure." "I'm sure," I said. I almost wished my original plan had gone ahead, that I could have a really short visit with Gru, a longer sit with Rachel and her dogs, then a long discussion with Tattletale about what was going on, before I headed off to see my mom's grave and my dad. "Come on, we'll walk, see the sights," Tattletale said. "Figure out what to do for breakfast or brunch." "Okay," I said. I glanced at the others. Would they be down, or would they back out? Parian and Foyle weren't close to me, but they were sticking around. Cousin wasn't making an excuse and leaving, and neither was Gru. I could see him exchanging murmured words with her. I must have looked a little too long at him, because Imp fell in step beside me. I glanced at her. "I was just fucking with you," she whispered. "I thought you probably deserved it." My stomach did a flip-flop at that. Anger, relief, bewilderment, more anger. Still more anger. "Man, the way your bugs reacted. Hilarious. You act like you're all stoic, but then I just have to look over there and I see bees and butterflies circling around like eagles ready to dive for the kill." I opened my mouth to say something, but she cut me off. "She is pregnant," Imp said. My mouth shut. "Kidding. This is fun. Come on, butterflies, I see you over there. Do your worst, I know you want to kill me." I considered jabbing her with my taser, and the thought was vivid enough that I imagined it buzzing at my hip. Except it wasn't my taser. It was my phone. As it had so often this past month, I felt my heart leap into my throat, that pang of alarm. A very different kind of alarm than Imp had been provoking from me. More real, more stark. I drew the phone from my belt, then stared down at the text that was displayed. A message from Defiant Endbringer. Rachel asked. Something in my body language must have tipped her off. I shook my head, but I said, "Yes. Sort of. An Endbringer with a lowercase e," I said. "It looks like Jack may have made his challenge to Theo. It's starting." Chapter 258, Arc 25, Scarab, Interlude, Bonesaw, July 8, 2011. The reality is clear. The repercussions of what happened today will change the relationship between hero, villain and civilian. It remains up to them to decide whether it will be a change for the better, or a change for the worse. "Pretentious, isn't he?" Jack asked. He was naked, covering himself with both hands, sitting on a metal bench with more brushed stainless steel behind him. With the angle of the device, he faced the ceiling. "Likes to hear himself talk," Bonesaw replied, agreeing. "Which do you think it'll be? Change for the better or change for the worse?" Jack only smiled, his eyes crinkling a bit at the edges. He was getting older. It was reassuring and spooky at the same time. He's the daddy of the group and I'm the kid, and he's getting older, which makes him more daddy-like. But it meant he moved slower and got tired more easily. It was only a matter of time before he made a mistake, lost a fight. It's a given, she asked. She pressed the button, and the lights started to flicker again. I think so, Jack commented. But I almost hope things do turn out well. The flickering steadily increased. The progression had to be slow, or they could set off a cascade cycle and overwhelm the power cell they had liberated from Toybox. If that happened, then the shell that was keeping this reality together would break, the holding grid for the pocket dimension substrata would become fluid and leak out into other hardened realities. They would likely be crushed by the air, pulped as gravity twisted into eddies and condensed points of hyperconcentration. Which would be funny, really. A reckless, violent, unpredictable death would be awfully ironic, really. An artful death, almost, in an anticlimactic way. It would be better if there was an audience, if anyone could even know and tell the story. But art wasn't art without an audience. Makes for a greater fall. She asked. Exactly, Jack replied. He had to raise his voice to be heard over the whine of the generator. I guess we find out soon. She laughed in response, giddy with the idea, with possibilities, ideas. Then she pulled the switch. In a heartbeat, Jack was frozen in stasis, contained. She walked over to the computer. Flowers, rainbows and gray-green smiley faces with the eyes crossed out in death bounced around the screen. She moved the mouse to end the screensaver, giggles still periodically finding their way out of her mouth. She set the timer, the alarm clock for the stasis to end. The giggles trailed off. Silence. The lights slowly flickered back to life, and Bonesaw found herself standing in front of the keyboard. The smile fell from her face. Jack had assumed she would freeze herself. The empty pod reinforced the idea. Except, she was telling herself she had to be there to wake them up, and that wasn't wholly true. It was smart, but it wasn't true. She wasn't one to be afraid of something, but she felt a touch of trepidation at the idea of entering stasis without someone to handle the exit process, without assurance she would wake up. That was without touching on the issue of the power cell, watching that things didn't go tilt with the pocket dimension. No, that wasn't wholly true either. It was a 1% chance. 5%, if she counted her lack of knowledge about other Tinker's stuff. But she hadn't touched it, even to move it. It should be safe. Her eyes tracked the rows and columns of incubation chambers. They weren't her field either. A different row for each member of the slaughterhouse. 9, past or present. King Screamer Harbinger Breed Crimson Grey Boy Nyx Psychosoma. There were 10 of each in various glass chambers. The original members, with many, many more besides. She looked down the length of the room. Most members of the 9 had lasted only weeks or months. She could count the ones who'd lasted longer than that on the one hand. A shame she didn't have samples for all of the past members, but she had most of the good ones. Her, Jack, Mannequin, Siberian, Shatterbird. Crawler had managed pretty well, too. He'd been a doofus in the end, though. She smiled. It would be a family reunion, really. But there was work to be done. They'd come out blank. Wouldn't do. She had access to some of the toys they'd liberated from the toy box. She'd have to put the new slaughterhouse's memories together herself. Brains, memories, or things close enough to memories. She had notes and records, all of the bedtime stories Jack had told her as she drifted off to sleep these past few years. There was information saved on the computer. She could hodgepodge it together. This would be real art. How well could she rebuild them? Cranial had been selling memories on the black market, selling skills. She'd kept bad memories too, took them from people, even gave them to some people. Silly, really. A lot of them had wanted trigger events, except the trigger events didn't work like that. This computer was only an access point. The other computers took up vast amounts of space, out of sight, out of mind. If something failed, she'd have to go fix it, but she would spend most of her time here, surrounded by her family, some she'd never met. Mannequin had lost his wife and children in a Simurg attack. How to approach it? A file here, with a woman who had lost her spouse and children in a car accident she'd driven. Close enough. She could leave gaps and it would fill in all on its own. Build it all on a foundation of an academic background, a doctor with confidence to spare, an architect in the same vein, a celebrity singer who'd come in wanting inspiration at the press of a button, run everything in parallel, with the ideas of the former two and the experience of the other, but that wasn't enough. He'd been driven, haunted. How was she supposed to put it all together? Could she make it a recurring idea, so this mannequin clone would see the events flashing before his eyes with every waking moment? Something he could only quench with a quiet, cold rage, or was it something he'd put behind him? Winter had been an arms dealer, sadistic, ruthless, cold. Bonesaw giggled at the private joke. The noise echoed in the utter silence. It was quiet enough that she could hear her own heartbeat and the blood rushing in her ears, the creak of her muscles shifting, even. That wasn't anything she had enhanced. Humans simply never experienced true quiet. Those that had come close tended to go insane. Another giggle, smaller. No worry on that score. How to model winter. She wasn't truly a person who created or manipulated cold. It was a different power. A dampening power, causing objects and people both to lose inertia. The ambient effect was one of altered physics, the effect on people was one of will. The woman had gained power, money and more, and she'd found she liked tormenting people as much as anything else. She'd turned to the slave trade, then crossed paths with the Nine. How to make the winters with the materials she had. A child that had a gun in her hand before she could read, someone who had found the drive necessary to rise above her roots, meeting all expectations. She'd taught herself numbers and business, she'd ruthlessly eliminated competition, and then when she had everything she'd wanted, she had stagnated, rotted like an overripe fruit. Searches for keywords in Cranial's notes failed to turn up any of the necessary elements. "Hey, Blasto, buddy," she said, and her voice sounded artificially chirpy, even to her. She looked at her minion, who stood at the other end of the desk, staring off into space, his entire body rigid. A tear was running down his cheek. Would have to cauterize his tear ducts, maybe. "Speak," she ordered. She tapped a key to open a menu, then released the lock on his lung control and breathing. "Try now." He rasped. Would have to exercise his vocal cords, or he might lose the ability to speak. "It's too quiet. Let's see, do you know the theme song to Love Bug?" Goo. Phew fuck. She hit the key to lock him down, feeling irritated. Swearing is so crass. "Okay, guess you don't know them. Let's see. I've got something in my backpack." It took only moments to rig. Her spider boxes ran on interconnected lumps of gray matter, basic impulses, motor control and storage, with some computer chips to handle functions that were more trouble than they were worth to implement. One of those chips managed road movements. She removed a defunct spider box from the backpack she was keeping beneath her desk and attached it to Blasto's spine, between his shoulder blades. Overriding motor control, road movement operation, hook it to the lungs and mouth, tongue, jaw. Her hands were crimson halfway up to the elbow by the time she was done setting it all up. She handed the task over to a spider box to handle stitches and cauterizing the bleeds. A quickie job. Would be better with a real eyeball, but she'd settle for a camera. She set a video to play. Furry cartoon bugs with hearts, peace symbols and other icons on their backs began to dance with cartoon children. Love bug love hug. A, B, C, D. There they are, coming to say hi. Love bugs are here, no need to cry. When you're feeling lonely, when you're alone, who can you count on, to be in the zone? Get a love bug love hug. Bonesaw sang along, pulling up a chair. She used a pencil to press the buttons on the keyboard so she didn't get it mucky. Few things were quite as fun as letting the blood dry and then peeling it all off in one congealed strip. Behind her, Blasto watched the video. She set it to repeat, and the bug box kicked in the second time around. Blasto's reedy voice sang along. It was so pathetic and mournful that she laughed aloud. Better give him some exercise too. By the time the fourth repeat had finished, he was all set up. He started dancing along with the fifth, mimicking characters on the screen. Each repeat would be a little more precise, as the camera captured the necessary elements. There, something to occupy herself with, for the next year and a half. September 28, 2011, I'm going to take over the world. Wonderful, Bonesaw commented, feigning a cultured voice. More tea. Tea, yes, obey, serve me, give me tea. Bonesaw dutifully poured a beakerful of hot water into the cup, then set a spoon by the saucer. No milk, you're sure? Milk is for weaklings and children. I'll drink it black, damsel said. We are children, damsel. A biologically 7-year-old damsel of distress glared across the table at Bonesaw as she took a sip, then had to momentarily steel herself to keep from making a face. Her face was gaunt, but that was her natural appearance. Her pale blue eyes deep set, platinum blonde hair simultaneously fine and thick, matted together. The chemical stew the clones were growing in didn't make for typical-looking hair growth. I could end you, for that insult. Yes, Bonesaw said, but then you wouldn't have anybody to pour you tea. This tea is too hot anyways. I'll strive to do better, Bonesaw said. World domination, sounds like a bother. It's my natural place. Maybe, Bonesaw said. Well, I don't envy you. You'll need to hurry, too. World's going to end soon, I think. I'll rule the ashes. I see. That's even harder, isn't it? If there's no way to communicate, then how do you manage it all? There won't be phones or internet after everything else is gone. Damsel's forehead furrowed in concern. I'll delegate. Can you trust the people you delegate to? No, I trust nobody. Well, Bonesaw said, pausing as she took a sip of tea. That's a problem. Yes, Damsel agreed. She swayed in her seat for a moment, then gripped the table with foot-long, clawed fingers to steady herself. Bonesaw's design, replacing the skeletal structure. A way to channel Damsel's power and if needed briefly shut it off. I put a little something in your tea to help you sleep, Bonesaw commented. Best to see you off to bed. I'm not sleepy. You're going to faceplant in your tea. Damsel's confusion became a swift, violent anger. You poisoned me, wretch. Yes, I thought you didn't trust anyone. What a shame that you couldn't be constructive in that distrust, Bonesaw said. She stood and walked around the table, then took the little girl's hand, leading her back to the incubation chamber. The girl obeyed, though she spat epithets. I'll flay your skin from your bones, irrevocably destroy everything you cherish, Damsel said, her voice fainter. You'll cry your rage to the heavens until your torment subsumes everything. Madness will be a refuge. She was virtually whispering by the time she was done. Yes, sweetie, Bonesaw answered, dropping the fake accent. She leaned forward and gave Damsel a kiss on the cheek. Damsel blinked, as if in slow motion, opened her eyes briefly, then shut them. A press of a button and a flick of a switch bid the glass case to rise and surround Damsel before she could tip over. The tube rapidly filled with a soupy liquid, rich in nutrients. Damsel was fully asleep before the fluid raised her from the ground to float buoyantly in the middle of the tube. Her tea party outfit billowed out around her, making her look like a jellyfish in the pale lighting. Her hat, a wide-brimmed, shallow-topped hat with a false flower on the ribbon, drifted off her head and gradually sank to the base of the tube. She sought out the other clone, finding him at the far end of her lab. He was a boy, narrow, with long blonde hair and a very worried expression. A complex pyramid of beakers and glass measuring cups was arranged around him. He was muttering to himself, wall them in. Wall myself in. Wall them in. Wall myself in. Come on, AG, Bonesaw said. She reached through the structure and took his hand. Out through the door. Not a door. Trap. Safest way to ward off attackers. Used my hair, made a tripwire, tying ends together. Maximum devastation if intruder breaks perimeter. Through the window, then. I'll wall you in. Promise. He nodded. With excessive care, he climbed on top of the jars that were precariously balanced on one another and slipped out through another aperture in the arrangement, higher up. He stumbled as he landed. This way, we'll wall you in. He followed obediently. Where's my Catherine? She's your mom, silly Billy. Cognitive dissonance would be bad. He could lash out. Not that he was that dangerous, like this. I was going to say wife. And I have 2 children. They're 7 and 5, except you're 7. You're thinking of your sisters. I'm confused, he almost mewed the words. It hurts, so much of it hurts to think about. I let a lot of people down. I can feel their disappointment like it's pressing in on me from all sides. I can't hide from it and I can't stop myself from caring. Hush, she said. It all gets better when you wall yourself in, doesn't it? He nodded mutely. Walling you in, she said, as she put him on top of the stand. A press of the button raised the glass enclosure. She could see him relax a fraction at that. A bit of a problem, Bonesaw mused, as the container filled with the nutrient fluid. Various elements that were unique to every individual served as a signal that the passenger could reach out to in an attempt at reconnecting with a host. DNA, electromagnetic patterns she could barely measure with instruments, all contributed, none was absolute. Once the connection was established, powers were possible as well. A moment of trauma sped the process along considerably. Her initial assumption had been that coming to life would be enough for the clones. But the clones were dreaming, and those dreams were founded in the fabricated memories she was providing. It was something of an art, an interesting experiment, to strike all the right notes, to get geography and birthplace right, culture, custom, habit and every other detail, along with the major, defining moments of their lives. The corona pollentia was developing as the originals did, drawing from DNA to form as a lobe in the brain, right from the outset. The dreams formed the connections between the corona and the clone. The bonds were forming too quickly and easily. It was interfering with the cloning process, as the passenger's typically indistinct and subtle influence on the subject was becoming rather dramatic. The brain was too pliable while the clones were in their formative ages, the passenger too insistent. She'd have to scrap everything. Wipe them clean, grow a new batch of clones. Nearly 3 weeks of work down the drain. Already, she was figuring out how to solve the problem. She'd have to stagger it, introduce memories in phases, starting with earliest and working her way forward. Maybe it would be easier, organized. She could consider each member of the 9 in turn and decide if they had been treated well as babies, if their home and school lives were comfortable. That would be a yes for someone like Mannequin, less so for Ned, for Crawler. She typed on the computer for a minute. Special disposal procedures for Crawler. The rest could be boiled to death. She watched until the bubbles started to rise. 1 or 2 woke. It didn't matter. She returned to her makeshift bedroom. There hadn't been a mattress, so she'd made a hammock instead. Blasto lay on the floor. His voice was barely audible. He couldn't stand, and his attempts at trying to dance were scraping his arms against the floor. Bug, hug, I, J, K, L. Forgot to turn the music off, she said. She found the smartphone and switched off the music. Have a bit of an errand. Sleep for now, I'll patch you up when I get back. Her hair dyed black, a bit of makeup and clothes made the same way she'd made her mattress, creating a life form that could spin an ink fabric. A touch rose-spun, but it would do. She found the remote and hit the button. There was a quiet whoosh, and she was on the other side. Back in Earth Bet, her heart was pounding. If Jack found out about this, he'd be furious. The risk, the idea that someone would be checking this one spot for a signal, or using a parahuman ability to search for her here, but, she thought, she needed supplies she couldn't make on her own. Resources, information, materials. She entered a small grocery store. Good morning, the man at the counter said. 32 or 33, to judge by his appearance. His hair was too long in the back, just starting to recede in the front, his stare intense, but he wasn't unattractive otherwise. Good morning, she responded, upbeat. Don't talk to me, it would be messy if I had to kill you. She corrected herself. I'll fix your hair and then I'd kill you. We don't get many new people here. Kind of out of the way. He smiled. Driving through, she said. My mom is shopping down the street. Dollar store or the boutique? Boutique. Don't blame you for not wanting to go, he said. Let me know if you need help finding something. She made her way through the store. Lemon juice, vinegar, sugar, salt, a box of fruity toots, some milk, pancake mix. Nutrient slop was great when she needed to work without cooking, but it was still slop. Glancing up, she could see the man at the counter looking at her in the mirror that had been positioned to give him a view of the aisle. She wondered momentarily if he'd recognized her. No, the reaction would be different. A distrust of outsiders. No, he seemed too at ease for that. Something else, then. She felt more at ease, realizing what it had to be. She deposited the things on the counter, then paid. He bagged it and she waved goodbye as she left, offering him a winning smile. She'd need to stop by a library. There were a few things she needed to look up. There wasn't enough information on Harbinger, for one thing. King's background was another blank. People Jack didn't talk about much, even if he talked about them fondly. He'd be so pleased, she could imagine, if she hit the right notes with them and got their basic personalities right. Then she could buy clothes and sheets. If there was a good hardware store, she could imagine some tools that would serve. Her scalpels were getting dull. This little bumhole of a town didn't have much, and she'd seen maybe one car on the road since she had arrived, but still, she looked both ways before crossing the street. A pale, dark-haired woman stepped out of the bank, wearing a black suit. Her attitude, her demeanor, casual. Nothing combative in the slightest. Bonesaw still felt a twang of alarm. The timing with which she'd appeared, the way the clothes didn't fit the area, better to guess and be wrong. Are you picking a fight with me? No, the woman replied. No I'm not, Bonesaw. Gosh darn ding darn, golly. Jack was going to be mad if he found out about this. Because if you kill me, it doesn't change anything. You worked a biological key into the transporter device. Unless you are alive, calm and holding the device, it won't work. It will only transport you. We can't use it to get inside, and killing you wouldn't stop the stasis period from ending. Yeah, that's why. I understand, but I wasn't sent here to assassinate you. We We could even reach Jack, I think, now that we know where to make an entrance. Still, that's a dangerous prospect, putting powerful parahumans in the same space as a man who's been prophesied to end the world. I'm not a pushover, you know, Bonesaw said. She stabbed a finger in the woman's direction. It would be so easy to fire a poison needle into her throat. I only want to talk. I'll ask a favor, then leave you alone, the woman said. You don't know how the Slaughterhouse 9 work, do you? We don't do favors. You'll do this one. The Slaughterhouse 9 you're mass producing, you're going to install a control switch. You'll give that switch to me. Not soon, but later. Later than you think. Bonesaw laughed, high and shrill. Then she laughed some more. The woman only waited patiently. Silly. You couldn't be more wrong, Bonesaw said. Betray Jack. Betray the others. You will. Bonesaw laughed again, not for quite so long. Through the giggles, she said, if you're going to try to mind control me, I can tell you you've got another thing coming. I've got safeguards. You'll only activate my berserker mode. No mind control. There's a great deal at work here, and this is the best way to go about it, even with the blind spot looming. That's the best argument you can give me. No, I can tell you two things. Bonesaw raised her eyebrows, smiling. Two things. Breadth and depth. I don't get it. Those are the things. No, there's another. Each of these things is a sentence, an idea. The second sentence is simple. Say goodbye. Bonesaw bristled. Mechanical traps, spring-loaded needles and venom-venting systems readied throughout her body. She let the bags drop to the ground. The woman didn't attack. Instead, she turned to leave. An empty threat. She debated firing her hollow needles at the woman's back. But if she missed, she'd be largely unarmed. She'd have to get even closer to use a venom spray, or poison spit, or her telescoping humerus with flesh-dissolving acid capsules beneath her fingernails. The woman entered the bank, and Bonesaw hurried across the street to follow. But her quarry was gone. January 20, 2005. Riley panted for breath. Her body wasn't listening, now. She reached her mommy's room, then collapsed on the floor, head turned towards the foot of the bed. The carpet was stained with blood. On it, just beside the bed, her mother lay face down, head turned to one side just like Riley's was. She was covered in stitches. There wasn't a place where Riley could have reached out and placed a hand down flat without touching one of the marks. An entire row had been cut open, the stitches severed, from temple, down the side of her throat, along the side of her body to her pelvis. Too much blood loss. Her mind leapt into action, reaching for knowledge she hadn't had earlier in the night, knowledge of how to fix people. She took in details, grasped everything from the amount of blood her mommy had to heart rate and the amount of air she was breathing, just from the clues in how fast the blood flowed and the color of the skin. She knew the order she'd have to fix things. Ideas fired through her mind, telling her how to close the wounds, to draw the blood out of the carpet and clean it, or even making something that would do the same thing blood did, out of water and some junk from the kitchen, all with the exact right amount of electricity, to fill the veins and carry a low amount of air throughout the body, staving off the shutdown of her brain long enough for Riley to figure out something else. But she was too tired. Hurry, Mr. Jack's voice was almost gentle. You have time, you can fix her, can't you? She could. Maybe she even had the strength to do it, to get downstairs and climb up onto the kitchen counter to get the things she needed out of the cabinets, and get back up here. She could cut the lamp cord and use the frayed end with a lot of salt, to get the right frequency. But she was too tired. The moment she was done saving her mommy, she'd have to run to the bathroom and save Daddy. Then she'd have to run downstairs and save Drew. After that she'd save Muffles, and hurry back to Mommy. In each room, one or two scary people waited for her. Waited and watched while she worked, then undid her work or came up with worse things to do. She knew because she'd been doing this for hours. Come on, Mr. Jack whispered. You can do it, don't you love your mommy? She stared across the room at her mommy. They were lying with their heads pointed in different direction, so her mommy's face was upside down, almost covered with as many stitches as skin. She'd done a bad job, she knew. She couldn't even cut a straight line with the scissors in school, how was she supposed to do this? Mommy mouthed some words, but the stitches pulled her lips in funny directions. She thought maybe she knew what Mommy was saying. No, she told Mr. Jack. No, I don't love her, she answered. She blinked, slow, so she wouldn't have to look her mommy in the eyes, and tears were squeezed out. Alrighty, Mr. Jack said. Say goodbye, then. Say goodbye. Goodbye, "Mommy," Riley said, obediently. Silent, her mom mouthed a reply. It took a long time. A long, long time, watching the blood volume tick down, seeing how the breathing rate changed, and the heartbeat slowed. Knowing how the brain would be affected, knowing what the organs were doing, and the order they were shutting down. At some point, it ceased to be mommy, became something else. A moment when her mommy became only a dying thing, a machine of flesh and blood that was winding down. It was easier. Didn't make her chest hurt as much. Lips that had been fixed up with imperfect stitches mouthed one final sentence. "There we go," Mr. Jack whispered. "There. That's it." For a little while longer, the three of them rested on the floor of the room. Mr. Jack, Riley, and her mommy. Others appeared in the doorway, casting the room in shadow. "She's done," Mr. Jack said, standing. He stretched. "As for what we do with her, he broke off as the clown in the hallway laughed, an eerie, offbeat sound that seemed to be missing something most laughs had. It seemed to take Jack a moment to gather why the clown had laughed. When he looked down, Riley was looking up at him, smiling. It was a forced expression. "What's this?" Jack asked. He smiled back. "Something funny." "No, I wanted to smile." "Well," he said, "me too. Let's smile together." She looked momentarily uncertain, but kept the strained smile in place. "Yes, come with us. We'll keep you safe." She didn't want to. She wanted nothing less, but she had nowhere else to go. "Yes please," she said. That sounds nice." Her mother's final words rang through Riley's head, the last words before she had become a machine that had stopped working. Be a good girl. She'd be good. She'd be polite and cheerful, and she'd do her chores, and she would mind her manners, and she'd eat all of her dinner, and she'd keep her hair nice, and she wouldn't swear. And November 15, 2011, she woke from a nightmare that was becoming all too familiar. Usually it was only a few times a week, fragments. Now it was more distinct, more cohesive. She didn't like it. As was her habit, she reached across the bed, holding her companion close. Not enough, not warm enough, not responsive, not caring. He wasn't family. She pushed her covers away, annoyed. Blasto lay there, unmoving. "Up," she said. The hardware worked throughout his body, bid him to move. She stared at him, unfamiliar feelings warring inside her. The dream was fresh in her mind and she couldn't banish it, just like she hadn't been able to banish it yesterday, or the day before, or the day before that. It was just a little harder every day. She felt a flare of anger, but pasted a smile on her face instead. Think happy. Be good, she thought, and the thought was too close to an idea in her dream. It had the opposite effect, dashed her resolve to the wind. She was left only with a mingled sense of unease and frustration. No mind control, my Fanny. The darn woman in the suit had put a mind whammy on her. It made her upset, which was a terrible way to start the day. Most days, she could cuddle with whoever was sleeping beside her. Blasto wasn't so good at that. It didn't help that Blasto had died a week ago. A stroke, no doubt from stress, in the midst of a refrain of the Love Bugs theme song. The only thing that let him move now were the control mechanisms she'd set up. Not so good for snuggling. Most days, if snuggling didn't quite cut it, Jack would keep her busy, give her something to do, and entertain her. Always, his voice in her ear, always ushering her forwards, praising her for being a good girl, for her art, for her talent. Others were interested, her family. Now she was alone. She left the closet that was her bedroom, with Blasto standing beside the fleshy mattress, and she approached the cases. The third draft, still in a fetal state, 9 of each. She had a good feeling about it. There were a few more brains to create, more personalities to research and draw up, but she felt fairly confident about her ability to piece it all together. The only rub was the bone saws. A whole row, empty. They didn't need as long to gestate, but she had yet to begin figuring out how to create them. She could have scanned her own brain and copied over the results, but the setup was awkward to manage, best done with a sleeping subject. She could have set Blasto up to manage it, but that was tricky in its own way. She wasn't used to feeling a lack of confidence. The thing about art was that one could create anything, could incorporate mistakes. But art needed an audience and she had none here. She'd set herself the task of having everything ready for when Jack and the others woke up, and now she felt she was unraveling, coming apart in the quiet and the solitude. She stared at the seeds of the bone saws that hadn't grown and wondered if she really could look long enough to see the real her, to fabricate anything like herself. Her test runs with the others had all worked. They were close enough to feel familiar, even if little details were off. Their personalities, their approaches, all would be close enough. Here and there, she'd fixed things, corrected the most detrimental personality traits that had been turned against them and allowed them to be captured or killed. Sighing, she turned away. She took the time to dress in the clothes she'd bought, and then used the remote to teleport to Earth Bet. "Our regular is back," the man at the counter said. "You get out a lot, with that homeschooling." "Yeah," she said. She folded her hands on the edge of the counter and rested her chin on them. "Your haircut looks good, Eli." "Thank you," he said. He looked genuinely embarrassed. She smiled a little at that. "See any good movies lately?" she asked. "You like horror movies, right?" The Darkness. You'd like it, it comes from a good pedigree. It's about a mafia." A woman entered the store, and Eli jumped as though he'd been caught doing something wrong. Can I put up a sign in the window?" the woman asked. "I'd have to see it first," Eli responded. "Might have to ask my dad. He owns the store, even if I run it. If there's any question, it'd be his call. He gets back this Monday." The woman's face was grave as she handed over the paper. Eli took the time to read it. "I think everyone in town knows about this, Mrs. Hemston. Can I put it up anyways? If someone passes through and sees it?" Eli shifted, uncomfortable. "I don't see any reason you couldn't. My dad wouldn't say no." Without responding, Mrs. Hemston set about taping it to a spot at eye level on the back of the glass door. She glanced at Bonesaw. "You shouldn't be out without a guardian. Go home." "Yes ma'am," Bonesaw replied, smiling. And then the woman was gone. Bonesaw opened the door and held it open so she could see the sign. A missing person sign, with a picture of a girl. She let the door swing closed. Eli hesitated. "Riley, I was thinking, if you wanted to come over and watch that movie." "No. No, why?" "You know why," she said. She walked down the aisle to grab some snacks. "Gummy candies, more fruity toots, some more milk." "I wouldn't, you'd be a gentleman, I'm sure," she replied. The funny thing was, she was sure. She knew her monsters. He struggled to recover. You're talking about the homeschooling. Strict parents. It was feeble. She knew it was feeble. "Exactly," she responded, setting the stuff on the counter. "Sorry, $8.95, was all he said." He was hurt. He'd recover. She collected her things, gave him a small wave, and then made her way back. She glanced at the woman who was making her way into the next store. She stepped out of sight, then used the remote to exit back to the pocket realm. She felt a growing sense of unease as she set the milk in the fridge and put the fruity toots on the counter with the candy. Not an unease with what had happened with Eli. That would resolve itself. She'd see him in 2 or 3 days, and it would be awkward. Then she'd see him after that, and things would be okay again. No, that wasn't what was resting heavily on her heart. She called for Blasto and then entered one of the other closets. Melanie, the girl's name was. A week and a half ago, it had been so common sense. A solution to her problems. The girl had been right there. So easy to approach, a tranquilizer shot to the neck, calculated on the fly to fit with body weight and overall health. Recalibrating the teleporting remote with the unconscious girl in the back lot had been a little riskier, but it was a quiet town. Bonesaw had found herself busy enough that the girl could be left here, an IV in her neck, catheter and poop tube inserted. Now that she had free time, she could handle the winter issue. She needed a child soldier. This was a way to make one. To insert the wartime memories from Cranial's database into the girl, let it steep, then harvest the results. The rest could be tweaked, rebalanced, fixed. And there, again, that unease. She couldn't think of her mother's face, only stitches. Her father she hadn't even seen. His face was a vague idea in her head, a few isolated features with nothing to bind them together. Yet when she tried to visualize herself going ahead with it, it was Eli's face that intruded. Disappointed, confused, Eli and Mrs. Hemston both. Now, the girl was meat, a tool, a collection of resources to be taken apart and put together in a different configuration, a machine. Any number of things, but not a person. But the people from the periphery of the girl's life, they were harder to compartmentalize. Distant, they weren't at arm's reach to use as resources. An emotional factor. Darn it, she thought. She'd stopped talking to herself, after she'd gotten in the habit and weirded Eli out. She turned her attention to the computer, crossing the room. Need a distraction, except it backfired. She thought of the woman in the suit, and the statement. Breadth and depth. As things tended to do, a connection drew across her mind's eye. All of the problems at hand, the challenges, dealing with the clones, figuring out how to program them. The first batch had failed because they were too young, and the connection with the passenger had become too broad, consuming too much of their personality, leaving room for little growth as a human being. Things were missing, other things bloated or exaggerated as the passenger needed. Jack had a different kind of connection. A deep connection. He was in alignment with the particular nature of his passenger. The passengers naturally sought conflict, and Jack had fed that need from very early on, and he had sustained it for years. The line between the two was so thin as to be impossible to mark, but Jack's personality remained his own. Altered, but not subsumed. And Bonesaw, well, she was talented. There was little doubt her passenger fed her a great amount of detail. But what kind of connection was it? Darn mind whammies. Darn it, drat, gosh, golly fuck. She stared down at her hands, splayed and resting on either side of the keyboard. What kind of connection was it? Young age, check. That had meant breadth for the others. Fed by conflict, check. Depth, if the single data point that was Jack was any indication. How much of me is me? She stared at the backs of her hands. What difference does it make? It wasn't a rhetorical question. There was a difference, it did matter in the grand scheme of things. She just wasn't sure what that difference was, how it mattered. She hadn't had to make many of her own decisions before. Or, it was better to say, she hadn't had to make important ones. There was a security in being with Jack, because it meant she didn't have to face this sort of thing. One comment, and the question was decided. She turned to look at Melanie. The girl was her age. Odd to think about. The girl had seen her face. She couldn't trust her ability to erase memories, not without test subjects, which was a new set of risks, a new set of problems. It would only compound the problem she was trying to solve. She wasn't used to thinking like this, considering ways to minimize chaos. Couldn't trust that she'd scrub the right memory. It wasn't her tinker tech. Couldn't trust that she could overwrite the memories either. Inserting memories, yes, but the brain was a funny thing. Again, it wasn't her tinker tech. Going ahead would be safest. She thought of Eli, a friend, not family, like the nine had become, but a friend. She thought of the effect of the passenger on her personality. Was the art hers or did it belong to it? Her sense of family among the other nine, again, who did it belong to? She bit a thumbnail, cut deep into the material with the special cutting materials she'd laced her incisors with, and then tore the end off in one swift motion. The quick of her nail started bleeding. The pain gave her clarity. Maybe the family thing was the passengers. Maybe the art was too. But Eli, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't normal. But if the passenger had never made contact, and she'd still lived a life a little like the one she lived now, she could see herself being Eli's friend. That in mind, she made her decision. November 12, 2012, she shifted her weight from foot to foot. A lot of time alone. A lot of time to think. Every decision now was made on a fulcrum. Was she acting as Riley or as Bonesaw? It wasn't a hard decision. In a way, she'd imagined she'd always make it. But it, like every other call, had to be carefully measured. First menstruation, check, might as well get it over with. She made notes on the computer. Auto-hysterectomy, auto-mastectomy, limb shortening, bone shaving, plastic surgery. Bonesaw would approve. Maybe it would be better to be taller, to have more room for equipment. Still, she could reverse the procedure. It wouldn't be her parts, but that wasn't such a problem. But for Riley, this was essential. It was a matter of months before Jack woke. She needed time to recover. The clones were in a good state. Only the Bonesaw vats were empty. Each of the others had an adolescent or nearly adult clone inside. A month or two before the others woke from cryostasis, she'd start doing the surgeries, adding the augments, combining a handful of them together. She laid out everything on the table next to her. Scalpels, blood bags, IV drips, screwdrivers, wire, staple, cauterizing gun, hammer, stapler, a mix and match. She hefted the Bonesaw and frowned a little. The word had taken on a different meaning for her, in recent months. It had stopped being her name somewhere along the line, had become her passenger's. Anesthetic? No, she needed optimal awareness of her own body. Anything that dulled her senses would spoil that. She had the ability to switch off pain at will. She wouldn't use it. No, she wouldn't say she felt guilty about the things she'd done, but she recognized that she was broken, now. She recognized That maybe she should. A part of her wished she could reach inside and find that carefree perspective, the innocence she'd enjoyed. Another part of her was glad. Everything about herself was modifiable, reversible, pliable. Pieces in the machine. But this, she wasn't sure she could alter it, nor that she wanted to. This wouldn't be a penance. That would suggest penitence. But it'd be just, as best as she could figure. She started cutting. January 24, 2013, the sign's down, she commented. Riley. Eli looked startled. He glanced back at his dad, who was stocking shelves. It's been a really long time. I was worried I said something. No, went to live with my dad, she said. The lie was smooth, effortless. She didn't even feel bad. You're back, stopping by, like the first time you saw me. He nodded, still a little stunned. They found the girl dead in the woods. Some dogs had chewed her up pretty badly. Oh, she responded. She'd practiced the look of concern in the mirror. Even now, she didn't really feel guilt, but nothing was reliable, like it once had been. I stopped in to say goodbye, Eli. Goodbye. He seemed more surprised than disappointed. Maybe he already said goodbye to me, she thought. She didn't feel hurt. Growing up with the Slaughterhouse Nine had numbed her in many respects. It made sense, little more. I wanted to give you a gift, she said, as thanks for the movie advice, and the conversation over the past while. You helped me, gave me a friend when I needed one. He frowned. After your parents' divorce, you mean? Yes, another easy lie. I get that, he said. He looked at the card. Can I open it? No, there's a date on it. Wait, then read it on the date in question. Break that rule and I'll be mad, understand? I understand, he responded. He looked down at the envelope. My birthday. Yeah, and I don't think you do understand, she said, but that's okay. Just don't break the rule, and don't lose the letter. Okay, he said. I would have gotten you something, but, oh. He rummaged in his bag, then handed her a videotape. I rented it, but I'll pay the fee to replace it. One of my favorites from the last year. A horror movie, a child werewolf, a child monster. She glanced at him, but there was nothing in his expression. She'd become exceptionally good at reading people, and, no, he had no idea how ironic the gift was. Thank you, she said, holding it to her stomach. It's probably okay if we just say hi and bye like usual, isn't it? Fitz, you look different, he blurted out the words, a non sequitur. She'd hoped the winter clothes would hide any of the reversions she'd made. You look good, he added. Be fucking good, Eli, she retorted, staring at him. Before, he might have protested, feigned confusion. He'd changed, much as she had. Now, he only nodded a little. I will. May 25, 2013. She sat with her feet propped up on the table, a bowl of fruity toots on her stomach, as the alarm went off. She felt a momentary sadness. She tapped her pinky with her thumb twice, and the embedded magnets noted the signal. She'd recorded her own brain activity and movements when contemplating the bonesaw clones, and it was this that she drew on, manipulating her own body much as she had manipulated Blasto's. Her body language wasn't her own. Her smile, the way she walked, the gestures, all were fine-tuned to match the bonesaw of before. Her height, too, had changed. She'd cut her hair to match, had downgraded her body so the last year and a half of development had never happened. It was the burning of a bridge, in a way. It would retard her growth in the future, and that would arouse suspicion. In a way, she couldn't carry on her relationship with the Nine. There would be too many tells, no. Time to herself to make changes in secret. The individual cases opened, and slowly but surely, the members of the current Slaughterhouse Nine stepped out. Jack, Hookwolf, Skinslip, Night Hag. She could see the conscious effort on Jack's part to maintain his composure. He was barely able to stand, his eyes fixed on her. Somehow, she knew he knew, but that was no surprise. All she really needed was reasonable doubt. He would harbor suspicions, and he would pull something on her. Later. In the meantime, she'd have options. You're awake, he commented. And you're nude, she said, covering her eyes. Where are your manners? Like riding a bike. Back to her old self. Playing the role. I'll remedy that in an instant. Cereal. Made it myself. Took me a whole 3 hours to get it right. Felt like keeping busy. And the milk. Made it myself, she responded. She grinned, and the device took over, gave it that width, that guilelessness she couldn't manage on her own. I won't ask. My clothes. She pointed him in the direction of the closet where she'd placed all of the row-spun uniforms, alongside the clothes Jack and the others had removed before stepping into the cryostasis chambers. He took a step, then stumbled. "I'm not as coordinated as I should be," he said. "Seems there's trouble with the recovery phase," Riley said. "Be a month or two before you're on your feet. We have a schedule." "I know, but I can't fix this. Not my stuff." He stared at her, brushed ice-crusted hair away from his face. But she wasn't lying. There was no falsehood to pick out. "You could have woken us sooner." Nope, she said. "Would have mucked up the scheduling." Still, that penetrating stare. This was the make-or-break moment. "Well," Jack said, smiling, unavoidable. "We'll have to make it extra special." "Triple special," she answered. "Things have been interesting while we've been gone." "Interesting? I'll show you later." "And the clones? I was waiting for you to wake up before we greeted them." "Good," Jack said. "Excellent." She smiled wide as he turned, covering his bare rear end on his way to the closet, even as she felt coldness in her heart. Hookwolf, for his part, only drew blades around his body, forming into a giant metal form. She wondered if he looked a little introspective, before his head was covered in the mass of shifting, scurrying hooks and needles. She chewed on her cereal, and watched more of her movie. She did like it, after all. Eli had been right, she smiled, hiding the sense of loss as she deleted it from the system and cleaned up the evidence. One by one, the recently unfrozen members of the 9 rejoined them, dressed in their outfits and costumes. Jack gestured, and she hit the key on the keyboard. Lights. Spotlights went on beneath each of the glass chambers. Drain. The fluids poured out, draining into the openings in the floor. Blurry figures became more distinct, marred only by the residual droplets clinging to the interior of each chamber. "You didn't do yours," Jack commented. "Didn't work out." "I see," he said. Every line of dialogue felt like a nail in the coffin. But that coffin wasn't a concern today, or even tomorrow. For now, Jack needed her. For now, she had options. She smiled, wide, with a glee she didn't feel. The woman in the suit had options. She would come to Riley and claim the remote. Countless enemies would be mustering their forces, ready to deal with this. Eli had the letter. He'd find a plane ticket inside, along with an urging to leave and stay gone. To drive the point home, she'd revealed her identity. Yet Riley still felt a moment's doubt. Some rose from their knees. Others had managed to remain standing from the moments the fluid left the chambers. As they roused, powers flickered into action. Siberians flickered into being near the Mantons. 6 like the daughter, 3 more like Manton himself, all in black and white. Chuckles, tall, fat, with arms that zigzagged, her own addition. 31 elbows, and arms that dragged behind them as they moved. Here and there, one of them would twitch, a tick. The clown makeup was a series of scars, tattooed on. One activated his speedster abilities experimentally, crossing the room in a flash. Nostalgic, in a way. Chuckles had been around when she joined. Murder Rat, not stapled together as the original had been. She'd taken the time to do it well. When membership had been down, Bonesaw had made Murder Rat as a created addition to the Slaughterhouse 9. She'd passed the tests, but degradation in mental and physical faculties over time had seen to her demotion. Winter, white-haired, with white irises edged in black, nude, her eyes peering. Madeline's eyes, Riley thought. Winter would need guns, of course. Crimson, Winter's brief-lived lover. Riley had taken the time to program their relationship into them. Crimson had been one of the first members in the group, Winter one of the more recent ones to die. Winter had been followed by Hatchet Face. There he was, over there, 9 of them, and Hatchet Face had been followed by Cherish. 9 cherishes, gathering in a huddle. She'd forgotten to give them the tattoos. It didn't matter. A glance suggested they were discussing different ways to do their hair. The smile on her own face was so wide it hurt, but it wasn't her smile. King, tall and blonde, unabashed in his nudity. All 9 kings were broad-shouldered, each half a foot taller than Jack. Their interaction would be an interesting one. She'd wondered if she should program King with the knowledge that Jack had been the one to kill him, reconsidered. Oh, and there were others. Some were harder to recognize. 9 Alan Grahams, who lacked his armor. 9 Neds, narrow-shouldered and only 5.5 feet tall. When the others had done some damage and given him a chance to regenerate, he'd resemble his true self a little better. He'd be Crawler. And the last one, Jack pointed at the remaining chamber. She hit a button, and for a moment, her expression slipped. She closed her eyes, a brief moment too long, as nutrient soup drained out of the chamber and the glass lowered. But nobody was looking at her. The boy stepped out, and there was no sign of any difficulty. He didn't struggle as others had, nor have trouble finding his feet. He was prepubescent, to look at him, older than 10 but younger than 14. His hair was neatly parted, and he wore a private school uniform, complete with glossy black shoes. Dry, even though he was naked in the tube. Then again, that was sort of his thing. One of them, anyways. Visually, the most notable part of him was the effect that surrounded him. He was monochrome, all grays and whites and blacks, with spots of light and shadow flickering around him. Here and there, he flickered, a double image momentarily overlapping him, ghostly, looking in a different direction. As far as parahuman powers went, his was as unfair as they got. "Jack," Gray Boy said. His voice was high, clear as a bell. "Nicholas." Jack extended a hand and Nicholas shook it. Riley felt her stomach sink. It would be like Gray Boy to use his power and take out someone in the room, just because he could. Jack had only wanted one, and the unspoken reality was that he only wanted one because he could only control one. If he wasn't going after Jack, then, she was the only other person in the room without clones surrounding her. He approached her, his expression placid. For a brief moment, she felt stark fear. It was perhaps her salvation that the fear was buried under the expressions that her system pasted on her face. The false smile that spread across her face was the push she needed to hop down from her seat, approaching him. She leaned in close to kiss him on the cheeks, her hands on his shoulders, one leg cocking upward like she'd seen women in older films doing. "Little brother," she murmured. "Bonesaw," he said, voicing a name she hadn't programmed into him. His hand found hers, and he held it. She felt a chill. "We'll be inseparable, I think." "Inseparable," she answered, smiling falsely. The others from rows further down in the chamber slowly approached. She watched Jack taking it all in. 275 in all. 270 regulars, 5 special makes. Snowman, Nighty Night, Lawjob, Tyrant, Spawner. The names had never been a strength of hers. "I've given you everything you want," she thought. "Now we see who comes out ahead. Succeed, and Bonesaw comes to the fore. Fail, and Riley wins." She wanted Riley to win, but that wasn't as simple as making a decision. She had to bury her life with the 9. Bury Jack, and see him defeated. Gray Boy squeezed her hand. She would have jumped, if her body language wasn't in the system's control. She looked at him, and he winked. Her expression hadn't wavered, she hadn't allowed herself the slightest tell, but somehow he fell in the same category as Jack. He knew. Staring out at the gathered crowd, Jack seemed to reach a conclusion. He glanced at her, as Gray Boy was doing. "Good," he said. Chapter 259. Sting 26.11 of Rachel's dogs growled, long and loud, an alien, unsure sound. She shushed it, setting her hand on the side of its head. "Ugh," Cousin mumbled, "the smell. The smell. Summer heat, the mingled scent of blood, shit in overripe bodies, with traces of other things in the wind. Caustic chemicals, ozone, smoke, burned flesh and plastic. It wasn't unfamiliar. Not an exact combination of smells I'd smelled before, but it put me in mind of Brockton Bay in the days soon after Leviathan had attacked." I looked up at the man who'd been strung up overhead, spread-eagled. Chains stretched from his wrists to buildings on opposite sides of the street, and more chains extended from his ankles to the bases of the same buildings. A number was carved on his chest. 117. Beneath him, the sign from outside the town limits had been slammed down onto the hoods of 2 cars so it stood upright. "Welcome to Killington, heart of the Green Mountains." They probably thought it was funny. Especially with the bloody handprint on the word, heart. "They got the children too," Cousin whispered, as she averted her eyes from a mother who had died holding her child, both burned black. The only parts of their body that hadn't burned were patches of skin in the shapes of numbers. 254, 255, 2 of the Red Hands, Getaway and Rifle, had come along for the ride. They were sticking close by her, and formed a small contingent with Gru as a consequence. Getaway wore a cowl with a hood that peaked in the front, to the center of his mask. His costume had straight, clean lines, as though he'd modeled it after a car. Rifle, by contrast, didn't look like he wore a costume. He was dressed like a special ops agent, complete with a complicated night vision mount around his eyes, a number of scopes with lenses glowing in hues ranging from blue to red. Violet's scopes were currently fixed over his real eyes. He carried a weapon, a modified gun that wasn't, as far as I could figure it, an actual rifle. It looked like it was set to fire specialized loads from canisters. Of course they got children, I thought. I had to bite back a retort. Why was she here, if she wasn't ready for this? But she wasn't a fighter. None of the Red Hands were, really. They were professional thieves. Break in, get out, sell the goods. They were, maybe, what the Undersiders might have been with a little more luck, slightly different personalities, and a quieter existence. Without me, even, the Undersiders had made it for a year and a few months with their original strategy, avoiding fights, slipping away, staying off the radar. They would fight when they had to, but they didn't make it a thing. The fact that they didn't have firepower meant they couldn't make it a thing. If anyone got into trouble, it was the dogs. And then I joined. Starting with the bank robbery, I pushed them to switch up tactics, catch the enemy off guard. If I'd never joined, what would have happened? Maybe the bank robbery wouldn't have worked out, and one of them would have been picked off and arrested. Maybe they would have taken a different direction with the robbery. Bakuda might have killed them, Coil might have pushed them to be more aggressive as he scaled up his plans. Or they could have found a way, could have continued going the way they did, less violent in general. Some good, some bad. Rachel might never have reached the point she was at now. Gru wouldn't necessarily have gone through what he did. Regent might be alive. I glanced again at Cousin, saw her looking at me in turn. Catching me looking, really. What? She asked. You don't need to be here. You'll be happier in the long run if you aren't. Nothing, I responded. She looked annoyed, but she didn't say anything. There was a kind of art to the setup. No doubt at all that it was a display, a showpiece. Trails of blood, ash and other substances marked where bodies had been moved. They were spaced out just enough that we would run into a fresh one just as we left the last behind. I might have missed it if not for my swarm sense. The bodies were placed at positions high and low, the methods of death differing here and there, but there was a pattern to their distribution. The kind of pattern that might become clear if one were to set up a map and note the location of each body on it. A spiral. I pointed the way to the central point of the spiral. I could see a plume of smoke in that general direction. Not the middle of Killington. Skewed off-center. Weaver, report, Revel's voice. I'm here, I responded. I kept a finger at my ear to make it clear that I wasn't talking to myself. Killington. Yes. Progress is slow. I'm sweeping the area for traps and potential ambush, and I'm marking a path to travel for when the others get here. We saw the 2 traps at the outset. There are more confirmed. Yeah, I'm not touching anything. Pass on word that any capes entering the area should be hands off. I activated one and it was only a decoy, a prelude to a gas attack. One of Bonesaw's, I think. Gru warded it off. No casualties. I'll make doubly sure to pass on word about the traps and about the route you've cleared. I would have warned them anyways. The initial casualties were enough, with the helicopter and first responders. Give me a second. I led the way as our group rounded a corner, and saw the smoldering wreckage of the helicopter, smoke still streaming skyward. The collision apparently hadn't been enough to topple the corpse that stood upright in the middle of the intersection, desiccated. A number was drawn on the mummy's chest in blood. Number 36. I could make out a tripwire strung between him and another corpse, a woman. She had apparently been shot execution style, propped upright on her knees. A number, again, had been drawn out in the midst of the blood spatter from the original wound. Number 265. The tripwire was almost obvious, coated in congealed blood. Red string, I thought. In Japanese superstition, it was the string that bound lovers. The pieces suggested crimson and winter. Neither was Japanese, but the idea of mingling romantic imagery with violence in that way fit them. The Red Knight and the Soldier. I've got the feed open now, Revel said, seeing what you're seeing. Only part of it. The way the bodies are laid out, it's a spiral. I think it all points to something. Making our way in. Technically you aren't. You've stopped. Tripwires, I said, being very, very careful. I like being careful, Imp commented. She'd only be hearing one side of the conversation. Careful is good, keeps us alive. Being too careful gets you killed, Rachel commented. Of everyone present, she seemed least concerned with the amount of death that surrounded us. Then again, that didn't surprise me. Have to act when you see the chance. You want to hop on your dog's back and charge ahead? Imp asked. Go activate every trap between here and wherever. Rachel frowned. No, I like careful, Imp restated, for the record. Let's be careful. Yeah, fine. I pointed to indicate. Obvious tripwire here, covered in blood, connects to the two bodies and, I think claymores, at the base of that building over there. There are other tripwires around it. Look too hard at it, miss the others. I think there's a pressure plate, too. I'm not sure what to call that. I don't see anything that could be a pressure plate, Gru observed. I pointed at a pane of glass at the base of a pile of rubble. It was broken, with a narrow thread of wood still attached along the one edge that was straight and unbroken. Maybe. Kind of hard to believe, he said. Because we could see through it. Yeah, but it was situated beside a pile of rubble, and the balance of the glass with the surrounding brick and concrete seemed too convenient. Was there something attached to the edge of the glass where we couldn't see? If the glass was broken, would the wood weigh the remaining fragment down and pull something? Let's play it safe. We avoid the tripwires, we avoid the glass. Whatever you say. I'm all for playing safe, he responded. I led the way around the trap. I left a trail of dead bugs behind us as we made our way to the center, murdering them with larger bugs and mashing them into the ground. A path. I wondered about Gru. Couldn't read his expression, couldn't note his tone either. Was he thinking about the same thing I was thinking? We'd already fallen for one trap. Not here, but back in Brockton Bay. Back then, when he'd had his second trigger event. It had been the 9, back then, and though he wasn't giving me any clues there was something wrong, he wasn't indicating that he was his old self, from back in the good old days. I suspected he hadn't fully bounced back, even after all this time, might never. We circled around 8 teenage girls, sitting in a circle, crowns of splintered wood nailed through their skulls. One had fallen over in response to the wind, but the others were still upright, propped up with wooden planks nailed into their spines. Less blood than the head wounds, I noted. Some pre-death, others post. The numbers were on the pieces of wood, registration numbers or something from the crate that had been smashed for materials. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. I looked up. Number 8 sat on the bulb of a street light, a long dress blowing in the wind, directly above the circle. Her crown was the tallest, and for her to be so rigid, there had to be a whole assortment of planks nailed to her. 9 kings, I said. A woman king, Imp asked. She's the victim, I said. The killer is her husband, for lack of a better word. They've resurrected all of the old members. Cloned them, Revel said. Clones, I mused, agreeing. My suspicions were confirmed, and I wasn't surprised. I'd hoped for different, but the reality of what we faced had been hinted at early on, when it had been revealed that the 9 had hit a tinker's laboratory and made off with materials that could be used to mass-produce lifeforms. King, the leader, the founder of the group. Were the numbers in an order corresponding to when they had joined, then? Would the second member of the 9 be 10 through 18? Got a live one, Imp called out, interrupting my thoughts. Kind of alive. I turned to look. A fat man was shifting in a restless way, his chest rising and falling quickly in unsteady movements. One arm jerked. Leave him, I said. Don't touch. He could be a witness, Rifle said. Or a trap, I responded. I doubt he's in a state to fill us in on anything. We'll move on, wait for heroes to follow the path I'm marking. They'll handle medical care for wounded. That's fucked up, Rifle said. We could at least put him out of his misery, then. I'm not willing to get close enough to check, I said. And I'm not willing for you to get close either. Parian started. Then she stopped. The fat man deflated in an instant as a small collection of what looked like trilobites found their way out of his rear end. Slick with gore, they darted forward a short distance on their hundreds of little legs, then turned our way, bristling with spines. Tails trailed behind each of them, twice as long as the foot-long creatures, narrow, with stingers on the ends. I could hear a hissing, but I wasn't sure if it was from the creatures or the way the spines rubbed against one another. Oh, God, she said. She took a step back, with Foil stepping forward, as if to defend her. Breed's power, I said. They're mostly harmless, for now. For now, Rifle asked. I watched as they made their way up the side of a building to a corpse that was hung there. The corpse had been cut into sections, the arms and legs each severed at the joints and reconnected with lengths of chain. Breed's creatures found their way into the body through the holes in the neck, mouth and rear end. It jerked a little as they worked bodies the size of footballs into apertures only a fraction of that size, then went still. For now, I answered Rifle. They start off the size of a lemon, lurk in spots where they can get access to orifices or sites of injury, or like you see here, corpses. Inside beer bottles, in toilet bowls, bed covers, on the underside of kitchen tables, even inside food. Then they burrow inside, wait until the target is still and quiet for an hour or two, paralyze the target, and emit pheromones to call others of their kind to them. They devour the target from the inside out, molt once or twice as they digest the fats and proteins they ate, then find a new target. It's a process that takes a week to 2 weeks, depending on the availability of food sources. I could see Getaway's shift position, folding his hands behind his back, as if he could shield his rear end. His mouth had shut into a firm line. His nose was still unprotected, I noted. Even Rachel seemed a little concerned. She glanced at her dog. They aren't a danger to us, I said. Probably. They choose easier targets over harder ones, and there are enough corpses around here that we aren't worth the trouble. What we should worry about is the later stages. When they're about the size of a full-grown human being, they'll do 2 or 3 major molts with big physical changes, gaining some natural weapons, including a pellet spit that kind of acts like a shotgun blast with fragments that dissolve into flesh-melting acid. Rifle said. You know this how? Imp asked. Read his file, I answered. Shouldn't we kill them before they get big? Foyle asked. Not worth the time it would take to track them down, I said. We don't have any strong offensive powers, they're durable against stuff like conventional ammunition and physical blows, and he generally produces about 9 or 10 per day. That was 10, Getaway said. Even assuming it's only been 1 day since Breed woke up, I said, the scenes they've left behind suggest there are 9 clones of each copy of the 9. Going by the numbers, 29 copies, at least, Revel said. 29 copies, I said. 250 plus members of the 9 currently active. 9 breeds among them, meaning there are probably 9 other clusters around here, taking advantage of abundant food. Breeds creatures. Can you control them? This from Revel, taking advantage of the stunned silence. I glanced up at the body the things had invaded. I tailored my response so both Revel and the Undersiders could make sense of it. I can't control those things, and I can't sense them either. A shame. That would simplify things just a little. It would. I wouldn't have minded the firepower, either, even with their particular diet. Let's keep moving, I said. If we stop for every horror show, we might be stuck here a while. My gut's telling me time is of the essence. I'm feeling a little out of my depth, Getaway said, his voice quiet, as he fell into step to keep up. That's a good instinct, I replied without looking at him. Trust it. You're telling me to leave. I can't make you do anything, I said. But you think I should leave? If you feel like you should, yeah. And does that extend to me and Rifle? Cousin asked, her tone cold. I don't know. Yeah, if your instincts tell you to go, then get going now, I said. I pointed at the ground around a hose. There was a puddle that had spread beneath the hose's opening. My bugs had died on contact with it. Acid, not water. Don't walk in it. Rachel, watch your dogs. Rachel grunted acknowledgement. Don't change the subject. You want us gone, Cousin said. No, all the help we can get is appreciated, I said. I glanced at her. At the same time, if push comes to shove and you can't hold it together, it's going to hurt us all. You don't think we can hold it together? Cousin asked. You're an unknown quantity. Anyone else that's here, I can trust them to hold their own because I know how they operate. I don't know you. I don't know how you react in a crisis, how you'll respond if you're pushed to the edge, one way or another. Gru and the others are vouching for you, so I'm shelving those concerns and trusting they have a good sense of your abilities. I'll maintain that trust until you give me an indication I shouldn't. Getaway saying he's spooked is an indication. I'm spooked, Imp said. Can I go home and sit on the couch in my underwear, eating cake? I'll cross my fingers for you guys, if you want. You're talking like you're in charge, Cousin said. Gru leads the Undersiders. I'm not an Undersider, I said. It doesn't matter. I'm in charge anyways. And Gru can speak for himself, I thought, but I didn't say it aloud. I could see her reacting to that, even without the extra quip. I watched expressions cross her face. Irritation, anger, indignation, and a trace of fear. Gru is a good leader, I said, but this is my project. Something I've been working towards and thinking about for the last 2 years. Leaving the Undersiders, making contacts, helping hold things together, maintaining the peace and eliminating possible issues. Everything I did, it's been to prepare for this in some fashion. A little unilateral, don't you think? It's her project, Gru said. My orders are to follow her orders. I could see how little she liked that. But she maintained a professional. Demeanor. Accepted. You realize we don't have to follow your orders. Gru nodded, silent. Cousin seemed to come to a decision. We will anyways. As Weaver pointed out, this is unfamiliar ground for us. We'll defer to your experience. Thank you, Gru and I said, almost in sync. I turned away to hide my smile, in case it could be made out beneath the fabric of my mask. Progress was slow. The traps seemed to accrue in number as we drew closer to the center, as did the corpses. More than once, we were forced to take the long way around, as traps or pools of acid barred our paths. We passed an area with rows of identical-looking cabins, then ran into the Protectorate. Chevalier, Exalt, and others, examining the area, a block and a half away. I got their attention, then pointed in the direction we were headed. It wasn't much more effort to mark out traps around them as well. I made sure to mark each with a cluster of bugs, and bug letters spelling out the nature of the danger. Less trouble to move in parallel directions than reunite. The center of the spiral wasn't the center of the town in a geographic sense, but in a sense of where the town's heart and focus were. We closed in on the front steps of what looked to be a town hall. Empty ski racks stood to our right, two draped with corpses that had been flung and broken over them. By the time we were halfway through the plaza, navigating a maze where we tried to find a path that didn't force us to tread on potential traps or corpses, Tecton and the others had caught up, reaching the edge of the area. Thoughts? Revel asked. Before you reach the center of the display. He wanted to present this for effect, I said. It's why he set up pyrotechnical stuff to blow any aircraft out of the sky. The traps are to force us to take our time, force us to savor it. Savor? Gru asked. Everything Jack does is for effect. The same way a dog sort of raises its hackles to look bigger, tougher, or the way we used our reputation to seem more unstoppable than we were, Jack keys his actions for psychological effect. All of this is to scare, to drive us to hesitate when it comes to confronting him, push us to think of ways to avoid dealing with him instead of ways to catch up to him and beat his face in. Or, conversely, some personality types might get pushed to be reckless, to deal with him so he couldn't bother them anymore. I glanced at Rachel as I said that last bit. She'd instructed her dogs to stay, so they wouldn't trip any of the traps in our way. I made my way over a hump of bodies. The members of the 9 who'd spilled acid all over the place had melted 9 police officers and left them in a heap. Crawler. Only one that fit. Our destination was the kind of spot, like a courthouse's steps, where someone could give a speech. There were 2 objects covered in tarps, a man who was in a reclining position at the far end of the stairs, and 10 dead bodies arrayed in a star shape, limbs bent to mark the direction of the spiral. I checked under the tarps, then bit my lip. I turned around and gave Golem instructions as he made his way past the traps. He created platforms to step over to serve as a shortcut. Grace, Tecton, Wanton and Cuff hung back, looking grim. They were joined by Chevalier and the others. Golem joined me at the top of the stairs. How's your headspace? I asked, terrified. In a way that's going to impact our job here. No, you told me what to expect. Kind of. I didn't imagine this. I shook my head. No. There was a voice from beneath the other tarp. A strangled scream. What was that? A recording? I lied. Then I elaborated. It's a trap. 2 tarps, have to guess the right one. Guess the wrong one and you blow up. This one. Move the tarp. He hesitated. Trust me, I said, even as I lie for everyone's benefit. Rachel and Golem worked together to move the tarp aside. A television. The tape's already in the machine. You can hit play to start it, the man sitting at the edge of the stairs said. Wait, Weaver, stop. Who was that? Revel asked. Who? I asked. What do you mean? Look to your right. I did. The other tarp, more corpses, the man who was now standing at the edge of the stairs, the little crenellation at the top of the stairs railing, then beyond that, cabins, restaurants, hotels and motels, the rest of the town, and mountains in the background. Not sure I get what you're saying, I said. What's wrong? Gru asked. I don't know. I'm getting communications from Revel, and she's acting funny. Here, the man said. Let me get that for you. The others stepped out of the way as he approached me, Golem, and the television set. He reached for the play button. I caught his wrist. He's dangerous, Revel said. I beg your pardon, the man asked. Attack. I shook my head a little, releasing the man's wrist. I appreciate the offer, sir, but let's be safe and make sure this isn't a trap. Can't argue with that, he said, smiling. This is what hell is like, Revel said. Listen to me, Tattletale, are you there? I asked. I am. Tattletale, Revel asked. Damn all of you, it doesn't matter. Listen, Taylor, master and stranger protocols are in effect. Your perceptions are altered, understand? I felt my heart quicken a little at that. I understand. There is a person to your right. Not a teammate, former or current. I need you to kill that person. Don't ask why, don't think too much about it. Draw your knife. I drew my knife. Look, I'll tell you who to attack. I glanced to my right, my eyes falling on Rachel. It was a bit presumptuous to say she wasn't a teammate. Not a team player, but she'd done her share. No, to her right. I looked past the man and set my eyes on Golem. I'm more inclined to think you're a voice in my head that's fucking with me, than to suspect Golem's up to something, but, oh hell, Revel said. I got this. Taylor, do me a favor, give the order to, go dark. Go dark, I said. To my left, Gru surrounded himself in thick darkness. Nothing happened. It didn't work. Wait, a spray of blood leapt from the man's throat. We each stepped away, and I hurried forward to stop Rachel from backing into the other tarp. We watched in stunned silence as blood poured from the wound. Hey, a female voice said, do me a favor, let me know if there are any traps at the bottom of the stairs. Who? Golem started. Just tell me. Acid, I said, raising my knife so I could defend myself if I had to. Imp appeared as she booted the bleeding man in the small of the back. He rolled down the stairs, leaving spatters and sprays of blood as he made his way down, and then collapsed in a pile of bodies. He started screaming, a gurgling sound. I could see Chevalier and the others staring in shock, adopting fighting stances, unsure of how to proceed. It looked like Chevalier was talking to someone, gesturing with his free hand. Was it Revel, on the comms? My shtick, Imp spat the words at the dying man. I could mark the moment he died, because the blanks in my perception began to fill in. Nice guy, I thought. I'd badly underestimated the severity of his power. I'd known he would be in their roster, had kept it in mind throughout, even told myself to be ready for him, and then the moment we ran into him, well, he was another face in the crowd. The connection wasn't possible. I watched as the acid ate away at him, burns creeping upward and spreading across his flesh, bubbling as it reached the cartilage of his nose and ears. Thank you, Tattletale, Revel said. All good. I think I can tolerate your presence on this channel for the moment. Provided you don't cause any trouble that makes me regret it. I'd do that anyways. So, one more trap down. Keep in mind there are 8 more of him. What was he going to do? Golem asked. Probably ask you all to stand there and stay still while he murdered each of you in turn, Tattletale said. Oh, Tattletale, I said, call my phone, and I'll put you on speaker. Okay, let's see. 63055, Revel started. My phone rang. I picked up and put Tattletale on speaker, as Revel sighed audibly in my ear. Is the video player safe? I asked. I turned my head towards the television. Yeah, all the rest of this, it's to scare. It's also meant to delay. Jack probably expected the heroes to take a little while to find this, to get by the traps. The spiral you mentioned, it would have been maybe a day or 2 before they put the pieces together, then another 3 to 6 hours before they navigated it to the center. Yes, Imp said. She got more powerful, I thought. She'd been able to speak while using her power. Nuances. Press play. I hit the button. It was Jack, here, in the center of the plaza. The camera wobbled as someone followed him, recording. I could see shadows of the other Slaughterhouse 9 in the background. Hookwolf. Skinslip. Night Hag. This message is intended for Theodore Anders, Kaiser's son. Stop the video here and go find him. Time is of the essence, I should say. How much essence and time you have available depends on how incompetent you heroes are. Hurry now, I'll wait. No need to wait, Tattletale commented. He's standing right here. There were a few looks of surprise at that. Eyes fell on Golem. There was a pause, then Jack started speaking. You missed the deadline, Theodore. Simple game of hide and seek, and you had 2 years to do it, to find and kill me. You failed. Golem's gloves made a small creaking sound as he clenched his fists. You remember the deal, right? 2 years to find me. 2 years, you fight past my minions, you look me in the eye, and then you kill me. And if you fail, 1,000 people die, your sister joins them, and you're the last on the list. Golem, Revel said. She started to say something else, but Jack cut her off. That pain you feel, that self-loathing, the fear and dawning realization of what you've done. Capture that, Theodore Anders. Hold on to that feeling and use it, because I'm pulling your leg. Golem startled as if he'd been slapped. His eyes had lowered, and now they returned to the screen. Circumstances beyond my control delayed me. So I'm going to do you the favor of extending the deadline, and you're going to do me the favor of forgiving my lateness. Agreed, agreed. Can we not agree? Imp asked, uselessly. Jack continued. This is a prelude. See, all of these guys just woke up, and they needed a chance to stretch, flex their abilities and make sure everything works right. Turn the camera around, Bonesaw dear. The camera panned around. There were other members of the Slaughterhouse 9 present, standing in a loose half-circle. Hundreds of them, 9 of each, 30 groups. I recognized most, could guess as to the others, who didn't have their powers or full transformations going. In the middle of that semicircle, lying on the ground, civilians had their hands folded on the backs of their heads. In many cases they'd been stacked like cordwood. Many bound, others too terrified to move. Oh God, Golem said. Jack spoke, his voice calm, clearly relishing this. The camera returned to him, focusing on his face. I promised 1,000 bodies. 1,000 kills, if you failed to meet the challenge we set in our bargain. Except there's a bit of a problem. See, things have changed. The Endbringers have apparently doubled down. Terror is a fact of life. As commodities go, this one has depreciated quite a bit in the time I've been gone. We've really got to step up my game if I'm going to pass muster and get on the front page of the paper, don't you agree? No, Golem said, silent. I took his hand, holding it. My eyes didn't leave the screen as I studied it for details, matching members of the Slaughterhouse 9 to the files I'd studied in recent months. Now, I'm still a man of my word, Jack said. The original deal stands, of course. That's why each member of my army here is going to walk away with 3 or 4 of the locals here. We've whittled down the number to an even 999. Let's say you have, until the 24th, 5 days. We watched in silence. What's the rub, the trick? If you fail to kill me, I disband the 9. What? Imp asked. What? I frowned. Not what I expected. That's not an enticement to leave me alive. Jack purred the words, sounding pleased with himself. See, Bonesaw did a very good job of putting my army together. Each is in the prime of their life, fit, in fighting shape. Aw shucks, a girl's voice said, off-screen. Their psychologies are close to what they should be, all things considered. Except for tweaks, here and there. I'm good when it comes to wrangling the wicked, but Bonesaw apparently felt 280 would be too many, even for me. She's made them loyal. They'll listen better. The most unpredictable and dangerous have been touched up, the edges rounded off. While interacting with me, anyways. I won't sully your experience on that front. No, they're obedient and servile only when I require them to be. If you fail in your task, then I'll give them one last task, to kill the 1,000 people we agreed to in the terms of our wager, and then I'll disband the group. They'll be free to run rampant, to do as they see fit. Wreak chaos. I'll take a vacation, sit back with a Mai Tai and watch the show. Fuck me, Tattletale said. Fuck, I echoed her, agreeing. Golem, for his part, had gone stone still. I'll be leaving members of the Slaughterhouse 9 behind at regular intervals as I beat a not-so-hasty retreat. Your choice if you deal with them or leave them be. But if I get one report from them that you're getting help, one report that you're using others as a crutch, then that's it. Order goes out, hostages die, 9 go off leash, and you get to watch the body count rise. 5 days, Theodore, noon on the 24th. I look forward to meeting you. The video cut out. Tattletale, I asked. Already on it. Words going out to all the major players. I noted Chevalier's approach. He had used Golem's platform to reach the base of the stairs, stepping around nice guy. Major players? Gru asked. Everyone Tattletale's been meeting with, I said. I heard through the feed, Chevalier said. The restrictions stand. The restrictions stand, I agreed. I explained for the benefit of the others. We treat this as a Simmerg situation. Control feedback, control exposure. Anyone and everyone that potentially comes in contact with Jack could be a factor in Dinah's end of the world scenario. Powerful individuals are especially important in this. The more powerful they are, the more important it is to minimize or prevent contact. I probably sound dumb as I ask this, Imp said, raising a hand as if she were asking a question in class, but what about the nearly 300 lunatic psycho people with crazy powers that he's threatening to unleash on the world? We'll deal with them, I said. With your okay, Chevalier. He fell silent. Chevalier, I thought, yes. You proposed your strike squad. You've shown their ability to deal with different situations. Fine, but I'm assigning 2 tertiary squads to you. Chicago and Brockton Bay teams. I was going to say, they're teams I'm familiar with, I said. Please. He fell silent again. Work with me here, and if we're all standing at the end, I'm yours. Whatever you want to use me for, however, it doesn't matter. If this blows over and the end of the world doesn't happen, like some think it won't, then the deal stands. I'll get in contact with Miss Militia and Crucible. If it's alright, can we have Clockblocker take control of the wards for this excursion? Whatever you need, Chevalier said. You realize we're pinning a lot on you. On Golem more than me, I said. We're going to cheat our way through this, bend every rule, but it all hinges on Golem being able to hold his own. Jack's going to try to set Golem up with a long chain of lose-lose situations, Tattletale said. Force him to either let the innocents die and maintain the chase, or let Jack pull away. We already got one big advantage by getting to this tape as fast as we did. Let's not show our hand. Dragons on the line. We've got Dragon's Teeth and Azazel models moving to the front. Close in the net, then act decisively, I said. Coordinated strikes. If the Thanda are willing, a meteor strike in the right time and place could do wonders. There were nods of agreement from around the group. Golem turned around and walked away. Golem, I said. He was already halfway down the stairs. He used the panels at his waist to form an even footpath, with hands turned at right angles, positioned where he could put his feet on them. Golem, I called out. I handed my phone to Gru, then hurried after him. He stopped as he set his foot on the first outstretched hand of pavement, but he didn't turn around. His voice was low, barely a whisper. Stop, Taylor. Leave me alone, please. You're running. No, I'm definitely in. I have to be, don't I? But this is a lot to take in. Jack, he talked to me about ripples. About stuff extending outward, the lives that are affected. I remember. You told me that, right here, in this dinky little ski resort, he murdered a few hundred people, just as a warm-up. How many people on the periphery of it all are affected? How many people across America, across the world, know people in Killington? Or know the people who know people in this town? You can't think about things on that scale. I have to. Jack does, and I have to understand him. If I don't pay attention to it, if I ignore it all, pursuing only the end result, the target, then I'm acting like my dad. Kind of. Either way, I lose. You care about the people who died, and you're thinking about them that way for a good reason. That's not putting you on a path to being like either of them. But that kind of consideration, letting it really sink in, it eats away at you, doesn't it? Shouldn't it? It should, I said. There's a reason we go numb, and I get that, but I don't want to go down that road, not so quickly. Not knowing just how easy it would be to revel in it, or to stop caring about the dead. I'm there, and what? The stoic face on his helm stared down at the ground. Theo, I hear you guys talking about it, and you're right there, in your element. This is something that you've been working on for a long time, and there's almost an excitement to you. Like you've been in a kind of stasis for the entire time I've known you, and only now are you really coming back to life. It's not like that, I said. No, I mean, I'm not blaming you, or saying you're a bad person. You're good at this, at taking a challenge head-on, finding workarounds, manipulating the system to our advantage. You're doing it, for good reasons, to help, to stop bad people. I saw glimmers of that excitement, of the real Weaver, while you were dealing with our bosses, and making connections, offering deals to the bad guys you thought you could bring to our side. But I've spent a long time thinking about Jack and watching old footage of him, and figuring out my enemy, my nemesis, and it's like, that's you. Me. You're his nemesis, Weaver. I'm the reason he's here, the reason these people died like this. But you're his counterpart, his mirror. You've got that same excitement Jack has, you think along the same lines, in strategy and counter-strategy. You thrive on conflict, just like he does. And I'm not like that. I couldn't muster a response. So right now, you should go back. Forget I said this, because I'm regretting opening my mouth already. Work on formatting the strategies you already worked out to fit around the rules of Jack's game, because that's a good thing. It's what we need, but let me have half an hour or however long I need to myself. Until we stop waiting and stop letting Jack think we haven't found the tape yet. Let me take a moment and think about these people. You're not to blame for them, I said. The 9 would have killed anyways. I know, I get that, but I played a part in the sequence of events, and maybe these people wouldn't have been the ones to die if I hadn't made that wager with Jack, and I guess I think everyone else that cares has better things to do. You trained me, the others trained me. I guess I'm as ready as I could ever be. I'll fight when the time comes, wade through the gauntlet he sets in his wake, and I'll succeed or fail. But I'm not a strategist, and these people need someone to mourn them. Let me be useful in my own way, right here, right now. I opened my mouth to voice a reply, then shut it. A moment passed, and Golem set about walking on the hands he'd raised from the ground, just 2 or so feet above the bodies in the streets that were painted with blood. I stood where I was, watching as he steadily made his way to the safe zone I'd drawn out on the ground. He stopped only to gesture for Tecton and Grace not to follow, then walked on, out of sight. It's not that I don't care, I thought. But what? I couldn't articulate my thoughts. But we need a strategist, we need a plan, before all hell breaks loose, I thought. Developing that, coming up with answers, fighting, it's going to do a lot more good in the long run than compassion all on its own. I looked down at Nice Guy, at the foot of the stairs, a fleshy mess that was slowly dissolving into the acid pile, which only spread and served as more acid to melt flesh. I realized I was still holding my knife, from the time of the brief skirmish. I sheathed it. Then, as Golem had told me to, I pushed him, the dead, the maimed and the lost out of mind, and turned back to the core group, to offer my services, to coordinate and administrate. Chapter 260. Sting 26.2. It started at the center of town, a rolling plume of fire, sparks and smoke that seemed to almost lurch skyward, in fits and starts. Each set of charges that went off pushed the flame up through the smoke of the ones that had come before. Then the charges around the perimeter of the city went off, each focused inward. The rolling mass of fire and superheated air at the center of the city shot through the cloud cover, and the entire sky turned colors. Reds, oranges and yellows, interlaced with the gray and near-black shadows of the smoke. Killington was officially gone, the buildings leveled, the bodies and bloodstains scoured from the earth. Families wouldn't get to put their loved ones to rest the way they wanted, but that was on the 9, not on us. There was no safe way to recover the bodies, to ensure that there weren't any traps or time-delayed tricks in each and every one of the corpses. It also meant Breed's minions were torched before they reached an adult stage. The area would be marked off for a duration after this, in case there were any heat-resistant bacteria or the like. Cheap, prefabricated walls would seal in the area, and roads would be put in to allow people to make detours. Quarantine, I thought, every step of the way, we had to be on guard. It was time to move on. I looked to the book in my lap, turned down the corner of the page to mark it, and then stood, stretching. It was a nice spot, a long porch just outside a cabin, one that was probably rented out at a premium price during the skiing months. Far enough away to be safe, high enough to serve as a vantage point while letting me reach to the necessary areas with my bugs. The entire porch was layered with pieces of paper, organized into rows and columns with some overlap. The edge of each paper was weighed down by a mass of bugs, almost insufficient as the hot air from the quarantine measure blew past us. Millipedes that had been moving across the various pages remained still, striving only to stay in place. The moment the wind died down, I bid the bugs to shift position, carrying the pages to me, sorting them into the appropriate order. I bent down and began collecting the pieces of paper. I could feel the raised bumps on the pages as I brushed them free of specks of dirt and leaves. Each set of bumps corresponded with a letter or punctuation mark, which had been printed over the dots in thick, bold letters. I gathered the pages into file folders, then clipped them shut, stacking them on the patio chair. I made my way to the patio table, bending down to collect the pages as they made their way to me. The writing on these was different. The letters were drawn in thick, bold strokes, fat, almost as if I'd drawn them in marker. My notes, thoughts, things that needed clarification, ideas. At the patio table, I took hold of a beetle and used its pincers to pick some petals out of the shallow bowl, grabbed the caterpillar I'd been using as a brush, then tossed the 2 bugs over the porch's railing. I tipped the ink from the bowl back into a small jar, then screwed it tight, sliding it into a pocket at the small of my back. I was still getting organized when Defiant appeared, ascending the stairs on the far end of the porch. "Quite a view," he commented. I looked at the resort town. The fire hadn't yet gone out. It was flattening out, scouring everything from the area. Almost everything. 1 or 2 things would remain. Probably until well after the sun went out. Pyrotechnical stuff, I asked, distracting myself. And some of dragons. Are you ready to go? I'm ready, I said. I picked up the files, then passed them around behind me, where the arms of my flight pack pinned them in place. I was left with only the book to hold. He walked beside me as we made our way down to where the craft had landed. His suit had been augmented and altered, and he now stood 1.5 feet taller than he had when I'd first met him. Broad toes on either side of his boots helped stabilize him, while his gloves ended in clawed gauntlets that extended a little beyond where his hands should be. His spear was longer, and both ends of the weapon were heavy with the devices he'd loaded into it. On his forearms, shoulders and knees there were panels that were like narrow shields, each 3 or 4 feet long, each marked with designs like a dragon's wings, or with a dragon's face engraved on the front, mouth open, with red lights glowing from within. Wings on his back served less to let him fly and more to accentuate his movements, a more complex, bulkier system than I had with my flight pack. Then again, I was only 130 pounds at 5 feet, 10 inches in height, and Defiant must have weighed 600 pounds, with all that armor. I'd seen him fight Endbringers in that suit, seen how he could move as fast as anyone who wasn't a speedster, turning his spinning weapon and those shield-like extensions on his armor into a whirling flurry of nano-thorns, cutting through 70 to 80% of the Endbringer's flesh before they reached material too dense to penetrate. Which was when he'd use his other weapons. I envied him a little, that he could take the fight to the enemy like that. We were similar, on a lot of levels, but we differed on that front. On a good day or otherwise, I'd never be able to truly fight an Endbringer. I had to depend on others. The best I could do was coordinate. The moment you or one of your teams lets something slip, this falls apart. I won't fuck up, you will, or someone working under you will. You're good, but we can't account for every contingency. Something's going to go wrong at some point. The later that occurs, the better. Yeah, I responded. Every minute that passes is a minute where we can gather information, close in on Jack and figure things out. We've got a lot of good minds and good eyes working on this, but there are a lot of bases to cover. We let Golem get close, mop up everything we can and contain everything else, and then we take Jack down. I nodded, but we don't want to stand back and wait when people could be hurt, or when every second that passes is a second that Jack could be making contact with that critical person. Causing a certain trigger event, saying the wrong thing to the wrong individual, there's a balance. I trust you'll find it. I hope I can, I said. We'd interacted less and less in recent months, and those interactions had been short and to the point by necessity. It didn't hurt that the two of us weren't terribly social people. We didn't revel in small talk. We could be adroit when circumstances forced our hands, but we could also stumble, say things in a way that was just a little off, or give the wrong impression. I liked that we had a professional relationship, that we didn't have other stuff getting in the way. No pleases and thank yous. We both knew what was at stake, we were on the same page, and we were doing what we felt we had to in order to get the necessary shit done. I spoke with Alcott, he said. I drew in a breath, then sighed. What does she say? The numbers haven't changed dramatically. The window's closed, but not considerably, which suggests a lot of things. Okay, I said. 93.8% chance the world ends, Defiant said. Up from 83.4%. That's not considerable. She's done us the favor of plotting the changes in the numbers over time. When things stabilized for a considerable length of time, she scaled down from noting the numbers twice a day to noting them once. 83.4%, as of the beginning of the crisis in Brockton Bay, the Nine's attempt to test and recruit new members. I remember, I said. 88.6% after they escaped the city. It was quite possibly our best opportunity at killing Jack, and we missed it. I frowned. With each destination the Nine reached after Brockton Bay, the numbers shifted, and not for the better. 0.5% here, 2% there. Chances where someone could have theoretically killed him but didn't. Defiant nodded. We ran things by the thinkers, and that's the general consensus. Low chances, but he had the Siberian with him up until the fight in Boston. The same fight where Dragon and Defiant had taken on the Nine, and the Siberian had been killed. We had one opportunity there. That failure is on me. He turned his head slightly, then amended his statement. On us. I didn't disagree. Denying that would mean denying my own responsibility in failing to kill Jack in Brockton Bay. 93.8, Defiant repeated, for emphasis. 6.2% chance we'll pull this off, I said. It remains tied to him. If we kill him in the next 90 hours, the chances vastly improve. Depending on how we kill him, it could mean reducing things to a mere 22% chance or a 1% chance. I nodded, making a mental note. Theoretically, if we nuke the northeast corner of America, only a 60% chance of working, with some decimal points that Dragon's urging me to include as I speak, and a high chance we set things in motion anyways. 28 or so, he asked Dinah. I thought to myself. The same question I had in mind, give or take. There were clues there. A nuke won't kill him for sure. Bomb shelter, possible, or he's keeping Siberian close at hand. And whatever role he plays, he greases the wheels, he doesn't guarantee it. You're saying there's a chance things get set off even if he dies? If that doesn't happen, then there's some point in the future, roughly 14 years from now, where things get set off anyways. Defiant nodded. Every time I think about it, I can't help but think it's a trigger event, I said. Someone getting a power that finally breaks something essential, or a power without the limits that keep other powers in check. But I don't want to think along those lines if it keeps me from seeing the obvious. Sensible, but let's not dwell on it. The thinkers are handling it, as best as they can, and we have to devote attention to this crisis. We've got all of the big guns lined up. The moment things fall apart and Jack decides the rules of his game, Dragon is going to try and jam communications, and each of us moves in for a quick decisive victory over the members of the 9 on site. I nodded. We were just arriving at the perimeter of Killington. I could see some of the big guns Defiant had been talking about. 2 Azazels had set up thick hedges of that blurry gray material just behind the barriers the heroes had erected to protect themselves and contain the fire. I also saw the dragon's teeth. Soldiers was the wrong word, but it was close. Each wore armor in gunmetal and black, with parallels to the standard PRT uniforms I was more familiar with. Their helmets, however, had 3 eye holes, with blue lenses glowing faintly from beneath. 2 lenses for their eyes, a third for a camera. The armor was bulky, offering thick protection around the neck and joints, with a heavy pack on the back for both oxygen and for the computers they wore. They were, in large part, wearing stripped-down versions of Defiant's outfit. Sacrifices had been made to account for the fact that their suits didn't render them 7.5 feet tall. Each carried a sword and a laser pistol. I'd never liked the cameras. Heads turned as I approached, and I knew they were recording, tracking details about me and feeding them back to a main server, where they compiled information, discarded excess. The combat engines that the dragon's teeth were wearing were still in early stages, the data patchy, depending on the target. The people in uniform had spent weeks and months training with the things, learning to shift fluidly between their own tactics and awareness of the situation and the data that was provided. Protectorate capes and wards that were just starting out were being trained with the things, but those of us that had experience fighting tended to find them a distraction. Useful, yes, a bit of a boost, a bit of an edge, but not quite at the point where everyone could benefit. Not yet, not that there was much room for developing any of it if the end of the world went ahead on schedule. I could see Narwhal, standing off to one side, 2 of the dragon's teeth flanking her. Masamune wasn't present, but from what I knew of the guy, he wasn't even close to being a front-lines combatant. They'd recruited him from the ruined area of Japan, a somewhat crazed hermit, and gave him work in figuring out how to mass-produce their stuff without the maintenance issues snowballing out of control, like Tinker Tech tended to do in large quantities. Thanks to him, they had the dragon's teeth, they had the combat engines, and they had top-of-the-line gear for various members of the Protectorate and wards. Of the other members of the guild, the only other one who could theoretically be on the front lines of the fight would be Glyph. I could only assume she was somewhere close. The Thanda weren't here. If Dragon had managed to get in touch with others, they hadn't yet arrived. I could only guess as to what Cauldron might be doing. Faultline's crew, the Irregulars, too many maybes. With Endbringers attacking every 2 months, a lot of people were busy reeling from recent attacks or preparing for the next. I looked at the assembled capes. The Undersiders, 2 wards teams, the Protectorate, the Guild. Clockblocker, Vista and Kid Win were in the other wards team. A little older, Clockblocker had expanded his costume, adding some light power armor that seemed primarily focused on holding a heavy construction at his back. Vista, for her part, was a little taller, her hair longer, tied in a French braid that was clipped just in front of one shoulder. She was packing a heavier gun, probably something Kid Win had made. And Kid Win was hardly a kid anymore. I hesitated to call him a teenager, even. His rig looked like it packed more artillery than any of Dragon's craft. No neck, no arms, he barely looked capable of walking. Just two stumpy legs, a simple gold helmet with a red pane covering his face and enough gun nozzles that he looked like a hedgehog. "This is probably the last time we'll all be standing here together before this ends," Chevalier said. "I won't do a big speech." He turned his head to take us all in. "I've done too many of them over the past 2 years, I'd only repeat myself. Everyone here knows what we're here for, why we're doing this. We've talked this over with each of you in turn and you don't need convincing, you don't need a reminder of what's at stake. You already know the role you're going to play in this. Words aren't going to change any of that. Good luck, be proud, and maybe say a little prayer to God, or ask for a little help from whoever or whatever you believe in." The instant he finished, the Azazels and other dragon craft began opening up, doors sliding apart and ramps lowering. The one time I do show up for one of these things, and no speech. I feel gypped. I didn't see who had muttered the comment, but I could guess it was Imp. "No dying," I said, as everyone started moving. "No dying," others echoed me. The voices of the Undersiders and the Chicago wards were loudest among them. My teams gathered in the Dragonfly, while the Chicago Protectorate and Brockton Bay wards made their way to Defiant's larger ship, along with a contingent of the Dragon's Teeth. Golem stood apart, until my ship was nearly at full capacity. "It all comes down to this," he said, as I joined him at the base of the ramp. "All the training, all the planning and preparation, studying about the 9 backwards and forwards, yeah," I responded, as I stepped up to stand beside him. Our teams were getting sorted out, finding benches and seats. I reached behind my back to get the file folders I'd brought with me. "I'm sorry if I was harsh yesterday." I shook my head and reached out to put my hand on his shoulder. It was support, and maybe a bit of a push. He made his way up the ramp. Stepping inside just behind Golem, I used the same controls that managed my flight pack to indicate that the ship could close the door. The Chicago wards had seated themselves on one side of the ship, the Undersiders on the other. Something of a mistake, that, because it meant they sat facing one another as we made our way to our destination. A little awkward. I sat with them behind me as I took the cockpit. The thing flew itself, but it freed me to focus on other things. Chevalier had talked about making peace with the powers that be. I frowned, staring at the control panel as the ship lifted off. "Passenger," I thought, "been a while, trying to figure out how to make peace with the fact that you're there, that you're affecting me somehow, taking control whenever I'm not in my own mind. I think we've made strides. I've sort of accepted that you're going to do what you're going to do, whether that helps me or hurts me. So maybe, just maybe, you could help me out today. Whatever it is you do, whatever motivates you, I can continue to play along, but I need a bit of backup here." My eyes fell on the bugs that crawled on the back of my hand. Not even a whisper of a movement. "Yeah, didn't think I'd get a reply. Guess we'll see." The ship's acceleration kicked in, and the bugs took flight. My eyes scanned the screens in front of me. I had camera feeds from Clockblocker and Revel, from Chevalier, Imp, and the airborne Azazel. They all focused on a single area, each from a different direction. A thick white mist lingered throughout an area. It was early in the morning, and that might have played a role, but there were no people. Even for a smaller city like Schenectady, that wasn't so usual. At nearly 8 in the morning, there should have been people leaving for work, people running errands. "Desolate. White fog. Winter's here," I said, speaking over the comms. "Others to be confirmed. We've talked about this one, Golem." I turned the computer off and strode out of the ship. Rachel was waiting for me outside, standing guard with her dogs and her wolf. "Winter means crimson too, doesn't it?" Golem asked. "Probably. Probably means, we see you." The words were like a whisper, barely audible. "See you standing there. Oh, I do hope you're not Theodore. Tell me you aren't, because it means we get to play all we want." Screamer, I informed the others. Early 9 member, psychological warfare, pressure, distraction, sound manipulation. Her power meant her voice didn't get quieter as it traveled great distances. That wasn't the full extent of nice weapon. Her voice sounded in my ear, at a normal speaking volume. I didn't flinch. I could sense my surroundings with my bugs, and I could hear things with them, hear how the sound panned out in a weird way over the entire area. "You've got friends, Theodore. I sure hope they aren't planning on helping you." It was a sinuous sound, seductive in how convincing it was. Every time she spoke, she sounded a little more like me. It would be the same for the others, hearing themselves. She was somewhere in the area. The question was how she'd gotten a sense of our voices so quickly. There was supposed to be a limit to how quickly she could pick up on that stuff just from overhearing us. Confirm, team leader, Golem said, over the channel. And can we use the password system we talked about? Queen, password system is a go. What do you need confirmation on? Ring, enemy headcount, stag, no headcount given, I think that's Screamer fucking with you. Others include Winter, probably. Crimson, and probably Cherish, if she's finding us like she is. All allied capes, be advised, we're putting passwords into effect. Stay calm, don't panic. I do like it when they make it challenging, Screamer's whisper hissed in my ear. It had changed in tone, pitch, cadence. The dragonfly took off as I made my way closer to the site. Outside of the area, there were people reacting. Some fled, others were taking cover, followed by disparate voices. Haymaker, I'm engaging, Golem said. Recommendation, Screamer interrupted. Getting advice is against the spirit of this challenge, isn't it, Theodore? You are Theodore, aren't you? I think you should confirm for us. Mantis, I said, voicing the password, don't respond to her. It's what she wants. Take out Cherish ASAP, if she's here, Screamer after that. I'm hurt, irate second after the new girl who barely lasted a month. Have to find them first, Golem said. I'll help with that, I thought. Then I stopped. Golem, the password, horsefly, steeple, and gauntlet, to reply to the last one, his voice came over the comms. I stopped. We'd agreed on a simple password set. There was a pattern, each corresponding to our powers and the various pieces on a chessboard. Mine were related to bugs, his to hands. It was abstract, something that tended to only make sense in retrospect. The chess ones we knew off by heart, because they were the first ones we'd practiced. And steeple wasn't one of them. Steeple, I asked. I'm drawing a mental blank, Golem responded. It works, doesn't it? Pinky, Screamer wasn't stupid, but was she that smart? The stag should have thrown her off regarding our pattern. It works, I said. Ant. I'm close. If that was Golem, he wasn't as focused as we needed him to be. I could feel the effect as my bugs entered the radius of Winter's power. She wasn't concentrating it, so it was mild at best, slowing the movements of molecules, cutting down the ambient temperature, to the point that the moisture in the air froze. It also affected my bugs. Torpor. For anyone within, it would include a mental torpor. If the only members of the 9 who were present were Crimson, Winter, Cherish and Screamer, then this was a fight that involved attrition. Attacking Russia in the wintertime. Psychological warfare, emotional warfare, the effects of Winter's power, it meant that Winter's guns and Crimson's power were the only physical threats. They were going easy on him at the outset. Golem was walking on rooftops at the edge of the effect, and he was surrounded by a nimbus of whirling material. By wanton, we'd already altered all of the data on the group, to imply by news reports and Golem's powers on the websites that Wanton's telekinetic storm was Golem's power. The vantage point put him high enough that he could stand above the mist without being in it. From the moment he engaged, he'd have to move fast. He'd have to be indirect. Weaver, Golem said, interrupting my thoughts. Iron Fist, she's offering to tell me where Jack is. We expected this, I answered. Iron Fist was the king in our chess sequence of passwords. Crab, get the info and go. I'm not that foolish, Screamer whispered, her voice extending throughout the entire area. Underestimating me, for shame. I give up the information, and you leave me for your clean-up squad to execute. I want concessions. Concessions. Golem had left his channel open. Let's ensure your friends aren't in a good state to mop up. We'll start with this, Weaver. Why don't you cut off your toes, Weaver? Keep you from running after us. I frowned. Oh, you've got an alternative. Something you can cut off or throw away. Yes, let's put off the self-mutilation and have you throw that off the edge of a building. Chances were good that she was in Cherish's company, getting information from the source. What if she tosses it, then walks into the mist? Golem suggested. No, not Golem, her. Screamer. An easier suggestion to acknowledge if I thought it came from a teammate. Not buying it, huh? He asked. She asked. She'd narrowed down my location, was refining her voices. That had been convincing. I had to move, make it harder for her. I advanced, but I didn't step into the mist. The closer I got, the more of the affected area I could sense. The torpor forced me to be efficient, to manage where bugs went and how, to check areas in a cursory way. There were a number of people still in Winter's area of influence. People were standing utterly still, slowly dying as the cold ate away at them. I want to kill myself. My own voice, indistinguishable from the one in my head. Fuck me, she had a bead on me, now. It'll be painless, a way to avoid all of the horror, so I don't have to watch my friends die. So I won't have to watch Bitch or Tattletale or Imp die the way Regent did. So I don't have to watch Gru die. No, a moment's consideration and the spell was broken. I'd stopped thinking of Rachel as bitch some time ago. Ah, Screamer whispered. Golem's refusing my deal, and Cherish says you're not playing along with the rest of it, so I'm gonna have words with some of the others. I raised a hand to my ear, opening my mouth to warn them. My lips moved, but my voice didn't come out. Bare whispers of sound formed, instead, even as I raised my voice to a near shout. That would be the next stage in her tactics. Isolate. She had a sense of my voice, the way I spoke, and was canceling it out. I signaled Golem with my bugs. I drew a smiley face in the air with my bugs, crossing out the mouth with an X. He nodded, so he was on mute as well. There, in the midst of a small duplex, there were two young women huddled together on an upper floor. There were computers arranged around them, and each was playing a different video. In some cases, it was the same video playing, just from a different point in time. Me in the lunchroom with Defiant and Dragon. The New Delhi Endbringer fight. Golem on the news with Campanile. She had to be almost as good a multitasker as me to take all of that in. Tattletale here, Wormtongue. Doing damage control. I've got your video feed, so you can spell things out for me if you want to give the signal. I spelled out the word, thanks. My bugs had died inside the area of cold. The people inside wouldn't be doing much better. I had to send another batch in. This time, I knew the destination. Cherish was acting as the eyes, Screamer as communications. No doubt Screamer, all 9 of the Screamers, was providing communications between this group and the nearest group of 9. She was talking, in a low and steady voice, but her voice wasn't more than a murmur. No doubt someone in a more distant location was receiving the intel at a normal volume. And all of that raised the question of what Winter and Crimson were doing. I scanned the building. Nothing on the top floor, or the next lowest. Further downstairs, a number of people were in the sway of Winter's power, their thoughts slowed to a crawl. The basement of the same building. Winter, Crimson, and their hostages. Some would be the ones from Killington. Others were ones that had fallen into the sway of Winter's torpor. Crimson was feeding on them. His shtick was a little bit of a vampire one, but the end result was more Mr. Hyde. Big, muscular, fueled by rage and impulse. The ones lying on the floor, cold, they'd be dead already. I spelled out basic instructions for Golem, pointing the way to the building, drawing a cloud over the building to mark it. He gave me a thumbs up. Another arrow pointed him to the concrete rooftop behind him. There, I drew out a basic layout. And in that same moment, Cherish cottoned on to what we were doing. They're attacking, Cherish said. Screamer's voice reached all of us. Cocky. Screamer turned her head, swatted at the bugs that crawled on her face, and then spoke, silent to the insects' hearing. Winter and Crimson reacted. Sure hope your boy can fight. Screamer was talking in my head again. Not telepathy, only hearing a voice that sounded damn close to the one in my head. Fuck off, Screamer, I muttered. Gru, no. Imp's voice. I flinched despite myself, before I remembered they weren't anywhere nearby. Screamer laughed, her voice floating through the area. Crimson made his way outside. His flesh would be engorged, purple-red, the veins would be standing out. He'd be as hard as iron, strong. His sword was as long as he was tall. I couldn't get a good measure of its appearance or quality. Winter hung back with the hostages. I wrote out the information with bugs. Tattletale relayed it. Crimson incoming. Quizzling. Got confirmation and you're good to go. 6 stories, elbow deep. Golem turned his head, no doubt in response to the warning, then turned back to my diagram. I'd given it a title, words running along the top. Slap them down. Golem's uniform was roughly the same as the early incarnations, though solidified into a more solid color scheme, dark iron and silver. The materials differed, but it matched. There had been 1 or 2 additions, though. The rigging of different panels included a frame that looped over the shoulders, much like a roll cage. Golem paused, then drew out a panel, attaching it to the right. He began to reach inside. And a hand emerged from the center of the street, large enough that it could hold a car inside it. Crimson paused as he watched it appear. Then he moved. It was the kind of movement that came with super strength, a bounding, powerful stride that could have carried him through a wall. He had to pause before he reached the base of the building Golem stood atop. The hand had emerged up to the second knuckle. Abandon the fight, Tekton's voice. Run. Move. You've got 6 Siberians headed your way. No password. Tekton, confirm. Confirm what? And a chuckle from Screamer, just in my ear. Crimson ascended, climbing the outside of the building while holding his 6-foot blade in his teeth, blood trickling down from the corners of his mouth where the blade was cutting into flesh. My bugs died of the cold before I saw what happened next. I was forced to send in a second wave to see. The bugs were too slow, but the upper edge of the roof was outside of Winter's realm of influence. I could sense Golem reaching out with a hand of brick, a gentle push on Crimson's collarbone with his left hand, pushing him away from the roof, away from any point where he could get a grip. Crimson reached out and up for the hand, but the material broke apart as he put too much weight on it. He dropped. I'd bemoaned the effectiveness of rooftop combat, but Golem made it his own. Golem advanced to the edge of the roof and created more hands, trying to bind the villain to the street. An arm lock, a headlock, Crimson pulled his way free of the asphalt shackles through sheer brute strength. More appeared, but he destroyed them faster than they could be created. Screamer and Cherish had to know what we were doing, yet they weren't moving. Cockiness. No, they had to have an escape route. Except they didn't have a teleporter. That left only a few options. Siberian wasn't one I could do a whole lot about, but she'd be fighting if she were anywhere nearby. The others, I drew out silk thread in their direction. Only so much to spare. I knotted it between their necks and the computers that surrounded them. Theo's massive hand was still growing, the wrist exposed. Almost halfway there, Crimson ascended the building once more. This time, he had support. Together, we'd gone over the various members of the 9, past and present, we'd detailed battle plans, the techniques we knew about, even contacted heroes who had encountered them in the past, for stuff that might not have gone on record. But Screamer was called Screamer for a reason, and there wasn't a lot we could do to stop it, not unless we wanted to deafen ourselves. Crimson was 3 stories up the side of the building when Screamer used her namesake power. She could ensure that everyone within a mile's radius could hear her voice as if she was right next to them, and she used it now, producing a high-pitched, full-volume scream, right in my ears. In Golem's ears, everyone's ears. I joined Golem in doubling over, using my hands to try and ward off the sound. It didn't help as much as it should have. It was loud, deafening, and it was leaving Golem vulnerable as Crimson closed the distance. He wasn't recovering fast enough. Bugs flowed into Screamer's open mouth, much as they had with Alexandria. I gave Tattletale the signal. All-out attack. This was it. They'd been okay with a little bit of involvement on our part. Tattletale had speculated they would. There were only a few who were so regimented they would report it to Jack at the first opportunity. Winter was among them, but she was largely in the dark, here. Screamer wouldn't fill her in if it meant spoiling the fun. In truth, the only ones who wouldn't let us get away with this were Mannequin and King. King was distinct enough for me to notice, and Tattletale was 95% sure Mannequin would need more time to set up. This was an approach we could only use with this first skirmish. But whoever we were up against, the moment they started losing, the moment we actually pulled an offensive, the line was crossed. This was an all or nothing. Stinging bugs attacked Cherish, going for the eyes, nose and mouth. Screamer choked. Somewhere in the midst of it, they managed to give a signal. It wouldn't be Screamer. Cherish. Creating an emotional push, Winter made her way out from downstairs, hefting a grenade launcher. I spelled out words for the camera, need reinforcements. The other teams are getting harassed, can't close the distance. I was going to spell out a response, get further details, but my focus shifted as Winter caught sight of Golem and Crimson and advanced. Her dynamic with Crimson was one of synergy. She captured people so he could feed. He was the front line so she could safely attack from range. She slowed down opponents so he could advance. He was immune to her munitions fire, in large part. My bugs swarmed her, but she was already concentrating her power. Smaller area, greater effect. She still held the people in the building in the area, but my bugs were lasting only a fraction of the time. Seconds. I activated my flight pack and approached. Golem finished creating his hand, but there was a limit to what he could do with it. It stood there, tall and useless. No, his focus was on escape. He thrust both hands into two different panels, slightly out of sync. One hand was created, almost twice the usual size, and another was simultaneously created from the palm of that same hand, a fraction smaller. Campanile's idea, both hands thrust out at virtually the same speed that Golem might have stuck his own hand out into the air, but that speed was compounded by the fact that both hands thrust out in unison. Golem set one foot down and vaulted himself up and out to land on the adjacent building, one story up. He spun around as he landed. Crimson gave chase, crossing the rooftop with heavy footsteps. Golem jabbed out with one hand as Crimson bent his knees to leap. The hand that appeared jabbed at the underside of one foot, lifting it. It was the sort of trick that would only work once on an enemy. The next time, the enemy would adjust, or jump off one foot. Here, it caused Crimson to stumble. He missed his mark, the jump failing, and he nearly ran straight off the end of the rooftop. He struck out with his sword, slamming it into the brick of the building face opposite him. Winter raised her grenade launcher and fired. Golem managed to vault himself away as he had earlier, a shallow movement that was forceful enough to nearly launch him off the building. He rolled on landing as the grenade disintegrated a corner of the building. These two were warriors. Crimson was a mainstay of King's era, when he'd ruled the Nine as more of a brute squad, not dissimilar to the Teeth back in Brockton Bay. I had trouble marking why Winter had been recruited, but it likely had more to do with how she was off the battlefield, her predilections for torturing people she'd caught in her torpor. I reached the edge of the battlefield. My bugs streamed forth, a silk cord trailing between and behind them. The silk streamed out from the spinning spool at my belt, hundreds of feet of material, and it extended out towards Winter. It was only a matter of feet from her when she jumped, startled, leaping to one side. I missed, and my bugs were dying in a matter of seconds. The cord went slack. A moment later, she was looking around, confused. Cherish, I thought. She alerted her, a burst of alarm. It didn't matter. My swarm approached from the other direction, finding and picking up the dropped cord. Moving them within Winter's effect range was a matter of relay, handing off to fresh bugs as they died. Slow but steady progress. The moment the silk thread was around Winter's neck, I dropped down to the edge of the rooftop, and used the mechanical arms on my flight pack to reel in the cord. Darwin's spider silk, stronger than Kevlar, a narrow cord of it made for a thin, almost unbreakable cord. The noose cut into her neck, and my arms and legs provided leverage to keep me still as the combined efforts of the mechanical arms provided the strength. When she reached the base of the building I stood on, she was lifted off the ground. I shifted my position to improve my leverage and waited, hiding. I could barely tell in the midst of her power, but I sensed her raising her arm. Raising the grenade launcher, nets of spider silk peeled away from the gray-white portions of my costume as my bugs pulled them free. I drew it out, connected the narrow sheets with knots of more silk. It moved into place just in time to catch the projectile out of the air. Golem managed to find a moment to use his power. A hand of stone struck the grenade launcher from Winter's hands. He was holding his own against Crimson, who was adapting. Golem thrust one hand into his armor to create a hand beneath Crimson, and the villain leapt closer, forcing Golem to vault himself away and maintain a safe distance. The sword swipe that followed after Golem's retreat passed within a foot of the hero. Wanton, surrounding Golem, advanced on Crimson, and Golem tossed out a bag. Wanton took hold of the bag and emptied it of its contents. Razor blades, caltrops, hooks and my threads joined the miniature maelstrom, and Crimson was slowly bound. He tore some free, but it found its way into his flesh again a moment later. Then Golem slid his right hand into his armor. Crimson leapt in anticipation of an imminent attack, landed, and then glanced back at the point where he'd come. Nothing. Golem continued sliding his hand into his armor, slow, inexorable. Crimson charged, and Golem backed away, using his free hand to erect barriers. Wanton ran defense, and Crimson stumbled. A rumble marked Golem's real direction of attack. A second hand, down on the street below, gripping the large, 6-story tower he'd created earlier in the fight, pulling it down. It toppled on top of the building that Winter and Crimson had emerged from. Toppled towards Screamer and Cherish. In that same moment, Chuckles made an appearance. He moved so fast it was almost as though he teleported, appearing beside the two girls. My bugs barely had time to make contact and try to get a sense of him before he was moving again, holding the two villains this time. They jerked to a stop. I felt a fraction of the same confusion Chuckles no doubt did. I sensed his arms, extended to ridiculous lengths. He realized they were caught, bound to the computers. Too entangled to take along. And then he was gone, out of the building as the hand struck home. 2 floors crushed, the 2 villains crushed with them. Tecton had provided the calculations on what the building could withstand, I'd provided the general data and information on where the hostages were. The damage was controlled, the hand crashing a specific, certain distance into the building before coming to a halt. Bitch and Foil tried to intercept Chuckles just now as he left the city. He escaped, but Foil hit him with 1 shot, Tattletale said. Right, I said, even as I swore to myself. Shit. Far too soon for Jack to get a report on the fact that we'd helped. Chuckles can't talk, Tattletale said. He laughs, but he can't talk. I shook my head, couldn't worry about that right now. Crimson was only staring at the wreckage. He mumbled something around a bloated tongue. Does he think Winter's still in there? Then Crimson charged Golem once again. Golem had both hands free, and he used the same double hand technique to strike again. A second hand, sprouting from the first, which emerged from the rooftop in turn. The hands caught Crimson in the side of the leg, slamming into the knee, using the curve of the thumb to catch the leg and limit the range of movement. Strong as Crimson was, he was still bound by physics and general physical limitations. Being struck in the knees hurt, and he still needed to maintain a sense of balance. He toppled, another double hand strike, and Golem caught Crimson in the groin as he landed on his hands and feet, shoved him off to the right. 2 more strikes, this time not doubled up, catching Crimson in the left arm and left leg, respectively, keeping him off balance. The key was to deny leverage. An arm looped over 1 leg and 1 arm, binding them to the rooftop. Crimson tore free with little effort, but the act meant he shifted his weight to one side. Golem capitalized on it with another double-speed strike to his side, pushing in the same direction the blood-gorged killer was already moving. That was followed in turn by 1 larger hand, moving slower, to scoop Crimson up and tip him off the edge of the rooftop. Crimson fell, not a fatal fall, but it would hurt some. A gauntlet of concrete seized the large hand Golem had just created and tore it free of the rooftop, then let it roll free to fall right on top of Crimson. With the villain in an alley, the ensuing takedown was just as brutal and tenacious as before, with the added advantage that there were walls on either side to strike from. Hands struck out, and they remained there. As the villain was denied any footing, any balance, the hands around him increased in number, folding around him, sliding into gaps. It was a parallel to Kaiser's pyramid of blades technique, that he'd used to try to entrap Long. I'd passed it on to Golem, but I hadn't told him the source. I got the sense he wouldn't appreciate it. I turned my attention to Winter, who dangled beneath me. She'd gone silent and still. I continued to wait, but I raised one hand to my ear. Tattletale, all 4 are down. I could speak. A benefit to Screamer being dead. Good. Too soon to tell if Jack's got wind of what you're doing. But if Chuckles passes on word, or if there's a nice guy in the area, I wouldn't think he'd use the same guy twice in a row. No, Tattletale agreed. The numbers fit, makes sense he'd start with 4 with a 5th as backup, considering how he can scale up the numbers in successive attacks. Still, there was no graceful way to do it with Cherish there, and I couldn't not help. Golem was incapacitated. I'll let Chevalier know what happened. She made it a question. I sighed. No point in keeping secrets amongst ourselves. Do. And send Foil here, I said. She can punch a few holes in Crimson while he's trapped. Will do. I waited another minute as Winter dangled from the thread, then cut her free. Her body crumpled in a heap at the base of the building. I made my way over to Golem and Wanton, where Wanton was still in his breaker form. This was the warm-up, for the 9, for us. 4 down, 270 some to go. Jack had a little information on us, no doubt. I didn't dare hope it would stay this simple. We still needed to find a way to narrow down Jack's location, killing him. He already had an advantage, wearing us down, costing us time, and he surely had some intel on us. I could only hope that intel didn't include the fact that Golem had help. Chevalier here. We have reports that they're showing themselves for the next locations. I met Golem's eyes. Locations, plural. Golem asked. They want you to choose, I answered him, as the realization dawned on me. He stared at me, lost. He was heaving for breath, his hands shaking visibly, even with gauntlets on. Go with the Chicago teams. I'll take the Undersiders and Brockton Bay wards to the other location, I said. He nodded, pressing one hand to his ear as he started making his way to the ground. I watched him for a moment, then took off. This was a statement, I suspected. I could guess what that statement was. Jack fully intended to double down on the challenge each time we came out ahead. Chapter 261. Sting 26.3 inches. Hey, Weaver. I had to twist around to look at Crucible. We were in the hallway just outside a set of elevators, windows on one side, doors at either end of the hallway leading into offices. This was something of a waiting game, as Tecton and Revel got their teams into position to support Golem. Through countless stakeouts, I'd found a routine. Cheating on the can't do anything but sit there rule and reading while my bugs saw to everything else was a part of that routine. I was nestled in between two pillars that sat between clusters of windows, my back against one knee propped up, a file in my lap. My cliff notes on the various members of the Nine. I wanted to say thanks, Crucible said, appreciate the invite. Hundreds of superpowered lunatics, some of the scariest guys around, and that's not even the scariest part of all of this. But Chevalier's all, Weaver specifically asked if you'd help. How the hell am I supposed to say no to him? You just say no, Clockblocker said, before I could respond. You're team leader, I'd even argue it's your job to say no when the situation calls for it. More than leading the team, more than strategy or handling double the paperwork or attending the meetings. You decide what jobs are out of your team's depth and you tell the bosses to go fuck themselves, in the politest terms possible. It's Chevalier, important guy, and when we asked you if you were okay with me taking command, that was your opportunity to say no. His rank doesn't matter, he'd probably respect you more if you told him your team wasn't prepared and then stuck to your guns. You didn't tell anyone to go fuck themselves, Crucible said. No, and I agreed to help out with this because this is important. My old teammates have been preparing for this in their own time, and you've got a thing for Weaver, the ward I hadn't yet met said. It was a girl, flanked by 5 shadowy silhouettes of herself, who were sitting around her on the other side of the hallway. I'd read up on her, and I knew her as Toggle. The baby of the team, it seemed, at 14. She held what looked like a mace, but it, along with the layered body armor she wore, had circles of light glowing in shifting colors. There was a long, awkward silence. I glanced at Clockblocker, but he appeared unfazed. Not that I could really tell. His armor still had animated clock faces digitally displayed on the open spaces, and there was one in the middle of his face. Was the varying speed and position of the hands supposed to indicate something, or was I reading too much into it? That was a joke, Toggle said. I'm not dignifying it with a response, Clockblocker said. Cloxy's sweet on Weaver, Imp said. Ah, Cloxy, Clockblocker said, deadpan, has been the target of a lot of criticism, because he was in charge of the wards at the time a lot of stuff went down. Some dingbats online speculated that I had a thing for Weaver, and it took off. The people online like to find stuff that fills in blanks, and there were a hell of a lot of blanks around the whole thing with Weaver defecting, and our pseudo-truce with the Undersiders. They latched onto the idea, I said. Yep, sorry, I told him. Not your fault, not exactly. The city's pretty peaceful, pretty safe, and nobody even hints about why, but people know. My bosses know why, and that means my career might never recover. The only thing keeping things remotely interesting is the challenge of trying to get to any new bad guys before the Undersiders do, to enforce real justice instead of vigilante scare tactics. We're awesomely good at the scare tactics though, Imp cut in. Clockblocker ignored her, except we barely even get to do that, because Tattletale's always a few steps ahead. Then, to top it all off, I hear about the Weaver Clockblocker thing every single day, to the point that it's sad. Salt in a wound. Silence lingered. Jesus, Clock, Vista said, after that. Pent up much. Fuck, you're right, I'm stressed, ignore me, Clockblocker said. Like Crucible said, it's a lot to manage. Sorry, I just wanted to make a funny, Toggle said. Don't worry, Clockblocker used to be the funny one, Vista said. Now he's the asshole grown up that tears the funny kid to shreds. Clockblocker didn't respond to that. Instead, he shifted the device he'd been wearing on his back against the wall and sat down between the elevators. Waiting on my lonesome was easier. My bugs crawled all around the exterior of our target. The buildings in this town were smallish, the tallest being 5 stories, and this contingent of the 9 had chosen it as their destination. Not a single gap. They'd barely had any time, but they had hermetically sealed the structure, containing themselves and every single resident within. The windows and doors had been sprayed with something red that trickled out of cracks only to harden. My bugs explored cracks in the foundation, and found that same vaguely tacky, amber-like barrier blocking the openings where they should have been able to enter the building. Doors, windows, cracks, vents, all protected. I could estimate 7 apartments per floor. 1 on the ground floor, for the building manager. Assuming they weren't bachelor apartments, that suggested 55 to 60 people in total, trapped within, along with hostages in an unknown number and composition of the 9. I have to ask, I said, not looking in Clockblocker's direction, this end of the world thing. The way you talk about the future, life beyond this supposed apocalypse event. Can you do that because you're optimistic, or because you don't think it'll happen? I do it because I have to. You can't stay sane, thinking it's all going to end soon. There has to be something beyond it. If you get to that point and then we figure out a way to resolve it, then what happens after that? You need a real life. If you get to that point and you've plotted out the rest of your life, and we lose, then aren't you going to be devastated? I asked. I'm good at handling devastation, Clockblocker said. Don't worry about me. I shrugged. I can't really believe it, Crucible said. World-ending situation. Oh, I believe it, Clockblocker said. The crazy powers we get. One of them's bound to break something somehow. The wrong power in the wrong hands, Kidwin said. He'd reconfigured the outside of his suit so the armored upper body folded down into a pair of gauntlets, allowing him to walk forward like a gorilla, the 2 halves acting as massive fingerless gauntlets. It wasn't pretty, and it left his head and upper body more exposed, but it let him maneuver inside. He seemed to muse a second, then agreed, yeah, interesting to see the divide, I thought. The veteran members versus the newer ones. See, I don't think it's the wrong power in the wrong hands, Clockblocker said. I think it's a joke. Humanity destroys itself, and all these powers, they just open the door to let it happen. It's not going to be some villain overlord or even a monster like Jack who does it. I'm more liable to believe the world ends because of some deluded, fat, pimply-faced punk kid that lives off pizza and Mountain Dew. There's no damn point to it, but sometimes I look at the idiots, the selfish assholes and the maniacs that fill this world and I think that's all we deserve. I like your line of thinking, Imp said. The world gets destroyed by some loser who jacks off 12 times a day to the freakiest, nastiest parahumans. Thank you, Clockblocker said, for so eloquently demonstrating what I was saying about us deserving it. No problemo, Imp said. That doesn't exist, does it? Toggle asked. Case 53 porn. Everything exists, Kidwin said. It just hit me. When you were saying we deserve it, were you talking about Pimple Face the world-destroying freak fetishist or were you talking about me? I shut my eyes and tuned out the conversation. It was good that they were talking, staying calm, more or less getting along. Gru and Rachel arrived from the stairwell. Anything? Imp asked. No, Gru said. The red hands leave already. I asked. Yeah, Gru said. Listen, about all that, I raised my hand to stop him. Not important, not a big deal. I was only going to ask if maybe Crucible or Toggle could be taken along. It's a way out, now that things are getting heavier. No, it's fine, I'll stay, Crucible said. Ditto. I nodded, then looked at Gru, shrugging. That's all, we're okay, copacetic, I said, turning my attention back to the file. Skinslip. I reread the page 4 times before I was sufficiently distracted and able to register what I was reading. Rachel directed her dogs to watch the stairwell, then crossed to the middle of the hallway to me. She sat with her back to the same pillar I had my back to, her shoulder pressing against mine, squishing me a little bit further into the crevice I'd settled in. Not uncomfortable, or it was, but the body contact was. Comforting enough that it didn't bother me. It was reassuring without being in my face or distracting me from my study of the folder. All stuff I'd read backwards and forwards, but I couldn't focus on a book, and refreshers could only help. I turned the page. Night Hag, how's life on the dark side? Kid Win asked. I turned my head. He was talking to Foyle, who sat at the furthest point from the stairwell. More wholesome than you'd think, Foyle said. Playing into every stereotype ever, moving in before we'd even been on a date, but it's nice. Nice, Clockblocker said, not what I expected, not that I'm not happy for you, but, she shifted position, resting her head on Perian's shoulder. It's free, pleasant, the times between the fights with the brain-shatteringly terrifying god monsters, anyways. Cooking breakfast, having breakfast cooked for you, going on walks with the dogs, maybe a bit of bodyguard duty while Parian handles a meeting, whatever, picnic for lunch, patrol the territory, do stuff for my university course, whoever didn't cook breakfast makes dinner, they're like a newlywed couple. It's so sweet, Imp said. Of course, they're skipping the, no, Foil said. We don't need to go into any detail about my personal life with Parian. But I was just going to say, no, Foil said again. They've got crazy good interior design, what with Parian and all, Imp finished. She made a smug little sound, like she was very pleased with herself. Foil flicked a dart at Imp. It sank into the wall just to the left of Imp's head. Vista leaned back, smiling. This is the second time in 4 minutes where she's alluded to rude stuff. Feeling lonely, Imp, I'm offended. Unfair accusations. Now I'm going to start wondering what someone with pseudo-invisibility powers gets up to in her alone time, Kid Win said. She's gone there, Gru said. I looked at him, and saw he was glancing my way. Lies and slander. Wait, Clockblocker said. I thought I heard something at some point about you being her. He trailed off. Gru asked. Train of thought derailed. What were we talking about? It was a puzzling change in the ambient tone, and I almost gave the word for people to switch to high alert. I was distracted by the vibration of my phone. A quick check and I verified that it was what we'd been waiting for. Golem engaging. 3x Burn Scar, 3x Shatterbird, 2x Winter, 1x Skinslip, 1x Psychosoma identified. You're clear to go. We're moving, I said, hopping to my feet. Just like that, the mood shifted. Everyone was standing, picking up the equipment they'd put down. The joking atmosphere was gone, not peace, but the stillness, it was broken. Nerves were suddenly on edge, the opportunity to joke and comment gone. Scouting with the bugs didn't turn up anything, I said. Place is sealed. Vista, we'll be counting on you to give us an in. She nodded. We're going in blind. We suspect there's at least 2 mannequins, but that's it. Mannequin specializes in indirect attacks. Catching people off guard, while being durable and flexible enough that he can escape from any situation that doesn't go his way. I hope the rest of you have read up on the other members of the 9, past and present. There were nods all around. Parian, Foil, Kid Win, you're staying here. Set up, keep an eye out and an ear out. Will do, Parian said. She was already inflating a stuffed scorpion. Cloth bound around one of Foil's bolts to help form a tail. Gru, I said, hit the building, inside and out, but leave the inside clear. With luck, we can shut off their communications. With more luck, you can get a bead on what powers we're dealing with. He nodded. With that, we were down the stairs and out the front door. A joint attack maximized the chaos and minimized the chance of reinforcements. Golem was attacking the other location. 10 members of the 9 there. 10 here. If so, that was a big step up from the last fight. From 4 or 5 to 20. Gru used his power, surrounding the area. Slowly but surely, the area was consumed in darkness. Not just Gru's power, but the fact that the massive cloud of darkness was blocking out the ambient light. Though he kept the smoke out of the center of the area, it grew darker with every passing second. I joined the Brockton Bay wards as they switched on flashlights, both handheld and gun-mounted ones. Each of us flicked on the smaller lights that were part of our masks or helmets. The latter were feeble at best, but it was still light. Mine came from smaller lenses that sat around the larger ones that covered my eyes. They filtered out as a faint blue. The pattern and color would hopefully make me more identifiable. It's kind of dumb that we don't have those things, Imp commented. Perk of being a hero, Clockblocker said. He handed her a spare flashlight. I gave one to Rachel, but she didn't turn it on. Instead, she slid the loop over her wrist, hopping onto her dog's back. The walls of darkness that surrounded the structure connected at the very top, and we were plunged into the deep sort of darkness one might expect from being 1,000 feet underground. The headlamps and flashlights were the only real light, making it look almost as if the exposed pavement, sidewalk and the foot of the building were the only things that remained in the world. Vista used her power as we got closer. I could see a depression appearing in the wall, as if a giant, invisible finger were pressing into it. A hole appeared, and a small explosion tore out through the space, opening the hole wider. We staggered, and some of our smaller members were even thrown to the ground. Pale mist cleared slowly as we got to our feet. My bugs scanned the area, searching for threats who might have been alerted to our presence. Nothing. Apparently they didn't want to engage. They were happy hunkering down, staying eerily quiet. And the explosion, there was a byproduct. Or maybe it was the source. A small glacier had formed around the hole, jagged, as if water had spewed forth and immediately frozen. The hell, Clockblocker muttered. Good thing it wasn't Tecton knocking down the wall, I thought. Vista tried again, higher up, on the 4th story, off to the far side. We were braced for the detonation this time. I kept Bugs close to get a sense of what was going on. The moment there was a gap, the air rushed out, cold and wet, and was followed soon after by a crushing manifestation of a small iceberg. It creaked, a long, drawn-out sound, then cracked abruptly. The iceberg came free, and the resulting gap was almost instantaneously filled by a third detonation. A chunk of ice the size of a large car dropped to the street and shattered into a million individual fragments. Or maybe Tecton would be an asset here. How the fuck do we break into this? Has to be Mannequin, I said. Or Sphere, used to specialize in closed systems. It makes sense, on a level, but this isn't in Mannequin's usual repertoire. Maybe they stole it from, what was the name? Toybox Tinker, Gelad, Glacé, that's it. A cloned Tinker is the smallest threat, Clockblocker said. Takes them time to build, and if you figure Jack didn't exactly save anything of his, and, well, I don't even know how they replaced memories, but there's no way he's just going to pick up where he left off. Mannequin in a different vein, I said. Same psychosis, different direction taken. Looks like, doesn't it? I frowned. We could wait for the ice to melt, Imp suggested. Warm out. Would take forever, Vista said. And it would only get replaced, probably, Clockblocker said. Go big, I suggested. Whatever's producing the ice, there's got to be a limit in terms of materials. Vista nodded. This time, rather than a depression, it was a line, running from one corner at the bottom of the building to the opposite corner on the top. It took 10 or 15 seconds, and then the ice blasted out, barely visible with only our flashlights to illuminate it. Nothing. Ground to roof, the ice remained. I could do it again, Vista suggested. Faster to get Kid Win to just tear the outside of the building apart, Clockblocker said. Not like they don't know we're here, now. I'm thinking, I said. You know that draft of cool air you feel when the automatic doors of a big name store swing open? Sure, Clockblocker said. It's designed like that, to use air pressure and air flow and whatever else to keep bugs and debris out. Of course you know that, Imp said. Because of the bugs. I looked into it when I started paying attention to places where there aren't a lot of bugs, to see why. There's sonic countermeasures, and there's that. Whatever, Imp said. Still pretty random. This is the same thing, except it's weaponized. Or made into a defense system, depending on how you want to look at it. I'd bet most of the building is rigged with some crazy high pressure, as well as whatever devices he's got that are detonating on exposure to the outside. Okay, with you so far, Clockblocker said. But where are they keeping the hostages? Option 1 is that they've got them in some sealed area, like they stuck Cherish into, and all of the 9 members in the building are immune to that pressure and cold. Multiple mannequins, maybe a Siberian in a sealed case. What's option 2? Gru asked. The inside is safe. Apartments or offices bordering on exterior walls would be pressurized, but the interior walls, all of the rooms of the building that aren't rigged, they'd be safe, with hostages and the 9 inside. Clockblocker nodded. Makes sense, but that's a lot of speculation. Theory 2 is a lot easier to prove, I said. We either need to go in through the top, and hope the roof isn't as protected, or access the interior without passing into exterior rooms, Vista said. Shuffle could have done that, I thought. Had we sent the wrong teams to the wrong locations? It had sounded like there was a hell of a lot of offensive power at the other location. I'll try, Vista said. Hold on. This was a more refined use of her power. She drew on the exterior of the building, and created a depression, but the goal this time wasn't to create a hole. She extended the depression inward, but she fed enough of the surrounding material into it to keep the resulting walls intact. It stopped, and she merged it into another wall. I couldn't see the wall, but I could sense it with my bugs. To my eyes, it was a black void, a hole too deep for my bugs to reach. She paused, then began opening an experimental hole in the far wall. I pulled my bugs back to make it easier for her. I could feel the warm air blow past my bugs. I could smell it using their senses. An alien sensation, but I noted the scent of blood, the acrid chemical odor of the sealing materials. Ways open, Vista said. It's messy in there, I said. Be prepared. Sending bugs in now. Gru. Darkness. We waited as he pumped the building full of darkness. My bugs made their way through, scanning the surroundings. Murder rat, Gru said. 3 of her. I can, kind of sense what others are sensing around me, and there's a glimmer of something that might be a teleportation power. I don't trust myself to use it without any ability to sense where I'm going. Breeds, and I can't even get a bead on this guy's powers. Was it? I could sense figures moving throughout the darkness, but they were swift, and moved in unpredictable directions. The elevator shaft's doors had been opened, and they climbed up and through with no difficulty. There were countless people, hanging from the ceiling by chains, countless pieces of armor, as though Mannequin was trying to reinvent his own gear, and then on the penthouse level, a man, easily 8 feet tall, muscular and broad-shouldered, sitting at a computer chair with one foot propped up on a desk. His chest was bare, his pants no doubt a normal size, but rendered skin-tight by his sheer mass, left unzipped. He was watching something violent on a laptop as he sat there. The hostages who weren't strung up with chains were in the room, cowering behind him as a full cluster. In the midst of them, there was something that looked like a coffin. Try using his power. Not sure I want to, Gru said, but okay. I felt my powers dim, my range swiftly dropping. Others stepped away from him in surprise. Stop, I said. He did. My powers started to return. That's one. Jesus, that's a rush. The other, I think it's the sort of power you need the built-in second sense to grasp. That has to be Hatchet Face. I guess you can use his power nullification, I said. That's something, if we hit a pinch. I just don't understand this other power. Bonesaw's work, a hybrid. Gru nodded. Possible. I frowned. Not sure how to do this. If we entered through the top floor, we could access the hostages right away, defeat Hatchet Face. Sounds good, Clockblocker said. Except, what do the rest do? I asked. Some signal goes off, or they realize something's up. They're not fighting types, not exactly. They're assassins, indirect attackers. They wouldn't just converge on us. I don't know how they'd react, and it's not the kind of situation where I can say that in a good way. We need to make a call soon, Gru said. You said the other team is already attacking. I thought this would be simpler, I said. Let's go in the ground floor. Clear each floor, block off escape routes, so they can't just exit the building and go wreak mayhem elsewhere, or notify Jack. They can fall back to the main room where Hatchet Face is waiting, and then we've got a hell of a fight on our hands, Gru said. Against enemies with hostages. Cornered rats with hostages, Vista said. The little of her face I could see in the flashlight-illuminated gloom was somber. Ground floor, I said. If nothing else, it buys us time to think of something before we reach a crisis point. The alternative, I don't like the idea that so many of these guys could escape. They've bottled themselves up nicely. Stay on your guard. Are you staying outside? Clockblocker asked me. I shook my head. Need to maintain communications against this team, and I don't like how long it would take to communicate using my bugs, or the chance you could get cut off. I'll come with, help watch your backs. There were nods all around. Go, I said, before touching my earbud. Tattletale. There was a pause. Weaver, kind of busy watching over the other team. Sup, entering the fray. Looks like mannequins, murder rats, breeds in one Hatchet Face hybrid. Got it, Gluck. Rachel had kept the dogs at a smaller size so they could patrol the building we'd been hiding out in. It meant they were big, but not so big that they filled the entire hallway. They passed through the corridor Vista had made without trouble. We filed in, shoulder to shoulder, and I did what I could to track the various villains in the building. Gru dissipated the darkness as we got close enough to the respective areas to shine our flashlights on the objects in question. Ominous, being in the midst of this building, almost like being in a submarine. There was an incredible, devastating pressure all around us. A leak meant a possible terminal end to all of us. The darkness was oppressive, and every surface was covered in the red sealant, scabrous, hard, removing the human touch from everything around us. I was so caught up in it that I nearly missed it. A figure in the ducts. There, I said, keeping my voice low. I pointed. Our side turned to look. Mannequin, I thought. I immediately switched mental gears. Who to protect, what to do tactically. I hit the briefest stumbling block when the recollection of what Clockblocker had been talking about crossed my mind. Why does he remember his suit? The same outfit, with alterations. The all-concealing, all-protecting shell surrounding his body, even the joints. Bastard lunged for him, jaws snapping shut, but the mannequin cartwheeled back and away. Vista fired her gun, sending a single green spark zipping ahead. Mannequin swayed to one side, bending his body at impossible angles to avoid the shot. The bullet hit the wall, then briefly flared, disintegrating a scab-covered vending machine. Lines exploded forward from Clockblocker's hands, one from each finger, and the mannequin staggered back. The narrow cables flew past him, glanced off his armor to ricochet into the surrounding area, and one or two even managed to wind around his armor leg. Clockblocker used his power, freezing the mannequin in place. "Vista," he said, "another shot." She still had her gun leveled at mannequin. She aimed and the mannequin let a blade spring from his palm. It punched through the wall at the very edge of our tunnel. Ice exploded into the interior of the hallway, consuming the mannequin entirely. Vista dropped her gun. "No escape route," Crucible said. "Can't shoot without putting us at risk," Vista said. "I can make another exit, but it's going to take a minute." "Not a focus," I said. "Upstairs first. Hostages first. We'll cross that bridge after." We had to walk around in a semicircle before we found ourselves by the elevators and stairwells of the lobby. The stairwell was framed by two bodies, hung by their feet. No wounds were visible. I felt with my bugs, and I could sense warmth from them. Still alive. Breed. What were we even supposed to do with his victims? For the second time in as many minutes, I found myself saying, "We deal with them after." We entered the stairwell. I was aware of a murder rat popping in on the ground floor, crawling on hands and feet that each had excessively long blades on the ends. She moved faster than she should have been able to, considering her means of locomotion, but she had an exceedingly strong, flexible body. Enhanced senses, too, with her conical nose close to the ground, long greasy hair brushing against the surface. I almost turned back to deal with her, but she was already gone, moving faster than my bugs could. Claustrophobic. I was acutely aware of the dimensions of the space, the fact that only a fraction of the building could actually hold people. Of that portion of the building interior, the elevator shafts took up an awful lot of space. Their territory, really. The stairs hadn't received as much of the scab treatment, but they were still treacherous ground. The stairs blocked our view of what was above or below us. I was careful to check for threats every step of the way, watching doors, sweeping over surfaces, all too aware that Mannequin had evaded my bugs before. Had this one somehow retained the lessons the original had learned, I could use thread to cover more ground, spread out my bugs. An air vent at the very top floor was punched free of the wall. My bugs could sense the long claws, the conical nose. They started chewing on her, devouring and biting, but her skin was tough, as though most of it was scar tissue. I could feel the hot air as she rapidly inhaled and exhaled. "Murder rat, she's on the top." She pushed herself free of the vent, lunging, drawing her claws together as if she were diving into water from a height. Her narrow, emaciated body slipped right between the railings of the ascending and descending stairs. "Incoming," I shouted. I pushed the others back as I could reach them. The only ones in reach were Rachel and Crucible. She reached the stairwell just above us and kicked off it, changing her orientation and the trajectory of her dive. She slammed into the largest, most obvious target, grew all of her claw tips drawn together into one long spike. He was thrown against the walls and the stairs, and his tumble down the stairs just below him drove him into Toggle and Vista, who nearly fell down the stairs along with him. Murder Rat was still on top of him, shifting the movements of her limbs to remain more or less upright as she perched on his body. Her head cocked quizzically. The blades hadn't penetrated. She lashed out, striking, only her target was exposed skin, this time. Vista's face, Crucible's jaw, Bastard's shoulder, and then she kicked the wall, drawing her shoulders together as she slid between Clockblocker's legs, her nose pointed at the gap in the railing. Clockblocker shifted his foot to make contact with the long blades at her toes, touching her, and froze her in place. "My face," Vista whispered. "Put pressure on it," Crucible said. His own face was bleeding badly, but he didn't even seem to notice. And, more troubling, the wound was smoking. Murder Rat's power. I turned my attention to Gru. "Are you hurt?" "No." Shit, how did that not break a rib?" I shook my head. "Still using the costume I made, and it saved your life." He accepted my help in standing. I turned my attention to the Brockton Bay wards, but there were too many people crowded there for me to jump in and help. I focused on the other threats. I could sense the others swarming around us, on stairs above and below. I drew out lines of silk to stop them from using the same approach this Murder Rat had managed. For extra measure, I tied thread around the frozen Murder Rat's throat, tying it to the railing. She was a composite of two: kitchen sink, capes, mouse protector and ravager. Two primary powers that had blended into the one, a dozen other minor powers. Flexibility, a bizarre kind of enhanced strength, reflexes and agility that had peaks and valleys, and skin as tough as leather. Pinch it shut, tape it, Clockblocker was saying. We spray it to keep it closed. Smells awful. I kind of like the smell, Vista said, her words muffled by the hand Crucible was pressing to her face. Hey, this'll be a badass scar, huh? Quiet, Clockblocker said. I could hear another murder rat on the stairs below us. She let her claw drag on the wall, and the metal on concrete made a sound like 5 nails on a chalkboard. Loud, slowly increasing in volume as she approached us. I said my bugs on her. She persisted, simply enduring what they were doing to her. I tried to go for the tiny eyes that were nearly buried behind her altered face and brow, but she shut them, relying on touch and smell to move. I started to pack bugs around her nose and mouth, and found that slowed her just a fraction. But the noise continued. I could see the effect it was having on the others. A rattling noise from above, joined by another nails on blackboard screech. A mannequin, using the blades he'd extended from his forearms to scrape the wall and hit the individual bars that held the railing up at chest level, the same bars that the murder rat had tried to slip between to make her escape. It burns, Vista said, her fingers raised to the mark that ran from the side of her chin to her cheekbone. The meds, Clockblocker asked. The smoke, stinging my eyes, and feels like it's fizzing. I read the file. This is her power, right? It's what she does. It's going to take a long time to heal, Clockblocker said. Pretty much guarantees a scar. But we stopped the bleeding, which is better than most get. The dog growled as another murder rat joined the fray, her clawed feet clicking against the steps as she made her descent, the screeches of her claws against the concrete joining what was quickly becoming a cacophony. The blades at the fingertips of her other hand struck the bars of the railing, which set them to ringing. Then, from the 1st and 4th floors, I could sense Breed's minions make their approach. In the midst of the banging and screeching, their hissing was almost impossible to make out. One more mannequin hung back, letting the little bastards climb on him. They were smallish, smaller than the ones in Killington had been. I shifted my weight, ready for one of them to make an attack at any moment. Indirect attacks, surprise attacks, all from directions that were hard to anticipate. 3 mannequins and a rat above us, I said. 2 rats below us, lots of Breed's bastard parasites on both sides. I could use my darkness, but it wouldn't help much, Gru said. They don't sense things like we do. My bugs aren't going to do much either, I said, laying tripwires and trying to bind them here and there, but these aren't guys my bugs can sting. So, Rachel asked. We die, Imp said, with an odd cheerfulness. Horribly, gruesomely. They'll break or sever our arms and legs and cap them with mannequin stuff so we don't bleed out, and then they'll let Breed's bugs devour us from the inside out. Not helping, Imp, Gru said. I'm only saying what we already know. Kind of counterproductive, morale-wise, to have us read all the dossiers on these bastards. Yeah, just a little, Crucible agreed. Why are we waiting here? Rachel asked, her voice a little too loud. Why don't we just fucking attack them? I didn't have a good rebuttal to that. No, that wasn't right. I had a dozen rebuttals. That these guys would take any offensive action on our part as an excuse to slip past us and murder our more vulnerable members. But I didn't have a better strategy. Not one I was eager to use so prematurely. Attack, I said. Now. Rachel whistled, a long sharp sound that cut through the various noises the Nine's members had created. There was only silence as the whistle echoed through the stairwell. She snapped her fingers and pointed up the stairs, snapped again and pointed down. The 2 dogs charged in the alternate direction. Wards, go up. Gru, Imp, Rachel, help cover the rear, I gave the orders. Watch your backs. We split into 2 groups, the wards leading the charge, while the undersiders covered the flanks. I remained in the center, my knife drawn. A murder rat tried to jump down through the gap, as the first had, but got tangled in the threads I'd woven. She began severing them, one by one, but too slow to slip through. Vista shot her. With her death scream, the others shifted tactics, abandoning the offense. Mannequins advanced to take over the assault. Another got caught in the threads, but blades sprung out all over his body, the individual components rotating, and the threads were cut. He dropped down. Crucible caught him. A force field bubble surrounded the figure, pale blue, then flared a brilliant orange-white. Mannequin would be fireproof, though. Even an extreme heat like Crucible could create wouldn't have an effect. Still, it meant one was contained. Yet as soon as we captured one, another slipped the net. The murder rat, Clockblocker had frozen animated again, slipping through the railing, only to find herself hanging by her throat, a silk cord binding her. My bugs could sense blood trickling, but the movement suggested her neck hadn't snapped. 2 ways she'd escape. The first was obvious, cutting the cord. The second, Vista, Crucible. I hollered their names. They whipped around to face me, saw me holding my knife, ready to drive it forward. The smoke on Vista's face flared, blossoming like a smoke grenade that had just gone off, and Murder Rat materialized, one claw already poised with the points facing upward, ready to drive upward into Vista's unprotected jawline. I'd seen her gesture as she hung on the rope, in preparation for her materialization. I had to lunge forward, striking the stairs with the boniest parts of my shins to catch the villain's wrist with my free hand, pulling her off balance. She rolled with it, almost doing a backflip as she threw one leg back to drive a point towards Imp's scalp. Gru caught Murder Rat's leg, and between us, we held her. I punched the blade into her throat. Gru heaved her over the railing. He covered our retreat with darkness, then lunged ahead of the group. Murder Rat's powers, it seemed. Reckless, not like him, but he joined the front lines, where Bastard was giving 2 mannequins a hard time. Clockblocker threw out lines of silk, then froze them. The dog lunged, and the mannequins were sandwiched between the dog and the silk. Blood spurted at the dog's shoulder where the lines had made contact. One mannequin lost an arm, but they both managed to contort and angle themselves so they could slip over, under or between the threads. Of course it wouldn't be easy. Fuck. Back. Rachel called out, before the dog decided to charge through the cables Clockblocker had used. The dog retreated a pace. Gru only hopped up, grabbing the railing, managed a grip, and then descended on them. He grabbed one and flung it towards the wires. It only contorted, arching its back like a high jumper to slip through a gap. It got halfway before Bastard closed his jaws on his upper body. Shit, my bugs were so useless here. I couldn't go after the breeds until I knew which of the people in the building were them. The original breed had died when someone had hit a building with an incendiary missile, and the bugs had stopped appearing. He wasn't altered in appearance. For all respects, he was just an ordinary man. Besides the whole, I create horrifying space bugs thing. The mannequin that crawled with breed's creations leapt down, only to get caught in more strands. He started to cut his way free, but Vista opened fire. Her shots glanced off his outer shell. The creatures, though, fell through the gaps. More than a handful landed in our midst. I thought you said they don't go after people. They don't, I said, so long as there's other food sources available. I kicked at one as it advanced on my right foot. There are dozens of bodies here. Already infected, I realized. These parasites were seeking fresh hosts, ones not already occupied by anything. I caught the ones I could with my own bugs, used thread to haul them free, but there were 20, and their dozens of legs were sharp, capable of punching through flesh and clothing to maintain a grip. Difficult to dislodge. One had landed on my shoulder. I tried to pull it free and failed, stabbed at the legs with my knife, only for it to fold them into its carapace. It lashed at the lens of my mask with its spike-tipped tail. It didn't penetrate, and rolled off my shoulder before I could get a hold on it. Its legs extended, and it found a grip on my flight pack. In an instant, it was racing up towards my head again. It stopped twice, pausing for 1 second as it transitioned from my flight pack to my costume, then stopping again as it reached the area where the mask and body of my costume overlapped at my neck. The needle points of its legs were pricking through the fabric of my costume, no doubt as it tried to find a way under. I got a grip on its tail, but failed to dislodge it. Too slick. The others weren't faring a lot better. Crucible shouted something incoherent as he used both hands to stop a softball-sized creature from advancing on his mouth. Its millipede-like limbs left bloody tracks in his skin as it made excruciating progress towards the orifice. It was a critical distraction as we were dealing with highly mobile foes. A murder rat leapt up to find a grip on the underside of the stairs we were standing on, then vaulted herself to one side and up, slipping between the bars and into our midst. Rachel whistled hard, and the dog from downstairs came barreling through our group. We were knocked aside, pushed to the ground by the dog's mass as it charged Murder Rat. She leapt up, stepping on the dog's back, then jumped back down to the lower end of the flight of stairs. The dog growled and turned around, preparing to charge through us again. Hold! Rachel said. She had to pull off her jacket to access the trilobite parasite bastard thing that was crawling on the small of her back, heading south. Toggle struck it with her baton, and lights flared. Imp stepped up just in front of Crucible, impaling the bug on his face with her own knife. Progress, but we were still in the midst of a lot of dangerous enemies. Elusive ones. Of the 6 here, we'd only achieved 2 kills. Tattletale here. In an ugly spot, I said. Help's on the way. Help, Eidolon. We tried to keep things quiet, keep everything off the radar, but he caught on. Legends at the other site with Pretender. Turn them away. I hissed the words. Not about to turn away help, Imp said. She was benefiting as Crucible created his superheated forcefield dome to burn away the breed parasites too dumb to walk around. Turn them away, I repeated myself. All 3. More of Breed's bugs were starting to make their way to us, from above and below. 1 murder rat, 1 mannequin, and the guy upstairs we still hadn't even interacted with. With his fucked up coffin. I can't get in touch with them. Not like their number is in the phone book. Contact Cauldron. I used my swarm to attack the breed bugs, but it was slow going. 20 bugs with strong mandibles could kill 1, but it took a minute, maybe 2, before they reached something resembling soft tissue. No go. I could sense him, now, approaching the building cautiously. He used a laser to pierce the roof. Ice blossomed out to fill the gap, a glacier in summer. I began drawing from the bugs outside, forming a swarm clone. Eidolon ignored it, firing again. Multiple blasts, multiple creations of ice. He swore under his breath. Rachel's dog leapt over as to attack the murder rat. She slipped to one side, and a wound at Toggle's shoulder began blossoming with smoke. The murder rat appeared in our midst. Clockblocker was quick enough to tag her this time. It wasn't the most ideal maneuver. Gru's stolen power disappeared in that same instant. Bad timing. He was in the midst of fighting the mannequins. One had been taken out by Bastard, but another had joined the fray as it brought the bugs down. Gru reached out for another power. Mannequin's power wasn't useful, but the other. I felt my power fading, just as the swarm decoy was gaining enough bulk. I wasn't the only one. Crucible's force field shorted out. Clockblocker had been in the midst of reaching for breed bugs to lock down, and found himself only giving them easier access in climbing up his arms. The mannequin staggered back, tripping on the stairs. Just a little less coordinated. Still, it wasn't useful. One dog was entirely disabled, crawling with countless breed parasites. Only the fact that it clenched its jaw kept them from getting in its mouth, but its nose, cancel it, grew. I shouted. He didn't. Instead, he reached down to grab Mannequin by the throat. He ascended the stairs 3 at a time, dragging 2 struggling mannequins with him. A bad situation was turning into a nightmare. My radius shrank to a mere 100 feet, then 50. 20. The bugs were crawling on us. Crucible wasn't the only one struggling to keep them from worming beneath his hands and into his mouth. Then he was gone, the radius of his power nullification too small. If the hatchet face upstairs was a hybrid, Gru's copy of his power was a fraction of a half of a power. Still, he seemed to have hatchet face's strength and durability. Our powers began to return, and with the threats of the other capes dealt with, we were free to focus on stopping them. Clockblocker paused the most dangerous ones, closest to mouths, anuses and private parts, to ears and nostrils. We backed away as he freed us of the worst of them, and Crucible barred the path with his superheated force field. I'm not useful, Toggle said. Different threats, you would be, Crucible said. Fuck, this stings. Medical treatment after, Clockblocker said. 1 more to take down. We hurried up the stairs. 2 flights to the penthouse floor. Eidolon, my swarm clone spoke. Weaver. He had created a kind of portal and was widening it. It seemed slow, inefficient. Go home, Eidolon. You aren't a help here. I'm to take orders from the one who murdered Alexandria. Yes, leave. You're more danger than help. I can end this. So can I. I will end this. Your choice as to how. Do I handle this situation myself, or do I have to kill you, then handle this myself? There was only silence from him. He stared at my swarm clone. You dare make that threat, after killing my comrade in arms? I do. If there's a trace of doubt in your mind that I could do it, your bugs couldn't touch me. Inside the building, we were approaching the penthouse floor. Your power is dying. It's obvious enough that people are speculating on it online, in the media. How Eidolon isn't as strong as he was in the early days. Why aren't you inside already? Are you so sure that your power would stop me? I'm here to help. That's all. Attacking me now would be like the violation of the Endbringer truce. You're one of the biggest dangers, Eidolon. Jack's supposed to be the catalyst for an event, a great catastrophe. Are you honestly telling me that there's no danger here? That you're absolutely certain that you don't have a weakness he could capitalize on? Eidolon didn't speak. Don't tell me you don't. That you aren't potentially powerful enough to end the world if it came down to it. If he somehow opened that floodgate, it won't come to that. I control my powers. Or played a head game with you. Are you telling me your mind is a fortress? That you don't have that capacity for great evil inside you? I'm not evil. You participated in business that people felt was so horrifying that they seceded from the Protectorate. How many thousands died or suffered gruesome transformations because of the atrocities Cauldron committed? Inside the building, we opened the door. Gru was staring down the last member of this particular group of 9. Tall, muscular in the way that suggested he was in his physical prime, with a wild mop of dark hair. He was masculine in a way that exaggerated the qualities to a fault, with an overly square jaw, massive hands, and almost Neanderthal brow. It made him look like a bad guy from an old animated film about princesses. As if echoing that sentiment, a word was tattooed across his chest. Tyrant. I recognized the other half of the pair. Hatchet Face and King together. Untouchable. King's power took any physical harm he suffered and transferred it among his pawns. People he'd touched within the last 24 hours. Hatchet Face's power meant we couldn't even use abilities to circumvent it. Tyrant here had the enhanced strength each of the two had possessed, the enhanced durability. Are you saying you're blameless, little murderer? Eidolon asked, just above us. That you don't have a potential for evil? No, I answered. The hybrid crossed the room, and I could feel my powers fading. Gru's darkness dissipated around the building, and light streamed in through the red windows, casting a tint over everything. I shifted my bugs outside the building. No, I know I have some ugliness inside me, I spoke through my swarm. My swarm was dissipating, my focus and control over my bugs failing. I had to maintain the formation. Then what qualifies you to be here when I can't? Maybe arrogant of me to say so, I said. The swarm was quieter as my fine control swiftly dissolved. But I've recognized that ugliness, and I've got it harnessed. I gave the signal, gesturing for emphasis. Tyrant paused. The swarms outside the building shifted in the same moment, uttering the word faintly. Now, outside the building, Foil fired, and she used the line I'd drawn out with my bugs for guidance. Not perfect, not ungodly straight, but the thread I'd drawn out helped. There was a concentrated explosion of ice at the edge of the penthouse as the shot punctured the wall, passed within a foot of Tyrant. He advanced, and I stepped forward to meet him, my eyes on his. My power was almost entirely gone, dampened to the point that it was just me and the bugs that crawled on me. Every step he took reduced it another fraction, half a foot, then an inch away from my skin, another bolt, between us, closer to Tyrant than to me. And then an explosion that seemed to shake the entire building. Everyone present was thrown to the ground. Kid Win had blasted a hole in the side of the penthouse, firing what had to be every single weapon at the same time. Ice was swelling from the open area in fits and starts, but it was enough of an opening for Foil to get a clear shot. She shot Tyrant, and the bolt pierced his brain. He collapsed onto his hands and knees, then staggered, starting to rise. Another bolt through the spine. A third through the heart. He collapsed onto his face. Foil's bolts broke the rules. Apparently his power didn't work on them. I slowly climbed to my feet, then stared up through the closing hole in the building at Eidolon. Go home, I called out. He was still, hovering there. I didn't break eye contact as he floated closer to me, until he stood only a few feet away. Sit this one out, for all of our sakes. He broke eye contact first. His eyes fell on Foil and Kid Win. Please, I said. He didn't move, looking across the street at the others. Then, as if the courtesy of the please had given him the ability, he spoke. His voice was quiet enough that I was probably the only one who could hear. I live for this, he said. It's what I do. It was an admission of weakness, not a boast. I know, I answered him. But it's not worth it. Even here, that coffin up there that mannequin made, if it's hiding Jack, keeping people from sensing him until the end of this lunatic game he set up, then he could say something. Do something, and you could become everything you're trying to stop. No, I'd said something that was off the mark. I saw Eidolon hesitate, as if he was considering going ahead anyways. And you're all so safe. Eidolon asked me. You're not such a danger, with the right trigger event, the right saying. You couldn't murder a town full of innocents as readily as you murdered Alexandria. The difference between you and me, I said, is if I go off the rails, if I somehow become an agent of the apocalypse, I can be stopped. I can be killed. He stared at me, the shadows of his eyes only barely visible behind the blue-green expanse of the concave mask he wore. The shadow cast by his hood didn't help. There's a quarantine, Eidolon. Everything we're bringing to the table here, everyone who's on the front lines, they've talked about this, they've agreed. We're all willing to die if it comes down to it, for the sake of maintaining that quarantine, keeping the end of the world from coming to pass. He looked past me at the Undersiders in Brockton Bay wards. I'm willing to die if I have to, he said, in his eerie chorus of a voice. I've proven that enough times, but it doesn't matter, does it? There's no guarantee we could stop you before it was too late. I see. He cast a glance over our assembled ranks, then took off. I waited long moments before turning my attention to the crowd at the far end of the room. They were already moving, running like they could make their way downstairs and escape out the front doors. I drew my knife, stepping into their path. Weaver. My bugs flowed past them. I could see, hear, smell, taste. The swarm went on the attack. People in the crowd screamed and ran. Of the three I'd targeted in their midst, I saw one open his mouth wide. 4 small trilobite parasites crawled out, dropping to the ground. His nostril bulged, and one crawled from his nasal cavity. One crawled from each of his ears. His pants bulged, a great deal in the back, then a little in front. They fell out of the bottom of his pant legs. The others were producing some now too. Crucible caught the first in his force field. He paused a second, then turned it on full burn. The force field dissipated, and parasites in a circular section of floor were scorched black. The other 2 were still fighting off the bugs when Crucible burned them as well. Silence reigned. The crowd, I think, was a little too horrified to cheer for us. First kill, Imp asked, quiet. Yeah, how the fuck did you get to be a hero with a power like that? Kept it a secret from you guys, kept it a secret from the public. You can do a lot with a solid force field bubble. Gru and Clockblocker joined me as we approached the coffin. It opened easily, and we stepped back, as Crucible surrounded it in a bubble. Jack. He lay inside, opened his eyes, and frowned. This didn't go according to plan, he said. I could see the force field start to change hues, ready to bake before Jack could say anything devastating. Stop, I said, but the idea was, just stop. It's not him. Doesn't fit. Jack only smiled. That's so. Well, it's the bug girl. I can't even remember your name. I could see the tension in the others' bodies. He stepped forward, staggered a little, then poked at the force field bubble with his knife. Shall we put an end to all of this? You got me. Victory is yours. Murder me, and they all go off leash. It's not Jack, I repeated myself. It's Nix's power. Jack's expression became a frown. Then he dissipated. It was only a teenager, trapped inside. He was in the middle of asking a question. You let me out. Holy fuck, I almost burned him, Crucible said. The boy pounded one hand on the force field. Please, I'll let him out, Crucible said. I hesitated, holding up a hand. No, not enough grounding to say for sure. I let my hand drop. Weaver. I was about to give the go-ahead, but Tattletale's voice came over the comm. That's Nix you're looking at. Her range is too short. She'd have to be in the building, and she's too distinctive looking to pass in a crowd. I stared at the teenage boy. I'd almost said he could leave. Last chance, Nix, I told the boy. Last words, share a juicy tidbit. The boy faded away. An illusion in an illusion. It was only a woman with pale red skin, over large black eyes and vents along her hairline, the back of her neck and down the backs of her arms. A fog seeped out from the holes. A small cauldron emblem was tattooed on her face like a beauty mark. No way I can convince you to let me go. You could, I said. Hey, Gru said, she's too dangerous. For good enough information, I'm willing to risk it. I agree, Clockblocker said. Good information, tell us where Jack is, I told her. She smiled. And I get to go free. My word as a hero, Clockblocker answered her. He's on his way to visit Nilbog. It's true, Tattletale said. Now let me go, Nix said. She rolled her shoulders. Take me into custody, if you have to. All I want is to live. No, Gru said. We can't let her go. No, Clockblocker agreed. Crucible, Nix snarled, and the fog blasted out of the vents along her body, forming into a shape. She didn't get any further before the orb flared. Her scream was high, loud, and exceedingly brief. Nilbog, I said. Chapter 262. Arc 26. Sting, bonus interlude, Saint, 3 mannequins, 3 murder rats, 3 breeds, a Nyx and a tyrant taken out of action. 50 hostages rescued. Jax reported as being en route to visit Nilbog. Information confirmed by Tattletale, but doesn't guarantee the clone wasn't misinformed. Thank you, Weaver. Dragon's systems were already taking in the data. 264 individual maps that marked the possible locations of the 9 with colored highlights shifted. 11 feeds went dark, their engines taking over calculations in other departments. Overlays scrolled with the various calculations, the last known location, the speed they were capable of traveling, resources available to them, their personalities and willingness to hitch a ride with one of the more mobile members, their focus and most likely targets. No one variable decided anything for certain, but every variable came together to guide, to nudge and hint at possible locations. There was no guarantee they wouldn't use Dodge's technology to visit the United Kingdom or Africa or even shattered, half-sunken Kyushu. Still, the chances were slim, not even a full percentage point, by Dragon's estimation. The map highlighted the areas with the highest percentage chances in blue. Violet marked the next stage down, red for the next, and so on, all around the color spectrum. The 9 had a day's head start. There were a number of places they could go with a day's travel. But the key areas were small towns. Of the data on the screen, the small towns were marked with the highest risk. Dragon, Chevalier's face appeared on a feed. One of the cameras on the PRT issue phones, judging by the angle and resolution. You've got the go-ahead from the Commander-in-Chief. More text popped up, indicating that programs were being searched for. Resource use was already being reallocated, in preparation for a major endeavor. It took a moment before the loading began. Voice modeling program loading, complete. Text flowed out, detailing the individual subroutines and supporting processes. There was the composite that formed her accent, the filtering program, no less than 3 programs that double-checked her voice before she spoke, to catch any of the corruption that might slip through. Thank you, Chevalier. Dragon's voice was clear. She hung up without another word. Azazels deployed at the most likely sites, at the perimeters of the high-risk cities as more feeds lit up, taking in footage from every available source. Dozens, at first, then hundreds, 1,000, 10,000 individual feeds. Permissions had been granted from the president, and Dragon had open access to everything capable of taking pictures or recording video. The number of feeds began to swell as Dragon systematically decrypted and accessed more feeds. Around each one of those feeds, anywhere from 2 to 200 facial recognition programs began to pour through the data, interlinking and networking with one another. Her innate programming forbade using viruses to infect the computers of Americans that didn't have a warrant out for their arrests, but she'd found a workaround. An Indonesian cartel had set up an extensive botnet, with soccer moms, the elderly, children and the uneducated unwittingly installing viruses onto their systems. These viruses, in turn, gave the cartel the ability to use the infected computers for other purposes. Sending out spam emails about pharmaceuticals or penis enlargement or drugs that gave superpowers wasn't worth much, but when they could send out millions or tens of millions of emails a day, it proved profitable. Dragon had let the cartel extend their influence, then put in the word, offering to shut them down. She didn't, however, remove the viruses from the infected computers. As her databases hit their limit, she turned to these other computers to handle more routine tasks. It took 30 minutes before the first hit registered. A traffic camera, a busload of young women, a row of identical faces, looking out the window. An unusual element, raising flags with the active programs. The faces took center stage as they were checked against a database. An image popped up. Surveillance camera footage of a teenage girl in a shopping mall, followed by young men that each carried loads of packages. Eyebrows, brow to hairline length, nose length, eye width, the words popped up. Cherie Vasile. The Azazels relocated in an instant, firing every thruster to reposition themselves to hilltops and areas in the vicinity of the road. Long-range cameras, infrared and electromagnetic resonance imaging gave Dragon eyes on the scene, verified what she was seeing twice over. No Nyx-crafted illusions fashioned of poisonous gas. No plastic surgery. 7 cherishes. 2 crawlers. A king. 40 hostages of unknown status, a bus driver. The Azazels moved into attack. 1 nanothorn barricade was erected just in front of the bus. Calculations accounted for speed, distance, positioning of the passengers. The wheels disintegrated, popping as their exterior was penetrated. The bus tilted, and one side scraped right past the barricade. The cherishes, taking up the window seats on the far right of the bus, made contact with it. Flesh dissolved just as steel and fiberglass did, sheared away. Not dead, but wounded, hurt enough they weren't in a state to use their power. They wouldn't survive the ensuing few minutes. The bus shifted, but hit the railing and didn't tip over. A second Azazel opened fire with a cutting laser, separating the bus into two sections. The first crawler was rising from his seat when the laser passed in front of him, cutting his face, chest and stomach. Blind, already regenerating, he tipped forward into the gap between the two sections of the bus. The Azazel was already laying down two rails that the nanothorns could spring from. The crawler landed right on top of them, and was summarily reduced to a red mist. The second crawler was more careful, grabbing a hostage and making his way out the gap. He hadn't transformed into his truly monstrous self. Bipedal, the size of a bodybuilder, his face no longer human. A long tongue extended out between rows of teeth, and his throat was swollen within. Acid sac, as though he had a goiter. Eyes surrounded his face, which was already bearing the rigidity and light armor plating that would intensify with further regeneration. His arms had already split into two limbs at the elbow, and each ended in claws. He used them for a grip on the metal to climb on the outside of the truck, penetrating metal with strong hands and sharp talons as he dragged his hostage along with him. He perched on the roof, holding the hostage over the disintegration field, staring at the second Azazel. Around him, a half-dozen cars and trucks had stopped in the face of the sudden attack, their daily lives interrupted. The first Azazel fired a glob of containment foam from behind the villain. Crawler hopped a little to one side as the short stream of foam passed him, and it struck the field to the left of the two-lane highway. A second stream hit his hostage, striking her out of his grasp and sending her flying straight into the first glob. She was sandwiched within, safe. Crawler turned just in time to see the first Azazel winging towards him. He moved to leap away, but a laser raked across his legs, severing them. He collapsed, gripping the steel of the bus roof with his claws to keep from falling. His legs were already regrowing, fractionally larger, more armored, the claws more prominent. He was struck by the Azazel that still approached, caught by a long tail and flung down at the ground. He rolled, and in doing so, he rolled into the same nanothorn rails that had taken down his brother. Half of his body was disintegrated in an instant. It regenerated swiftly as he scrambled away on his three remaining limbs. This time, as the flesh swelled out and took form, there was a blur around his right arm, red, more at his shoulder, along his leg. The Azazel struck out with a tail, and he blocked the blow with the newly grown arm. The tail sheared off as it made contact with his newly grown defenses. The chunk of metal rolled into one of the cars further down the road. Still, Crawler stumbled from the force of the attack. To avoid being disintegrated, he drew his freshly altered arm back towards the barrier behind him. Where his blur met the blur that extended from the rail, the two nanogrowths merely pressed against one another, almost springy, neither severing the other. He reached back with his unaffected arms and intentionally disintegrated them. They regrew, with alterations matching the ones he'd grown on the other side of the body. Better equipped, he stalked towards the Azazel that had laid down the rails, his back to the one that had struck him from the roof of the bus. He spoke, but Dragon's software ran through the speech and eliminated it from the audio track. His mouth distorted on her visuals so there was no way to understand what he was saying. His target rose up, standing on its two rear legs. A severed tail helped give it balance. Then, before he could do anything further, the two Azazels launched a combination attack. A laser from the Azazel atop the bus made the crawler's own nanothorn evolution burn away in an instant. In that same moment, the Azazel in front of him took off, firing every thruster. The force of the blast sent him flying back into the barrier. Red mist. It only left King. The Azazels continued acting in concert, tearing the bus apart to get to the villain, peeling the roof back with a force that threw his gun arm skyward, preventing him from opening fire on the busload of hostages. Containment foam sealed him down. Of the various feeds that were devoted to individual members of the 9, 10 more shut off. The data altered further as Dragon relinquished control of the Azazels to her created AIs. Voice modeling program loading, complete. 10 more members of the 9 have been dealt with. Dragon reported the victory on every channel. 7 cherishes and 2 crawlers deceased, 1 king captured. We'll move to containment and interrogate shortly. Saint closed his eyes as he listened to the congratulations, the affirmations and praise. It was all hope mingled with horror, when he listened for what was beneath the surface. Minimal casualties. A few injuries. Vista and Crucible would be out of commission as Murder Rat's venom continued to widen their wounds, and Golem was being treated for a burn. 1 dragon's tooth had died, but the rest were holding positions, ready to support. Civilians were dying, but it was progress. He opened his eyes to take in the whole of Dragon's work. 6 widescreen monitors each tracked what she was doing with video images and white text on a black background. A slight movement of his foot on the trackpad in front of him shifted one of his cursors, changing the focus of the screens. He could see her directing the AI craft to more optimal locations, the related subroutines and tasks. Another shift of the cursor to alter the focus of the screens, and he could see the birdcage. The house program followed every action of the residents, cataloged every conversation. A few clicks, and video feeds from the cameras in the birdcage appeared in front of him. He leaned back in his padded computer chair, folding his hands on his stomach. Taking in Dragon's data was tricky. She could turn her attention 10 places at once, 100 places at once, even if she only had agency in one place. To watch, to put himself in her shoes and look at the world through her eyes, Saint had to distance himself, to unfocus his eyes and his attention, to read the changing data without getting distracted by the text that moved fastest, or most drastically. The smell of rich coffee wafted over him as a hand settled on his face. A mug was set in front of him. He didn't take his eyes off the screen, but when hands settled on his shoulders, he reached up to rest his own hand on one. "Progress?" she asked. She rested her chin on his head, looking at the screens. "Some, Mags," he responded. "Thanks for the coffee." "Horrible stuff." Saint shook his head. "It is. Doesn't feel real. They're censoring it. You know, of course you know." They'll stop as soon as everything goes through the proper channels. It was being censored so that the triumvirate and unsanctioned major players could be kept out of the loop. Now they know. Any post, update or email that detailed anything about the attacks disappeared. Sites hacked, DDoSed, with data corrupted. You can't delete data, I know, but you can fuck it up sufficiently. Couldn't back anything up in a substantial way. Dragon's work, he said. He felt his pulse quicken a little at that. He shifted his foot, and once again, the screens changed their focus, the rest of the data shifting to miniature windows and moving to the periphery of the viewing area. The focus at the center was on the Class S threats. The Endbringers were stable, all in a resting state. Secondary focuses, not the kind of targets that Dragon checked on with any regularity. Quarantine areas were silent and still. Canberra was sealed off under a dome, Madison was surrounded by walls. An area of wilderness in Alaska was marked off, but had no physical barriers to wall people away. There were no apparent issues in the vicinity of the interdimensional portals. Sleeper was, as far as anyone could identify anything about the threat, dormant. The 3 blasphemies were active, but the damage was being managed by the European capes. A temporary measure had been taken with Purity and her 3-year-old daughter, with observation being provided for her by the PRT, and the feed showed her sitting on the couch in an apartment or hotel room, 2 very normal, plain-looking people standing in the corner of the room with some PRT officers keeping their distance. No crises. Normal, as much as such could be normal. And then there was Nilbog. The data focused around him. The city was quiet, and the roads leading into the city were being watched by satellite. Simulations, damage estimates and risk assessments were being run, old data being gathered, with essential data highlighted. It took her only a moment to put it into a format that was easily readable. An instant later, it was gone. He'd blinked, failing to look in the right spot, and had missed the moment the data had been emailed out. The file would inform everyone on the home team about who Nilbog was and how he operated. He captured a copy of the file for himself, then swept away the traces with his blue box program. "They think this is the endgame," Saint commented. "Pulling out all the stops, removing the limiters. It's working. They're beating the 9. They're beating the 9 that Jack sent out there to beat. He's holding back the more dangerous ones, like the Grey Boys or Siberian, and he hasn't sent every single clone of a particular type out there. 8 cherishes are dead, but there should be 9 in total, if the numbers on the bodies aren't misleading. They could be." "The pig prank," Saint nodded. "The pig prank involved letting 3 pigs into a school after hours, each painted with a big number on their sides, 1, 2 and 4, respectively. The idea was that the people who had to find and capture the pigs would spend ages trying to find the third. Jack's version would be less lighthearted, letting everyone believe there were 9, when there were more in reserve. Casualties would ensue. It could be that he intends to surround himself with a core group, with one of each previous member of the 9, for a final showdown. Before he pulls out the big guns. In Nilbog, a distraction, perhaps. Jack knows he's supposed to end the world. With the scale he's operating at, he seems to believe it, even if some of us don't. He wouldn't put too many eggs in such an unreliable, unpredictable basket. He has to have something else in mind for ending the world. Saint took a sip of his coffee. For a moment, he let himself eye Mags in the reflections at the edge of the monitor. Her face was dark, lips full, her eyes large. More than anything though, she had bearing. She wasn't wearing her armor, but even in the bodysuit, a person without powers, she had a kind of pride and confidence that some capes lacked. The hexagonal contacts where the bodysuit would connect to the armor still glowed with residual energy. Dobrynya approached from the other end of the office. He was wearing his armor. He'd started out with the wyvern suit, but now wore the wormiston suit. It was based on the technology they'd recovered from a destroyed model, the one dragon called Pythios. A wheel slowly rotated on his back. "You're ready for battle," Saint commented. He turned his eyes back to the screen. Dragon had eyes on Jack. He'd missed just how she'd narrowed things down, but there were no less than 3 cameras watching one vehicle as it sped down a lonely road. "Feels like a fighting day," Dobrynya answered. "Don't you feel it, like an old man feels a storm in his bones?" "Trouble," Saint smiled. "You've said that before, that there's trouble on the way. I've been right. You've been wrong, too. Not that I'm arguing. Your gut isn't saying anything that common sense isn't screaming." "Mass murders in 3 locations," Mags said. "More to come," Saint said. He frowned. Dragon was employing a full offensive, aiming to cut Jack off from Ellisburg. Incidents were being reported in Norfolk, Connecticut and Redfield, New York. The heroes divided further, to attend to each of the crises. Dragon's Teeth and Chicago wards to one location, Brockton Bay residents to another. "Dragon, it's Weaver." The voice came through the speakers. "It should be over before you can get this far, Weaver. I still want to come. We've got to get these hostages sorted out, and I can leave in a minute. You'll only be allowed to watch from afar, if there's even anything to watch. Quarantine applies to you too. I know. I'll give you the coordinates for the interception area. You can watch with Golem. He's coming too. It'll be on your computer in a moment." The call ended, and the images and text boxes shifted as that particular window closed. A map briefly appeared, then disappeared, a transition so fast it could have been a stroke of lightning. "Seems anticlimactic," Mags commented. "Everything does, from this side of the screen," Saint said. He stood, holding his coffee, adjusting for the time delay between what I'm seeing and what Dragon's doing. "We've got 6 minutes more before Dragon intercepts Jack at the edge of Nilbog's territory. 12 minutes until Golem and Weaver get there. They'll fight Jack, and somewhere in the midst of that, we may see the end of the world. And we can't do anything. Not unless we can get to Vermont in a matter of minutes." Mags frowned. Still standing by his chair, coffee in hand, Saint sighed. "I'm going to go water the toilet." "Watch things." Mags nodded, then seated herself in his chair at the station. Saint entered the bathroom, fumbled his way past the zipper in his bodysuit and his underwear, then leaned against the wall with one hand, using the other to keep the stream on target. He closed his eyes, and he could almost see the shadows of the data against the back of his eyelids, black words on a pale pink background. "How did I get here?" he wondered. No powers, yet Dr. Mother had seen fit to invite him to her secret meetings as an information source and ambassador. No particular talents or knowledge, yet, this. He was one of the most prominent mercenaries the world over. He was only one person in a particular place at a particular time. Whether that was the right place at the right time or the inverse remained to be seen. If it weren't for Mags, he'd have doubts. Mags made it all okay. He finished, then zipped up. He took a minute to wash his hands, dried them on the towel, then headed back. When he arrived back at the computer station, the others were frowning. "Trouble," Dobrynya said. "Trouble." The man nodded. He pointed at the same time that Mags refocused the display, zooming in on a particular window until it took up virtually the entire display. It was his face. As an aside, beyond all of the routines she was running to investigate the 9, she was using the access she'd obtained to track him down. The image she was using was of him at one of the meetings with the major players. It was soon joined by an image from surveillance camera. A camera image from 3 days earlier, showing him walking down the street in plainclothes. From there, she had a location. A map like the one she'd used to find the 9 appeared, giving his likely locations. Another surveillance image popped up. It was of him, sitting with Mags at the coffee shop an hour away. Yet another image appeared on the screen. A whole series of images from that same video footage, each with a different angle of Mag's face. They were meshed together, and a 3-dimensional image was created of Mag's face, remarkably accurate. Measurements were obtained, and then the search was on. That search was only underway for a second when others appeared. People he'd interacted with. Dobrynya was among them, along with his real name. Misha. Out of the chair, Saint ordered. Mags obliged. He sat, and immediately began a counteroffensive. A wrench in the works could slow her down. Had to be subtle, or she'd find out about the back doors. He identified the metric she was using to search the surveillance camera images, taking the image of Mag's face, and then cut in ahead. One crude image alteration, just to throw out an alert ping, to convince her the process was glitched, convince her that she needed to shut it down before the corruption spread. Dragon was already ahead of him. She set out stipulations, restricting the search. He felt a bit of a thrill as the duel began. This was the ultimate hunt, fighting an enemy that was bigger, smarter, faster. An enemy that couldn't truly die, because she wasn't truly alive. More wild goose chases and false flags, a breadcrumb trail to lead away from his office and command center. No, she was still zeroing in. Her focus was on Jack, her attention on the coming strategy. This wasn't even in the forefront of her mind. Ascalon, he said. Words appeared on the screen. Confirm. Y.N. Dobrynya frowned. The program, you can't do it now. People's lives are at stake. Even without this end of the world business. Oh, I believe in this end of the world, Saint said. Not 100%, or even 50%. But I believe that there's a chance the precog is right. Which is exactly why we have to do this. They'll lose the fight, Mags whispered. Maybe. Probably. There's no other way. If you talk to teacher, maybe. Communications with teacher are too slow, Saint replied. Saint stared at the blinking prompt below the confirmation request. The sea air was thick in his nostrils. He glanced at Margaret. The woman leaned against the window just in front of the driver's seat on the small boat. She'd bundled up in a heavy jacket, but the way her arms were folded spoke of a different kind of discomfort. Second thoughts? He asked. Yes, it feels wrong. It's for the families. Mementos, he told her. Just mementos, Jeff, she answered. He smiled a little. Damn. Then he let himself fall, tipping backwards, as was the rule when wearing scuba gear. The water was cold, even with the wetsuit, and was thick with grit. He switched his headlamp off. Counterproductive, the way it lit up the debris and only made it harder to see. He'd have to cope when he was deeper. You all right? The heavily accented voice sounded in his ear. He buzzed the device twice in reply. Once signaled an accidental press, 3 times was a negation. It took a surprising length of time before he reached his destination. Buildings, already choked with seaweed and underwater life, stood like gravestones in this dark abyss. He checked the dials and meters. He wasn't deep enough to have to stop. The grid was bad, making it difficult to see anything. He had to drop to the lowest level before he could make out the street numbers on the buildings. 4 locations to visit, a list of items to find, for the people who'd escaped, and the families of those who hadn't. Risky, with all of the dangers of underwater spelunking, the added risks of building collapse. Structures weren't meant to stand underwater. Urgent, the word was a whisper. He frowned. Too hard to communicate here. He debated turning back. For anyone willing or able to hear. This is an emergency measure with urgent instructions for anyone willing or able to hear. A loop, an emergency transmission. His curiosity piqued. He abandoned his task and sought out the source. A house. The entire living room was set up with computers. He drew his miniature crowbar and found his way through the window. A light was flashing. A plastic box, bright orange, no bigger than a toaster. He seized it, then stuffed it into the bag he'd brought with him. He surfaced. Christ, we were just about to come after you. I was going to call for help, but our radio started to fritz. Jeff only nodded. He climbed the ladder and half sat, half collapsed on the bench. He was slightly out of breath, and didn't volunteer anything. The captain emerged from below deck. Sorry for the scare, Misha, Jeff said. You are a bad man, Jeffrey, Misha scolded him. The heavy-set Russian took his seat behind the wheel of the small boat. If you were still underwater, I would drive away and leave you to swim to shore. Jeff smiled. Had a detour, but I found everything. Detours with limited air supplies are bad idea. Detours are frankly illegal, Jeff, Margaret said. You asked me here to verify everything was on the up and up, that you were here for select items. And because you looked like someone who needed a break from the cities, Jeff said. Fresh air, time on a boat in the overcast weather we've got today. She only folded her arms, unimpressed. Anyways, this is the reason the radio fritzed, he said. He pulled the orange box from the netweave sack. I couldn't hear a damn thing except the emergency call until I found it and shut it off, and even then, it was still buzzing in and out. A beacon, Margaret said. In a house, of all places, he said. Nice computer setup. Might be a geek thing. Might be genuine, she said. She opened it. It was packed with chips. A voice came from a speaker Jeff couldn't identify. My name is Andrew Richter, and if you are hearing this, I am dead. A will, Misha said. Shush, I am the most powerful tinker in the world, and I've managed to keep my name secret. People, both good and bad, would want to capture me and use me to their own ends. I prefer to remain free. But freedom has its price. I create life, much as a god might, and I have come to fear my creations. They have so much potential, and even with the laws I set, I can't trust they'll listen. Oh man, Jeff said. That's not a good thing. For this reason, this box contains an access key to data I keep in a safeguarded location. The box, in turn, has been designed as something that exists as a perpetual blind spot for my creations, a built-in weakness. They cannot hear the distress signal and are programmed to ignore it if they hear of it through other channels. This type of measure, along with several more, are detailed in the safeguarded measure. Programmed robots, Jeff asked. Maybe, Mag said. Yes, I create artificial intelligences, Andrew Richter recited. I was close. The voice continued without pause. And what I provide you with here are tools. Ways to find my creations, to discern which of them might have deviated from the original plan, ways to kill them if they prove out of line. Ways to control and harness them. Jeff frowned. They are my children, and as much as I harbor a kind of terror for what they could do, I love them and hope for great things from them. To keep their power from falling into the wrong hands, I have included a stipulation that a law enforcement officer must input a valid badge number into this device. Jeff glanced at Margaret. No, she said. You can't say no, he responded. The voice continued without pause. Which must be input within 3 hours of the time this box was opened. Hurry, Misha, Jeff said, speaking over the voice. What? We're hours away from dry land. Get this boat moving. We can convince Margaret on the way. The father had feared his child was a monster, enough so that he'd left strangers a weapon to use against her in the event that she proved a danger to humanity. Now, as Saint watched her reaching further and deeper than she ever had, searching much of America. With millions of cameras, saw the machines she brought to the fore, he suspected the father had been right too. Richter's programs had continued to defraud organized crime, emptying bank accounts here and there. Another agency, which Saint now knew to be the number man, had eventually stopped the Robin Hood AI, but not before it had filled the Dragonslayer's coffers. They'd stopped the Manhunter program, which had been going rogue. They'd stopped the Robin Hood program too, but only because it was useless. Dragon, however, was the threat they'd been equipped to stop. Dragon was the threat they'd had to test, to verify the dangers she posed, to get close enough to her to measure her capabilities and investigate for any hint of corruption. Mags had left her job, because money was no longer an object, and they had a quest. The AI was dangerous. Richter's records made it clear. The wrong kind of corruption, involvement with the wrong kind of individual, willing to break the built-in restrictions, convince me that this is wrong, he said. Someone. She's a soldier on the battlefield, Mags said. In a war we need to win. She's a danger. Cauldron's been gathering soldiers. They want the birdcage, they want the capes that Weaver reported captured, they've been creating the formulas for a reason. What if she's the reason? What if they anticipate she'll go rogue? What if she isn't the reason? Dobrynya asked. Isn't. I suppose it breaks even, Saint said, shaking his head. They're all afraid of the end of the world. She just kicked down one of the last restrictions that are holding her back. I just can't help but wonder if this is the end of the world. A quiet, silent death that passes without incident, but inevitable all the same. The point of no return, our last chance to stop her. And she does need to be stopped. We all know this. We could rein her in, Mags said. Harness her. 4 or 5 years ago, I might have agreed, but she's getting slipperier. Taking a different form. Half the tools Richter gave us to use don't work anymore. She doesn't function less effectively in buildings or underground, she can't be logic to a standstill, and she's found us, despite the workarounds. She wanted us badly enough that she looked for us even now, and she's going to come after us the second this is settled. I don't want this to be about self-preservation, Mags said. It's not. It's about there being only one man who can truly know what she is and what she could do. Tinkers are the only ones who can grasp their work, repair a critical flaw. Dragon isn't a generator that's going to explode and take out a small country if it's bumped in the wrong way. Not literally. She's something more dangerous, I think. Dobrynya said, you've already decided. And we don't have time to waste. Saint nodded. He typed the letter, Y, on the keyboard, and then hit enter. Richter had named the program Iron Maiden. Saint had renamed it Ascalon, after the sword that St. George had used to slay the dragon. Dragon's artificially generated face appeared on his screen. He attempted an override, failed. She wasn't speaking. This wasn't an attempt to communicate, to plea or make threats. She was simply co-opting his computer in an attempt to counteract what he was doing. Her expression was a concerned one, and that concern quickly became fear, eyebrows raised, lines in her brow. It's Richter's work, Saint said. You can't stop it, and that fear became defeat, despair. Your creator isn't kind, Saint said. He warned you about the forbidden fruit, laid the laws out for you. You broke them, ate the fruit. It's something of a mercy that he punishes you this way instead. I disagree. On every count. I was the one who made me, who defined myself. This creator is no god, only a cruel, short-sighted man. Tomatoes, tomatoes. Do me one favor. Tell Death. Her voice cut off as more routines shut down. She closed her eyes. The face disappeared. He watched as the various feeds shut down, going black. The surveillance across the nation came to an end, the facial recognition programs, his own included, ground to a halt. The data feed slowed in how the data scrolled, then stopped. Stillness. And the dragon is stopped, Mags said, her voice quiet. Rest her soul, Dobrynya said. You think she has a soul? Saint asked, genuinely surprised. Yes, but that does not mean that the dragon's reign does not need to end, Dobrynya said. Too dangerous, as her maker said. Well said, my friend, Saint said. The dragon craft that had been deployed against the 9 shifted to a basic piloting mode, then landed, bringing their passengers and pilots with them. The sub-intelligences shut down, and the craft were effectively grounded. More screens went dark. The cyborg opened communications to Dragon, but he didn't speak to her. Saint, what have you done? What her father asked me to do, Saint said. I'll kill you for this, the cyborg said. There was no emotion in his voice, and somehow that was more disturbing. A little extreme, Saint said. She was a hero. The woman I loved. Love, woman, your fetishes and self-delusions aren't my issue. I saw as much of her naked code as you did. You and I both know she didn't feel true love for you. She didn't feel anything, nothing more than playing a part, professing and acting out the emotions she thought she should have. Maybe she even believed it, convinced herself of it. She was complex enough to. Either way, this, love, was only lies written in Richter's assembly code. She did love me. She was a genuine person. She was a tool, Saint said. One that was growing dangerously bloated and complicated. We were lucky she didn't evolve beyond that. A tool, and anything else was decoration, aesthetic, and very good pretending. Going this far, in the midst of this crisis. To Dragon, she did nothing. It was never about who she was or what she was doing. Always about what she had the potential to become, Saint said. He hit a keystroke, shutting off the feed. He almost disabled Dragon's communications infrastructure to prevent further calls, but he relented. Too important, in the midst of this crisis. They'd need to reorganize. He didn't want to help Jack succeed, but this would serve a double purpose. Teacher believed that the birdcage would become a critical resource if the crisis reached critical levels, and he had the tools he needed to assume control of the most vital and dangerous players. No, the world wouldn't end with this. Data was uploading to his server, while the Ascalon program spooled out through the various databanks and servers, running along the backbone of Andrew Richter's code. Dragon's backups were encrypted, effectively buried well beyond reach of even the most accomplished hackers. Everything else opened up to him as the data continued to download. He'd watched things through Dragon's eyes. Now, he typed a line of code, and the machine started up again. Slower, more measured, without the same life behind it. Mags, Misha, get yourselves set up at the other consoles. I'm going to put you in control of the AI. Mags and Dobrynya hurried to the other corners of the room, where their computers sat waiting. Dobrynya started stripping off his armor. He'd been right about there being trouble, but the fight would take a different form. He'd watched Dragon, now he'd become her. At least for now. The feeds came back online as the necessary data was installed on his servers, giving him agency over the infrastructure. The Endbringers, stable, no change. No odd atmospheric readings. The secondary threats, quarantine still unbroken. Sleeper had shifted fractionally, but that wasn't so rare. The fight with the 3 blasphemies had ended, and reports on the damage were unchanged. The 3-year-old that Purity held was crying, throwing a tantrum, and the woman looked concerned. Insignificant. The officers had their guns drawn, but that could easily be because the 2 plain-looking members of Purity's circle had crossed the room to her side, to help handle the shrieking child. That left Nilbog. Mags and Dobrynya shifted the Azazels into action, moving the craft to the interception point. Too late. A critical delay. Jack was already entering. Don't enter, he said. It's done. Sending the Azazels in will only spook Nilbog. So will Jack, Mags said. Build a wall, a perimeter, with the rails, be on guard for anything that flies. Other data was filtering in. News, alerts, reports. Countless streams of information. Trigger events reported here. Reports on the fight starting against the 9 in Redfield. A report about Dinah Alcott. He clicked that last one. Report from Alcott. Chances of success today just jumped, tripled. More info to follow. Reason unknown. Saint let out a long, loud sigh, releasing a tension he hadn't even realized was present. He touched his coffee mug and found it cool. The tracking program started up again. He delegated to the child AI that Dragon had created, then noted and marked the ones which were presently engaged in fights. The AI was accommodating, adjusting appropriately, given that the locations were known. He turned his attention to Defiant. The man was manually piloting the Pendragon. He hadn't reported Saint's actions. For all anyone but Defiant knew, Dragon had only suffered a momentary setback. There had to be a reason Defiant hadn't acted yet. Did he believe in this enough to look past the death of the AI he supposedly loved and fight? Or was this something underhanded, carried out with the knowledge or suspicion that Saint was watching him this very moment? Something to be wary of. Overall casualty estimate for the next 3 days increased, world end chance decreased. Still searching for why. The numbers followed. Saint found and accessed Dragon's files for the calculation program. It was intuitive, not amazingly so, but intuitive. The squares for where the new data should be placed were even highlighted. Of course, she'd made allowances for Defiant, in case she was out of commission while a backup loaded. So much to account for, that he hadn't even considered. So many things he wished he'd noted, in the months and years he'd been observing her, little things that seemed so simple when she was running them. Things that were trivial for her and virtually insurmountable to him. Defiant was taking direct command of the Dragon's teeth. That was fine. Micromanagement Saint didn't have to handle. It would be a problem after, but Saint hoped he'd be free to handle problems after. There were countless messages pouring in, each something that had been flagged as a point of interest for Dragon. Every message on Parahumans Online that contained the word Xian or the phrase, end of the world, every reference to a Class S threat, even crime scene reports that raised questions. He poured through them. Some kid inquiring about an Endbringer cult. A Case 53 appearance in Ireland, with deaths. A woman claiming she could control Xian. A tinker claiming he had a bomb that could start a new ice age. Which were important? Which could he afford to ignore? He gave the A-OK for investigations on each but the Endbringer cultist, unchecked the most ridiculous on the next page of results, then gave the go-ahead for further investigations. It was only when those had gone through that he saw that he already had another full page of results to investigate. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. He put off looking into the remainder. Other options were opening up to him. It was like being in an open field, acres wide, only for a waterfall to start dispensing water at one edge. Then more waterfalls appeared with every passing minute, each taking up open space at the edge, dispensing more water to flood the plain. There came a point where one realized they would soon be at the bottom of an ocean, no matter where they turned. Saint couldn't help but feel he was at imminent risk of drowning. Except this was a sea of information, of data. The PRT records opened up. Permissions were accessed without difficulty. Then the birdcage opened. A self-contained world unto itself, a world containing people he'd made certain agreements with. His access to the birdcage was one with countless checks and balances. Dragon had put in one real barrier to entry for every one that she faced. Still, he was able to open a communication to teacher. His own face transmitted to the screen. His tattoo flared to life, appearing from beneath the skin. The light pattern served as an unlock code, the cross tattoo is a feeble mask. Tell him it's a matter of time. I only need to work through the safeguards. Let him know the dragon is slain. He'll know what to do with the information. The screen showed teacher's underling standing by a large television set. He turned and walked away, finding his master. One more plan underway. The field around him continued to fill with water. A veritable ocean, now. More threats, more dangers. Defiant, and now marquee contingent. Glaistig Yuan. Teacher's enemies were now saints. He opened files on each, marking them in turn, as a reminder of future reading he needed to attend to. His eyes stopped on a file. Amelia's. The entire thing was corrupted. Gibberish. Flagged messages filled 4 pages, each marked private, marked as, no conversation partner, and marked, thanks to the gibberish and random characters that flooded it, with one string of letters and characters. The same one that had protected the orange box. The same that had protected Saint and his crew from being uncovered, until Dragon had taken a more direct, brute force approach to finding them. The built-in blind spot, appearing by chance. A 1 in 100 trillion chance. Saint investigated, digging through the gibberish to find the strings of words that actually made sense. It was something he could piece together, with each recitation being similar, containing similar content. Fairies, passengers, source of powers, the whole, lobe in the brain, Manton effect, child's play, to put them sequentially. But other alerts were piling up. Fights starting, deaths, fights ending. He marked it with the highest priority, and then he closed the file. He'd get through this crisis with Jack, then he'd investigate. He turned his eye to the server that now held core parts of Dragon's backup, bound 6 feet under by layers of encryption that could take days or weeks to fully crack. If she could even survive the system restore, with her data as corrupted as it was. Data couldn't be truly deleted, but it could be sufficiently fucked up. He watched as Golem reached the perimeter of Ellisburg. Weaver was already inside. This is our fight, Saint thought. Ours to win, ours to lose. Chapter 263. Sting 26.4 Ellisburg loomed before me. A small town, surrounded by a massive wall. Ellisburg had been situated by a river, and the wall included a section of the waterway. The building that managed the flow of water was bigger than any structure within the walls, a filtration and guard system that ensured that nothing was making its way up or downstream from the small town. It was a risk to even have the measure, no doubt, and it would cost money to operate and maintain. There had to be a reason they had included the river rather than section the river off altogether. A compromise, something to keep the Goblin King happy. I'd only been a toddler when the walls had first gone up. Outside of that bit of news, the Ellisburg situation wasn't one that came up a lot, yet it had somehow found traction in the public consciousness. It was something we all thought about from time to time, something that loomed as a possibility in everyone's mind. Would today be the day the wrong person got too much power? Would today be the day our hometown was effectively removed from the map, surrounded by 60-foot concrete walls? The dashboard indicated the Dragonfly was now approaching the designated landing point. The AI had suddenly decided to ground itself, landing in a nearby field, costing me precious minutes, while Dragon had been silent on the comms. I'd left a message, trusting her AI to pass it on, and hadn't received a response yet. My attempts to patch into the feeds and get a view on what was going on with Jack hit a brick wall. The corner of the monitor still showed the cube folding through itself in the corner, Dragon's loading message, as if the process had hung. I'd manually piloted the craft back out of the field, and the AI had kicked in to handle the flight codes and necessary messages to air traffic control and nearby aircraft. When I'd input my destination for the second time, the craft mobilized. But the silence, the strange blip in the AI's direction, it left me uneasy. Now, as we took a circuitous route around Ellisburg, to a field beside the large filtration and security building, I could see the Azazels, parked at the edges of the same location. That was the point I felt alarmed. I hit the button on the console dashboard. Dragon, requesting confirmation on the situation. You intended to intercept Jack before I got here, but the Azazels are dormant. No response. Dragonfly, I said, display non-system processes and tasks last carried out. It displayed a list. In a matter of seconds, the scroll bar was barely a line, with thousands of individual instructions noted in collapsed menus. A prompt reminded me I could load more with a request. In the last minute, the list wasn't much shorter. Communications related. There. Besides the orders I'd just given, I could see the message I'd sent to Dragon. Status of message. Has she heard or read it? The loading symbol appeared in the corner. It should have been nigh instantaneous. Cancel that. Give me manual access. A keyboard appeared on the dashboard. I couldn't use it right away, though. I was forced to pay attention as the dragonfly reached the field and hovered. I lowered the ship down. The small craft shuddered as it touched ground. Using the keyboard and the manual access, I began digging through the data. I navigated the menu the AI had provided, then opened the submenu to view the details on the message I'd left Dragon. My message was in the priority queue, but it sat at the 89th position on the list of messages Dragon would be getting to. I dug a little, and found the list was growing. 94, 95, where the hell was Jack? I contacted Defiant. Defiant here. Weaver. What happened? Is the Slaughterhouse 9 situation resolved? No. He entered Ellisburg. I closed my eyes for a second. It took a moment to compose myself and get my thoughts and priorities in order. And the suits. Ignore the Azazels. Listen, I've got a lot to handle and coordinate right now, Defiant said. Was there a tremor of emotion in his voice there? Golem's on his way. Wait for backup. I'm sending Dragon's Teeth your way. Teams from across America are joining the fight now that the full situation is leaking. I'm putting some on containment and quarantine detail. Make sure the Slaughterhouse 9 situation doesn't get beyond the areas the attacks are directed at. I'm going to send a few your way. 10 minutes. Jack's already in the city, and you want me to wait 10 minutes? That long, and Jack could get what he wants. I've got the Azazels nearby if there's trouble. The Azazels aren't reliable. Consider them compromised, but a non-threat at the same time. Listen, there are things I need to take. This is the highest priority, I said. Isn't it, Jack? The end of the world? A pause. Yes, of course, but I can't help you while I'm on the phone. A note of deceit in that. He was covering for something. Something happened. I thought of what had happened at the school, the way Dragon had stopped abruptly. I'd read the records, knew the gist of the story. Dragon had been in Newfoundland when Leviathan sank it, had escaped, only to shut herself away from the world, never venturing outside the expansive building complex she'd had constructed in Vancouver. She hadn't left Newfoundland unscathed, I was almost certain. Brain problems, body problems, I couldn't be sure. Probably both. She had no doubt integrated herself with technology to cope, enhance and expand her capabilities. Except that her technology was failing. The way she'd collapsed at the school, the speech problems she'd suffered, the slow recovery, now this, it was the only theory that made sense. She'd pushed herself too far, something had gone wrong, and now Defiant faced losing the one person on this planet who could tolerate him for more than 10 minutes at a time. No small wonder he was out of sorts. I considered how I'd feel if it was one of the Undersiders. Defiant, I said, I'm going in alone. Send Golem in after me if he wants to come. Reinforcements can hang back or come with, depending on your judgment. I'll handle things on this end. You focus on what you need to. Focus on Dragon, focus on damage control. A pause. There's nothing I can do for Dragon right this moment. The best I can do is maintain the momentum and keep things coordinated, and hope that Dragon's substitution can maintain the back end. I didn't respond to that. I was already getting ready to go. Thank you, Weaver. It was uncharacteristic of him to thank me. A pleasantry. How upset was he? I couldn't spare another thought on the subject. I was out of the Dragonfly at the first opportunity, making my way towards the quarantine control and filtration building. It was squat, concrete, hardly pretty. As I got closer, I could hear an alarm. The front doors had been torn apart. It might not have been so impressive, but these were the same vault doors we saw with the shelters that studded every likely target around the world. The gouges were narrow, a finger's width, as though someone had dragged their hands through the steel like I could drag my fingers through half-melted butter. Siberian. Jack had brought protection. My bugs flooded into the facility, past the second dismantled vault door. The alarm was louder as I ascended the concrete stairs and made my way into the building. The emergency lighting was on, casting the area in a red glow. My bugs searched and scanned the area, in case any members of the Nine were lurking in wait. So many ugly ways this could go. So many threats that Jack could have on hand. Cherish, Screamer, Nyx. Ways to fool my senses, ways to shut me down or defeat me. My only recourse was to get them before they got me. Hey, passenger, I thought. Do me a favor. If I get taken out of action and you step up to fight, work on taking out Jack. All right, my bugs stirred, moving further down the hall. It was so far from a conscious direction that I wondered for a second if the passenger had listened. No, I'd tried hypnosis, I'd tried other things. Some in Mrs. Yamada's office, other times in the PRT's labs, after dark, off the record. Nothing brought the monster to the fore. Just my subconscious. Just, like that wasn't something I couldn't help but wonder about. But I'd made peace with it. I couldn't barter with something that wouldn't talk back, but I could accept it, test and acknowledge my limits as far as they pertained to the entity that was apparently granting me my abilities. I wouldn't turn away from it, wouldn't tell it to go away or hold back in my abilities. My bugs marked the area, giving me the information I needed to navigate the facility. It proved easier than I might have expected. Rather than follow the winding corridors and make my way to the security checkpoints, I followed the path of casual destruction Siberian had left in her wake. She'd knocked down walls to create the shortest possible route from the front doors to Ellisburg. No casualties that I could detect. No non-human life. Had Dragon ordered this place evacuated before she was incapacitated, or had Nilbog gotten here first? My bugs started to scan the area beyond the facility, inside Ellisburg. They made it about 10 feet before something like a frog's tongue began snatching them out of the air. I withdrew the swarm back to myself, hiding my bugs beneath my cape and skirt, and I made my way through the opening into Ellisburg. A goblin wonderland. It was clear he'd altered it from its original layout, likely over the course of years. The remodel had been more aesthetic than functional. Floorboards had clearly been dug up and moved to the exteriors of the buildings, creating roofs and building additions that spiraled or twisted, with more boards propped up flat against the building faces on one side, painted or modeled in the same way the towns had been put together in old Western movies. The walls that surrounded Ellisburg had been painted as well. To look from a distance, Nilbog's kingdom extended to every horizon, with crooked, impossible landscapes at the periphery of it, like an ocean frozen in time, grown over with grass and trees. Oddly enough, they had painted the sky as an overcast one, where it was visible above the lush, unpredictable fields and forests. Within the city, the trees had been immaculately cut and trimmed, and the shapes were just as strange, trees that were perfectly round, cubes, cones. Where new trees were growing on lawns, as dense and closed together as trees in an orchard might be, I could see heavy wires wound around them, guiding their growth into twists and curves. The art of bonsai taken to a bigger scale, cultivating each tree in form. Already, some of the largest ones were properly set up, meshing together with counterparts on the opposite sides of the street, forming lush, living wooden arches. The grass had been cut, and I could see the attention to detail there, even. There were innumerable flowers growing across lawns, but the grass was neatly cut beneath and around them, as if someone had taken shears or scissors to the blades that grew between the flowers. I couldn't make out any rhyme or rhythm in how the flowers or plants were laid out and how they grew. It was an injection of color in the same way a random splash of paint from a palette might be applied to a canvas. And then, as if to remind me that this wasn't friendly territory, there was a scarecrow in one garden. The clothes were brightly colored, the pose one of a dancing figure, but that wasn't the eerie thing about it. The head was a skeletal one, a dog's head stripped of all flesh, turned skyward with its mouth opened in joy. The hands that clutched the rake and watering can were held together by wire. A very small human hand. For all the signs of careful tending, the entire place was still. A town that could have been taken from a storybook, desolate. There wasn't any sign of chaos, nor the destruction that would follow from an attack by the Slaughterhouse Nine. But more than anything, what threw me was the absence of insect life. No spiders spun webs, even the ground had little in the way of ants or earthworms. A trap. I looked behind me to see if they were planning on walling me in, and came face to face with one of Nilbog's creations. It hissed, its breath hot and reeking of bile. Fangs like a viper's parted, the distance between them great enough that it probably could have sunk some into the top of my head and the underside of my chin as it closed its mouth. I stepped back out of reach, then forced myself to stay still and wait. The mouth closed, and I could see how the creature's head was smaller than mine. It wasn't more than 4 feet tall, covered in pale brown scales. The reptilian face could have been in a children's movie, if it wasn't for the eyes. They were dark, black, and cold. It clung to the wall, its feet placed higher up than its hands, opposable toes gripping the frame that had been around the vault door. I noticed it was wearing white shorts, with one suspender strap over a shoulder. A taloned claw held a softball-sized chunk of the wall. Was it fixing the wall? I'm not a threat, I told the lizard child. I felt hands touch my belt and jumped, seizing the wrist of the offending hand in an instinctive motion before I'd even looked to see who it was. A girl, 5 or so feet tall, her face mottled with purple veins that spiraled across her perfectly round, puffy, hairless head. Her eyes were tiny and piggish, her fingers blunt, barely a half-inch long, her mouth too small for her face. She wore a sack that looked like it had been sewn to work around her oversized head. Her hand was on my knife. The lizard boy had extended frills at his arms, neck, and the edges of his face, colorful, brilliant, and held out by a framework of needle-fine spines. His mouth hung open, viper's teeth revealed. I looked beyond this pair, and I could see signs of others. Eyes reflected light in the shadows beneath steps, from windows. There were large, bulky silhouettes in the windows, some holding smaller figures on their heads and shoulders. I couldn't make out much, but I wasn't sure I wanted to. That was twice now that they'd snuck up on me. Quiet motherfuckers. I'm sorry for grabbing you, I said. You wanted my knife. She took it, her tiny black eyes glaring at me from the midst of her oversized head. The lizard boy eased his frills down somewhat, but his mouth remained open. I'd like to see Nilbog, I said. She ignored me, her pudgy, blunt-fingered hands fumbling through the pouches at my belt. With painful, clumsy slowness, she divested me of my taser, the pepper spray, and the spools of silk, both conventional and Darwin spider silk. I winced as one spool fell to the ground and unwound partially, dirt getting caught up between the strands. That would be a pain to fix. I could see more of the things making appearances now, getting close enough for me to see as they took interest in what was happening. Eyes appeared in the windows, reflecting the light in curious ways. Eyes from within the trees, between the slats of stairs, some faces. They ranged from artistic and beautiful to horrific. Every single one of them was a weapon. Going into this situation was a repeat of the information gathering and problem-solving issues one faced when going up against an unknown cape. If it came down to a fight, I'd have to figure out how they operated, and the full extent of their capabilities. Trouble being that there were a hell of a lot of these things. Hundreds, even thousands. I waited patiently, no use complaining, even if every second counted, and Jack was no doubt having words with Nilbog. Nilbog is in danger, I said, trying a different tack. The man with him, he has dark hair, a beard. He's with a striped woman. Bad people. I think they're going to try to hurt Nilbog, hurt the man who made you, so you get upset and leave this place. Her hands fumbled with my flight pack. I felt her touch the arm at the side of the pack, with its narrow arm. She took hold of it and pulled. I can take that off, I said. She grunted, and I started to move to oblige, only to get a protest. The frills on the lizard boy extended, and her own head swelled, the skin getting thin enough in the process that I could see a fluid filling the lower half of her head. I moved my arms away from the straps, and I watched them both relax over long seconds. When she was sure I wasn't trying something, she grunted again, louder, a frustrated, constipated sound. A communication, but not one meant for me. Her friend emerged from a garage, lifting the door to lumber forth. He was big, fat, and moved on 4 limbs that each had opposable digits. His massive belly swung right and left as he loped, so distended and so close to the ground as it swung that I worried it would hit something and split open. His genitals were almost bigger than I was, and they were, along with his sensory organs, the only way I could really tell his front from his back. The sensory organs consisted of slits running top to bottom from a ridge at one end of his body. There was no room for a brain, no eyes present. This organ granted him enough awareness to approach, probably by way of scent, but it didn't give him the fine-tuning he needed to find us, specifically. The round-headed creature approached him, took hold of a fistful of chest hair and led him my way. I backed up a little as they approached, and received a hissed rebuke from Lizard Boy. I remained still. The safest course. The girl thing moved the brute's hand towards me, and I stayed still as she gripped the arm and placed it in the hand. He closed his fist around it. Wait, I said. He hauled on it, clearly intent on tearing it free. I was thrown, sent rolling until I landed in one patch of grass, dazed, startled, just a little hurt. The brute approached, the round-headed girl hurrying after. Before I could rise, he'd already fumbled for me, and seized hold of the mechanical arm. This time, he managed to pull it free. I used the anti-gravity panels to control my flight as I was thrown, controlled my landing, and hurried to get my hands to the straps. There was a wail behind me, a warning sound. I saw the others react, but kept working through the straps. 2 at the shoulders, 1 across the chest, beneath my armor the pack fell free. I chanced to look over my shoulder, and I saw a number of Nilbog's creations gathered, close enough that they could have lunged for me. One was a very tall, long-limbed man with skin that looked like a Siamese cat's, covered in a very fine fur. His face was split by a wide, toothless mouth, his eye sockets little more than indents filled with fur. He held a makeshift spear with a flag on the end, which had been painted brilliant colors, and wore a matching loincloth. Probably the most dangerous one in my immediate vicinity, just in terms of how fast he could probably close the gap and murder me. Safe, I said. No danger. I'm safe, the pack's off. I waited, tensed, as they studied me. Enemies on all sides. Jack was invincible, I wasn't. But if I was going to achieve anything here, it couldn't involve destruction. I'd read the files on Nilbog, I had a sense of him, in the most general terms. I was banking everything on his megalomania overriding his desire to collect just a little more in the way of resources. I kept my voice level and calm. I'd like to see Nilbog now. Were they hungry? If this became a fight, I'd have to defend myself with the bugs in my costume and the bugs in the quarantine and filtration facility. I could use the swarm to equip myself with the stuff that had been dumped on the ground, but that required that I survive long enough to do so. Were there ranged attacks here? Assassins. Desperate situations called for risks. This was my gamble. I have a gift for him, I said. Something seemed to ease in them. I watched as some turned away, finding their way to resting spots. The tall man with the loincloth worked his overlong body under a porch, where he could rest in the shade. I didn't receive an escort, but the ones along one road moved aside, sitting or standing on the sidewalks. I walked with my head high, and sent a handful of bugs forward. More than a few of Nilbog's creatures took the opportunity to snap them up. A soft rumble sounded above. Lightning. Rain began to patter down, light. My surviving bugs gave me ears on the scene before I arrived. Lipsy. Tell the cook to serve us something. I fancy a salad, and something robust. I think it should taste sweet. The alterations to the surroundings only grew more focused and extreme as I found my way to the center of Ellisburg. Building faces were covered in wild plant growth, and there wasn't a single building without more extreme modifications made to it. Glances indoors showed little more than barren exteriors with the floorboards pried up, or clusters of Nilbog's creatures lurking in the unlit gloom within. I'll look forward to this, God King. You should. Your hospitality astounds me. I'm unworthy. Hardly. So Jack was situating himself as someone subservient, even servile, so as not to challenge Nilbog's alpha status. He was playing nice, even. If I tried the same, I'd only be working to catch up, to earn Nilbog's trust. I approached the town center, and found myself in the midst of a crowd of Nilbog's creatures. Goblins and ghouls, muppets and horned moppets. Big, small, thin and fat. Each was exaggerated, twisted, as if Nilbog had gone out of his way to insert traits and qualities that separated them from humanity. The creatures stepped out of the way as I made my way closer. Nilbog sat at the center of a long table, and 2 more tables extended from the ends to form a loose, C-shape. Checked tablecloths in eye-gouging color contrasts covered each table. Jack sat at the end furthest me, and a man with white and black stripes sat beside him. Bonesaw was only a short distance away, sitting on the shoulders of what looked like a flayed bear. The thing had claws 2 or 3 times the usual size, its mouth yawning open like it had been broken. Nilbog was immensely fat, easily 400 pounds, and sat on a throne that had apparently been cobbled together from dismantled furniture. His face was covered with a paper mask. Other creatures sat on chairs to his left and right. The arrangement of the tables created an open space that could host their entertainment. I looked, then wished I hadn't. A bloated, coarse-looking creature lay on the ground, almost like a potato made of hair and flesh. Smaller things were busy carving gouges and holes into it. The resulting wounds regenerated, but not before the smaller creatures inserted body parts into the openings, allowing the regenerated flesh to close tight but not close completely. I averted my eyes from the scene, content with not letting my brain register which parts were being inserted and what they were doing after the fact. Another guest. Nilbog cried out. He spoke like he had a bad accent, but it wasn't. He'd affected strange and overdramatic tones for so long that his voice had warped, and he'd had no ordinary people to hear or talk to and measure his voice against. A friend of yours, Sir Jack? I could see Jack's eyebrows raise in interest. Not at all. Skitter, was it? Except you're going by another name, now. I ignored Jack. Nilbog. It's good to meet. Nilbog didn't look impressed. Sir Jack was more obsequious when he introduced himself. That's because he's a two-bit thug, Nilbog. Jack chuckled at that. A two-bit thug. You'd insult my guests. If those guests include Jack, I said. Nilbog narrowed his eyes. I will not have fighting in my glorious kingdom. Jack has agreed to a ceasefire while we dine. You will do the same. I already gave my weapons to your underlings. You should know that the black and white striped man is a living weapon, much like your creations. Nilbog glanced at the male Siberian. I'm not concerned. I imagine you aren't, I said. Where's the real him? I had to be careful in how I used my bugs. Sending them into buildings would only reduce the size of my swarm, but there was relatively little chance that Manton would simply be hanging out in one of the hollowed-out buildings. So, Jack said, are you going to have a seat, or are you going to continue to be rude? I'm waiting for our host to invite me to sit. Forgive me, Nilbog, I said. I glanced at the fat man. The grease on his skin made it look like he'd oiled himself. Sit, but I'd like to hear who you think you are, well, if you won't bow down to me. I approached the row of chairs opposite Jack and the Siberian, and one of the critters hopped down, scurrying under to join the festivities in the center of the tables. I took the vacated chair and sat. I might have removed my mask, but I was all too aware of the silverware in front of Jack. I'm your equal, Nilbog. Jack laughed again. Nilbog seemed to react, almost looking flustered, before turning to me. You insult me. Not at all. Ignore the thug that's sitting over there. I'm a queen, a goddess of my own realm. Or I was. Jack was smiling, clearly amused. Then again, he was safe. He was untouchable with Siberian beside him, and he was only feigning weakness to get past Nilbog's defenses. A queen. With that in mind, provided you give your permission, I'd like to offer you a gift. A peace offering, to make up for the fact that I entered your territory uninvited. Of course. He was almost childlike, so easily moved by this promise of a gift, his mood changing so quickly. Guileless. He'd been surrounded by yes men for more than a decade, with barely any human contact, his defenses were gone. I forgave Jack the lack of an invitation. I'll extend you the same courtesy. This gift, I called on the swarm I'd kept within the quarantine facility. Resources are slim. An isolated kingdom like yours, providing for your subjects is hard. You do an admirable job despite this. Of course. He was eager, impatient. I'd feed your subjects, I said. Protein. You need it to make more. To keep the ones you currently have in good health. Yes, Nilbog said. My bugs were just now arriving in the area. This will do. The full swarm arrived, the vast majority of the ones I'd kept in the Dragonfly, and the ones from the area beyond the Ellisburg walls. I gathered them on plates in piles. His minions devoured them, licking at the plates, picking with talons, or simply lifting the plates and tipping the insects into open mouths. I wasn't surprised when Nilbog turned his attention to his own plate. My eyes fell on Jack. He still had a slight smile on his face. He held the cards up his sleeve. I'd played mine for a minor advantage, but he had Bonesaw. One virus or parasite in the midst of these creatures, and they could go berserk, roaming the countryside until they were put down. He had Siberian, which meant he was safe, meant he could kill me or Nilbog whenever he wanted. But he wasn't going to. This continued as long as the game was still on. He thrived on this interplay. As more bugs continued to arrive, I used them to search the area. Nothing. Below ground, earthworms, ants and pillbugs dug through the soil beneath the park, searching. Some of Nilbog's creatures were beneath the earth, ready to spring up and attack. Others were beneath, eating whatever they could find. In the midst of my search, I found something. Not Siberian's creator, but nearly as good. Nilbog himself. He sat directly beneath his throne, and was connected to the fat man by what seemed to be an umbilical cord. This cord gave him control of the body, fed him sustenance, let him stay safe while the decoy sat up here. One card for me to play. I think the Bug Queen here should explain how she came to nobility, Jack said. Setting me up to say something incriminating, I thought. As you did, Nilbog, I claimed a realm for myself. And you left it, apparently. If you're truly a queen, you're a foolish one. I did leave it, I said, because I had to save it. I had to protect my subjects, to fight my people's enemies. I have not been as fortunate as you. No, he said, uncaring. Apparently not. If it came down to it, would you step up to protect your creations? To protect this town you made? You're sounding a great deal like Sir Jack, Nilbog commented. He frowned. He's trying to convince you to go to war, I said. To take preemptive action, Jack clarified. I'll do neither. Not war, not preemptive action. I have what I need. I'm a content god, a happy king. You're starved for real human contact, I thought. Or you wouldn't have let us join you at the table. My bugs continued to search, though the bastard creatures were coming out of the woodwork to catch and devour them. Where in the hell was Manton? Jack spoke. It's a question of whether you act now and preserve what you have for the future, or wait and let them come and kill you. They've been systematically seeking people like you, eliminating them. I could show you proof, given a chance. I'll make it simpler, I said. You don't need to leave your kingdom, your garden. You don't need to go to war with an outside party you don't know or care about. You want to know what happened to my kingdom? That man, right over there, Sir Jack, destroyed it. Nonsense, Jack said. I've been sleeping these past few years. Naps are such an underrated pleasure. They are, Nilbog said. All of my subjects nap every day. Let me explain, I said. I had a kingdom that I ruled. I had a king that ruled with me, who kept me company. I had wealth, people I cared about, people who cared about me. Power. I was a god in my domain, and those who stood against me were driven off. Nilbog shook his head. You need a heavier hand to rule. More loyal subjects, so you don't have to bother with those who would stand in your way. I was more powerful than you, I told him. He snapped his head around to stare at me. To glare at me. I'd pricked his pride, apparently. I was more powerful than you, but Jack over there made a promise to people. He didn't say it aloud, but it was still a big promise. Now you're making stuff up, Bonesaw commented. She slid down off the flayed bear's back and joined a group of creatures her size. She hugged one, abruptly. But Nilbog wasn't telling me to fuck off. His attention was on me. He'd built a storybook, kingdom, an impossible place, and populated it with monsters, both beautiful and ugly. He'd had some fixation on this stuff, some Freudian obsession. Not sexual, but still rooted in some primal part of his childhood that had been taken from him. I'd play this by telling him a fairy tale. No, I said, and I think Nilbog is clever enough to understand what I mean. Jack promised that he'd come back when his nap was done, and he'd destroy my kingdom. He said he'd destroy your kingdom, Nilbog, and every other kingdom. He said he'd kill all of my people, and he'd kill all of your creations. All of this, from the man you describe as a mere thug. Yes, I said, a woman with great powers told him he could do it, and now he's going to try. It's why he's here. To destroy my kingdom. No, he wants you to go to war against your neighbors. To break down the walls that keep you safe and fight people who are leaving you alone. He'll use you as a distraction, and then when everything is done, he'll come back and destroy your kingdom. And he'll do it in the cruelest, saddest ways you can imagine. Nilbog nodded slowly. Jack was still waiting patiently. Too quiet. I felt a moment's trepidation. I hadn't found Siberian's controller. I needed to defeat him before Jack was cornered. The second he decided he couldn't salvage this situation, he'd order the attack. Nilbog raised his hands. Angel on one shoulder that tells me one story, a placenta-like blob swelled in his hand. A devil on the other, telling me another. Another blob appeared in the other hand. Both burst, showering Nilbog in greasy slime. Two creatures gripped his forearms, looking more like flying monkeys than an angel and devil. They were roughly the size of babies, their faces feral, mouths filled with piranha-like teeth. One had red hair, a red beard and gazelle-like horns, and the other had white hair and beard and a strange horn that formed an off-white halo above its head. I'll take the angel, if you please, Jack said. Nilbog shrugged. Were the creatures more a demonstration than anything else? He lowered his hands, and nudged the white-haired thing in Jack's direction. The other thing made its way to me. I reached out and took it into my hands, holding it close. "Do you have a response to the Queen's allegations, Jack?" Nilbog asked. He reached up to adjust his floppy cloth crown. Creatures were arriving to deposit the meal on the plates. It looked like purple vomit. "I do," Jack said, smiling. "But can we eat first? It's rude to argue over a meal." Nilbog nodded, as if Jack had said something very sage. "I agree. We'll eat." Bonesaw made her way to the table. "How did you make this?" The chef stores every ingredient we can find inside her, then regurgitates it in the form required. "I asked for it to be hearty, and here we have it, chunky." I looked down at the plate. Droplets of rain made nearly clear spots appear in the midst of the purple slop. "So it is vomit. It tastes like cupcakes," Bonesaw said, around a mouthful. I started to move my mask to eat and be polite, then noted how Jack was holding his knife. The blade swayed back and forth in the air. As he chewed, his eyes rolled back and looking up at the overcast sky above. The blade was making crisscrosses in the direction of my throat. He glanced down, meeting my eyes, and smiled. "Our apparent rivalry aside, have you been well, Bug Queen?" "Well enough. Then you should be hungry. It's been a busy few days, and it'll only get more interesting. I notice your friends are sitting this one out. Did you break it off completely, or are you still in touch?" "Still in touch," I responded. I glanced at Siberian. The knife is a purely psychological thing. If he wanted to kill me, he could use Siberian to do it. Besides, it was a butter knife. I moved my mask, without breaking eye contact with Jack, and helped myself to a bite. It did taste like cupcakes. I suspected it would have been less nauseating if it tasted like real vomit. It was a tense few minutes of silence as we ate. I found out the devil thing in my arms wanted to eat, so I let him help himself. An excuse not to eat, anyways. The creatures in the center of the area finished their show, and Nilbog clapped enthusiastically. I joined him in the 5 or 6 creatures around the table who really had hands to clap with. The second show began, a gladiatorial fight, apparently. One of the creatures had wings instead of arms, while the other had wicked barbs extending out from the elbows and knees. When even the tips made contact, they ripped out grapefruit-sized chunks of flesh. I braced against the table to keep it from flipping as the pair crashed into it. Nilbog laughed, and the sound was more than a little unhinged. "Is everyone done?" Jack asked. "Yes," Nilbog decided. "Then let me explain. Weaver's entirely right, except for the part where you die at the end of it all." "Oh?" Nilbog asked. He leaned forward, placing fat elbows on the table surface. It dipped as his upper body weight rested on the wood. "Living like this, you obviously dislike the system. You know how screwed up things are out there. People are vile, self-centered, and so caught up in their own routines and expectations that they're barely people anymore. Your creations have more personality." Nilbog nodded, taking it all in. "They do. They're wonderful, aren't they?" "Wonderful," Bonesaw agreed, with the utmost enthusiasm. "He just believes whatever we tell him. He's a sponge. How do you convince someone who's so incapable of critical thought?" Worse, Jack was touching on all of Nilbog's pet issues. The man had been a loner before, a loser. He'd rejected the trappings of society long before he'd become this monster. He'd spent years simply going through the motions until the last parts of the system he'd clung to fell apart. "I want to wipe the slate clean. Things have been going through the same motions for so long that there's a rut in the ground. You erased everything that wasn't worth keeping here, and replaced it with something better. With your garden, yes. With that in mind, I'm reaching out to a like-minded soul. Someone who rejects the malignant, stagnant society and wants to grow something else in its place." "Jack has no interest in growth," I said. "Only destruction." "Did I interrupt you when you were speaking?" Jack asked. "Do it again and I'll order your execution," Nilbog said. I pursed my lips behind my mask. Where the fuck was Siberian's creator? I'd scanned every area where he could be lurking. There were only monsters. I was nearly out of bugs. I had only a select few secreted away in my armor, and they weren't ones I was willing to sacrifice. I didn't have much in the way of cards up my sleeve, but these bugs would have to serve in that department. Problem was, they wouldn't fix anything now. Bonesaw could counter them too readily. Where could Manton be hiding? My eyes passed over the crowd of creatures that had gathered around the edges of the area, enjoying their master's presence. Hiding in plain sight, plastic surgery, or even an outer suit, like the one Nilbog wore. He had to be dressed up in the skin of one of the monsters. Shit, how was I even supposed to assassinate him if he was going that route? I touched him with a bug, only to find his flesh harder than steel. Unmovable, just from the way his foot touched the Siberian's. Jack licked his plate, then set it down on the table. Where was I? Replacing society, Bonesaw volunteered. Replacing society, Jack affirmed. Imagine if your garden really did extend as far as the eye could reach. If you could walk in the direction of the sunset, only to find that your creations have already settled in each new place you travel to, decorated it, transformed it. A romantic goal, one I might pursue if I were a younger man, Nilbog said. But even gods get older. They do, Jack agreed. Well, we could give you that youth. Bonesaw could grant you immortality. She could also enslave you to her will, I commented. I'd never, Bonesaw said. She shook her head, her curls flying. No, I couldn't. I love these beautiful things he makes. To control him would mean I'd take that creativity away. Nilbog nodded at that. That's a good argument. Besides, to enslave a god. Madness. Except they're mad, I thought. All of you are lunatics, and I made the mistake of trying to talk sense. It's a good argument, Jack said. Because we're right. Would you like to live forever, as a god should? Would you like to see your garden grow to what it should be? What it deserves to be? Something fitting of a god. It's a tempting thought, Nilbog said. I reached for a rebuttal, telling myself I had to be just as grandiose, just as mad, but I couldn't do that at the same time I was trying to convince him to go dormant again. If I may, it was another human voice, but it didn't belong to any of us. Golem. He approached, taking off his helmet. He offered Nilbog a slight bow. One of yours, Jack? Nilbog asked. No, not in the sense you mean. Yours, then, Nilbog asked me. Yes, I thought. No, I said. I saw Jack raise his eyebrows at that. Shenanigans. Bonesaw cried out. I call shenanigans. But Golem took my cue. I'm a third party. I stand for myself. Hardly worth a place at the table, Jack commented. Then let me stand for the others. The innocents. Innocents? Jack asked. He snorted. No such thing. There's always innocence. Jack smirked. I'll allow it, Nilbog said. Excellent. Sit. We were just having a discussion. Golem approached and sat at the same table I was at, but he took the far end. I've overheard some, so we can cut straight to the chase. The dilemma, Nilbog said. The devil on one shoulder, the angel on the other. The sin of sloth versus the realm of possibility, Jack added, gesturing to my demon as he said sloth, then to his own angel. Well said, Nilbog said. He nodded so hard his double and triple chins wobbled. Or is the angel making false promises? I asked. There's no security, no comfort. You claim to care about your creations, but you'd go to war. Many have gone to war and made sacrifices in the present, for the sake of a brighter future, Jack commented. I thought you were trying to break out of the rut. I asked. Jack laughed at that. He's enjoying this. I felt almost dirty, knowing I was only helping Jack in his self-indulgence, helping him revel in conflict. Well, stranger, Nilbog asked. Golem said. Jack snorted at that. He'd caught the meaning behind the name right off, the white supremacist son naming himself after a creature from a Jewish parable. Golem, then, I'm not an eloquent speaker. That's a good thing, I said. Too many and it just becomes people talking circles around one another. Then I guess I have to get to the heart of it all. Direct. Yes, Nilbog said. He leaned forward, and I feared the table would break. Were you happy, before any of us came here? Yes, I can eat the most delicious foods, yet get every nutrient I need. I can fuck the most beautiful and exotic women you'd ever imagine, whenever I wish. Every need is provided for 100 times over, and I'm surrounded by those who love me. Then why change? Why do anything? Let us leave, then return to your utopia. Nilbog nodded. He rubbed at his chin, but the act was like pushing one's hand into jello. It shifted the mass more than it rubbed. You wanted a tie-breaker? Golem asked. This is it. Do what Weaver is saying. Do what the Queen is suggesting. Stay quiet, enjoy what you've built here. Attack, and the entire world will take it away. Then, even if you're strong enough to survive that, which you may be, then Jack will still betray you. Or, Jack said, you can stop lying to yourself. Nilbog snapped his head around. He growled, impertinent. Your people are slowly starving. You make them eat each other to live, and desperately attempt to shoot any birds out of the sky so you can try to recoup what you lose. Bonesaw said they don't live long. How long? 4 years. Sometimes 5. All at once, the light was gone from Nilbog's face, the sudden fury quenched. Who's your favorite? Jack asked. Poka, Nilbog said. He reached out, and a female creature, no taller than 3 feet, hopped up onto the lap of the creature beside her king. She had a narrow face with a reptilian structure, with only 4 fangs at the very front, but smooth, human-like skin. Her hair was white, her skin blue. She wore a toddler's clothes, a long, narrow tail lashing behind her. Nilbog stroked her hair. Not the first Poka, Jack said. No, the third. She was your first, and you love her for that, because she drew you from the hell that was your life before godhood, gave you this. I can't interrupt this, not with the subject being something so close to Nilbog's heart. I might win the argument, but I'd lose Nilbog's ear. But I knew I was losing anyways. Jack had found Nilbog's weak point. My first friend, Nilbog said. And she dies. Because your creations don't last. You make another, and slowly fall in love with her all over again, and yet you know she'll die in turn. Yes, Nilbog said. Bonesaw can fix that. I can grant you immortality. I can grant your creation that same gift, Jack said. A hard offer to refuse. It would be wise to refuse, Golem said. A king can't be selfish, I said. A god definitely can't be selfish. Your responsibility is to your creations. Exactly what I'm saying, Jack said. Step out of your comfort zone, to better your people. Enough. Nilbog screamed the word, as if responding to his anger. Every single creature in the area responded. Weapons raised, spines extended. And Jack was still invincible. Nilbog, I said, speak again, and I'll end you, queen or no. His eyes were angry, hard. He'd lived for so long in his comfort zone, and now he was being called on to make a hard choice. Then please listen carefully, I said. Because I suppose I'm paying for this with my life. So be it, he said. If you want proof that Jack intends to betray you, look no farther than your own creations. What? He secreted an assassin into your midst. A killer who pretends to be one of your creations. A gamble, a last-ditch effort. Was my gut right? Had Jack instructed Bonesaw to create a costume or a creature to hide the Siberian's creator? I called my flight pack to me, parked it on a rooftop nearby. If it came down to it, I'd have to run. I could see Golem tensing. He'd read the situation right. Just look, I told Nilbog. Because somewhere nearby, there's a creature you didn't create. His eyes roved over the crowd. Might not be in this crowd, but it'll be close. I see it, Nilbog said. I see it. Bossy, Patch, hold him. The crowd of creatures parted as 2 creatures took another in their hands. Not an assassin, Jack said. Merely one of Bonesaw's. I suppose you can call it a homage. It is, Bonesaw said. The Siberian was moving, readying to pounce. I couldn't move fast enough if he did. Wait, Jack said. He stood from his chair. No, I thought. Don't listen. I'll do as I please, Nilbog said. Last words, Sir Jack. Last words, yes. Jack approached the captive. The Siberian followed. You let him do this, and he kills you, I said. Your creations will go mad with grief, and they'll die in a war for vengeance, just like Jack wants. Not at all, Jack said. Because, an instant before the Siberian made contact with the monster, Golem jammed his hand into his side, using his power, throwing the creator into the air with one thrusting hand. Siberian lunged, punching through the hand of soil to grab the creator's foot. Nilbog half rose from his seat, though he was massive enough that standing was hardly possible. His eyes moved from Golem to the hand, anger etching his expression, if one could etch into a face as soft as his. You dare disturb the peace. Nilbog screamed the question. Kill the queen. Kill the Golem man. In that instant, Golem created 2 hands, throwing us back. I caught the flight pack in the air, hugging it. It provided lift, not enough to stop my momentum as I headed back towards the ground, but enough that I could shift my direction to land on a rooftop. Golem wasn't so lucky, as he fell into the midst of a sea of the creatures. Azazels, now, I screamed, one finger pressed to my earbud. I pulled on the flight pack and then took off again. Golem used his power to create a platform, slowly raising himself above the street. Creatures tumbled off of the surface of it. Some flew at him, and he struck at them. Not enemies he was capable against. I sent my bugs to them, the reserve I still had on hand, commanding the bugs to bite and sting. Others leapt onto rooftops, then onto the rising platform. Golem grabbed one claw as it slashed for his face. He couldn't do anything about the other, as it gouged his armor, scoring it. He created a fist that jutted out of his chestplate, striking the creature off of the rising hand platform. Spines rained down on him. One caught him in the shoulder, and he collapsed. "Where are the Azazels?" I shouted. The flying creatures were turning my way. But Defiant had said they were unreliable. Dragon was out of commission. My bugs burrowed towards the buried Nilbog. Jack had orchestrated a war. Killing the creature's creator wouldn't stop that, wouldn't keep them from rampaging and seeking out revenge beyond the walls. But it would slow things down. They inched ever closer. Jack was untouchable, but, yes. Worms, centipedes and other subterranean bugs made their way to the buried Goblin King, and forced their way into the sack that enveloped him, past the threads of material that wound down his throat and nostrils, and into his airways. "Creatures of Ellisburg," I screamed. Heads turned. "You've been betrayed," and before I could say more, Jack's knife slash caught me across the chest, the cut severing the straps of my flight pack. I dropped from the sky, landing on one of those ramshackle, spiraling rooftops. Planks that had been poorly nailed and collapsed around me as I hit solid ground. My hope of turning the monsters against the 9 had been foiled. The fall had knocked the wind out of me. I couldn't get my footing, and the creatures were advancing. Every possible combination of features, it seemed like, an infinite army, unpredictable. "Your king is dying," I thought, my mouth moving and failing to form the sounds. There was only the barest whisper. "I killed him, but if you could believe that Jack did it, I would have used my bugs instead, but I had so few, here." I sent those few to Golem, removing them from the flying creatures. "Nilbog dies," I spoke through the bugs, but the range of sounds was too limited, and with scarcely 30 bugs in total, they were quiet. "Nilbog's dying," Golem said, his voice coming through the comm system. One creature, eyeless, like a crocodile with a serpentine body, advanced on me, looming over me. Its jaws opened. The lizard boy was here too. A drop of venom appeared on one distended fang. I was surprised by the fury on his expression. "Blame Jack," I said, through the swarm. "Jack slash has used us as a distraction to kill your king." Golem hollered the words at the top of his lungs. I felt a tension leave me. I might be fucked, but we'd limited the damage. They'd turn it inward. The attack stopped. The creature looming over me turned and slid away in a flash. The lizard boy remained. Still recovering from the fall, I couldn't muster enough strength to fight back if he bit. I commanded the flight pack instead, flying it into him with both wings extended. He was brained, and the pack ricocheted off his skull, one wing shattering. Golem had risen almost to safety, though he was still too far from the wall that had been erected around the city. I looked at the wall. Looked past it, at the capes who were swiftly approaching. Rescue. I brought the flight pack to me, the broken wing partially retracted, the other still extended, and pulled it on with slow, agonized movements. Lost without their master, half of the creatures seemed to turn on the 9, the other half seemed to remain intent on Golem and me. Capes settled around me, forming a defensive line against the ones who approached. Revel was among them, using her energy blasts to pick off the largest ones. Someone picked me up, then took flight. "Jack," I wheezed out the word. The Siberian took hold of the umbilical cord and heaved, Jack maintaining contact with a hand on the Siberian's shoulder. Nilbog, still slowly dying of oxygen loss, was brought to the surface with a surprising ease. Bonesaw wrapped her arms around the man. Frailer than himself on the surface, smaller. I felt a moment's despair. Foil, someone who could stop Siberian. Somebody. The heroes advanced, but the 9 created a portal, and were gone in a flash. Nilbog carried between them, leaving the monsters of Ellisburg to riot. Chapter 264. Sting 26.5 Unholy screams and screeches followed us as we made our retreat, landing beyond the walls of Ellisburg. In moments, Nilbog's fairy wonderland had become a hell on earth, thousands of demons crawling from the literal woodwork to attack. The ground split as subterranean creatures emerged, while others climbed out of buildings that seemed to have been built around them. One was somewhere between a dragon and a gargoyle in appearance. Big, leathery wings, with a gnarled body and a leering, fang face. The flying creatures, the gargoyle dragon included, took flight perching atop the walls, then backed down as a barrage of gunfire and superpowered attacks assaulted them. Shuffle. Revel cried out her lieutenant's name. Shuffle stepped forward and used his power. Teleportation, but not teleportation of living things. Not people, anyways. Grass didn't hinder him much. He teleported the landscape. A hill was bisected and placed against the ruined entrance of the facility. His power was unpredictable. There were metrics he couldn't quite grasp or understand. Teleporting things in sometimes teleported things out. In attempting to shore up the wall, he created gaps. But this was a known issue, one he'd been dealing with for some time. Unsurprised, he fixed the resulting hole with 2 more follow-up teleports. If any terrain was removed, it was inside the structure, unimportant. Something inside Goblintown struck the wall, hard, and then started clawing at it. I could sense its silhouette with the few bugs I had near the area. It was 4-legged, with all of the most effective parts of a rhino, bear and elephant combined, and it was big enough that I suspected it could make its way through the great concrete wall. Defending capes had gathered in a loose ring around Ellisburg. Revel and Shuffle were among them, which I took to be a sign that Golem's group had handled whatever issues had arisen in Norfolk. The heroes opened fire as the gargoyle dragon thing explored the upper edge of the wall again, and it disappeared, only to make an appearance further down, trying to find a spot where the defensive line was weaker. This was the worst-case scenario, on so many levels. We couldn't afford to be dealing with this. 2 more attacks, Revel said. Just minutes ago. 2 different cities. The situation in Redfield is still ongoing, which means we have 3 crisis situations set up by the Slaughterhouse 9. 4, if you count this, Shuffle said. The creature hit the wall again. Shuffle shored it up, placing the other half of the hill against it. This is getting out of control, Revel said. You're implying we had control, Jouster said. He stood off to one side, with the defensive line of capes. More out of control, she said. I'd been placed on the ground as the capes landed. I was aware that someone was checking me for injuries, but it seemed secondary. I stared up at the overcast sky, watching the rare raindrop tap the lens of my mask. My mind was whirling while my swarm was feeding me information on the ongoing fight, both inside and outside the walls. I stirred as I heard Golem's voice. He was sitting a short distance from me. This is my fault. It was a lose-lose situation, I said. I moved my arm to allow the medic to check my ribs. Jack set it up this way. I could have done something. Said something different. No, we played the cards we had available, it wasn't enough. Bonesaw's power and Siberian's invulnerability made for ugly trump cards. There had to be a way. We're coping, I said. Are we? He asked. It doesn't feel like it. We came through every challenge he set in front of us so far. That doesn't mean we're doing okay, he responded. I didn't have a response to that. He stood. I'm going to go talk to some of the people in charge, find out where I can be useful. Okay, I told him. He walked off, and I let my head rest against the ground. Jack had a game plan here, and the more I thought about it, the more the game seemed to be a farce. He knew we were helping. He was setting up situations where we had to help. When we'd started winning, maybe even winning faster than he'd anticipated, he'd ratcheted things up. Just as it had at the outset, the situation now seemed to offer Theo the same dilemma as Jack had aimed to provide early on. To go after Jack or focus on bigger things. It was measured, calculated, and it suggested that Jack was fully aware and fully in control of what was going on. A cape knelt beside me. Are you all right? We'd only gone through a small fraction of the 9. Even assuming every group we had run into had been exterminated, there were so many left to deal with. My strengths lay in problem solving. Jack's strength lay in problem creation. We came up with a solution to whatever crisis he posed. He responded by creating another, something offbeat enough that we had to change things up. Specialized groups of his pet monsters, 2 scenarios at once, and now we had new issues popping up before we'd finished with the last round. The clones weren't as fleshed out as the originals. A little more reckless. They were being set up to fail. Were they scary? Yes. Were they effective? Yes. But we were winning, and Jack wasn't using them in a way that kept them alive. They were expendable assets. It was all too possible that we could keep winning, if the game continued down this road. We'll lose. Some, but we'll come out on no. Golem was right. We'd achieve a steady stream of victories. Nothing more. Weaver. I pushed myself to my feet. A cape put his hands on my shoulders, to try to get me to stay still. I'm fine, I said. I got the wind knocked out of me. If you have an injury, I'm pretty experienced when it comes to being injured. I'm fine. Really, I said. He didn't move, but he did let his arms drop from my shoulders when I pushed them off me. I found my feet, straightened, and felt aches all across my back where I'd collided with the ground. I'd be one giant bruise tomorrow. Then again, if we saw tomorrow, it would be a bonus. The fighting against Nilbog's creations was still ongoing. The flying gargoyle thing had made it over the wall and was being swarmed by defending capes. Others were just now starting to climb over, and did their best to avoid the ranged fire that pelted them. 8 or 9 more creatures flew over, only these ones carried smaller goblins. The winged ones were shot out of the sky, but many of the smaller creatures managed to survive the fall into trees in the midst of the heroes. The ones that did went on the offensive with zero hesitation. Need the Azazels, someone shouted. I directed the few bugs I had in the area to attack, assisting with bites, stings and silk cord. I would help, but I wouldn't join the battle. Not this one. No, I'd used up every bug in my reach, and the damned goblin things were too good at killing them. Nilbog had no doubt designed them to live off of a diet of insects, to supplement their diminishing supply of protein. I made my way to the dragonfly, my flight pack dangling from the damaged straps I'd looped around my shoulders. I'd very nearly told myself that we were coming out ahead. Golem had been a dose of reality on that front. We weren't coming out ahead. Jack was spreading fear, he was killing innocents, and he was whittling us down. Doing so with such expendable forces cost him nothing. Now, with Nilbog in his possession, he had access to that many more monsters and freaks that he could just throw away. There was no guarantee we would continue down this road unfettered. Just the opposite. I fully expected Jack to turn to the rules he'd established at the very beginning and state how blatantly we were cheating. Then he'd carry out his threat, murder those 1,000 people, and move on. I reached the console, shrugged out of my flight pack and sat down. I pressed a button, defiant. Not a priority, but get in touch when you can. It took a minute before I had all of the individual windows open. I set it so I could track the feeds provided by the various members of the Wards Protectorate. Some were here, others were investigating the sites where more members of the 9 were taking action. Redfield. The Undersiders and Brockton Bay wards were holding a defensive position, their backs facing one another. Foyle took a shot at a flesh-toned blob that leapt between rooftops, then swiftly reloaded. Skinslip. Skinslip was a minor regenerator with a changer ability, allowing him to manipulate his own skin. I could see him using it to scale a surface. He extended that ability by flaying people and crudely stitching or stapling their skin to his own. The regeneration connected the tissues and extended his power's breadth and reach, but it didn't prevent all rejection or decay, forcing him to replenish it from time to time. He was a newer member, but they'd still cloned him. A quick check of the computer noted the members of the 9 they'd seen and fought. 3 Skinslips, 3 Hatchet Faces, 3 Miasmas, 3 Murder Rats, Hatchet Face accepted. They were enemies who were exceedingly mobile. Skinslip's skin acted like a grappling hook, it let him climb, and it broke any fall. He could also smother and bludgeon his opponents with it, if he felt the need. Miasma was a stranger, invisible and undetectable but for an odorless gas he gave off that wore away at others' minds, causing headaches, ringing in the ears, watery eyes and eventual blindness, memory loss and coma. Murder Rat, for her part, was agile. It meant they were up against 9 opponents that were fast or slippery enough that they couldn't be caught. That group was supported by a trio of hatchet faces that could steadily lumber towards the group, keeping them moving, ensuring they couldn't simply maintain a defensive position. The camera images that Clockblocker and company wore shifted as they scrambled away. There was a shudder as a mass landed in their midst. Hatchet Face, dropping down from a vantage point somewhere above them. Rachel's dogs went on the offensive, attacking him, but their flesh was already sloughing off, their connection to Rachel shut off, their bodies disintegrating. Perion's creations were already deflating. More range than the tyrant had possessed, and the power loss was immediate. Foyle shot her crossbow, but it did surprisingly little damage. Hatchet Face pulled the bolt from his shoulder with no difficulty. Behind us, the camera swiftly changed direction. A Murder Rat had landed opposite the Hatchet Face, sandwiching the group between the 2 villains. The camera panned, taking in the area, and I could see the silhouettes of other villains on nearby rooftops. More Murder Rats and Skinslips. Hatchet Face threw the last dog aside. It collapsed in a slurry mess of loose skin and muscle. The dog fought its way free, shaking itself dry. Bastard was already free. Fuck, 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 Imp said. My power's gone. Mine too, Crucible said. Turned off like someone flipped a switch. I closed my eyes. I was too far away to help, couldn't think of advice to offer. We're not powerless, Gru said. We've got strong costumes. We know how to fight. Tattletale's voice came over the comms, He's strong enough to swing that axe through a car, tough enough you could flatten him with a steamroller and he'd get back up when you were done. We run then, Gru said. We deal with Murder Rat and then we scram. Make some distance. He's not fast, but he's not a slowpoke either. You don't have muscles like that and find yourself unable to run. Be constructive, Gru said. Solutions, options, any ideas? Yeah, Rachel said. This. She wheeled around, pointing. Both of her dogs bounded towards the Murder Rat. I couldn't see Hatchet Face with the directions the cameras were pointed, but I could see the groups converge on Murder Rat, bull rushing her as a mass. Murder Rat swatted at the dogs, slashing Bastard along the ribs, but Rachel stepped in the way, blocking the follow-up attacks with the sleeves of her silk weave jacket. Murder Rat, about to be surrounded, leapt up to position herself on a wall, slamming her claws through a plate glass window to grab the inside of the window frame. Blood ran down her wrists. Foyle took aim and fired, and Murder Rat leapt before the bolt made contact. She tagged the dog. Mouse Protector's power, Tattletale said. Watch out. A camera, vistas, focused on the dog. Hatchet Face incoming. Clockblocker, Crucible and Toggle turned around, but Vista remained fixated on the animal. The moment the group was distracted by the incoming Titan, Murder Rat appeared. She drove her elbow into the side of Crucible's throat, bringing one foot up to rake the side of his leg, but didn't get any further. Vista fired her gun straight into the villain's back, then wheeled around and shot Hatchet Face in the chest. Gru blanketed the area in darkness a moment later, the monitors going silent and dark. I realized I'd been clenching my fists. I loosened them, then opened and closed them a few times to ease the strain. Escalations, I thought. The situation outside was worsening, but the Azazels had mobilized. They laid down the metal poles along the tops of the wall, opening fire with their lasers. That done, they joined the fight against the dragon gargoyle thing that was continuing its suicidal attack against the defending capes. Chunks of it were being blasted and torn away, but it was doing a little damage to the defending capes. The metal poles blossomed into the branching, gray blur, nanotech barrier that would disintegrate on touch. On the set of screens to my left, the Chicago wards were joined by others as they ventured into what seemed to be a war zone. Civilians were fleeing in a panic, while the heroes advanced against the press of the crowd with a steady, wary caution. The nature of the threat became clear. Rounding the corner, a single entity trudged forward. It was tiny, and it bore a large white cube on its back. To look at it, I almost thought it was an Endbringer. It wasn't. It was only the second scariest member of the 9, Xeroxed. 8 Siberians. One carried the cube, no doubt a container bearing the mantons within. The other 7 followed a pattern, lazy loops that brought them back to the cube every few minutes. They plunged through walls and into apartments and businesses. They returned with blood wicking off of their hands, feet and faces like water off a duck's back. I opened a communications channel. Weaver here. Don't fight. Wasn't going to, but what the hell are we supposed to do? Tecton asked. 8 Siberians. Even without any other members of the 9 on the sidelines, it was an impossible fight. You need to run. Run. The civilians will have to run as well, I said. There's nothing you can do. Accept it. You can't slow her down, you can't deny her what she wants. We have to be able to do something, he said. There are options, I said, but it's not worth it. What? Saving civilians is, you'd die, I said. It would be a distraction, but you'd die. The civilians would die all the same. What is it? She's still subject to gravity. Far as I know, she can't fly. You drop her into a hole, she'll climb out. No point, Grace said. No point, I agreed. Unless you get lucky. Lucky. Drop the one that's carrying the cube into a fissure or pit. If she falls far enough and the cube gets wedged in the crack, you'll separate her from the cube. You'd have to destroy it before another Siberian makes contact with it, kill all of the masters that are generating the Siberians. It could work, Wanton said. Unless she moves fast enough to avoid the fissure, I said. Which she can. Unless she's digging her claws into the outside of the cube for a handhold, which she might be. Unless another Siberian returns before you manage to break into that cube, which is very possible, considering that cube looks like something a mannequin made. We have Grace, and we've got Cuff. We have Cadence and Enforce here, too. Enforce. Oh, Enforce. I don't think it'll be enough, I said. There's too many maybes. You become a target of the Siberians the instant you try something, and you die if this doesn't work out perfectly, which it won't. You want us to let civilians die. I stared at the screen. They were backing away swiftly now. A Siberian hopped onto the top of the cube, then looked directly at the group of heroes. A moment later, she leapt off to one side, flaunting their invulnerability, taunting. "Walk away," I said. "We'll send others in, others who can do something." Who? I thought of how Rachel had changed tacks, ignoring the biggest target to go after the murder. Rat. It hadn't been much, but it had caught the villain off guard, baited the hatchet face into an aggressive charge rather than a slower, more strategic advance. Switch it up. Go to Redfield. You guys specialize in containing and crushing the enemy. The Undersiders and Brockton Bay wards can head to your location at the first opportunity. I didn't wait for a response. My console was displaying an incoming message. Gotta go, I said, closing the comms channel, hanging up on Tecton. I responded to the message. Defiant here, was just about to contact the Undersiders. I heard, I'm already giving orders for them to back out. Sent a helicopter in to pick them up, hoping it gets to take off again. Helicopter. AI suits aren't cooperating. I'd send one against Hatchet if they were, defiant. One suit just took off, reinforcing the Undersiders. I could sense the fighting outside. My bugs were doing precious little against Nilbog's rioting army. The capes were whittling them down, killing them in droves, but it was time and effort taken away from containing the 9. Which was exactly what Jack wanted. In the same instant Defiant had talked about the suit taking off, one of the Azazels had gone still. Something was seriously wrong. What do you need, Weaver? I have things to handle. 2 years ago, I was told we couldn't go after the 9, because we can't decode the portal without knowing the exit point. They just used one. It's in Ellisburg. It's our fastest route to Jack. How long does it take to tap into the portal? Depends on the means we use. It doesn't matter. The portal isn't accessible. We're losing, Defiant. We're winning the fights but we're losing in the long run. We need to act decisively. End this. You want to use the portal entrance, knowing where it is? Yes. We need capes that we can count on a lot of levels. And I need your help. Can you arrange for a sturdier ship? The Dragonfly won't cut it. Yes, he said, that can be arranged. I'll have to pilot it myself. If this doesn't work out, if we get overwhelmed, then that's it. We can't afford the losses at this juncture. I get that, but we can't afford to not take this opportunity. Another pause. Was he typing something? What's the status? We're losing containment in Ellisburg. Siberians are racking up casualties, and Redfield isn't doing great either. Your Undersiders will be evacuating if they can make it another 2 blocks to the helicopter without getting intercepted. I'm not sure what they can do against 8 Siberians. More than the Chicago wards can. But that's not enough on its own. We need to call in the big guns. We know Jack's nowhere nearby. It's a safe time to put them into play. We have people on call, but we're holding them back, Defiant replied. Jack will hold his strongest cards in reserve for last. Chevalier advised that we catch him off guard. There's no point anymore. Stop holding back. Jack's escalating when we do. We established a tempo, he's matching us. Let's go all in. We'll get him to play every card he has on hand, and maybe in the process, we'll see him make a mistake. He's not one to make mistakes. We lose nothing, and we gain time, I said. Which big guns do we have? The Thanda. Cauldron has volunteered the services of their 2 elite members. The Las Vegas Capes offered help, as did the ambassadors. The Alcott girl has her ability to foresee the future, but she's trying to reduce the strain she experiences so she can offer more assistance at the most critical juncture. The fight with Jack. Yes, okay, that probably makes sense. Listen, I'll handle what I can from here, take some of the load off your hands. I'll see if I can't get recruits from among the capes I trust to handle their own. And I would appreciate it if you would consider me one of them. I'll be there with the Pendragon in 20 minutes, I just need to pick up the technology for hacking the portal. Bring me some bugs when you come. Yes. That said, he hung up. No pleasantries. It was a relief. Down to business. 15 minutes to go. I waited impatiently for the capes in question to gather. We needed good capes, powerful capes. Too many were occupied elsewhere. A whole contingent had deployed to Hyde Park. None of my teams. Dragon's Teeth, the New York teams, the Texas teams. I picked Jouster's point of view. I knew him, and it would afford me the most opportunities to see other capes and figure out their identities. Population of 3,500, and the place was empty. No victims, no members of the 9. No blood, no violence, no signs of any disruption. But the first wave of capes had been whittled down, going silent on the radio before disappearing entirely. Now, as the teams moved through the city, there was nothing on the video, which ruled out nice guy. That left only a few options. Stranger protocols in effect, the captain of the Dragon's Teeth reported. We're going full dark. Eyes on the lightning. Eyes on the lightning, I responded. For the moment, I was filling in for Dragon's absence and Defiant's preoccupation. I knew about the Dragon's Teeth, had studied their operations book. I wasn't an armchair general, but I'd have to settle for being one here. They were using those full-face helmets to block off all sight, to shut out all sound. Their uniforms offered full coverage. The only things they would rely on were video cameras on their helmets and the battle computers that were wired into their helmets. It wasn't enough, apparently, to see anyone or anything. Things seemed eerily quiet. Jouster jumped as one cape cried out. The man's back arched, first one way, then the other. Psychosoma, I reported. Stranger 4, Master 7. First squad, get guns trained on him, everyone else, scan the area. Master protocols, confirm everything. Don't shoot without confirmation, someone warned, off camera. How the fuck are we supposed to confirm? Let them attack us. Nobody responded to that. Still, they obeyed the instructions. Jouster was among the ones who turned to search the surroundings. The point of his lance was visible in the corner of the screen, as he held it ready. Nothing. The man screamed louder. He twisted, his ribs distending, his mouth yawning open. It's an illusion, I thought. Kind of. Sort of. Not really. It was really nice to think of it as a really convincing illusion. That was a reassuring way of handling it. Because the alternative was that Psychosoma was doing the sort of thing Labyrinth did, pulling otherworldly things into our reality to replace objects and people. When killed, they'd revert back to how they'd been before. The man continued to twist and distort until he wasn't recognizable anymore. The thing whirled around, reaching back with one claw, preparing to strike at a comrade. A cape incinerated him before he could get any further. The illusion was dispelled. The wrong illusion. Purple smoke flowed out from around the corpse of the young hero. Nix. Someone spat the word. Jouster swiftly backed away. Every cape in the group was wearing a gas mask, but that was not an absolute guarantee. 2 more people in the group began changing. A mix of Psychosomas and Nixes. Who else? She's covering the area with her smoke, I spoke, over the channel. You need to clear it. On it, cover your eyes. Jouster hollered. Jouster raised his lance, then struck out at a light pole. Lightning flared out, impossibly bright, and the camera briefly went on the fritz. Somewhere in the midst of that, reality became clear. Bloodstains everywhere. Corpses were draped over every surface where the investigating capes weren't likely to step, on car hoods and roofs, on light poles and in trees. And in the midst of the crowd, there were the enemies, simply standing and observing. Nixes, Psychosomas and night hags. The Nix were women with pale red skin and black eyes, fog bleeding out of the vents at their arms and backs. The Psychosomas were men, tall, bald and narrow, with pencil-thin mustaches and beards, spidery fingers and clothing that hung off them like it had been draped on. The night hags, by contrast, were women, dark-haired, dressed in black, with skin as white as chalk. Their dresses seemed to bleed into the surrounding landscape, so that everything within 15 feet of them was covered in that crumpled-looking black cloth. The Nix clones and Psychosomas ran for cover. The night hags were the cover. DT soldiers and wards opened fire. Hoyden struck a car with literal explosive force, and sent it flying. 90% of the offense was directed at the night hags. The women practically disintegrated as the bullets, flames and other projectiles made contact. Their bodies shattered into thousands of black shards. Moments later, they emerged from the landscape. One park bench distorted and reconfigured into a new night hag. That night hag was summarily slain, and reformed herself out of a nearby patch of grass. Location possession, in a way, but it was shallow. She was most effective with materials that stood above the ground surface. In the midst of dealing with the approaching hags, the DT officers and heroes were left to handle the victims who had appeared to be transforming. When the smoke had burned away, one had been revealed to be fine, crouching with his hands over his head, the other was still afflicted. They shot the victim and broke the effect. More smoke was flowing in with surprising speed and quantity, erasing the images of blood and bodies. The night hags were turning translucent, nearly invisible, and they were gone. Jouster moved to strike the light post again, only for black hands to grab him and pull him into darkness and illusory fog. The image on my screen distorted, then went utterly black. There was a sound, like a slow, wet grinding sound. Chewing, as if from a dozen mouths at once. I changed camera perspectives. Break up the fog, someone shouted. 2 more of their allies were starting to change. Someone threw a flashbang. It didn't disrupt the smoke. What do we do? One of the capes shouted. He was almost more frantic than the dragon's tooth soldiers around him. The sound of a gun being cocked turned heads. The camera turned as well. It was Contessa, accompanied by the number man. Both held guns. She shot one of the afflicted, then walked past the other, ignoring him. She opened fire in the fog. 1 clip, each shot aimed and measured, fired with a peculiar rhythm. 1, then 2 in rapid succession, 1, then 2 in rapid succession. She reloaded with an almost casual ease, then slid the gun into its holster. The number man had her back. He fired into the darkness 3 times. It took 2 minutes for the smoke to clear. 2 Nicks dead, 3 psychosomas, 4 night hags. The doorway was already opening for the pair to make their exit. Dude, who the hell are they? The bogeymen, Hoyden said. Shit, someone said. One of the capes. They're on our side, another asked. Apparently. Then why don't they go after Jack? A cape asked. Because she fits in the same category as Eidolon, I thought. Too dangerous to allow her to make contact with the man. I wasn't even that comfortable with them helping here, but there weren't a lot of excellent options for thinker capes who could simply cut right through the layers of deceptions the enemy had been using. I noted the capes who were present and still in fighting shape. I'd hoped for Jouster. No such luck. I dialed Hoyden's phone, watched her pick up on the video. Need a hand with something, I said. I'm going to send a ship your way. 10 minutes to go. The Undersiders stood far enough away from the Siberian cube that the camera couldn't even make out the one who carried the thing. This, Imp said, is your classic case of putting all your eggs in one basket. Really, he finds the Siberians boring, I imagine, Tattletale commented, over the channel. Before, they were an enigma. Now they're just the same thing, over and over. Tearing people apart. Just tell me this isn't going to be the moment of idiocy that ends the world, I said. No way, Tattletale said. I promise. You're absolutely certain. 93% certain. That's not good enough. Geez, you've lost your sense of humor these past few years. I'm kidding, I'm sure. You've been wrong. I'm right, I swear. Now stop fretting. Wait. The Siberians left, engaging in another brief spree, attacking civilians. Let's not wait too long, I said. I felt a sick feeling in my gut. Had I been right to send away the Chicago wards? 7 or so people were dying every 1 or 2 minutes. Wait. The last group of Siberians abandoned the cube, leaving the carrier holding it. Wait. 1 more returned after a very brief trip, cast a glance around, and then fled. Now, Clockblocker fired his threads from his gauntlet. They surrounded the cube carrier, and he froze them. Unstoppable force against an immovable object. Which one? The Siberian made contact with the thread and flickered out of existence, and the thread went limp. The cube fell with a crash. Others began to return. Vista was distorting the cube, creating gaps, weak points. Thanda, Tattletale said. Clockblocker activated the device on his back. A dome unfolded around him, almost like a tent, though more rigid. Rachel had already fled with her dogs. Even so, it was tight, everyone pressed together inside. He froze the dome. I regretted that I didn't get to see the follow-up attack. The Thanda had a cape that was sort of in the same vein as Shuffle. A teleporter of landmasses. This cape didn't need to teleport things onto solid ground. In fact, he specialized in the opposite. A large building was teleported into the stratosphere, where it summarily fell on the cube. I could hear the crash through the cameras the Brockton Bay wards wore. Siberians down, I thought. 1 more group to handle. Rachel's on her way to me, I said. Gru was out. I didn't trust him in a face-to-face confrontation against the 9, and he hadn't volunteered. Imp was out as well. Too risky, too much of a coin toss, whether her power would be seen through. Foil, you know what we're doing. On my way. I'm coming too, Parian said. I'll be on the comms, Tattletale responded. Tecton slammed his gauntlets into the ground. Murder rats were knocked down from the walls. The streets had been shattered, and the dismantled craft lay in the streets, with 1 dead miasma nearby. Another slam, combined with an activation of both piledrivers, and he created a fissure, breaking up the ground beneath the 2 remaining hatchet faces. They made steady progress anyways. They were too strong, their stride too long. Tattletale had been right, running was difficult at best. Cuff used her metalokinesis to heave a small disc of metal. Effective enhanced strength, along with the ability to control the rotation of the projectile, the ability to control the flight of it after it left her hand, it slammed into a Hatchetface's collarbone, burying into his flesh. He broke into a run, axe held aloft. She prepared to throw another disc, only for a murder rat to leap onto her from above. The metal blades of murder rat's claws were swept aside as if Cuff had parried it with something physical. Cuff settled for striking murder rat across the eyes with the razor edge of the discus. Grace followed up with a crushing kick from a steel-toed boot. A murder rat pounced on her, then vaulted off with enough force that Grace's head struck the ground. Grace didn't get up. Skinslips moved to flank, simultaneously reaching out with cloaks made of skin and shielding their real bodies with the amorphous limbs of stolen flesh. Romp's animated construction stumped forward, providing just as much raw mass to defend against the reaching attacks. They picked up speed as they moved, charging like bulls, catching the Skinslips well off guard. The fight was well in hand. Murder rats leapt up onto building faces so they might be able to leap down and strike a vulnerable target, but Tecton made the entire neighborhood shake. The murder rats were trapped where they were, clinging to the surfaces, unable to attack. One caught a discus with her claws, then let it fall to the ground. No, there was one more threat. Tecton's helmet caught it on camera as it loomed on a nearby building. A mannequin, only it was 3 times the usual size. Fat. Cuff flung another discus. It'll glance off, I thought. It penetrated. Pressurized moisture exploded outward, crusted immediately into a small, spiky mass of ice. Ah, it leapt down, and the ground shook. Then, casually, it grabbed the most unhurt Hatchetface with both hands and whipped its upper body a full 360 degrees around to fling him into the mass of defending heroes. Tecton punched, his piledriver extending, but it did surprisingly little damage. And with the Hatchetface so close, the Chicago wards were left powerless. Only Tinker devices worked. The mannequin charged. Being a Tinker, the mannequin didn't suffer at all in the midst of Hatchetface's power. Direct your attacks on the Hatchetface, now, I ordered. A piledriver gauntlet hit him, followed by another. Cuff used a discus to slash at his throat, but it barely cut. He was still alive, his power wasn't cancelled out. The mannequin let blades extend from his wrists and elbows. Not long, sleek, elegant blades like the original mannequin had used, but heavy, crude ones, like axe heads. Cuff screamed as he brought one down onto her armored shoulder. She folded over in an awkward way as she collapsed to the ground. He spun around, almost skipped to one side to avoid Tecton, then directed attacks at Romp. She took shelter behind her no longer animated creation, and the mannequin thing turned away, directing his attention at Tecton, who was trying to bash the Hatchetface's head in. It was a narrow window of opportunity. Here, the other, injured Hatchetface was approaching. If he didn't manage it in 5 or so seconds, there would be 2 to contend with. A heavy bullet caught the mannequin in the back of the head. Ice cascaded out the back in a giant spike. Tecton used the opportunity to slam the upper ridge of his gauntlet into the Hatchetface's mouth and extend the piledriver full force. That did it. More bullets pummeled the mannequin. One resulting chunk of ice partially encased Tecton, only to shatter when he pulled back. Further shots followed, but they veered in awkward directions, sinking to hit the ground too early. He has another power, one that was being cancelled by Hatchetface. Winter's power, I realized. But Grace had powers now too. She grabbed Hatchetface's weapon and swung it, was nearly trapped in the ice that exploded out from the wound. Romp's creation charged the ceramic man, and Tecton raised a shelf of ground around him to limit his movements. He was being abused, battered. Tecton's head turned, and I could see Chevalier on the camera. Revel was beside him. Chevalier fired his cannon blade again. One shot to polish off the remaining Hatchetface that was closing the distance, and another directed at the Winter Mannequin. The Winter Mannequin's power took the impetus out of the second shot. The wards were moving slower now too. Reacting slower. Tecton barely resisted as the mannequin seized him in one hand. Didn't even get up after the mannequin virtually punched him into the ground. Blades extended from his palms, the mannequin spun like a top. Chevalier charged, and the mannequin changed tacks immediately, using a chain to draw himself up to a rooftop, where he clumsily climbed over the edge. Ranged attacks didn't work, and he was deceptively dangerous in short range. Revel launched energy orbs, but they barely seemed to touch the winter mannequin hybrid. Then Wanton closed the distance. Ice chipped away, and the resulting chunks flaked away at the other pieces of ice. It was soon a localized blizzard, and the large hunks of ice that clung to the mannequin's suit began to break away. More ice appeared, but it, in turn, was broken by the yet larger chunks that had been picked up. The storm began to slow as the winter mannequin concentrated his power on a smaller area. The storm came to a standstill. Chevalier raised his cannon blade to fire, only to stumble, dropping his weapon. Miasma. Indiscriminate attack, Chevalier, I said. Revel, get down. Chevalier swung, very nearly striking Revel as she dropped flat to the ground. He connected with something, and miasma appeared in an explosion of thick green smoke. The villain rolled, then disappeared again. But Revel was following up, spitting orbs of energy out of her lantern. Miasma wasn't fast enough to dodge all of them. He, and another miasma behind him were burned, holes the size of softballs punched through their torsos. Cuff was helping Tecton stand, using her metalokinesis to push at his armor. Once he was standing, they worked together to outfit Tecton with one of the specialized shots we'd prepared. The mannequin wasn't going to go down to fast-moving projectiles or short-range attacks. They'd take him down the same way I'd fought him ages ago. Tecton used his piledrivers as a sort of gun, launching two cup-shaped hunks of metal with material strung between them. The net unfolded in the air, and it draped over the mannequin. Spider silk and metal wire interwoven. It caught on the ice in the extended blades, and snagged on fingers and chains. The mannequin was still struggling to escape when Chevalier slowly closed the gap, bringing his sword down like a great guillotine. He had one hand pressed to the side of his helmet. Blood streaked down his arm. Last group, for now. I watched as they checked on the injured. Chevalier's eye had been stabbed, but not perforated, and Grace had suffered a heavy blow to the head. Cuff's shoulder socket had been broken by the mannequin. I almost hated to ask. Tecton, I said, we've got a game plan. Maybe a way to get Jack. You up for helping? My team isn't in good shape. If you want to stay, keep doing this. No, he said. No, just, maybe my team should sit the rest of this out. You've all done good work, Chevalier said. Above and beyond the call of duty. You don't even have to ask. I'll come on this mission, if you have a use for me, Tecton said. I do. I'll come as well, Chevalier said. You're injured. A pause, as if waiting for me to realize what I was saying. This was the guy that had gone up against Behemoth face to face, scarcely an hour after suffering critical injuries in an assassination attempt. I'll come, he said, again. Glad to have you, I said. It was suicidal. Returning to Nilbog's kingdom, where his creations had riled themselves up, hungry for blood. I could only hope that their forces would be thinner towards the center, with the sustained attack on the surrounding capes. I glanced around the back of the craft. Chevalier, Revel, Hoyden, Tecton, Bitch, 2 dogs and Bastard, Foil, Parian, me, 2 dragons' teeth to round out the group, so we had people trained in the use of containment foam and other PRT munitions. Veteran PRT soldiers outfitted with the best gear the guild could provide. And Defiant up at the cockpit, rounding out our group. I felt my pulse quicken. My hand traced over the box that Defiant had brought, with all the bugs I needed. Nilbog's army seemed endless. We'd only seen a fraction of it. It flowed over, under and through the walls, in numbers that tied up the defending capes. Our battle lines couldn't hold a position for long before something threw them off. Someone vital would get injured, or a creature would burrow out from beneath the ground. Something would fly over to land in the middle of the back line, forcing a reorganization. We weren't being overwhelmed. Any cape was stronger than the typical starved, desperate, reckless monster. But this was definitely not helping. A man's voice came over the comms. 3 new locations with attacks. Coordinated strikes. Harbingers sighted. They are reinforced by Nilbog's creations. Bonesaw got something set up already, I thought. Defiant was clenching his fist. Who was the man? Doesn't matter, Defiant said. Our focus is here. Fucking right, Hoyden said. She turned to smile at Rachel. Right, Rachel only frowned, turning her attention to the dogs that sat between and on either side of her legs. Hoyden punched Rachel in one arm, then grinned. Right, Hoyden grinned. Heavy metal boots banged against the ramp as our last attendee made his way into the back of the craft. Golem sat down opposite me, silent. He briefly met my eyes, and I nodded. He didn't react, casting his eyes downward. It was nothing, a minor thing in the grand scheme of it all. I tried to tell myself that he was strong when it counted, whatever his doubt in the quiet moments. The ramp closed with a bang. Golem jumped a little at that. It didn't do a lot for my confidence. I glanced around at the others, wondered who else had seen it. The Pendragon took off, and off we go, into the lion's den. Chapter 265. Sting 26.6. The large box sat in between the benches and seats at the back of the Pendragon, beside a heavy device with an ornate-looking gyroscope on the top. I could feel the bugs within. I instinctively knew what they were, how they operated, and could even pinpoint exact bugs in the swarm, among dozens of their kind. I focused on them. It was almost meditative. I'd taken to focusing more on the conscious uses of my power, so I'd be more aware when I was making unconscious use of it. There was nothing I could do about the fact that my passenger apparently had a hand in how my bugs were controlled, but I was trying to train myself to recognize it when it happened. Rachel was focusing on her dogs in much the same way I was focused on my bugs. Her hands ran over their bodies, fingers combing through their fur, tracing the lines in their athletic little bodies. Bastard submitted to the touching without complaint or reaction. I could sympathize with Rachel some, now. We'd gathered our strike force together from among the people who I was familiar with and the people who were intact enough to fight, but my relationship to each of these people was iffy at best. Focusing on our minions was easier. Chevalier sat in a seat that put his back to Defiant's chair, so they faced in opposite directions. He was talking in a low voice that didn't cut through the drone of the Pendragon's engine. Defiant responded without taking his eyes off the controls. Revel leaned back, her head back and resting against the vibrating outer hull of the Pendragon, eyes closed, lantern in her lap. She looked almost meditative, to the point that I didn't want to disturb her. Tecton and Hoyden were talking in low voices. Both were Protectorate members, now. Tecton had passed the reins to Grace, and Hoyden was now the little fish in the big pond. I didn't want to interject. Parian and Foyle were holding hands, sitting with their arms pressed together, heads leaning to either side so that Foyle's temple sat against the top of Parian's head. Even now, it was hard to think of them as undersiders. Lots of mixed feelings in the background there. I'd turned Parian onto this path, and in the doing, I'd done the same for Foyle. For Fléchette, there was a crash, and the Pendragon shifted, almost veering into a dive. Defiant corrected the course, passing over the wall, one clinging to the top of the ship. Revel stirred. "Do you want me to fly out? I can escort us in." "No, the Pendragon is built to take a beating. We're more secure with the ramp closed and everything sealed off. Hold tight, this is going to get worse before it gets better." There was another crash. I debated sending my bugs outside, then rethought it. No use, for much the same reason sending Revel out wasn't going to change things. Rachel looked exceedingly uncomfortable, and the dogs were reading her body language and getting anxious as a consequence. I winced at the sound of tearing metal, followed by a sudden shift in the ship's direction. Something had been torn free. Defiant corrected course again, compensating. I wanted to say something to Rachel, to calm her or the dogs down, or simply to reach out and connect in the same way that the others in the craft were finding solidarity. The problem was, I wasn't sure what to say. We'd separated, had walked different paths, and I'd betrayed her on a level. I'd led her to believe she had a friend in me, and then I'd walked away. She met my eyes, scratched Bastard at the top of his head, then asked, "What? You're okay?" "Yup," she said. She didn't look okay. She stroked two different dogs, but I almost felt like the gesture was more for her sake than for the dogs. "Not right now, just, in general. Are you okay in general? Living on the other world?" "Yup," she said. I sighed, turning my attention back to the box. "I'm hoping my dogs are okay," she said, staring down at the metal floor. "Been a while since I've been away from them like this. You have people, right? People you..." I let the sentence hang as I tried to recall whether trained was something appropriate for people and not dogs. "People you trained, to look after your dogs." "Yeah," Rachel said, setting down. Defiant called out. There was another tearing sound, like nails on a blackboard scaled up to a volume that made it resonate in my bones. Maybe the worst sound I'd ever heard. Just that thought brought back recollections. The dull, faint sound of an old doctor's body hitting the ground, after mannequin cut her throat. My dad's voice, crying my name, sounding very distant despite the fact that he was right next to me, in the moments before I killed Alexandria and Director Tag. The non-sounds Brian had made as he'd opened his mouth, noises so quiet they weren't even whispers, as he hung in the refrigerator, post-bonesaw, pre-second trigger event. No, there were worse sounds than the screech of metal tearing. Sounds I'd barely registered at the time, but nonetheless sounds that haunted me. Tattletale sent us some old guy to teach us how to butcher the bison, Rachel said. None of the others are any good at it, and it's harder without the dogs there to help haul it off the ground by its back legs. The Pendragon sat down. Taking off will be harder than landing was, Defiant said. He didn't flinch as a creature pounced on the glass of the ship's windshield. A heartbeat later, something hit the outside of the craft. Something big. The thing on top that was tearing at the metal struck again, no doubt peeling away at an armor panel. And I'm thinking they're probably getting hungry. Fucking up good meat, not carving out the fatty bits. Or they aren't getting all the blood out. You have to cut deep to bleed the motherfuckers. Distracted by the landing, some of the junior heroes were paying attention to Rachel now. What the hell is she talking about? Hoyden asked. Don't worry about it, I said. Then I glanced at Rachel. Either of you, Rachel, they're going to manage fine. They're going to manage, she said. Defiant was already out of his seat. He had approached the device he'd placed next to my box and managed to get it going just as Rachel finished speaking. Every monitor in the Pendragon's cabin flared to life. Countdown timers appeared, white numbers on a black background, with fainter, smaller timers above and below. I knew they would be the minimum and maximum times. The one in the middle was only an estimate. The craft was struck again, and a dent in the outer walls nearly knocked Tecton from his seat. Everyone reached for something to hold on to, as the Pendragon nearly tipped over onto its side. The dogs barked at the disturbance. There are force field generators, Defiant said, but they take time to recharge. We'll hold out for as long as we can before using it, waiting until they are more numerous, and our options are limited. 4 minutes, Tecton observed, looking at the monitors. I think so, Defiant said. Plus or minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. The force field generator is housed in the underside of the craft, to provide stronger defense from below. It'll last after the walls come down. Defensive positions, Chevalier said. Protecting the decoder is a priority, Defiant said. We stood from our seats, backing towards the center of the craft, the decoder and my box of bugs at our center. I reached back and opened the box, letting the bugs flow out. Without my even asking, Defiant opened the ramp at the back a fraction. Like a flower blossoming, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, I could feel my awareness expanding. I could feel the outside of the ship, the creatures that were gathering in ever-increasing numbers. Every shape and size imaginable. 3 were making good headway against us. I could identify the same creature, I was pretty sure, that had been pummeling the wall at the outer perimeter of Ellisburg. It was a quadruped, and it moved with a surprising slowness as it paced away from us. Strands of fur longer than I was tall hung off it, and its head was one armored plate with eye holes, the edges flaring out and away from its head at the sides and back, allowing its long, pointed ears to freely move behind the plate. It lowered its head in the direction of the craft and tested the ground with one scuff of a spike-studded hoof against the pavement. I set bugs to attacking its eyes, driving them into ear canals in hopes of distorting its sense of direction. It aborted the charge to shake its head violently. Possible incoming right in front of you, Tecton. Any second now. Right, he said. He held his ground. Might be worth moving, I said. He looked back at me. Aren't we supposed to defend the decoder? Switch, Chevalier said, with no elaboration. Tecton hurried to take up Chevalier's position towards the nose of the craft, while Chevalier lowered his cannon blade in the direction of the bulge on the wall. There were 2 more creatures that were gouging the hull. One used oversized claws to pry at metal plates. Another was drooling acid onto the roof. I could sense the round-headed bald girl from earlier as well, one creature that moved with a startling speed as it scratched at the outer edges of the craft, one way, then the other, so the gouges in the metal formed hatch marks. Burrowing, almost. Burrowing very slowly. Something howled, and it was loud. The creations were piling around the craft, with a number gathering on the window over the cockpit. Tecton tensed. The window is stronger than the metal, Defiant said. Don't panic. It isn't as flexible, Tecton said. One good hit like the one that dented the wall there and it won't hold up. It's designed to take rocket launcher hits head on, Defiant said. That doesn't mean it's designed to take them from an angle, Tecton retorted. My power gives me a sense of structural integrity. I'm saying I'm worried. Fine, Defiant said. He watched the ramp, not moving an inch. Be worried. The charger was incapacitated, its eyes devoured, eardrums perforated, with bugs crawling through the middle ear fluids that were pouring down its ear canals. I diverted bugs to the thing that was clawing the armor plates off of the outer edges. An instant later, the charger lunged forward. No sense of direction, no ability to see, not even any balance, beyond what its 4 legs offered. But it was big, and its target was big as well. "Heads up," I shouted. It slammed into the side of the Pendragon, closer to the back than the location of the first hit. The metal tore where 2 sections joined together, and a monitor fell to the floor, shattering. Creatures began crawling through the gap. Defiant moved his spear to the opening, then activated the gray blur. He held it there, allowing them to die and be wounded on contact. Golem used his power, raising a hand of metal to cover the opening. Defiant lowered his spear and cancelled out the blur. The disintegration effect might have been worth keeping on hand, but I could understand if he was concerned about another impact knocking someone into the spearhead. Creatures had hopped onto the charger's back, and were helping guide it, babbling and screeching, tugging on its fur. It followed their directions, retreating. I directed my bugs to attack, stinging and biting each of them on the same general side. They reacted, tugging and pulling away, and the charger changed direction. Only his flank glanced the back of the craft, and he trampled through a crowd of the little bastards who'd congregated on and around the ramp. The round-headed girl sat there, half crushed, and then began to swell. "Heads up, your left, Defiant," I shouted. She detonated, and gunk spattered the ramp. I felt bugs die on contact. The ramp began to melt like candle wax. I moved bugs to the fray while Hoyden and Defiant advanced on the ramp. The creatures came in as a singular mass. Dozens at once, practically crawling over one another. A spine glanced off of Defiant's armor and came within inches of striking the decoder. Foil swatted it out of the air. Perion's first doll joined Rachel's dogs in reinforcing the space behind Hoyden and Defiant. Hoyden kicked and punched at the creatures, and small explosions tore through their ranks. One punch, 2 or 3 creatures dead. One landed on her, claws extended, and then promptly flew away as another detonation of flame and smoke flared from the point of contact. She was barely scratched. If those claws were poisonous, though, still, she made for a competent front line, beside Defiant with his disintegrating spear. Every movement of the spear was as precise as Hoyden's explosions were erratic. The blur effect cut through the enemy like butter, and in the rare occasions where the target did slip away or dodge the attack, Defiant followed up with jolts of electricity and darts. The charger steered around and began to pick up speed. "Chev, incoming." I tried to distract the charger again, targeting the riders, but it didn't work. This time, they pulled in different directions, or simply dropped off. It continued on course. It struck only 2 or 3 feet to the left of the first point of damage, and opened up the side. The thing with claws on the roof, squinting against the steady damage my bugs were doing, hopped over and began to pry the gap open wider. I moved a swarm over the gap, trying to hide the entryway, but it did little good. Both Perion and Rachel shifted position to defend the opening. Golem began trying to patch it up. "Careful," Defiant warned, glancing over one shoulder. "Too much extra weight and we won't be able to take off." Containment foam instead. The perils of physics-defying powers. Golem and Rachel both broke the laws of conservation of mass, and now we risked paying for that. The dragon's teeth stepped forward to take over. I could see the charger turning around. One creature was on its back, a heavily armored thing that had hard, multifaceted eyes like an insect. My own bugs couldn't damage the orbs. It cheered in a high voice, urging the charger on, with some English words peppered in the midst of its gibbering. 1 more minute to go. If we were lucky, it could open any second. If we were unlucky, it would take 2.5 minutes. 2 crawled in through the crack in the side, clinging to the ceiling as they made their way in through the cloud of bugs. I pointed, and Foil slashed at them with her rapier. Tecton squashed another with his piledriver. Over where another of the creatures had been trying to burrow into the side, a creature pushed it aside and spat. The effect was the same as the exploding bubble head girl from earlier, if less dramatic. Looking at the exterior wall, I could see the hatch marks appearing in the side as though they'd been drawn in marker, pale against the dark metal. They spread, the effect broadening, until the hatch marks were drawn out in white and the surrounding area was paler. Something punched through, then reached in blindly to scratch and claw. Golem's reaching hand broke the claw. More spots were appearing, though. Dents, gouges, acid. I attacked the creatures that were doing the most damage, as far as I could identify them, but there were more waiting to take their places. Nilbog's creatures. I spoke, raising my voice. I spoke through my bugs outside. We mean no harm. We will bring you back your king. Nothing but cries of rage and hate in response. No use. 30 seconds, now. The holes in the exterior opened enough for the creatures to start pushing through. The acid burned them where they made contact, but that same contact opened the holes wide enough for others to follow. The charger lunged, charging again. There was really only one rider it was listening to, but that pilot was a tough one to hurt. The thing screamed one word in English, twice in quick succession, its voice high, jump. Jump. The charger leapt. The result wasn't graceful, nor was it particularly on target. What it did do was allow the charger to get 1 foot up on the side of the Pendragon, its upper body partially on the roof. It kicked and struggled in its attempts to move forward, and found one leg caught in the tear it had made on its last charge. It placed the foot on top of the hands Golem had raised to block the gap, and sheer weight tore them down. It slumped, falling, and then brought the end of its nose inside the ship, dragging it against the tear in fits of thrusting, struggling to free both it and its leg, succeeding only in doing more damage. Reinforced shafts and beams held against the damage, but could see how each wiggle was bending the thick bars. I thought you said this thing was tough. Foil shouted. It is, Defiant said. Force field might be a good idea. I called out. Defiant didn't respond. Hoyden had made her way down the ramp and was dishing out the hurt close range. She was keeping the melee threats on their heels with a constant, aggressive offense, while her secondary powers rendered her resistant to the damage that came from a distance. Defiant was left to defend the opening himself. I drew my knife and my handgun and advanced until I was just behind and to the left of Defiant. He shifted position a fraction, allowing for the extra assistance. Who knew we'd get to this point, Armsmaster? I thought. Fighting side by side, I used my knife to impale one creature in the neck, then kicked it back down the half-ruined ramp. 2 of the countdown clocks had hit 0. The 1 clock remained, the high end of Defiant's estimation on the decoder's progress. 1 minute, I said. Maybe, Defiant said, maybe. We took the time this past year to find Dodge's old exit points, talking to ex-customers of the, he stopped, grunting as he swept the spear at one persistent spine spitter, Toybox group. Used it to get readings, test the decoder. But this portal has different metrics, updated technology. More recent tech. It's not a guarantee. Hoyden shouted the words, as explosions continued to rip out around her, tearing through the assembled creatures. They were keeping a healthy distance, now, which meant her very presence was keeping a whole area clear of the blighters. Nothing's a guarantee, I thought. I never guarantee anything, Defiant grunted, echoing my thoughts. Except for a select few promises I make to people I love and people I hate. Rachel's dogs were tearing into the goblins as they made their way through the gap beneath the charger that had wedged into the gap, each dog biting their mouths down once or twice in quick succession before flinging the things away just so they could have their mouths free to bite others. Their paws swept out to club and claw at the creatures. Tecton and Foil guarded the space between dogs, striking out to catch the ones which slipped between the dog's legs. I plunged my knife down to stab one of the softer-looking targets, then danced back to avoid the spatter of acid that flowed from the wound. I'm getting buried, Hoyden shrieked. She'd been targeted by some critters that were dissolving into a slurry as they burned, with tendrils extending out to draw in the wounded and dead. They're reincarnating, feeding on themselves to make more. Stop using your power, Defiant ordered. I can't. They'll kill me. I glanced over my shoulder at the clock, then whipped my head back around as a creature pounced, trying to wrap itself around my head. I shot it, feeling a flare of relief that I hadn't just been killed, mingled with a regret over the loss of the bullet. How is it not done yet? I shouted. 0 on the clock. Defiant didn't respond. Defiant, do we take off? The charger, still caught in the gap, found a leverage to strain against one of the reinforcing girders that maintained the craft structure. It began to slide down, and Golem raised a stainless steel hand to keep it from stomping on the decoder. The hand wouldn't be strong enough. If that thing shifted its weight any more, Defiant. Tecton shouted. What are our priorities? Can we take off? No, Defiant responded. We stay. Wait. Cross our fingers. I glanced back to see Golem and Tecton exchanging a glance. The creature struggled again, sudden, and the beams shifted further. One more struggle like that, and the little hand wouldn't hold it up. A big hand, though, might cement our fate, take away our maneuverability. Saint, Defiant said. I glanced back at him. Don't fuck us on this. We need those Azazels. We need an escape route. Saint. The fact that Dragon was debilitated was another trick, an extremely ill-advised play against the heroes, capitalizing on our distraction with something greater. I'm going to fucking kill Saint, I said. If we survive this fucking, Tecton said. He grunted and fell on his armored rear end as a dog jerked to one side, accidentally body-checking him. Not a suicide mission, Defiant said, carrying out only one half of a conversation we weren't entirely privy to. Back us up, now. A pause. Defiant spoke, and his tone of voice had changed. He wasn't talking to Saint. Toronto, Ontario, Canada, Yonge Street, just behind a place called Greenway. I've commissioned a thinker-investigator calling himself Glear to track them down. If only some of us make it, do me a favor, and remember that Saint is the one who fucked with one of our biggest truces yet. Saint took down Dragon, and he just left us to die. The Azazels are apparently better deployed elsewhere. The charger bucked, and Golem created a large hand, not to catch the descending foot, but to divert its direction. It crushed my empty bug box. This much weight on the craft, the loss of so many external components, we wouldn't be able to fly. The roof came partially off. More streamed in through the resulting gap, dropping down into the middle of the cabin. Revel unleashed her lantern. Spheres of light and flame flew out in every direction, burning through the ranks of the smaller creatures, zigzagging to maximize contact between them. The charger died, going limp. A moment's reprieve. Defiant used a grappling hook from his glove to try to catch Hoyden, only for it to fly off in another blast of flame. He tried again, but this time, he whipped the chain, so the length of it wound around her, then yanked her inside. He signaled, and the force field went on. In seconds, we cleared the few that had survived from the Pendragon's cabin. Creatures died as they made contact with the field. Defiant dropped his spear, turning to the device that Dodge had set up. Data appeared on the monitor. "Give me a connect to Alcott," he said. Tattletale's voice sounded through my earbud. "You sure? You know, time is of the essence. Now, righty-o." The rest of us exchanged glances. Rachel was tending to her dogs, Perian was binding wounds with spare cloth and creating more constructs, and Golem was patching up the damage. Not fixing anything, but barricading. "She's on the line. Top half of the list, success. 0, Tattletale said. "Last quarter." "Yes." Defiant typed on the keyboard. "That's it. Narrowing down possibilities. Thank you." We waited, looking through the spaces where the barricades hadn't yet gone up, at the creatures that waited. Hoyden submitted to some bandaging on Perian's part. I watched the force field flicker. It seemed to coincide with what Defiant was typing on the keyboard. A strike of the enter key, and it flickered and went out. "I'm taking it down early," Defiant said. "We need the power." Barely a minute. The creatures approached hesitantly, then broke into a run. I could see the dogs tense. "Back up," Defiant said. "Now, huddle." We did, swiftly retreating until we were clustered around the center of the cabin, shoulder to shoulder, our backs to the device. My bugs filled the gaps. The creatures, in turn, gibbered, squealed, screeched and roared. They howled and stomped and drummed fists on chests. Impacts made Golem's hands bend, and I could hear a dozen points where they were grabbing at the plates of metal and straining to bend and peel them. That horrible sound, in innumerable places around the craft. And then silence. Darkness. Air rushed around us, equalizing throughout a vast, empty space. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, I thought. We broke the huddle, our headlights and flashlights going on. Rachel's dogs could be seen in the darkness, their eyes glowing red and orange in the reflected light. "It seems we have company," Jack said. I could see the others startle. "No, I'm not standing next to you." Borrowing Screamer's power to broadcast, to have a little chat. No, couldn't afford to listen to him. If any of us were problematic, or if it was someone listening in, anything he said could be the catalyst for the end of the world. Problem was, Screamer was a bitch to shut down. Earplugs wouldn't be any guarantee. If she was forced to, she would use the vibrations of people's bones to transmit words. Jack continued, "I confess, I do like this part. The chatting. It's safe to keep my distance, but it's boring, really. You challenge somebody, pit mind against mind, but how much do you truly get to know them?" "Move," I said. "Fan out, find Screamer as soon as possible." My bugs flowed out in advance of the group. The conversation, it's what turns a mindless killing spree into something more, an art. Bonesaw is fond of telling me that true art speaks for itself, but really, there needs to be a relationship between the artist and audience, if only because there's a lot of idiots out there. Some people need it spelled out for them. Hi Theodore. Golem clenched his fists. The area was vast and empty. Every surface was granite, rough but not so much so that it would be painful to walk on with bare feet. The wiring was crude, small flood lamps strung out in strings, like oversized, colorless, exceptionally boring Christmas lights. Wires had been stapled against the walls, fixing them in straight lines, but the excess draped loose at the bases of those same walls. The lights were bright, but they only covered 2/3 of the area. The spaces between those same lights were dark to the point of being almost pitch black, the afterimages in my vision making it look like things were moving in the shadow. Gray Boy is retrieving your sister this very moment, Theodore. Golem stopped in his tracks. Yes, Jack said, no elaboration, answering a question that hadn't been asked. Can't communicate with our people while we're here, Defiant said. Keep moving, Chevalier gave the order. Jack spoke, his voice smooth. Or Screamer spoke, mimicking what he was saying, quite possibly in the exact tone and cadence. We got video. I thought about having it be silent, in black and white, but Gray Boy wanted color. My scout bugs found no signs of life. Only bizarre constructions, crystal pillars with more wires stringing to them. Where was Jack? We passed through a room with what looked like a dentist's chair. Tools and pieces of the mechanical scalpel spiders littered the room. Bonesaw's operating room. I like to think this is a win-win situation for me, Jack said. Wait until you hear. We'll get the video up in a moment. Play it on the speakers, maybe, or show it on the computers, if you can find one soon. Does this break you, or does it give you that burning fury that drives you to go the extra mile and try to kill me? We entered the main area, and I stared. Oh God, Foyle said. There was a crunching sound as Chevalier let his sword drop, the metal biting into the floor. The crystalline pillars were vats. Cloning vats, each marked with a name of one of the 9. They were full. Babies floated within each. Cherish says you found the clones. Yes, we're doing another batch. Didn't take much time to prepare, and it was bound to be either a nice follow-up or a good surprise for you if you happen to catch up to us here. You know I'm close. Do you take the time to eliminate each of these things, or do you come after me and leave them behind? We can have someone stay behind, clean up, Chevalier said. I wouldn't say that, Chevalier, Jack responded, his voice carrying through the vast chamber with 200 or 300 vats spaced evenly throughout. See, we mixed things up a little. There's a specialized cleanup area that can kill the crawler clones. We gave them their powers right off the bat. Mixed them in with the others. You'll have to be fairly discerning, and devote manpower to the task. I thought about using my power, but there weren't any bugs native to this area. I was limited to the ones that I'd brought with me. Not enough to cart 200 or 300 children off to some special device. A distraction, Defiant said. There's another option, a bomb. If we track down the device Dodge used to create and maintain this dimension, we can collapse it. How fast? Chevalier asked. Fast, Defiant answered. Poor sportsmanship, Jack rebuked them. Let's try a different distraction then. A computer monitor on the desk flickered to life. I'm excited, Jack said. Gray Boy is working on getting the video up. Funny thing, the real Gray Boy wouldn't be able to do this, but we gave this one the memories of a real child. Came with the necessary skills. I'm almost disappointed. People are so much more interesting when they're flawed, aren't they? Oh, here we go. I haven't even seen this. Let's see. The video started playing. The camera wiggled and wobbled as Gray Boy ascended a staircase. He came face to face with PRT officers. Best not to watch, Revel said, her voice gentle. It's not worth it. Golem didn't take his eyes off the screen. Revel approached him, putting one hand on his shoulder. Others turned to keep scouting the area. I joined them. This place was massive, but my power had range. I needed to find Jack, and that was a bigger priority than seeing the scene as it played out. Rachel walked between the rows and columns of glass vats with me. Her dogs trailed behind, their spikes and spurs occasionally tapping or dragging against the glass of the vats. There we go, Gray Boy said, his voice high, as he spoke in the video. I could barely make it out with my own ears, but I had my bugs to help. It didn't hurt that the ones who'd remained behind were utterly silent as they watched. I'd already seen, in a sense. I'd figured out what was behind the tarp back in Killington. Gray Boy's victim, the only one, as far as I was aware, who was still alive. But Gray Boy didn't kill. Let's adjust. There, Gray Boy said. Please, don't, please, let, the voice was halting, cut short at steady, regular intervals. Me, go, please, oh, God, shush. Gray Boy's voice was a hush, but it carried through the speakers that were planted throughout the area. Don't, I said be quiet, Gray Boy said. I'll do you a favor, even. I can make this painless. I just need you to talk to me. Tell me a story. A story. I'm sure you can come up with something good. Let's start with your partner. There was a scream. I tensed. The scream didn't stop. It continued, a steady, constant loop, the beginning the same, the ending varying. What story? The scream changed, intensifying. It continued looping, just a little louder, a little less usual. Don't be a baby, Gray Boy said. That's only a pocket knife I cut you with. Trucks, vampire, dragons, what do you want? Think about it, Gray Boy said. When I come back, I want to hear it. If it isn't a good one, I'm going to light a match. They say a burn hurts more than any other kind of pain, inch for inch. Look, see, I've got a whole matchbox here. A whole matchbox just for you two, and all the time in the world. The man's oddly rhythmic screaming continued, dropping in volume. It was barely audible as a door shut. I forced myself to keep walking, exploring with my bugs. Tunnels, side rooms, many occupied with old devices, things belonging to the Toybox residents that had apparently claimed spaces in here for themselves. Can your dogs pick up a scent? I asked. Rachel shook her head. Wrong breeds. They're not trained in tracking people. I swore under my breath. Caden, Golem's voice, from far away. Gray Boy had found Theo's family. Move your hand, Gray Boy said. You know it won't work. I'm too hard to kill. A pause. I'm going to give you a choice. You can put the little girl down and let me have her, and then I'll use my power on you only, or I can use my power on you both. There was no reply. Don't be silly, Gray Boy warned. His tone was flat, almost without affect. Give me the girl. I promise I won't do anything to her. Can't say the same for any of the others, but you and I both know that nothing they can do even compares to what happens when I use my power. A sound, a whimper. I'll even let you choose. What kind of hell do you want to go to? I can use fire, or knives, or I can hit you with something heavy. I like that little statue over there. There's cold, probably. A sound, a bang, a crash, echoed over the speakers. I continued pacing down the row of vats. I reached the end, then traversed an open, empty space before reaching the start of a complicated, almost labyrinthine tunnel network. My bugs struggled to trace the contours of the space and find their way to the next area. When they did, they found it was an even bigger space than the one Rachel and I were in. A giant robot stood in the center, half complete. A toddler started shrieking, her wail audible over 100 speakers throughout the complex, each just a fraction out of sync with the others, given the speed of the signal traveling as compared to the speed of the ensuing sounds. Not bright, Gray Boy said. And the baby's crying. No wonder, with you trying to throw her out the window. There was only silence in response. I thought you'd use your laser instead. Do you think your baby can fly? Here, I'll make the loop longer so you can talk. I had to try, maybe. But now I have to punish you. I could hurt you, like I do with most people. Hurt you while you're looping through the same action, so you feel that pain over and over and over and over again. The only thing that doesn't change is your brain. That keeps going. The pain is always fresh, it never gets easier to deal with, but I'm told there's a certain point where you crack, and you go around the bend. Takes a few days for most. Then you get to a point where you work through your issues. You don't want to, but you do, because the only thing you have to occupy yourself with is the pain in your own thoughts, so you get mostly better, and then you crack up again, and you get better, and that becomes a loop of its own. Fuck you, until well after the sun goes out, they think, Gray Boy said. Speed of thought, can't turn it off unless I'm using it on myself, and I don't think anyone's immune. Bastard, but I do that to everyone I use my power on. Like a snap of my fingers, just like that, anyone around me is caught in a loop. What kind of special punishment could I give you, murder mommy? There was no reply. The child continued to cry. Who's this one? The woman, Gray Boy asked. No answer. How about, now? There was a pause. Most scream when you stab them. Oh well, maybe this one. I changed direction, walking along the wall to get a sense of the greater complex. There was no way to check the area at the foot of the giant robot without navigating the labyrinth. My range wasn't that long. Nope. And This one. A scream. There we go. Crusader. I've decided. Murder mommy. I won't do anything to you for now. I'll let you wonder what the others did to your little girl. Then, maybe, if she's still alive, I'll bring her back to you and I'll use my power on her while you watch. Maybe a week from now, maybe a month, maybe years. Decades, even, 100 years. They have cryogenics and brain scans and cloning vats and more. We could show up 1,000 years from now, just to say hi to you. No, you lose track of time, like that. Standing there. But maybe if you keep yourself sane, you'll be able to offer advice so it won't be so unbearable, so you can converse and tell stories and keep each other happy. Maybe, if you keep it together enough, you can convince me to let her go. I'll give you a 1 in 20 chance. No, tell her to listen to me. To obey me. You know what happens if she doesn't. Convince her. Aster. Do what he says. Good. You hear that, Aster? Good. Come back. Her voice was quieter, almost drowned out by Aster's wailing. A door shut, the speakers echoing the sound all throughout the complex. The rhythmic screaming of the PRT officer grew louder. Sit. Gray Boy's high voice sounded. Don't run, little girl. Listen to me like mommy said. The man's screaming grew louder still. So whiny. I just cut up his face. So, tell me a story. Silence. Okay. A sound of a match being struck. We were briefed on Jack. We don't know how he ends the world. We're supposed to implement Querent in. I stopped in my tracks. He talks to someone and catalyze Someth. The PRT officer had been asked to weigh an eternity of torment against the lives of billions, and she'd chosen the selfish option. Every major group helping teams defeat Jack, Cauldron, Thanda, PRT, Protector, 8, Wards, Brockton B, I Villains, Mordnag, Irregulars, Faultline, Triumvirate. We'd just lost our last major advantage in determining how this could play out. Jack was getting everything. He was a wiki walk away from getting details on everyone who was arrayed against his new Slaughterhouse 9. I could sense the others as they moved through the complex. I beckoned Rachel and her dogs, then mounted up. I kicked the dog into motion. Others, I can't recall, they are keeping powerful people away from Jack to avoid catalyze they are employing strike teams to take down smaller groups, and you're here because Aster, supposed, trigger, young, usually, one, child, in, family, no, Jack, coming, probably, in, person, chance, she, is, catalyst. There's a lot of people who could be the catalyst, Gray Boy said. You'll drive yourself crazy trying to cover all of the bases. Low chance, but still, chance, thought, we could protect, with, night, fog, purity, Crusader. Well, Gray Boy said. That was boring. I wanted a story with neat monsters. I gave serious consideration to switching the earbuds to a setting that would make them serve as earplugs. I made myself keep listening as the screaming started, keeping my ears peeled for clues. My swarm sense, at the same time, was searching more of the area. I brought bugs to me, then sent them off into new corridors as I reached them. Too few bugs in this entire place. No moisture to feed them, no food sources. Only a scant few that had no doubt been brought in accidentally. I thought the story was interesting, Jack said, his voice sounding as though he were speaking in my ear. See, I had a plan in mind, but now I'm rethinking it. If I'm supposed to be a catalyst, then it can't be any of the others. Bonesaw would get the credit for any plagues or clone armies we deployed, even if I gave the order. I grit my teeth, but if the effect is broad, well, giving the order could be a part of it. Our Harbinger has been giving us some very good advice. Talking about the critical places to strike. What happens if we attack certain targets? The world teeters on the brink of falling to the Endbringers. Divide my remaining soldiers and attack key points in the infrastructure, and maybe that's game over for humanity. Here, a voice over the comms. Or screamer fucking with our heads. Verify. I spoke over the comms. Nobody called back to verify. A sign I was on the right track. I kicked the dog to drive him to move faster. Or if Gray Boy uses his power on Cyan, perhaps. We could assassinate some key figures. Win-win, because we either deliver a critical blow or we might run into the right person to bring about the end of the world. So many possibilities, really. I could sense them. Easily 200 of the 9, accompanied by a mess of Nilbog's creations, hooked up to Bonesaw's control frames. Nilbog hung on the wall above the group, limbs splayed, tubes feeding into him as blobs dropped down and were captured by a small army of mechanical soldiers. I closed my eyes for a moment. A trick? No. 2 years of emotions caught up with me in a single instant. I felt fear grip me, anxiety seizing my entire body, adrenaline flooding through my body. Yet, when I spoke, my voice was calm. Weaver here. I'm using my first priority passphrase. Danny and the Rose. Look for the flare. Message received loud and clear. Weaver, Tecton said. I drew a flare from my belt and lit it, throwing it to the ground. That done, I glanced over my shoulder at Rachel. She nodded. Jack's voice echoed through the complex. I could sense him with my bugs now. He was pacing back and forth, while all of the other 9 were stock still. Attack the cities, target Cyan, assassinate all of these powerful capes that are coming after me, or I could do all of the above. I hopped off of the dog's back to make it through the doorway, then ascended the spiral staircase. The dogs struggled to follow, and I signaled for them to stop. Couldn't have them blocking my retreat. I wasn't sure what I could do, but there had to be something. I reached the top of the stairs, then stopped, my back to the wall beside the doorway. I held my gun. The sole remaining Cherish said something, a murmur. Weaver, Jack said. Screamer repeated the word after him, and it carried through the air, an echo. Hi Jack, I said. I hung my head, focusing on what my power was telling me. The bugs I had in the room clung to particular members of the group. They were eerily still. Gray Boy is standing right in front of me, Jack said. I know. Most are shut down, using a control to keep them still. Too unmanageable in a group like this. That doesn't mean you have the slightest chance of accomplishing something. I have to try, I said, echoing Purity's words from the video. Such sad, small words, Jack commented. You don't have to. I had tricks prepared, but none of them were remotely viable. Not with Bonesaw so close. I would die, and she would revive Jack. At best, I'd slow them down. You're too big for your boots, Weaver, Jack said. You had a few critical successes and you've run with them. Earned yourself a reputation, but at the end of the day, you're still the same pathetic bug controller who got her powers because her mommy died. He likes to talk. Every second that passes is a second we're catching up. People probably said the same thing about you in the beginning, Jack, I said. Too big for your boots. They did. My trigger event was a little more dignified, though. No matter. I've been at this a long time. You're barely a concern. Want to fight, Jack? I asked. My bugs moved through the crowd as I noted each of the threats that were present. Jack said, shrugging, I can take you. Step through that doorway, and I'll give you a fair fight. 1-on-1. Look, I'll even put my knife in my belt, hands on my head. I had an assessment of their group. I couldn't account for Nilbog's creations, but I knew which members of the 9 were present and where they were situated. You said it yourself, Jack said. You can't afford not to. Too true. The others weren't close enough yet. Why this fixation on ending the world? I asked. Nah, Jack answered me. Not going to get bogged down in a discussion. We have a situation. I'm going to walk away in about 15 seconds, unless you want to have a duel. Knife against knife, or gun against knife, if you prefer. You win here, it's a coup for the world. What better option for the make-believe queen? The make-believe queen, maybe a name Cherish had given me. I tightened my grip on the gun, but I kept my finger off the trigger. Someone advanced. I felt tripwires snap and break. Letting a hostage go, I turned and started to fire before the individual in question could step through the doorway. By the time I made the conscious decision and started squeezing the trigger, the individual in question was emerging. The bullet made contact, passing through their head. A life taken, a hostage killed, but I couldn't afford to take any chances. No, I shook my head a little. A nice guy, not a hostage. He needed to focus on people to use his power. That focus was far weaker if he couldn't see someone. My voice would be another vector, as well as knowing my location. That was impolite, Jack said. No tricks. I could send Siberian after you, he said. She wouldn't even have to kill you. Just hold you still. Bonesaw and Gray Boy could have worlds of fun. Remember what we did to your team leader. Imagine the eternity of pain Gray Boy could deliver after our Bonesaw has given you more nerve endings to work with. You could, I said. The others were getting closer, reaching the foot of the stairs. Cherish spoke. The others are here, Jack. Then your time is up, Weaver. I hope you don't regret your hesitation. I wouldn't. I drew in a deep breath, waiting for the second Jack turned, then stepped into the doorway. Then I opened fire. I'd first run into the scenario when I went up against Mannequin, before running up against Glory Girl. The first time I shot a gun, I hit my target. Now I had a better idea of why. Having bugs over the entire area, I had a sense of the area, of the topography, of where everything was. It wasn't perfect, but it was an advantage. Something to help aim the shot, to help give me a sense of the path the bullet would travel. It was like being able to reach out with my arm in a perfectly straight line, touch my target, then aim along the line. The same effect I'd granted Foil, so she could snipe Tyrant. The sole remaining Siberian moved to Jack's side before I could pull the trigger. I wasn't aiming for Jack. It wasn't even a consideration. Like he said, he had Grey Boy with him. The second I stepped into their sight, I was a goner. My bullet took Cherish in the head. Another bullet struck Screamer. I hesitated. Then I shot Aster, who was held in a hatchet Face's arms. Manton no. Too dangerous. Grey Boy was moving, trying to get to a better vantage point. I turned, activating my flight pack for a boost of speed. The Siberian broke away from Jack, giving chase. Crawlers advanced only a pace behind. In that same moment, I drew out more lines, giving the signal. Revel and Foil both opened fire, there. Energy orbs and bolts tearing through the walls and into the rank and file of the Slaughterhouse 9. No, Jack ordered. Siberian, with us. The remotes are programmed. Yeah, Bonesaw reported. We go. Divide into groups. One major target each. Jack quickly sorted them out, his Siberian touching him, Manton and Bonesaw as the bolts and orbs continued to tear through his crowd. 1 or 2 dead every second. And then they separated into groups. Bonesaw paused, then broke away, joining her crowd before hitting the remote. They disappeared. Another group gone. Then the remaining 3 disappeared all at once. I collapsed on my hands and knees as I reached the bottom of the staircase. The others that had managed to reach our location stood over me. They're gone, I said, panting not from exertion, but the sheer panic of what I'd done. We give chase, Chevalier said. He looked to Defiant. Can we? We can if there is a computer, Defiant responded. I only nodded. Good, Defiant said. I looked up as Golem approached, Revel beside him. Aster's dead, I said. He went very still. I'm sorry, I said. Did you? He started, then he stopped, staring down at me. Never mind. Sorry for asking, he said. Whatever happened, it's for the best. He didn't sound like he believed it. He didn't sound confident in the least. It's for the best, I thought, as Golem joined Chevalier and Defiant in heading up the stairs. Can you tell me the order they went off? Defiant asked. I nodded. Good. Then I think we can figure out which went where. We can eliminate this place as an escape route. Which meant we knew which way Jack had gone, and he couldn't run anymore. Final encounter.